I traveled to the Dalong dynasty because I stayed up late playing games. That day, Uncle Wang asked me to go to the village entrance, saying that the government was giving out girls. I followed him and saw Yunyang bringing 5 girls. 2 of them were big and strong, and the other 3 were fair and pretty. 2 black men took the first 2 girls because they didn't dare to choose the delicate ones because they had to pay the head tax. Uncle Wang was also worried that I couldn't afford to support them, but the remaining 3 women begged me to choose them, because if they were not chosen again, they would be sold to a brothel. Just when I was in a dilemma, the marry a wife to get rich, have many children and more blessings system was activated. This system told me that marrying a wife and having children can make me rich and get various rewards. Can I use the system to change my fate and save these 3 women at the same time? My life of crossing over was full of surprises and challenges. Tieju's kid. Early in the morning, Lin Fan was awakened by a shout. Looking at the mottled earthen brick walls and the bare house, he confirmed once again that he had really traveled through time and space and came to a strange world, and it was not a dream. Hey! Although I have been in this world for a few days. But when he saw the house with leaky walls, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. He was originally a modern 5-good boy. He had food and drink every day, and in his spare time he could make appointments to play games with girls. Although not that good, he was not that bad either. But one time I stayed up late playing games and fell asleep at my computer desk, and somehow I traveled through time. Come to a world similar to ancient times. Compared to the happy modern world. Here he was devastated. His mother had a difficult labor when giving birth to him, and his father was a traditional old stubborn man who just wanted to keep the baby. 2 years ago, my father went up the mountain to chop firewood. He accidentally fell into a ravine and died within 2 days. Now the whole house. He is the only one who has just come of age. As for the belongings, there is only this adobe house and a fairly spacious yard. Both parents are dead. There is a house at home. At first glance, this is a protagonist template. But in reality, there will be no more rice in the pot soon. Thinking of this, he sighed again. Staying up late to play games is not a good idea. Please arrange your gaming time appropriately. What's wrong, Uncle Wang? Lin Fan stood up, put on his complicated robe, pushed the door open and went outside. Now that you're here, life has to go on. You can't commit suicide, right? Outside the yard. It was a tall and thin middle-aged man, and he was the one who was shouting just now. You are still sleeping. What time is it? Hurry up and pack up and follow me to the village entrance. Today is the day when the government will distribute wives. Yunyang will bring people here soon. Come with me to choose a wife. The tall and thin middle-aged man shouted. A wife sent by the government. When he heard the other party's words, Lin Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. The place where he is now is a place called Dalong Dynasty. Due to years of foreign wars, the people live a hard life and the taxes are very heavy. But there is a benefit. That is to increase the population, the government will give wives to single men. Click here. That is my childhood friend. Such a good thing is just something we can think about in modern times, but it is not possible to achieve it. But it's happening here. And it's made of real ingredients. No further comments. Lin Fan quickly packed up and without even eating a bite of food, he followed the other party to the village entrance. The location of the village entrance. There are already 2 people waiting. They were all skinny black men, not very tall, with dark skin. One could tell at a glance that they were good farmers. At this moment, they were staring at the dirt road outside the village entrance. Compared to the men who had to go to the fields to dig for food early in the morning, Lin Fan was obviously much more handsome and energetic. As he was the only child in the family and had been weak and sickly since childhood, his father never let him do any work. He was also allowed to study for a few years. It is also because of this. When he stood in the team, he stood out from the crowd. Just in this waiting. At the end of the dirt road, a group of people slowly walked over. The leader was a middle-aged woman, wearing a festive red long skirt, holding a palace fan in her hand. She twisted her big butt as she walked, with a graceful expression and looking very charming. This is exactly Yunyang that Uncle Wang mentioned, who is responsible for assigning wives. Behind her. Following them were 5 young women, each with anticipation and anxiety on their faces. The 2 in front are strong and sturdy, typical country heroines, good at bearing children and working. But the last 3. But it looks different. Not only is she fair and pretty, but she also has a graceful figure and a slender waist. Although he was wearing linen clothes. But the impressive capital was not covered up. Is there any good stuff like this? Lin Fan thought that the wives they distributed were just like the modern low-income subsidies, some unwanted ugly girls, left for the honest people from poor families like them to take over. But I never expected it. But among them there are the best. And there are 3 of them. Yunyang, you are finally here. The middle-aged man, whom Lin Fan called Uncle Wang, greeted the team with a smile. Well, I was delayed on the way. Sorry, Chief Wang. Yunyang replied with a sweet smile, although she is not young, she is full of charm. Uncle Wang laughed and said loudly, it's okay. Okay, let's make a long story short. We've wasted a lot of time. Let's start choosing. Yunyang gently fanned the fan in her hand, then looked at Lin Fan and the others. These are the men of marriageable age in your village this year, right? There are fewer than in previous years. Well, it's just the 3 of them this year. Uncle Wang smiled and nodded. Okay, then choose. Yunyang also nodded, and then ordered the 5 women to come forward. When the 2 black men who were also choosing wives saw the 3 graceful women who were completely different from the village ladies, their eyes widened with desire. But looking at the 3 women's slender waists and thin arms, they finally gritted their teeth and turned their heads, pointing at the other 2 strong women. Although Dalen got a wife, he still had to pay a head tax. For each additional person, he had to pay an extra tax. The more people there are in the family, the more money you make. Under the high pressure of the government, everyone, except the dead, must pay taxes. No one is exempt. In this day and age, it is difficult for ordinary people to survive. If we choose someone who can't carry the weight and can't lift the weight, then those poor people who are already struggling to survive will just have to wait for death. Between life and beauty. People can only choose to live first. 2 suitable ones were selected, and the remaining 3 were unsuitable. Uncle Wang, the village head, frowned when he saw the 3 girls and said to Yunyang, are they the only 3? Are there any others? My nephew is weak and the family cannot afford to support an idler. This is all implicit. Ever since Lin Fan's father passed away, Lin Fan has been unable to live happily. If there is another idle person, the whole family will starve to death. Besides, even if I starve to death, it will also bring me relief. The fear is that one cannot afford the poll tax. In Dalong, the penalty for not being able to pay the poll tax was very terrible. The men were directly sent into slavery. Women were sold to brothels and became prostitutes, generating revenue for the country. Use official words. Dalong doesn't support people who have no value. This is not just talk, even the emperor himself has to pay a head tax. Village Chief Wang finished speaking. Before Yunyang could say anything, the remaining 3 women became anxious. This is their last trip of the day. Before this, they have been eliminated countless times. If no one chooses them today, they will be labeled as having no value to Dalong and forcibly sold to brothels to increase Dalong's income. As a decent woman, she was sold to a brothel to entertain clients. This is worse than killing them. But in reality, they didn't dare to commit suicide, because if they did, other people in the family would be implicated, the men would be sent to the army, and the women would be sold to brothels. So the only way is to get married. Otherwise. Tragic fate. Sir, choose me. I can do anything and obey you. Sir, please choose me. I can do everything and I eat less. Young master. The 3 women vied with each other, fearing that they would be eliminated and become prostitutes. This. Lin Fan was speechless for a moment. In the past, a woman of this quality, let alone rushing to come to your door, you can't even get her even if you beg for her. But now, The other party rushed to make all kinds of promises and almost knelt down to him. Even if he wanted to, the other party would definitely kneel down in front of him, stick out her big butt and beg him. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Go back and stand still." Yunyang shouted with a cold face, and the two yamen runners who were following behind to support them drew their swords. The three girls turned pale upon seeing this, and were so frightened that they could not say a word. But her pitiful, tearful eyes kept looking at Lin Fan, with pleading in them. "Okay, hurry up and choose. This is the only batch we have this year. There are no others." Yunyang arranged the three women, then smiled again and looked at Lin Fan. But Lin Fan remained silent for a moment. Faced with the three women's pleas, he naturally wanted to save them all from suffering. The head tax is huge. He knows that too. In his current condition, it is difficult for him to support himself. Add 3 more. It's definitely a fate of exile. Dalong doesn't object to you choosing more wives, he even hopes you can choose more. Because the more people vote, the more head tax you have to pay. You can't just pay the normal amount for 3 people, but you have to pay it proportionally. 3 daughters-in-law. There is definitely more than just 3 people's head tax. This is aimed at the rich, specifically fleecing the wealthy and the gentry. However, even the wealthy with a solid financial foundation cannot afford the superposition of this type of head tax. Can be a good modern man. I can't bear to see the young lady cry. And he really wanted it all. What to do? Ding dong. Detecting the host's dilemma, the matching system begins to activate. The system of getting rich by marrying a wife and having many children is officially at the host's service. System. Lin Fan was surprised but not surprised by the sudden arrival of the system. As a traverser, the system is standard. However, this system of getting rich by getting married and having many children left him a little confused. What? Can you get rich by getting married and having children? Ding dong. This system is tailor-made for the host, please do not doubt the system's capabilities. Wow. Pretty smart. Lin Fan wanted to laugh when he heard this. Compared with other high-end systems, this one is more considerate and intelligent. Okay, tell me about your effects. Lin Fan spoke consciously in his mind. The system didn't grind. Upon hearing this instruction, a message was immediately transmitted. The message is not complicated. After a while, Lin Fan roughly understood the functions of his system. Same as the system name. He can really get married and become rich, and the more children and grandchildren he has, the more blessings he will have. Just get married. You can get various rewards. From the most direct money to various skills and items that can make you rich. Having children can bring you good luck. If you have enough children, you can pick up money when you go out. And turn misfortune into good fortune. All good things happen to him, and bad things stay away from him. Even if you encounter it. All dangers can be turned into safety, or even turn into good things. That's awesome. In modern society, such system requirements may still be quite difficult. After all, modern distribution is based on quantity. But you can't marry more than one woman. In the Dalong dynasty, this is a completely good thing. Aren't these 3 beautiful ladies crying and waiting for me to marry them? Before, people were worried about not being able to pay the poll tax. But there is a system. Is there any need to worry about this? If even this cannot be solved, this system is useless. Lin Fan, a time traveler, should just serve as a soldier in the border area and die early to be reborn. Young man, what are you thinking about? Choose quickly, or you'll have to wait until next year. Yunyang's urging words pulled Lin Fan out of his thoughts. Tieju's kid, this batch isn't very good, why don't you wait until next year? Village Chief Wang also spoke at this time. He knew the situation of Lin Fan's family best. If he chose a woman like this, he would most likely be taken into exile when the next head tax was paid. He had a good relationship with Lin Fan's father Lin Tieju. He had watched Lin Fan grow up since he was a child. Naturally, he did not want the only son of his deceased friend to end up as an exile. If it was before. Lin Fan might actually listen to advice. But now. Lin Fan smiled, looked directly at Yunyang and asked, "Sister Yunyang, can I choose all of them?" All of them. Yunyang was stunned when she heard this. Are you crazy? Village Chief Wang's eyes widened even more. The two black men who had chosen their wives also looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. This is not crazy. Dare you say such words? Choose 3 ladies. This is indeed possible. All the people of Dalong have this right. But the head tax that 3 ladies had to pay was too much for even a wealthy family to bear. Considering the situation of Lin Fan's family being penniless, it would be difficult to choose anyone to take back. 3. This is seeking death. May I? Lin Fan ignored everyone's reactions. In his current situation, choosing 1 or 3 made no difference. If the system doesn't work, he couldn't afford the poll tax even if he chose 1, so he just went for it. Moreover, the 3 delicate and beautiful ladies were so pitiful. How could he, a kind-hearted man, bear not to give them a reliable home? There is no such thing as a Virgin Mary. A good man must dare to fight. Do you really want to select all? Yunyang confirmed with some hesitation. The 3 pitiful girls were now staring blankly. They thought Lin Fan would choose one of them, but they didn't expect that he would choose all of them. Yes, select all. Lin Fan's expression was determined and unwavering. Can. Yunyang nodded and replied, "We in Dalong do not reject multiple selections, but we have to remind you that if you choose 3 wives, you can't just pay the head tax for 3 women, you need to add them up." I know that. Lin Fan nodded to show that he understood. I know you still picked 3, you're so confused. Village Chief Wang shouted angrily and looked at Lin Fan with a look of disappointment. Lin Fan felt helpless about this, but he didn't know how to explain it. You can't always say, "Should I marry and become rich?" Don't let yourself be labeled as an outcast or be taken to Kaishiku and burned. Yunyang spoke again, "Since you already know, I won't say any more. I have brought the marriage certificate. If you have no objection, just sign on it. From now on, the 3 of them will be your wives. The government assigns wives. There aren't so many rules and regulations. The marriage certificate and other things are all brought along. After the couple chooses to sign on the marriage certificate, they are considered married. They take the bride home and enter the bridal chamber on the spot. There is no such thing as a wedding banquet. Except for the rich who might make some arrangements for marrying a wife, ordinary people don't have to. When these women who were to be assigned went out, they also took their belongings with them. The bags hanging behind them were their property. Once they were assigned to their husband's family, they didn't even have to go back home. I have to say, this is very humane. Good. Lin Fan responded and stepped forward to sign the marriage certificate. Seeing this, the elder Wang, the head of the village, planned to stop it again. But Yunyang, who was in charge of the distribution, looked over. The lady has distributed the money properly. This is the performance of her profession as Yunyang. Although she can send it to a brothel if it cannot be distributed completely, that is a backup option. If it is investigated, her performance will be deducted. Now someone is willing to take over everything, which is a great thing for her. It's fine if it's just normal advice. Forcibly stop. There is absolutely no way to escape the charge of obstructing the execution of the imperial decree. Seeing this, Village Chief Wang had no choice but to grit his teeth and stop. Finally a sigh. Well, go with it. He sighed, shook his head, then turned back to the village without even looking at anything else. No one stopped it. Lin Fan successfully signed the marriage certificate. Press 3 times at a time. The system prompt sounded 3 times. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying a wife and receiving the reward of the dragon and tiger pill. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying a wife and obtaining the highest level of blacksmithing skills as a reward. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying a wife and for receiving the reward of the mountain fighting tiger fist. The reward prompt will sound 3 times in a row, and each one is a skill or item that can make you rich. When Lin Fan heard this reminder, he smiled knowingly. But now is not the time to claim the reward, let's take the 3 pretty ladies home first. Come on, my lady, come home with me. The first time Lin Fan spoke to the 3 girls, he immediately started by asking them to go home. The first thing he did was shout, "Go home." This is absolutely unthinkable in modern times. But the 3 girls did not refuse. They followed behind obediently with gratitude on their faces. Regardless of whether Lin Fan can pay the head tax next time, at least for now, they don't have to be taken to the brothel. Moreover, Lin Fan's appearance also meets their standards for choosing a partner. Compared with those rough men, he is much better and he doesn't look down on them. No matter what happens in the future. At least it's worth it now. I am sure of it in my heart. Lin Fan is their husband. This seems absurd in modern times, but it is very normal in Dalong. Lin Fan's family is at the edge of the village, and he is the only family around. That's why. The first reason is that Lin Fan's father is an outsider who came here to escape famine. The second is Lin Fan's father. As he is a blacksmith, he needs to hammer and pound all the time. If he lives too close to other people's homes, it will affect their daily routines, so he chose the edge of the village to settle down. There is a small stream flowing by the side of the gate, and all kinds of wild flowers grow around it, which looks like a place with birds singing and flowers blooming. But no matter what the external environment is like, the fact that the family is penniless cannot be concealed. When the 3 girls saw the situation in their husband's family, their faces turned pale, but they soon gritted their teeth and remained firm. Lin Fan had actually been paying attention to the 3 women, and when he saw their reactions, he nodded slightly. The system is reliable. Supporting a family is never a problem. It depends on whether the daughter-in-law is there. The reactions of these daughters-in-law did not disappoint him. As for the deeper level, we can only see it as we get to know each other better later. Ladies, this is your husband's home, and it will be your home from now on. Lin Fan pushed open the gate and brought the 3 women in. Yes, husband. The 3 girls were a little uncomfortable with this and their faces turned red at this moment. Ahem, you guys take a rest in the hall first, your husband will prepare dinner for you. Seeing this, Lin Fan coughed lightly and decided to entertain the ladies so that everyone could get acquainted with each other. It could be considered a wedding banquet for several people. Although a bit crude. But the ceremony still has to take place. But when the ladies heard this, they all hurriedly said, "How can we let our husbands be so busy? Let us do it." Rushing to get work done. Can you imagine this in modern times? But it is indeed the case now, and 3 of them are fighting for it together. Lin Fan was originally complaining about his time travel, but now he just wanted to say, "It smells great." However, he planned to use the excuse of cooking to deal with his system reward, so he would naturally not let the 3 ladies destroy it. He forced them to sit down and wait, and went to the kitchen. The 3 ladies saw this. Naturally, I couldn't help but be moved. Lin Fan could only sigh that the girls in this world were too naive. Shaking his head slightly, he went to the kitchen and started to get down to business. System, collect the first reward. Lin Fan silently instructed the system. Ding dong. Rewards are being distributed. The system prompt sounded, and then a red pill appeared out of thin air in Lin Fan's hand. A pill that makes you full of energy. The name is very simple and crude. Eating it can strengthen your body and make you have a vigorous body. Lin Fan was a little worried at first. After all, he married 3 wives at once, but he was born with a weak body, so he might not be able to farm well for even 1, let alone 3. The reward of the vitality pill is like a timely rain. No further comments. Lin Fan started building directly. The pill went down your stomach. Melts in your mouth. Boom. Like a thunder exploding inside his body, drastic changes began to occur inside Lin Fan's body. First, my whole body swelled up, as if a balloon had been blown up to its maximum size. Then came the pain. Endless pain, as if the bones and flesh were reorganizing. It hurts so much. Lin Fan almost couldn't help but shout out. But the next moment I felt comfortable again, as if I was swimming in a wet and slippery place. It's painful and refreshing at the same time. It's like ice and fire. It's a long story. It only takes a short while. When the effect of the drug wore off, Lin Fan regained control of his body. From the appearance, he hadn't changed at all, still looking so fair and frail. But in reality, he was full of energy, as if he had endless strength, and wanted to vent. As expected of a system product, this can be called an elixir of life. After experiencing the changes in his body, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and was even more looking forward to the other two rewards. Full-level blacksmithing. This can be said to be quite consistent with his ancestral business. After all, his father in this world is an old blacksmith. He has ready-made blacksmithing tools and furnaces at home and is ready to go to work at any time. The profession of blacksmith. Maybe the name is not very loud. But good blacksmiths are very popular and even sought after. The legendary god-level blacksmith Gan Jiang is one of the representative figures. The current emperor of the Dalong dynasty, Emperor Longwu, often waged wars against foreign enemies, which led to a strong martial spirit and a prevailing chivalrous spirit among the people. Some knights with superb martial arts skills often fight with each other and are very fond of all kinds of sharp weapons. These knights were even willing to spend huge sums of money to buy some famous magical weapons. If you can forge sharp weapons, would you still worry about not having money? Although he was not as rich as a country, paying the head tax was definitely not a problem. Again, without further ado, Lin Fan quickly received the reward. Compared to swallowing pills to change physical condition, the skill of this full-level blacksmith is much simpler. It only makes a bunch of information appear in his mind. The whole process was a bit painful, but considering the comparison just now, it was not a problem at all. In an instant, he seemed to have come to a special space and had been forging for countless years. From the simplest farming tools to various cold weapons, and even a number of hidden weapons, they are all involved. It was just a moment, but he felt like he had experienced countless years. When he came to his senses, his whole temperament had changed. The furnace his father used to forge iron tools was not far from the kitchen. He was very unfamiliar with these forging tools before. After all, he was frail and sickly and did not inherit them. But now, when he looked at these forging tools again, he felt like they were blending together like water. It seems like he can make a sharp weapon out of the most ordinary piece of iron. Marrying a wife will make you rich. It's true that there is no nonsense in it. The skills of this max-level blacksmith alone are enough to keep me from being embarrassed. And this is just the beginning. If I continue to marry in the future, I will definitely be more powerful than now. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh again. The system was indeed a must-have golden finger for time travelers to counterattack. It really did not disappoint. Resisting the urge to light the furnace and forge a magic weapon, he continued to receive the third reward from the system. The first is to make up for his physical defects so that he has the capital for revolution. The second is the skill to make a living so that he can marry without worries. As the name suggests, the third one is a means of self-protection. In this dynasty where martial arts is prevalent, being rich and powerful is good, but if one does not have the ability to protect such wealth and power, not only will one not be able to live a good life, but will also bring about unimaginable fatal disasters. After all, robbing the rich to help the poor is the most popular thing among these knights. No matter whether you are a bad person or not. As long as you have wealth, you become the epitome of being rich but unkind. Otherwise, where would those knights who do not work get so much money to spend? Moreover, he has so many beautiful wives. According to the current pace, there will be more and more in the future. You can't be sure if there will be some flower-stealing thief who will covet them. If you don't have the ability to protect yourself, you will definitely be in trouble in the future. The system's reward for marrying a wife this time can be said to be quite thoughtful. Very nice. Smile and give compliments. He accepted the third reward. Following the same routine, his mind once again came to a special space, where he seemed to have transformed into Wusong. Every day he was either fighting tigers or on his way to fight tigers. Go up the mountain and practice tiger boxing. This boxing style really lives up to its name, it really is constantly beating tigers. Although the name is a bit rough, a tiger can be knocked down directly by boxing, so you can imagine how good this boxing technique is. Wusong became so famous because he killed a tiger. I happen to have 3 tigresses at home. We'll have some practice after dinner. Lin Fan smiled, clenched his fists, and stared at the 3 tigresses he had just brought home. Thinking and thinking. He started to itch. With this enthusiasm, he killed the only egg-laying hen left in the house and started to prepare the first wedding banquet in his life. A very simple wedding banquet. But it moved the bride more than the wedding banquets that cost tens of millions of dollars today. A pot of stewed chicken soup. A big bowl of yellow corn rice. But it made the 3 women burst into tears. Hey, why are you crying? Lin Fan was preparing dinner when he saw his wife suddenly burst into tears. This is feeling wronged. Still missing home. No, we are so touched. You are so kind to us, my husband. The 3 ladies' voices were choked with sobs. They thought that with their conditions, even if there was a candidate, he would be a rough man or even a widower, and they would live in darkness for the rest of their lives. But now, not only is her husband gentle and elegant, he is also very kind to her and others. Lin Fan laughed when he heard it. Oh, I thought it was something else. What's there to be moved about? Since I'm your husband, shouldn't I be good to you? My family is simple, as long as you don't mind it. Marry 3 wives and bring them home. Not only was there no pomp and ceremony, there wasn't even any decent food. On the entire table, there was only a large plate of old hen stew. This thing. It has been criticized badly in modern times. Even in the difficult ancient times, it was a bit shabby. After all, this is a marriage. No dislike, no dislike. The 3 girls shook their heads repeatedly. If our husbands don't despise our humble appearance, how could we despise them? Ha ha. That's good. Come eat quickly. I believe you must be hungry after traveling all the way. Lin Fan smiled and said. The bride who is about to be dispatched has to walk through villages and towns, which is a physically demanding job. It would be a lie to say she isn't hungry. Not to mention that the 3 girls failed the selection countless times and had to travel to countless places. Well, husband, you eat first. The tallest girl among them picked up some food for Lin Fan shyly. Yeah, you guys eat too. Lin Fan nodded happily and greeted his 3 wives. It is so difficult to find a wife in modern times. But he had only been here for a few days when he brought 3 wives home. Moreover, each of them is as beautiful as a flower and has a top-notch figure. After a meal, Lin Fan gradually became familiar with the 3 young ladies. The tallest daughter-in-law among them is named Yixiao. She is gentle and considerate, with a faint temperament of a lady from a noble family. She used to come from a well-off family, but unfortunately they fell into poverty. Plus some disasters. Now she is alone. The other 2 daughters-in-law, one is called Su Xiaoxiao, although her figure is not as tall and graceful as Yixiao, but she is broad-minded and tolerant. The last one is named Wang Nanan. Compared with the first 2 who have distinct characteristics, she is simpler, but her delicate chubby face that looks only about 10 years old and her petite body can give people a different experience. The 3 daughters-in-law each have their own specialties and strengths. Such a beauty. Being able to marry one is a blessing in 3 lifetimes, but now he is marrying 3 at once. Lin Fan once again sighed at the state of the world, which was really perfect. In the area of traversers, he should be the happiest one. We chatted while eating. It was originally time for lunch. But by the time the 4 of them finished eating and chatting, the sun was already setting. When the dishes were cleared away, it was almost evening. It gets dark quickly in the mountain village. When the sun sets, the night quietly swallows up the mountain village. Lin Fan's family was poor and had no lighting. In the entire house, there was only a candle in the bedroom where Lin Fan rested. After the 3 ladies finished cleaning themselves, they were brought into the bedroom by Lin Fan. When she saw that there was only a bed in the entire bedroom and not even a chair to sit on, her face immediately blushed with shame. Are you going to sleep together? But isn't this too annoying? 3 women sharing one husband was not a big deal in Dalong. Many wealthy and powerful people will always have more, not less, at home. You can sleep together under the same quilt. This is embarrassing. But before they could speak, Lin Fan said with self-blame, "Three ladies, my family is poor and this is the only bed I have for now. I am sorry for inconveniencing you." When the three girls saw Lin Fan's scolding expression, they immediately forgot about being shy and shook their heads together, saying, "We are not wronged. It is our honor that our husband does not despise us." There is no lie in this statement. If Lin Fan hadn't chosen them, they would have been taken to a brothel to entertain customers. Compared to entering a brothel and being tasted by thousands of people, or even more horrible experiences, their current treatment is much better. Now they have no grievances in their hearts, only deep gratitude towards their husbands. They've even thought about it. If they really could not pay the head tax and their husbands were sent into exile, they would commit suicide together to remain faithful to their husbands. Anyway, they are married, and there is only one person in their husband's family, so there is no need to worry about involving others. "My lady, you are so nice." Lin Fan opened his arms and embraced the three women. Hugging three young women at the same time and smelling three different body scents is a great feeling. "Ladies, it's already night, how about we go to the bridal chamber?" Lin Fan looked at the three women and said. The three girls blushed and lowered their heads, but did not refuse and just nodded gently. Lin Fan was full of energy. He blew out the candles in the air and carried the ladies to the bed one by one. Tonight. It is destined to be a sleepless night. A sleepless night. Until the next day at 3 o'clock in the morning. Lin Fan just came back from the battlefield. Oh no, he opened his eyes on the bed and stretched out lazily. The beautiful woman next to him is no longer there. But the messy bed was made. This is what life is all about. Lin Fan felt refreshed. The life-replenishing pill was indeed a magical pill rewarded by the system. Compared to today, so many years in modern times were simply wasted time. This is what life is all about. No matter what, we must maintain our current life. Lin Fan lay on the bed and thought about it for a while, then made a firm decision. With determination. He quickly got up from the bed and prepared to start his own business of getting rich. If he wants to maintain his current life, the head tax is a huge obstacle that he cannot avoid. Only by solving this problem can he and his beautiful wives live a good life. Certainly. I want to be happier in the future. This problem must also be solved. With skills rewarded by the system, this is not a big problem. Come outside the door. Lin Fan saw his three wives, each of them was busy working. One is cooking in the kitchen. One is washing clothes. One of them was reclaiming land in the yard, wanting to create a vegetable plot and grow some crops. The three ladies each performed their duties, without any quarrels, and lived in harmony. On the face. All with a look of happiness. No matter what the future holds, at least they are happy now. When Lin Fan saw this scene, he became more determined. "Husband, are you awake?" Yi Xiaoro was hanging clothes and said happily when she saw Lin Fan. The other two girls also smiled, and the two sides really became familiar with each other and became real husband and wife. "Well, get up, the ladies have worked hard." Lin Fan smiled and greeted. "Please wait a moment, my husband. We will be able to eat soon." Su Xiaoxiao, who is broad-minded, deserves to have sufficient food rations and is responsible for the work of cook at home. Good. Lin Fan nodded again and walked to the blacksmith's furnace on the side of the yard. There are smelting tools, some semi-finished iron farm tools, and some charcoal here. The overall look is a bit shabby. However, with Lin Fan's maximum-level blacksmithing skills, these are not big problems. Picking up the tinder to start the fire, Lin Fan lit the stove. "Husband, are you ready to forge iron tools?" The young lady Wang Nanan, who had roughly turned the ground over, walked forward and asked curiously. Lin Fan nodded and said, "Yes, I will prepare to forge a universal long sword." "Wow! My husband, you are so amazing. You can even forge a long sword." Wang Nanan exclaimed when she heard this. There used to be a blacksmith in her village who made agricultural tools for some villagers, such as hoes, sickles, and at most a plow. Swords and stuff. She had never seen it made before. Because the quality required for swords is far greater than that of agricultural iron tools, ordinary blacksmiths are not capable of forging them. After all, one is used for fighting and the other is used for farm work. There is an essential difference between the two. Although Wang Nanan didn't understand these things, she was naturally very proud that her husband could do things that others couldn't. That must be amazing. Lin Fan smiled and scratched his wife's beautiful nose. The admiration from his wife naturally made him feel happy both physically and mentally. Hee, my husband is awesome. Wang Nanan has a lively personality, and the intimate gesture immediately made her eyes smile like two crescent moons. Husband, can you really forge swords? At this time, Yi Xiaoro, the eldest lady, came over excitedly. Yes. Lin Fan naturally understood the other party's thoughts. Coming from a once wealthy family, he naturally understood better than Wang Nanan, who came from an ordinary family, what it meant to be able to forge swords. Nothing else to say. The head tax, which is the most annoying thing in the family, will no longer be a fatal problem. Get confirmation. Yi Xiaoro burst into tears. Oh, sister, why are you crying? Wang Nanan was not aware of the situation and was a little confused when she saw this scene. It's okay. Your elder sister is happy. Lin Fan put down the work in his hands, walked up to his eldest wife and gently wiped away her tears. Don't worry, since I brought you back, I will definitely take good care of you and won't let you suffer any grievances again. Lin Fan comforted his eldest daughter-in-law and made his promise. Aha. Yi Xiaoro nodded repeatedly. Her character was the toughest, after all, she had experienced family decline. But she was also the softest, after all, she had no one to rely on in this world. It's time to eat. Su Xiaoxiao's voice came, and the meal for everyone was ready. Let's eat first. Xiao Xiao has already prepared the meal. We can talk about other things later. Lin Fan said a word of comfort again, then washed his hands, took his two wives' hands, and went to the living room inside the house. There was some old hen stew left from yesterday, and paired with some wild vegetables picked near home, it was quite a feast. It may not be a big deal in modern times. But in the difficult Dalong dynasty, this was already considered a New Year's celebration. Everyone sat down to eat. When they were almost done eating, Su Xiaoxiao said hesitantly, Husband, there is not much food left at home, and there is no salt either, this. Don't worry, I will take care of these, including the poll tax. With your husband here, everything will be fine. Lin Fan didn't wait for his second daughter-in-law to finish speaking before he spoke again to comfort his own wife. There are too many daughters-in-law here, so I have to say the same thing several times. It's quite troublesome. But Lin Fan enjoyed it. After all, this kind of troublesome thing, I don't know how many men can't even ask for it. Eat and drink enough. Lin Fan didn't talk much. Anything he said now would be empty talk. What he did would be the truth. Returning to the blacksmith's room, Lin Fan poured all the remaining charcoal into the furnace. The things here haven't been used for a while, and the big iron hammers used for smelting have become rusty. Faced with such conditions, it would be difficult for an ordinary blacksmith to forge swords, let alone make farm tools. However, Lin Fan is a top-level blacksmith. With the help of the system, he has forged countless magical weapons in the special space. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a legendary master blacksmith. Even though the conditions are simple, it is not a problem to forge some fine swords. But it's just a fine-quality sword, he can't forge a much better one. After all, not only are the conditions crude, the carbon used for smelting is just charcoal, which is far less hot than coal. There were also forged metals at home, but there were only a few half-finished hoes. It is impossible to forge a magical weapon with such raw materials. A good cook cannot cook without rice. This is not just talk. However, it is definitely enough to forge high-quality swords. After all, in Dalong, a martial arts-oriented country, weapons have always been the most popular. Husband, I will show you the fire. Su Xiaoxiao returned to her job, watching the fire in the stove for Lin Fan and pulling the bellows hard when heating was needed. Yi Xiaoro and Wang Nanan were helping, getting whatever was needed. The three daughters-in-law are united in purpose. With the help of his 3 daughters-in-law, Lin Fan started the forging work. First, put the semi-finished hoe back into the furnace to melt it down and get the required raw metal. Then start making the mold. After the molten iron was poured into the mold and roughly formed, Lin Fan picked up the big hammer for forging. This thing is quite heavy. If it were the Lin Fan of the past, it would have been difficult for him to lift it, let alone temper it. But now Lin Fan can ride 3 horses to fight on the battlefield without any fatigue, and playing with a big hammer is just a joke. Full of energy. This is not a joke, and the 3 well-behaved daughters-in-law are the best proof of this. Coupled with the force-generating technique of the full-level blacksmith skill, he can use the opponent's force to his advantage. The heavy forging hammer comes easily to him. Ding! First there was a heavy blow, sparks flying everywhere, and then there was continuous beating. The movements appear to be gentle, but in fact each one is full of force. Thousands of trials and tribulations. When the long sword is placed in the container for quenching, a regular long sword is basically formed. Next. Just some finishing touches. The 3 wives were all watching in fascination. They thought that others working as blacksmiths was crude, but they found it pleasing to watch their own husbands also working as blacksmiths. He looks slender, without rough and muscular muscles, like a graceful scholar, but he is full of strength. The 3 pairs of eyes were full of admiration. "My husband, you are so beautiful." Wang Nanan couldn't help herself, her chubby face looked rosy and cute. "You look good, too." Lin Fan also smiled and praised, then looked at the other 2 wives. "Of course you are also very beautiful, you are all fairies from heaven." The 3 girls smiled shyly. They feel that compliments from others are frivolous, but when they are praised by their own husbands, they are happy and their eyes are filled with love. Ancient women. It's so simple and pure. Time flies. When the sword completed the quenching process, the sky outside darkened again. It can't be completed today. But Lin Fan was not in a hurry. After all, there was still some time before the next head tax payment. After putting the unfinished sword away, Lin Fan took a comfortable bath and had a simple dinner with the help of his 3 wives. When it was completely dark, Lin Fan loosened his belt and led the somewhat shy wives into the only bedroom in the house again. In ancient society, there were not many entertainment programs at night, so the wife could only suffer. This time, both sides were familiar with the route. The next day, it was daybreak. Lin Fan climbed out of the bed. Looking at the beautiful woman sleeping beside him, his struggle index was immediately raised to the maximum. When he arrived at the blacksmith's room, he carried out the remaining processes on the semi-finished sword. The full-level blacksmith skills made these processes very smooth from beginning to end, and there were no major problems throughout the whole process. Although this forged sword has some flaws due to its condition, it is not bad compared to those sold outside. "Husband, you got up so early." Su Xiaoxiao, who was in charge of the cooking, was the first one to get up. But when she got up to prepare dinner, Lin Fan had already been up for a long time. "There's some finishing work that hasn't been completed yet, so I got up a little early today." Lin Fan looked up at his sleepy wife and answered with a smile. "Thank you for your hard work, my husband. Xiaoxiao will make you breakfast right away." Su Xiaoxiao said with some distress. She was not a fool, so she naturally understood why her husband worked so hard. There are 3 daughters-in-law in the family, and the added head tax is like a huge mountain. There are also living expenses, which are also not a small amount. And all this. The pressure is all on Lin Fan. Although they all avoided it and did not want to put pressure on their husbands, they understood in their hearts how great the pressure was. "Well, thank you for your help." Lin Fan was doing the final polishing, and he smiled gently and nodded when he heard this. Wisps of smoke rise. Soon, the eldest and second daughters-in-law also got up. Seeing their husbands busy early in the morning, they were touched and distressed. "What's wrong? Do you feel like crying so early in the morning?" When Lin Fan saw that his 2 wives had red eyes, he naturally understood what they were thinking and immediately pretended to make a joke. "Yeah, I feel like crying." Wang Nanan is lively and innocent, and she answers honestly when faced with jokes. "That's impossible. I don't like to coax people in the morning." I cry at night. Lin Fan said with a wicked smile. Why? The naive Wang Nanan was puzzled, but Yi Xiaoro next to her blushed. I'll tell you tonight. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and planned to pay special attention to the other party tonight, so that the other party would understand why he needed to be comforted when he cried at night. At this time, Su Xiaoxiao prepared breakfast and the three of them ended the topic. Had a simple breakfast. Lin Fan said, I'm going to go out for a while, you guys wait for me at home. My husband, do you want to sell the sword? Yi Xiaoro was intelligent and knowledgeable, and she understood at the first moment what her husband was going to do. Lin Fan nodded slightly, but he was a little worried in his heart. This is indeed to sell swords. But this sounds a bit awkward. But he didn't think much about it. After a few simple instructions, he picked up the forged sword. Because there was no material and no scabbard, the sword was wrapped in an old rag and looked like a fire poker, very rough. Just this appearance. If it is ordinary goods, it is difficult to sell it at an ideal price. However, Lin Fan was very confident, or even full of confidence. The blacksmith skill at the maximum level is definitely at the master craftsman level. Even if the materials are limited, the forged items are rare treasures. Be careful on the road, my husband. The three daughters-in-law were sent to the door, with worry in their eyes. The world is not peaceful nowadays, and it is normal to leave corpses in the wilderness. Some beasts. It is a great threat to passers-by. Don't worry, your husband is very capable, nothing will happen to him. Lin Fan waved his hand in comfort, then carried the forged sword, the dry food and drinking water prepared by his wives, walked out of his house, and prepared to go to the county town 50 miles away. 50 miles. If you were in the same body as before you received the system reward, it would be difficult to complete the journey even if there was no danger. But for Lin Fan, who is now full of energy, it can be said to be a piece of cake. But before he reached the entrance of the village, he was stopped by two men with teasing looks on their faces. Lin Fan, I heard that you took 3 beautiful ladies home as your wives. You didn't go out the whole day yesterday. Aren't you afraid of dying in bed? Yeah, Lin Fan, don't die if you're so easily blown down by the wind. Two men blocked the way and spoke in a nonchalant manner. What does it have to do with you? Lin Fan frowned slightly, and a cold light flashed in his pupils. He was not unfamiliar with the two people in front of him. We can even say that we are very familiar with each other, as we are from the same village. One was called Wang Fa, the son of a small landlord in the village, and the other was Wang Ergu, the nephew of Wang, the head of the village. Because their families have some wealth, they don't have to dig for food in the fields every day like ordinary people, and they don't have to be idle and sloppy all day, doing some sneaky things. Referred to as Galiuzi. As outsiders, Lin Fan's family is often bullied by these two rascals, and they have been bullied since they were young. Because the original owner was weak since childhood, he could not resist when being bullied, so he could only accept defeat and stay as far away as possible when encountering bullies. It was precisely because of this weak performance that the two of them became even more unscrupulous. As long as you encounter, they will all make fun of it. Anyone who dares to resist will be beaten up by them. 2 days ago, Lin Fan brought back 3 beautiful brides, which immediately made them unhappy. Seeing the useless Lin Fan living so happily was more painful for them than if they were unhappy. It was also because of this that they had been blocking Lin Fan from going out these past 2 days. As for breaking into the house, they didn't have the courage to do so. After all, according to the laws of Dalong, anyone who broke into someone else's house without permission would be exiled if caught. Now that Dalong is at war every year, what good outcome would come from being exiled? However, they did not expect that Lin Fan did not go out for 2 days and stayed in the land of comfort, which made them even more unhappy. They finally caught him today, so there is naturally no chance of letting him off the hook. I didn't think of anything. I was just afraid that you would die in bed and your Lin family would be extinct. Wang Fa, a tall man from a landlord family, said with a sneer. Wang Ergu, who was sitting on the other side, agreed, Brother Fa is right, don't let your family lineage end. Get lost. While I'm not angry, I advise the two of you to get as far away from me as possible. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. If he didn't have something important to do, he wouldn't mind avenging the original owner for the bullying today. Oh, After you married a woman, your tone became even more arrogant. Are you itching for trouble? Wang Ergu rolled up his sleeves and planned to follow his usual operations. However, Wang Fa stopped him, and then looked at Lin Fan and said, Lin Fan, today we two brothers are not looking for trouble with you, but we want to kindly remind you of something. Remind me of something? Lin Fan was a little confused when he heard this. That's right. Wang Fa nodded and said, it won't be long before the government collects the head tax again. You definitely can't afford it given your conditions, so today your two brothers will show you the way. You guys would be so kind. Lin Fan sneered. Having received the original owner's memories, he knew the character of the two people. Hee, look at what you said, brother, when have we ever been unkind? Wang Fa smiled evilly and said, actually, this is a very simple way. Didn't you take 3 beautiful girls back home? With your physique, you can't use them all. Why not take 2 out to receive customers? As long as you can satisfy the 2 brothers, they will introduce more customers to you in the future. Is the head tax still a problem? Brother Fa is right, hee. As long as we are happy, Wang Ergu wanted to agree again, but before he could finish his words, a fist as big as a casserole came at him and knocked out one of his teeth. He screamed in pain. You're looking for death. Wang Fa was furious when he saw this. This little loser actually dared to resist. You are the one seeking death. Lin Fan's face turned completely cold. If it was just directed at him, he might have endured it if he had important things to do. But no man can tolerate humiliating his wives. He lets his wife come out to entertain guests. What does he think of him and his wife? His vigorous body began to exert its strength, and he kept using the tiger fist while going up the mountain. At first, the two wanted to fight back. But after a few punches, the opponent had no choice but to lie on the ground screaming and begging for mercy. This is just a small lesson. If you dare to humiliate my wife again, I will make you 2 losers pay the price. Seeing the other party fall down completely, Lin Fan said something indifferently and turned to leave. 50 miles means 100 miles round trip, so we can't waste any more time. Brother Fa, this guy seems to have become very good at fighting. What should we do? Wang Ergu was severely beaten up and suddenly became a little afraid of Lin Fan. Don't worry, I'll go back and tell my eldest brother that I've never been beaten like this since I was a child, and this matter is definitely not over. Wang Fa spoke fiercely, looking at Lin Fan's back with resentment. He has a vigorous physique. A distance of 50 miles is not very far for Lin Fan. He almost jogged all the way, and when the sun was overhead, he arrived in front of a city. Skywind City. In the corner of Dalong. It is not prosperous overall, but as the hub of several large cities, it has a large flow of people. There are guards stationed at the city gates to check passers-by. Lin Fan didn't carry any goods, so the guards didn't stop him to collect taxes, so he entered smoothly. The streets of Tianfeng City. It is spread out in the city in a cross shape, with various shops, hotels, and hawkers on both sides. Standing on the street. A style of ancient costume TV drama came towards Lin Fan. Baozi, freshly baked meat buns, if they don't smell good, I won't pay for them. Tanghulu, sweet and delicious tanghulu. Go away. Where did you come from, beggar? Get away from me. All kinds of noises filled my ears. No matter where you are, there are people selling steamed buns and candied haws. Certainly. Beggars are also indispensable. Lin Fan smiled. This is really the case. But I have to say, looking at the fragrant meat buns, he also had an appetite. I have walked 50 miles from this morning till now. I would be lying if I said I am not hungry. Unfortunately, I am short of money. Go sell the sword first. Lin Fan could only suppress his appetite and walk towards the inside of the street. The original owner had been to the county town several times and was not unfamiliar with the place. To sell swords and weapons. The crossroads in the city can be said to be the most ideal place. Because in that busy area, there was a store that specialized in weapons. This store is Shenbing. It is rumored that this divine weapon pavilion has branches in many cities in the Dalong dynasty. It does a huge business, and the magical weapons it sells are sought after by countless heroes in the martial arts world. Even the imperial court. We have cooperated with them. Lin Fan was planning to do long-term business by forging weapons, so naturally he had to look for these big merchants. The streets in Tianfeng City are not very long. It didn't take long for Lin Fan to arrive at the gate of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. It is indeed a big merchant. This card is indeed very sufficient. Not to mention anything else, the storefront alone occupies several acres. This is the most prosperous street in Tianfeng City, and it covers such a large area. One can imagine the financial resources of the Divine Weapon Pavilion from this. From time to time, people dressed as martial arts knights come in and out, and it seems that business is quite good. Sir, do you need to buy anything? Lin Fan stopped in front of the door for a while, and a man dressed as a servant came forward and asked politely. Although Lin Fan's attire did not look like that of a wealthy person, the servant from the Divine Weapon Pavilion did not look down on him at all. Instead, he asked him politely. Lin Fan sighed again. No wonder the business can be so big. I'm not buying anything, I'm planning to sell something. Lin Fan nodded in a friendly manner to the servant, then stated his purpose. Oh, you're selling something. Can you please tell me what you're selling? The servant had a constant smile on his face. Since the Divine Weapon Pavilion was so big, there would naturally be buyers and sellers. And some magical weapons. Just because it's new doesn't necessarily mean it's good. Many swords are even more valuable than newly forged ones after drinking blood. For example, the blood-drinking sword that is widely circulated in the martial arts world is the treasure of their Divine Weapon Pavilion. Even the commander of the violent organization Jinwu division of the Dalong dynasty is interested in purchasing it. And this knife. It was the old knife that had drunk countless blood. The original Shenbing Pavilion was bought from a retired hero. I sell a long sword. Lin Fan took off the long package on his back. Use a long sword. The servant's eyes lit up when he heard this. Among the heroes in the martial arts world, swords are the most popular weapons. Especially the long sword. It is quite popular in terms of price. Because those young men who are just starting out like to have a long sword the most and dream of traveling around the world with a sword as a martial arts hero. This kind of young and inexperienced person. The best-selling price. Half of the performance of the Divine Weapon Pavilion is supported by the sale of long swords. Please come in, sir. I'll ask our second shopkeeper to give you an estimate. The servant respectfully made a gesture of invitation. Thank you very much. Lin Fan thanked him and followed him into the Divine Weapon Pavilion. The space inside is very large, and the specially made weapon racks are filled with all kinds of weapons, from common swords to relatively rare axes and halberds, and even longbows and hidden weapons, all of which can be seen inside. However, Lin Fan was not here to buy weapons, so the servant led him to a side room. Sir, please sit down and rest for a while. I will go and call our second shopkeeper. The servant arranged for Lin Fan to sit down, brought him a cup of tea, and then turned around to call for help. Lin Fan sat on the wooden chair, picked up the long sword he had forged, and began to remove the cloth strips. As for the tea on the table, he had no intention of drinking it. Second shopkeeper, this guest is planning to give up the sword in his hand. Not long after, the servant who had just gone out came in with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was wearing a green robe and had his long hair combed meticulously. He walked in and looked at Lin Fan unnoticeably, and finally his eyes fixed on the sword in Lin Fan's hand. At first he looked calm. But as Lin Fan removed all the wrapping cloth, his eyes suddenly lit up. You should go out and do your work first. The second shopkeeper simply waved his hand to send the servant away, then walked over to sit in front of Lin Fan. What's this guy's name? He said with a gentle smile. Lin Fan said without changing his expression, do I need to check your identity when selling things in your pavilion? That's not necessary. The second shopkeeper still smiled, I just think you are a good guy and want to get to know you. Oh, it's my honor. Lin Fan smiled politely. No, no. The second shopkeeper also smiled politely. Seeing that Lin Fan did not want to reveal any personal information, he changed the subject without any contradiction and asked, "Young man, are you planning to sell the long sword in your hand?" "Good." Lin Fan nodded. "Can I have a look?" The second shopkeeper looked at the sword and asked. "Sure." Lin Fan handed over the sword in his hand and placed it on the wooden table between the two of them. The second shopkeeper picked up the sword skillfully, and his eyes became brighter as he watched. "Nice sword." The second shopkeeper praised sincerely and gently stroked the sword with his hand. Hearing the other party's comments, Lin Fan's mouth curled up slightly. "This is certainly a good sword, at least not worse than those hanging in the hall outside. Can you try the sharp edge?" The second shopkeeper looked up and asked Lin Fan. "Please." Lin Fan raised his hand and nodded. After getting permission, the second shopkeeper picked up a piece of hardwood nearby. This hardwood. It is specially used to test the sharpness and toughness of weapons. Weapons are meant to be used in fighting, so if they are not sharp and tough enough, they will naturally be useless. The second shopkeeper had never learned martial arts, but his movements were very skillful. He raised his sword and slashed it diagonally. Sizzle. A slight friction sound was heard. Then the hardwood section specially tested was easily split into two and fell to the ground. The whole process. Not many waves. The cut of hardwood is as smooth as a mirror, cut from the beginning to the end. Not bad, not bad. The second shopkeeper started praising again, and it was obvious that he was very satisfied with the test. Although Lin Fan was confident in his skills, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene, knowing that he had secured his spot. "Brother, are you really going to use this long sword?" The second shopkeeper took a deep breath and put down the sword in his hand. Lin Fan replied, "Of course I have to take action, otherwise why would I come here?" "Good." The second shopkeeper nodded and said, "Since you really want to sell it, then the Divine Weapon Pavilion will buy it for 50 taels of silver. What do you think?" 50 taels. Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he heard that. In the Dalong dynasty, the currency is also gold, silver, and copper coins. 1 tael of silver can be exchanged for 1,000 copper coins. In terms of purchasing power, a meat bun only costs 2 copper coins. 1 tael of silver could buy 500 meat buns, enough to cover a family's living expenses for a month. 50 taels. This is 5 years of expenses for the whole family. It only took Lin Fan less than 2 days to forge it, and the materials he used were some ordinary things, even a semi-finished hoe recycled from waste, but he was able to sell it at such a high price. Full-level blacksmith skills. It was even more powerful than he had imagined. "Yes, it's 50 taels of silver. What do you think of it, young man?" The second shopkeeper smiled and said, "This price is indeed the actual price, and there is absolutely no intention to rip you off." "Certainly. You may make a lot of money, but Shenbing Pavilion will never lose money." The tested hardwood was easily cut into 2 pieces with one sword. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and the blade was not damaged at all. If it was simply packaged and sold, it could be sold for at least 100 taels or more. The people of Dalong are poor. They are just ordinary people. Some kids from wealthy families, even from aristocratic families, are extremely wealthy. 100 taels to buy a magic weapon is nothing to these young men. Lin Fan naturally knew that the Divine Weapon Pavilion would make money, even more than himself. But he has already got what he deserves, so naturally he won't be too greedy. It's really going to be a loss. Might someone else want it? Okay, let's settle the money and goods. Having achieved his psychological expectation, Lin Fan pushed the sword on the table in front of the other party. The second shopkeeper picked up the sword again and called the servant to bring 50 taels of silver and handed it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the silver. The two parties have settled the matter. After receiving 50 taels of silver, Lin Fan felt it was heavy. Not only is this year's head tax settled, but household expenses are no longer a problem. You will become rich in one wave. Get married and get rich. The system is indeed not adulterated. After all, with the maximum level blacksmith skills, he can produce all kinds of weapons continuously. Even the materials are in place. He can create truly magical weapons. The legendary dragon-slaying sword in the martial arts world would not be a problem for a top-level blacksmith like him if the materials were sufficient. Don't worry about the magic weapon. With my current conditions, if I really create a magic weapon, it might be a disaster. I'd better stabilize my current life first. Lin Fan suppressed his inner turmoil and put away the silver in his hand. After bowing to the second shopkeeper and the servant who brought him in, he turned and left the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Shenbing Pavilion is indeed a big trading company. There was no scene where someone would immediately follow and try to steal the treasure after selling something. Maybe 50 taels is not worth their while to smash the sign. Lin Fan turned his head to look at the Divine Weapon Pavilion again, then walked towards the other end of the street. This time I made a long sword. The inventory left by Lin Fan's father has basically been used up. If you want to continue forging new weapons, you must buy some raw materials. Also, the charcoal was not hot enough, so he planned to buy some coal. Only with truly high temperatures can a true sword be forged. Coal and Iron Department. This is the place in the county town that specializes in selling coal and iron. It is considered a semi-official department. Hello, what would you like to buy? The Coal and Iron Bureau is a semi-official department, and the reception staff were indifferent to the guests. Lin Fan didn't care, but handed over his father's blacksmith identity card and said, "I want to buy some fine coal and raw iron. Please give me the receipt." "How much?" The receptionist looked at the blacksmith ID card that Lin Fan handed over and asked indifferently. "Fine coal and iron. It is considered a controlled item in Dalong. Except for special professionals, ordinary people are not allowed to buy it to avoid waste. Blacksmith is a special profession. You can buy a certain amount of shares." Seeing that he had passed the verification, Lin Fan reported the amount he wanted. "It's 5 taels in total. Do you need help delivering it to your door? If it's delivered within 100 miles, I'll add 201. The other party took out an abacus and did some calculations, then gave a quote for the item and asked if they wanted door-to-door delivery. Coal and iron are both heavy things. In addition, Lin Fan bought a lot, and he couldn't carry it back by himself, so he had to send it by car. Lin Fan naturally understood this and chose to provide door-to-door service. After giving the other party the address and deposit, he took the receipt handed over by the other party and left the Coal and Iron Company. As for the purchased coal and iron, the other party will arrange for someone to deliver it to your door. The Coal and Iron Bureau is a semi-official department, so there is no need to worry about its credibility. Moreover, he only paid a small deposit and the rest was to be paid on delivery. Even if the other party refused to pay, he would not suffer much loss. Leaving the Coal and Iron Department, Lin Fan returned to the busy streets. But this time he was not selling swords, but buying some daily necessities. First, he bought a batch of food, and then some daily necessities, such as salt, sugar, soap beans, etc. Came to a jewelry store. Lin Fan thought about it and walked in. The jewelry sold there are all women's products, jade hairpins, jade bracelets, and so on. Of course, there are also some strange things and various sachets. Lin Fan had never bought anything for a girl, and didn't know much about these things. But thinking that his wife didn't even have decent jewelry, he bought them all, 3 copies of each. This stuff isn't cheap. After buying them all, 10 taels of silver were gone in an instant. They were much more expensive than coal and iron. But Lin Fan didn't think it was a big deal. It was only 1/5 of a sword. He could earn it back in minutes. It was not a big deal at all. "Sir, come often when you have time." The female owner of the jewelry store smiled widely and enthusiastically escorted Lin Fan, a big customer, out of the store. Her enthusiastic eyes were filled with deep reluctance to let him go. Tianfeng County is just a small town. With a consumption of 10 taels this time, he is definitely a big customer and a rare sucker. Lin Fan touched the bridge of his nose and roughly realized that he had been ripped off. But I didn't think it was a big deal, as long as my wife was happy. It was just a little money, so I would just give it to her. After all, there weren't many such opportunities. With a bag of jewelry, Lin Fan came to the cloth shop again. The next step is naturally another round of shopping. When everything was done, Lin Fan not only had a lot more things, but it was also getting dark. It seems like I can't go back tonight. The coal and iron company will help deliver the goods to my door tomorrow. I might as well go back with the delivery guy. It's really a bit unsafe on the road at night. Lin Fan took a look at the things he bought, then looked at the sky, and decided to spend the night in the city. Ancient night. But it's different from modern times. There are not only all kinds of criminals outside, but also all kinds of ferocious beasts. For example, a large group of insects or wolves. If they encounter each other, there will inevitably be a bloody battle. Although Lin Fan had the ability to support himself, he didn't want to travel in the dark. He didn't want to get lost in the mountains in the dark and not know where he was. I have made up my mind. Lin Fan found an inn that looked pretty good and stayed there, planning to go back with the people from the coal and iron department tomorrow. Just when Lin Fan found an inn and prepared to spend the night there, an important person suddenly arrived. This great man has arrived. Not only the second shopkeeper who was responsible for receiving Lin Fan was waiting respectfully for orders, but even the head shopkeeper who seldom showed up was also waiting respectfully. Did you just receive this sword? This important figure is a white-haired old man. He looks quite old, but his complexion is very rosy, he is full of energy, and his voice is very loud. He held a long sword in his hand, looked at it carefully, then raised his head and asked the two shopkeepers. Upon hearing this, the second shopkeeper bowed and replied, "Yes, great elder, this sword was bought from a young man at noon. It cost me 50 taels in total. 50 taels is worth it. Do you still remember what that young man looked like?" The big shot nodded upon hearing this, and then continued to ask. "I remember." The second shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. "Then go back and find an artist to draw a rough portrait of him for this elder." The big shot ordered expressionlessly. "Yes, sir." The second shopkeeper quickly agreed. "Well, go down." The big shot waved his hand and sent the second shopkeeper away. After the second shopkeeper left, the first shopkeeper who had not spoken just now asked in confusion, "Grand Elder, is there any secret about this sword that makes you so concerned?" "Haha, there is no secret, but the forging method is very interesting. It is the 100 forging method that has long been lost in the martial arts world. This elder is curious about who has mastered it again." The big shot smiled and explained. "Hiss. It's the 100 forging method." The chief shopkeeper took a deep breath when he heard this, and he was not as calm as the big shots. The 100 forging method. Others may find it strange. But their divine weapon pavilion specializes in the sale of weapons, so they are naturally familiar with the various methods of forging weapons, otherwise they would not be able to do such a big business. In their headquarters, so many blacksmiths were trained. However, none of the blacksmiths they trained mastered the 100 forging method. It is said that this forging method can turn decayed things into something magical. Even ordinary scrap iron can be forged into sharp divine weapons after being forged using this technique. I wonder if this is true. The chief shopkeeper said with some emotion. "That's natural." The big shot replied, "This sword is like this. I have just tested it. The material used for forging is the most common scrap iron, but under the 100 forging method, it was forged into a fine sword." Hiss. That's too strong. The chief shopkeeper took a deep breath again. "Yeah, it's really strong." The big shot also nodded in approval. "What a pity. This sword looks like an old item. Otherwise, if we can find the seller, we can easily find the master who has mastered the 100 forging techniques." The chief shopkeeper shook his head regretfully. "Who told you it was an old item?" The big shot asked directly. "Isn't this possible?" The chief shopkeeper spoke hesitantly. He could reach the position of chief shopkeeper because he had good vision, otherwise he would not have been able to hold this position. "Of course not." The big shot smiled, "Although this sword has been deliberately made to look old and looks quite old, and the craftsmanship is very sophisticated, this elder's red flame inner strength can clearly sense that there is a fire energy surrounding this sword. It is an item that was forged recently." "That." The chief shopkeeper's eyes brightened instantly. "Good. The big shot nodded and said, as long as we find the person who sold this sword, there is a great chance that we can find the master who has mastered the lost forging method. Then I'll go and supervise the matter immediately. The chief shopkeeper became excited. Don't worry, just let Xiaochen handle this. This time I came here and I need you to do something else. The big shot stopped the excited shopkeeper and said solemnly. The chief storekeeper stopped his actions immediately upon hearing this and respectfully asked, please give your instructions, great elder. As long as I can do something, I will definitely do my best to help you share your worries. Well, sit down. The big shot nodded in satisfaction, then sighed and said, this time, this elder came here because the eldest lady ran away from home a few days ago, and the last information the intelligence disciples found out was that the eldest lady appeared in the Tianfeng city area, so I want you to mobilize the energy in the city and do your best to find the eldest lady. The eldest lady ran away from home. The chief shopkeeper once again took a deep breath, contributing to the warming of nature. Well, this matter is kept confidential for the time being, to prevent hostile forces from interfering. Please be careful when investigating, and try to investigate this matter as secretly as possible. The big shot spoke up and gave instructions. Yes. Don't worry, great elder. The chief shopkeeper suppressed his inner turmoil and nodded to take on this important task. The other side. Lin Fan was unaware of the major events that took place in the Divine Weapon Pavilion. He asked the waiter for a guest room and moved in with a lot of things on his back. He asked the waiter to bring some food to his room, and then he lay down on the bed to rest. Without Ruoyu by his side, he felt a little uncomfortable as he had been holding the pet in his mouth. But there was nothing to do, so he could only force himself to go to sleep. I stayed in a daze until dawn. Wait until early the next morning. Lin Fan got up from the bed. After packing his things, he quickly checked out and walked towards the coal and iron company, ready to go home with the delivery carriage. What a coincidence. The deliveryman fell ill, so the goods can only be delivered tomorrow. Have no choice. Lin Fan could only go back by himself. Didn't come back overnight. His daughters-in-law are already worried. If I spend another night here, I don't know how worried I would be. Besides, there is no food at home. If I don't go back today, the 3 daughters-in-law will starve. Let the wife starve. Naturally, he didn't want to do such a thing. After making sure that the goods would be delivered the next day, he returned alone, carrying a basket of things. But before I got far, I ran into an acquaintance. This acquaintance was none other than Yunyang, who had sent his wife to his home a few days ago. Big sister Yunyang. The other party sent him 3 beautiful ladies. Since he met them, he naturally had to say hello. Oh, it's you, little brother. Yunyang didn't recognize him at first, but only after a while. It's not her fault for having a bad memory, but the Lin Fan from a few days ago has changed so much from now. If nothing else. Just the whole person's mental demeanor is almost completely different. If Lin Fan hadn't been so fair and handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, standing out from the crowd in a place like Shankala, making a deep impression, she would not have recognized him. Yeah, but I'm not a little brother anymore. I'm an adult. Lin Fan clarified with a smile. Well, you are indeed an adult now. Yunyang gently tapped Lin Fan's chest and chuckled. Hey, it's a must. Lin Fan chuckled and took a step back unnoticeably. Can this middle-aged woman suck up the dirt while squatting on the ground? Hee hee. Yunyang smiled immediately, then looked at the things behind Lin Fan and said in surprise, little brother, it seems that your life is getting more and more prosperous. You bought so many things. Lin Fan replied, not bad, all thanks to the help of sister Yunyang. He really speaks the truth. But Yunyang thought it was a joke, so she followed suit and said, if that's the case, then next time there's a young lady that can't be assigned, I'll take her to your house, right? Sure. Naturally, there was no reason for Lin Fan to refuse such a good thing. He wouldn't be scared even if a bunch of girls came to him, even if he was despised by the 3 girls. There is a system in place. The more the better. Hee hee, you are so beautiful. Yunyang's smile became even brighter, her chest surged with waves, and there began to be something wrong with the way she looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan said he couldn't stand it anymore and was afraid that the other party would press him to suck the dirt, so he chatted for a few more words and then hurriedly said goodbye. I didn't meet any acquaintances this time. We left through the city gate smoothly. However, halfway through the journey, they suddenly heard the roar of a tiger coming from the forest ahead. I heard a tiger roar. Lin Fan suddenly became restless. His Shangshan fighting tiger fist was specially created for fighting tigers. Now that a tiger has come to my door, wouldn't it be a waste if I don't give it a try? Become a tiger-killing hero. I don't know if it was the influence of the boxing, but Lin Fan felt a little restless. And there's one more thing. That means tigers can be sold for money. Whether it is expensive tiger skin, tiger bones or tiger meat, they can all be exchanged for a lot of money. The tiger is full of treasures. This sentence is not just talk. Don't you see that even in modern times, when tigers are protected, there are still unscrupulous traders who take risks, secretly slaughtering tigers and selling them, making millions for just one tiger? This deal. It is not much worse than translating drugs in the country. Although the world is not so exaggerated, tigers are also very valuable. Tiger skins could be sold to wealthy households and used to make luxurious decorations. Tiger bones and tiger meat. It can be sold to young people from wealthy families and is an excellent tonic for strengthening the body. And tiger whip. Those who understand will understand. After this calculation, it turned out that what was in the forest ahead was no longer a tiger, but a moving silver ingot. Without much hesitation, Lin Fan walked towards the direction of the whistling sound. He didn't rush forward rashly, but planned to take a look at the situation. But the tiger has not been seen yet. Instead, he saw a young man running towards him in a panic, shouting for help. Help! Help! The young man stumbled and fell, looking very embarrassed. When he saw Lin Fan, he grabbed a life-saving straw and shouted loudly, "There is a big bug ahead, there is a big bug ahead." Speak haltingly. Obviously terrified. Seeing that the tiger was planning to hurt people, Lin Fan had no choice but to take action. Without saying a word, Lin Fan put down the basket on his back and ran towards the other party. Before the young man could finish his words, he saw Lin Fan bravely rushing towards the big beast. He was stunned for a moment and forgot to keep running. Finally, he thought of something, gritted his teeth, and turned back to follow. On the mountain forest path, a tiger was roaring and attacking a figure. This figure was also a young man, dressed as a knight, but compared to the embarrassed young man just now, he was much more sharp. Facing the tiger's attack, he held a long sword in his hand and fought back. A long, slender sword was danced so tightly, with a cold glow, it looked like something out of a movie. If it were an ordinary tiger, it is possible that they might be forced to retreat by him. After all, wild beasts don't want to get hurt. Unfortunately, what he encountered was a tiger king. A tiger king that far surpasses ordinary tigers in both size and momentum. The tiger king was seen roaring in the mountains and forests, and every time it pounced, it brought a bloody wind. The terrible oppressive force made the insects and birds within miles around silent and trembling. With a size comparable to that of a buffalo, it is like a meat-shaped heavy tank that can crush all opponents. The young man who was fighting was indeed quite capable and no pushover, but facing this terrifying tiger king, he soon fell into a disadvantage and could only grit his teeth and hold on. Defeat. This is basically a foregone conclusion. The young man who ran back with him was almost frightened to death when he saw this scene. Lin Fan knew that this young man was of no help, and it took great courage for him to run back with him. There is no hope. But he didn't expect it. Young man, please go back and rest. I will take care of this big beast. Lin Fan took a deep breath and walked towards the Tiger King step by step. The young man who was struggling to resist heard this and took the time to look at Lin Fan. When he saw Lin Fan, who looked like a weak scholar, he immediately shook his head and said, "Go away, this is not something you can handle." He is a chivalrous man. Lin Fan nodded slightly upon hearing this. The other party was almost doomed to die, and there was no intention to shift the blame to someone else and drag him down with him. Such nature. It is indeed a chivalrous heart. But the more this happened, the more Lin Fan wanted to take action. A living life. It would be fine if he couldn't help, but he now has a way to help. Just the Tiger King. He really wants to try it. He has a vigorous physique and uses boxing skills specially developed for fighting tigers. He may be weak against martial arts masters, but he is not weak against a mere tiger. Lin Fan made up his mind and didn't waste any time talking. Instead, he seized the opportunity at the side, leaped forward with full power, and used the strongest move of the mountain fighting tiger fist, fight the tiger tonight. The name of the boxing style is very sloppy. But its momentum was extraordinary, and the moment it was used, it suppressed the Tiger King's power. The Tiger King had already been attracted by the young knight, and with the special suppression from the tiger fist he had learned while practicing on the mountain, he had no time to react to Lin Fan's strongest killing move and was knocked away by a single punch. A Tiger King weighing nearly 1,000 pounds. While diving, he was knocked away by a punch. This is no less than the effect of a car being kicked away while driving at high speed. So fierce. When the young knight saw this scene, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Bang! The Tiger King smashed a tree and fell to the ground, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Obviously, Lin Fan's killing move caused it considerable damage. However, the Tiger King had been through hundreds of battles and was a king who had fought his way through. Naturally, this injury did not make it retreat, but instead aroused its ferocious nature. Roar! The deafening tiger roar stunned even the young knight with considerable strength for a moment. However, Lin Fan was not affected. Instead, the blood in his body continued to boil. When receiving the training of going up the mountain to practice Tiger Fist, he experienced the memory of fighting tigers countless times in the system's simulation space. Facing the tiger's roar, he was not afraid, but his fighting spirit was even higher. Evil beast! Die! Lin Fan glared with his eyes wide open, looking even more ferocious than the Tiger King. He did not look like a weak scholar at usual time. He was like a brave tiger-fighting hero. No weapons were taken. With just a pair of flesh and blood fists, he took the initiative to attack the Tiger King. Go up the mountain and practice tiger boxing. Although his move seemed ordinary, he was able to counter the Tiger King's attacks every time, completely suppressing the Tiger King. No matter how the Tiger King roared, it was useless. Is this a return to nature? The young knight's eyes fixed, he was completely unable to get involved and became a spectator. Young master, are you okay? The young man who was frightened just now ran forward hurriedly. I'm fine. Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you back again? The young knight asked somewhat reproachfully, and this hero, what's going on? I'm worried about you. The young man muttered something, and then answered excitedly, I just met this gentleman on the road. When he heard me say there was a big tiger, he not only didn't run away, but also came to help without saying a word. The young man chattered, allowing the young knight who was asking questions to understand the situation. He helped a ferocious beast without hesitation. He is truly a hero with a chivalrous heart. The young knight praised sincerely and looked at Lin Fan with admiration. Aha! The young man nodded in approval. This big bug is going to lose. Suddenly the young knight spoke, and they both looked towards the battlefield. This is actually true. Even the Tiger King couldn't withstand Lin Fan's tiger-fighting fist. He had multiple fractures on his body and blood kept oozing from the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered serious internal injuries. Boom! Lin Fan punched the Tiger King hard again, hitting him between the eyebrows. The huge monster weighing thousands of pounds was knocked down by a pair of iron fists. Wusong beats the tiger. A stick is also needed to help. But Lin Fan didn't need anything to fight the Tiger King, just a pair of fists was enough. What a powerful punch! The young knight praised again. Lin Fan knocked the Tiger King down with great force and was a little out of breath, but after taking a few deep breaths, he recovered. His vigorous physique allowed him to last surprisingly long. But just as he was about to collect the tiger's corpse to sell for money, the Tiger King, who had been hanging on the wall just now, suddenly came to life, jumped up on the spot like a warthog, and rushed into the dense forest in a few leaps. Money in your mouth. Just ran away like that. Lin Fan stopped in midair, and suddenly he felt unwell. Who could have thought of this? A king of the forest would actually choose to play dead. When Lin Fan, the great enemy, relaxed, he jumped up from the spot and ran into the forest. In the blink of an eye, not even a single tiger hair could be seen. A true king. Not in battle. Lin Fan never expected that it would actually learn from other animals to survive. Money in your pocket. Just run away in front of my eyes. Thank you for your help, brother. I am Jian Shirsi, and I am grateful. The young knight put away his sword and walked forward. He had no idea what Lin Fan was thinking, but when he saw Lin Fan defeat the Tiger King with such force, he immediately expressed his gratitude and thanked him. If Lin Fan hadn't come out to save the situation, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. Sword 14. Hearing the strange name, Lin Fan was slightly stunned, but soon shook his head and said, "My friend, you are too polite. It's just a small favor. No need to thank me." This time he mainly wanted to make money by beating tigers. He would do it regardless of whether there was an opponent or not. He really didn't care about being thanked or not. The young knight had no idea what Lin Fan was thinking. Seeing that Lin Fan was not taking any credit for himself, he immediately wanted to make friends with him. He bowed again and said, "Brother, what are you talking about? Saving my life is like giving me a new life. How can I ignore it? I have already remembered your kindness today and will repay you in the future. Will you repay me with a spring of water someday?" It would have been fine if the other party didn't say anything, but after he did, Lin Fan became a little confused. How do you hear this? It will be the same as next time. But how many of those who say this will really do it next time? What's your name, brother? The young knight had a good impression of Lin Fan and wanted to make friends with him. My last name is Lin, Shuangmu Lin. Although Lin Fan was grumbling in his heart, he was also somewhat curious about the chivalrous men in this world, so he nodded in response when he heard this. It's Brother Lin, nice to meet you. The young knight smiled and bowed, acting like a chivalrous hero. Don't mention it. The other person had a handsome appearance, delicate features, and was very good at using the sword. He looked a bit like the gentleman's sword in TV dramas. Nice to meet you. Lin Fan also bowed. After the two introduced themselves to each other, the young knight said with emotion, "Just now I saw Brother Lin beat the big insect with amazing punching power. I wonder which martial arts sect you are from." Lin Fan shook his head upon hearing this. "I don't come from any sect, I just practiced blindly on my own." You practiced blindly? The young knight's eyes widened when he heard this. He had witnessed the tiger fighting boxing technique at close range. Although it looked ordinary, it was actually a return to its original simplicity and a rare and advanced boxing technique. Especially that unique aura, even the battle-hardened Jungle King was suppressed and couldn't raise his head. This kind of boxing. Even among the top martial arts sects, there are only a few who can be found. I really just practiced blindly. The two parties met by chance, so it was naturally impossible for Lin Fan to tell the other party that it was a reward from the system. Moreover, the system's rewards were only guidelines, and the real practice still required him to explore each move by himself in the special space. It was not entirely a lie to say that he was just practicing blindly. Brother Lin is truly gifted. The young knight smiled, obviously not believing this answer. Lin Fan didn't care whether the other party believed it or not, as they were just casual acquaintances. Farewell today. I don't know if we can meet yet. When I think of this. Lin Fan lost interest in talking. His wife is still waiting at home, and she might be worried about him now. Worried about his wife at home, he had no mood to talk anymore. He bowed to the other party again, turned around, picked up his things and said goodbye to the other party. The other party did not try to persuade him to stay, but just watched Lin Fan leave. Young master, where are we going now? The young man seemed to be a servant. After Lin Fan left, he asked the young knight. The young knight retracted his gaze and said calmly, "Go home. Go home. Aren't you afraid?" What are you afraid of? Grandpa Jian must have come out of confinement by now. How dare that guy force me? The young knight had a stern face, his appearance did not change, but his voice did. The other side. Lin Fan had no idea what happened next. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. There is a system. He just needs to live a good life, and then he can marry more and have more children and live a happy life. After all, his life had changed dramatically after he had just married 3 wives. A pill that makes you full of energy. It made his frail body stronger than a tiger. Full-level blacksmith skills. Any weapon he forges will be of great value, and he can easily accumulate wealth. Go up the mountain and practice tiger boxing. Although the name was very illegible and the performance was mediocre, the Tiger King who was beaten hard and pretended to be dead just now was the best proof of this boxing style. Wusong gained great fame and even passed down his name for generations just by killing a hungry tiger. He knocked down a Tiger King with his bare hands. Isn't that more powerful than Wusong? Without boasting at all. Any one of the rewards from the system can help ordinary people change their fate. Now if you marry one person you will get the same reward, if you marry 100 or 80 of them. Still not invincible. One day there will be 3,000 beauties in the harem. Who in the Dalong dynasty dares to challenge him? As the saying goes, if you marry a wife of 3, you will give her gold bricks, if you marry a wife of 30, you will give her the kingdom, if you marry a wife of 300, you will give her elixir. If I marry 3,000, what effect will this have? And having children. This also has rewards. And this reward is illusory luck. Based on the systems you're in nature. This destiny is definitely not simple. Besides, dynasties also depend on luck. When fortune is at its peak, the dynasty will be forever stable. When luck declines, many heroes will fight for supremacy. There is a saying that the world has destiny, which also affects the rise and fall of the world. If Lin Fan's luck is good enough, he might become the son of luck, and the world will revolve around him. Anyone who has read fantasy novels knows what kind of character the son of destiny is. Thinking about it, Lin Fan became excited. No comment. Go back to find your wife first, and then deal with a few others. Under this motivation, Lin Fan quickly completed the rest of the journey and returned to the familiar mountain village. However, when he walked back to his home and saw the gate that had been kicked down, his expression suddenly turned cold. Wang Fa, you are looking for death. In the courtyard. Wang Fa, who had been severely beaten up 2 days ago, came in with a few sturdy men, kicked open the gate of the courtyard, and was showing off his power. How dare you steal my chickens? I will arrest you and bring you to justice today. Wang Fa had a ferocious look on his face, pointing at a rooster with a broken wing in the yard and shouting. We didn't steal the chickens from my house. You guys threw the chickens in from outside the yard. Su Xiaoxiao and Wang Nanan were frightened by the sudden intrusion of Wang Fa and others, but Yi Xiaoro did not panic. When she heard the other party's slander, she said with a cold face. Humph. You say it's not true, so it's not true. So many of us are watching, and the chicken is in your house. Let's see if the official will believe us or you when we go to see him. Wang Fa sneered and said, there is no need to say more about which groups the ancient government favors. One is a landlord's home. One is a poor nobody. It's easy to guess who the official will favor. The word official means official and means, if you don't have money, don't come in. This is not just talk. Moreover, Wang Fa was certain that these people would definitely not dare to follow him to the government office. Really? When they heard that they were going to see the official, Su Xiaoxiao and Wang Nanan's faces turned pale. They all came from ordinary peasant families and had an instinctive fear of officials. Only Yi Xiaoro remained calm, but she was unwilling to go with the other party to see the official. It's not an instinctive fear. But she knew very well how the officers would behave when facing both of them. Although Wang Feijia was only a small landlord, he was still a landlord. And what about their family? Although Lin Fan is a capable person, he can even forge swords. Can family? But it is an ordinary family. If they really meet the police, they will definitely not help their family. The other party is sure of this, so they dare to act so unscrupulously. Hee hee, are you scared? When Wang Fa saw the changes in the three women, he immediately hummed with pride. He was beaten up by Lin Fan 2 days ago, and he has been getting angrier and angrier these past 2 days. But his elder brother was not at home before, and he himself was a little afraid of Lin Fan's martial arts, so he never dared to cause trouble. Until today, when his elder brother came back, he immediately stood up again. This little trick to steal the chicken. It was the plan given to him by his brother. Nothing else. First, stand firm on the word reason. No matter how good Lin Fan is at fighting, can he beat the people from the government? Where did Lin Fan go? Did he become a coward? Wang Ergu, who was also beaten, would naturally not be absent today. When he did not see his enemy Lin Fan present, he immediately started asking. They came here today to cause trouble for Lin Fan, so of course the protagonist cannot be missing. No matter what today. He would make Lin Fan, who dared to hit him, kneel down in front of him and beg for mercy. Yes, where's Lin Fan? Wang Fa had the same idea and started looking around. And compared to Wang Ergu, he has more thoughts in his mind. When he actually saw the 3 beautiful ladies that Lin Fan had just married, he could hardly take his eyes off them and wanted to ravage them mercilessly. Our husband is not at home. Wang Nanan was rather naive and answered subconsciously when she heard the other party's question. Not at home. Wang Fa sneered when he heard this. I think he fled because he was afraid of the crime. But it's okay. The same goes for the 3 of you. Come with us to see the official today. It was obvious that the other party had no good intentions, so the 3 women naturally didn't want to go with him. What? Are you feeling guilty? Wang Fa became very proud when he saw this. The trick he played could be said to be very low level, but it had to be said that it was very useful. He is right. They are not breaking and entering illegally, but thieves looking for a theft. The rooster lying in the yard is the most powerful evidence. Another point is that since he has the upper hand, he can easily control Lin Fan without having to worry about Lin Fan's armed resistance. Dare to resist. Just call the police. Now he has another idea, which is to possess Lin Fan's 3 wives. Lin Fan was responsible for the head tax. If he could not pay it, he would be sent to the frontier as a soldier. But the 3 beautiful brides they married will be used by them in the future. It's okay if you don't want to see the official. It depends on whether you can handle it. Seeing that he had the upper hand, Wang Fa began to show his true colors. What do you want to do? Yi Xiaoro frowned. The undisguised evil in the other's eyes made her very uncomfortable, but her husband was not at home, so she could only endure the discomfort. After all, as the eldest sister in the family, when her husband is not at home, she must take good care of the family and not let her husband worry. It's very simple. Wang Fa said with a wicked smile, that's because we have been feeling a little uncomfortable these past few days, so we want you 3 to make us feel better. That's right. We won't hide it from you. Your cowardly husband Lin Fan makes us very uncomfortable. So today, you should atone for his sins and make us feel comfortable. Otherwise, you will all go to jail. Wang Ergu also chuckled and looked greedily at the 3 curvy women. Compared with Wang Fa, who came from a landlord family, his family was in a more difficult financial situation. It was also because of this that when the government was assigning a wife, he chose a strong and hard-working woman as his wife. Although this kind of daughter-in-law is good, he never has to worry about housework. But how can a dark-skinned, rough-skinned woman be as good as the beautiful girl in front of you? Impossible. Even if we die, we will never let our husband down. The 3 women spoke in unison, without any hesitation. Humph. You have no choice. I suspect there are other stolen items in your house. Take these 3 women in and make them hand over the other stolen items. Wang Fa was obsessed with sex. He had wanted to seek revenge on Lin Fan before, but now he wanted to kill the 3 women first. After the 3 women were dealt with, he would send them to the government on the charge of stealing his chickens. By that time, everything they said was just slander, an attempt to exonerate themselves from the crime of stealing chickens. You can even use it as a threat to force the other party to satisfy your selfish desires in the long term. The other several strong men were all sons of tenants in Wang Fa's family, and they all depended on his family for survival. Although they felt reluctant, they could not resist Wang Fei's orders. Otherwise, if the other party took back the money and did not allow them to farm, their whole family would starve to death. I'm so sorry. The men looked at each other, then followed the order and slowly walked forward. Don't come over here. Yi Xiaoro had known that the other party had come to cause trouble, so when she came out, she took out the scissors from home. When she saw that the other party was about to do something wrong, she immediately took out the scissors hidden in her sleeves. The other two girls also picked up wooden sticks from their homes and stood beside Yi Xiaoro. This seems to be working, but facing several strong men, their resistance is powerless. Resist. The more you resist, the more excited I will be. Seeing this scene, Wang Fei laughed even louder, and the obscene look in his eyes became even more intense at this moment. Lin Fan's home is located in a remote area, so he is not afraid that other villagers will hear the noise and rush over, so he feels very unrestrained. Under such circumstances, Yi Xiaoro and the other two girls were forced to retreat continuously. Lin Fan came back and saw this scene. How could he bear it? You are looking for death. With an angry roar, he dropped the things he was carrying and rushed towards the culprit Wang Fei. Before the other party could react, he kicked him in the air and sent him flying to an unknown distance. His wife was bullied like this, and he even wanted to kill the men. Puff. Wang Fei vomited blood on the spot and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Lin Fan. Wang Ergu, who was standing nearby, was so frightened when he saw this scene that his legs trembled. They thought Lin Fan ran away out of fear, but they didn't expect that Lin Fan not only did not run away, but also came back directly. With just one kick, he kicked Wang Fei to the point where he was either dead or alive. When he saw Lin Fan looking at him with murderous eyes, he was so scared that he pissed himself. None of you can escape. Lin Fan spoke coldly, with a chilling murderous intent in his eyes. Kill. With a loud shout, Lin Fan attacked boldly. As a man, the thing he hates most is someone bullying his wife, and he has absolutely zero tolerance for this. The other party's arrogance also made him very annoyed. Fed up. That is naturally a heavy punch. How dare you attack? You really have no idea about the strength of martial arts masters. You think you can fight with just a little brute force. It's really pathetic and ridiculous. Wang Wei was full of disdain at first and didn't take Lin Fan, the loser, seriously at all. But when Lin Fan actually made his move, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Even though he was not a tiger, that special aura was suppressed as well. It was as if he was not facing a person, but a huge mountain. The majestic momentum seemed to be able to crush everything in front. How is this possible? Sensing this momentum, Wang Wei widened his eyes in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Lin Fan had an indifferent expression, and he thrust his fists forward, using his force to overwhelm others. After a fierce battle with the Real Tiger King, the boxing skills rewarded by the system were truly sublimated. Not to mention being a third-rate warrior. Even if a stronger master comes, he has the confidence to fight against him. He didn't understand the strength division of warriors in this world, but if the rewards from the system couldn't even defeat the lowest-level third-rate guys, then this system was too useless. But judging from the maximum-level blacksmith skills, could this system be useless? Of course it's impossible. The fierce Tiger King is a proof of this, and the same is true for today's third-rate masters. Roar. Wang Wei tried his best to dodge at the last moment, but was still hit on the left shoulder by a punch. Bang. A dull sound was heard. The arrogant Wang Wei was thrown out and fell heavily to the ground, sharing the same fate as his younger brother. The so-called third-rate master couldn't even dodge at this moment. However, as a top-notch expert, Wang Wei was still quite strong and struggled to get up. But he soon discovered that half of his body was numb and he knew that his left arm was most likely broken. One punch. Just one punch. His left arm was disabled. If he had dodged a little slower, the punch would have landed on his chest. If that were true, he might be killed instantly with one punch. How is this possible? I am a genius of the Surabaya gang, a top-notch expert. Wang Wei was even more incredulous and unwilling to believe that he was almost killed instantly by a single punch. If it was a famous master in the world, he might not think there was anything wrong. But who is that person in front of me? A genuine country bumpkin who had never even worked in the fields since he was a child. When he was in the village before, he also knew Lin Fan, a fellow villager. Although he was older and had never bullied Lin Fan, he still looked down on the sickly fellow villager. This is also why. This was the reason why he made Lin Fan kneel down as soon as they met, with contempt in his eyes. After all, in his opinion, he was just a sickly person. Even if his strength suddenly became much stronger, it was just like that. Facing a top-notch master like him, there was a huge difference between them. This is actually true. There is indeed a world of difference between the two. But the difference between them is not that he is the cloud, but that he is the mud. Lin Fan, whom he looks down upon, is the cloud. This gap. So big that he couldn't accept it at all. Not to mention Wang Fa and others, when they saw this scene, they all looked like they saw a ghost. Lin Fan was the one they bullied the most. He had beaten him at least 80 times, if not 100 times. Not to mention that he was the eldest brother of a top-notch master, he could easily abuse him. But since the last time he was killed, the whole situation has changed. In other words, earth-shaking changes have taken place since he got married. Not only was he not afraid of their picking on him, he was no longer timid like before, and would just avoid them when he saw them from afar. They even dared to resist, and were eventually beaten down. Not only was he beaten like a dead dog again and again, but even his proudest elder brother was killed instantly. Could it be that marrying 3 wives can really make a man stronger? Wang Fa stared with his eyes wide open, falling into deep suspicion. Marrying a wife makes a man stronger. In the past, he would never believe it, and being sucked dry would be more of a waste. But how to explain the Lin Fan in front of him? Although they didn't know what happened, they had experienced it personally, and it was certain that after Lin Fan married 3 wives, they started to have bad luck and were constantly pinned to the ground and rubbed. Even his own elder brother, whom he was proud of and believed to be invincible, was killed. All these anomalies. He has to doubt it. Even in the face of the horrific head tax, he now wants to give it a try. Nothing is impossible. Today you will atone for your crimes. Lin Fan did not intend to stop there. How could he give up just like that after being bullied by the other party? However, the commotion here finally attracted the attention of the villagers. Led by the head of the village, Wang, a group of villagers hurried to Lin Fan's house. Uncle head of the village, it's Lin Fan's family. I just saw Wang Fa and his men kick open the door of Lin Fan's family. The young ladies in Lin Fan's family were frightened and kept screaming. A half-grown child was jogging ahead, leading the way and talking as he walked. He was the cowherd in the village. He had been herding cattle by the creek near Lin Fan's house. It was because of this that he happened to see Wang Fa and his men coming to cause trouble. Faced with the bully Wang Fa, he naturally didn't dare to step forward and say anything. But of course he couldn't just stand by and watch Lin Fan's wives being bullied, so he hurried back to the village to call for help. You are really becoming more and more lawless. You even dare to break into someone else's house without permission. Aren't you afraid of being sent to exile? The old people in the village were gritting their teeth. Wang Fa, the village ruffian, had long been unbearable to many villagers. He does nothing all day long. He either bullies this person or that person, or steals things, causing chaos in the village. Any normal villager would not be able to tolerate these scums. It was just because of the other family's financial situation and the fact that their eldest brother was a very capable person that they had to endure it. Now they have become even worse, daring to break into other people's homes, and even worse things have happened. How can they continue to endure this? Boss Wang, no matter what you do today, you must express your stance, otherwise how can the village be peaceful in the future? Some elders of the clan are forcing the head of the clan, Wang, to abdicate. Normally, they would just tolerate it, but the nature of the situation is so bad now. If everyone turns a blind eye, will it happen to their own family in the future? This kind of scum. If it's not dealt with soon, will their village be able to survive in the future? Village Chief Wang frowned tightly. He had a good relationship with Lin Fan's old father and was also very angry at this moment. But Wang Fa's family is fine. Although they have some status, as the village head, he can still afford to offend them. But Wang Wei, the eldest son of the family, is someone he can hardly mess with. Not to mention the influence of the Sishui gang in the county, the strength of Wang Wei, a top-notch warrior, is not something that ordinary people can afford to provoke. If you really provoke them, you won't know where you will die when you go out. The ancient world did not have as many cameras as we do today. If you really killed someone in the wild and threw the body into the deep mountains and forests, you wouldn't even be able to find it. The chivalrous knights in the martial arts world fly around all day long, killing people as if it were just a joke. Otherwise there wouldn't be a famous saying that has been passed down from ancient times to the present day. That is, chivalrous and violent violations of the law. And the Surabaya gang alone was not something he could afford to offend. After all, these big martial arts gangs usually have close ties with the government. As far as he knew, the county lieutenant in the county town was related to this gang. It really annoyed me. Can they get anything good out of it? If you find any excuse to collect more taxes from their village, countless people will starve to death. Let's go and take a look first. No matter what, we need to stop them first. Village Chief Wang could only sigh inwardly and plan to solve the problem first. He is the head of the village. I just have a certain status in the village. Faced with this answer, some elderly people in the village could only sigh. How could they not understand this truth? The villagers are just simple and honest. It doesn't mean they are stupid. However, when they arrived at the scene they saw was completely different from what they had expected. The bully they were preparing to attack was now lying on the ground covered in blood. But the person they wanted to help was just standing there quietly without doing anything. What's going on? The villagers who hurried over were all stunned when they saw this scene. Husband. When they saw the familiar figure standing in front of them, the three women who were originally in despair, suddenly became tearful and overwhelmed with excitement. His thin-looking back made them feel at ease. It's okay. I'll take care of everything. Lin Fan put away his murderous intent and gently comforted his wives. Aha. The three girls nodded continuously with tears in their eyes. Just now they were really desperate and were ready to commit suicide. But just when I was most desperate, their husbands appeared, like the greatest hero in a drama. When they were in desperate situation, he came with light and rescued them. Right now, their love for Lin Fan skyrocketed. I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of you. It's all my fault. Lin Fan looked at his crying wife and began to blame himself. He had long anticipated that the other party would retaliate. But he hadn't expected it. The other party is so radical, even crazy. While he was away, they broke into his house to cause trouble and even tried to defile his wives. The hatred between the two. At most, it's just an ordinary conflict. He was weak before and was bullied by the other side, but now that he is strong he is fighting back. The two of them are from the same village, so this kind of conflict is not a big deal. During the busy farming season, when water was being irrigated, villagers would fight over water, sometimes to the point of getting into serious fights. But no matter how fierce it is, no one would be so cruel. It was because of this cognition that an unimaginable disaster almost occurred. If he comes back later, based on his understanding of his wives, he might really commit suicide to maintain his innocence. He almost forced his wife to death. Could Lin Fan not have the intention to kill the other person? No matter which man you are, it would be impossible for him to tolerate such a thing. Thinking and thinking, he threw another punch. Wang Ergu was so scared that he let out a shrill scream and flew into the air like a dead dog. Two culprits, lying neatly on the ground. The furious Lin Fan did not hold back, and it was unknown how many bones of both of them were broken. Even the Tiger King was knocked down by him, so how could an ordinary person withstand the power of his punches? The three women did not stop them. They could not feel any sympathy for such evildoers. Ah! Kill him for me. The spoiled Wang Fa had never suffered such an injury before. After he recovered his breath, he started yelling and giving orders to the sons of the tenants he had brought with him. Still want to kill me? Lin Fan's eyes flashed with coldness, and murderous intent rose again. Lin Fan, don't mess around. Several tenant farmers' sons who came to help shouted when they saw that something was wrong. Their family depends on Wang Fa's fortune for survival, and they can't just watch Wang Fa get into trouble. You are not good people either, helping the tyrant. Lin Fan's eyes were cold, and he had a very bad impression of these people. You have to survive. Can you deprive my family of their livelihood? This doesn't make sense. This. Several people were speechless for a moment. Snort. Lin Fan was too lazy to talk to them, so he snorted coldly and prepared to attack again. But just at this moment, there was applause from outside the door. Then a young man who looked somewhat similar to Wang Fa walked in from outside the yard. The young man was dressed in martial arts clothes, had steady steps, bulging temples, and abundant blood. One could tell at a glance that he was a martial artist. In the Dalong dynasty, martial artists from various training families are not uncommon, but they are usually active in various cities and rarely come to remote mountain villages like Wangjia village. After all, this is a remote mountain village. Firstly, there is no way to rob the rich to help the poor, and secondly, there is no place for heroes to perform heroic deeds. There is nothing but loess and mountains, and there is no soil for heroes to roam freely. No wonder you can make my brother suffer, you have some strength. The young man walked into the yard step by step, looking at Lin Fan with interest. Wang Wei. Lin Fan looked at the person who came and found the corresponding information in his memory. Wang Wei. Wang Fa's elder brother. Not only did he take charge of the Wang family's business early on, he was also a core member of the Sishui gang, a well-known underworld gang in the Tianfeng city area. He learned a lot of martial arts and was a prominent figure in the village. However, the other party is rarely in the village and is almost always in the county town taking care of the affairs of the Sishui gang. After all, compared to the Sishui gang entrenched in the county town, his family, a small landlord, is not worth mentioning at all. The reason why Wang Fa dared to act arrogantly, steal, and bully the good people in the village was not only because his family was a landlord, but also because of his brother Wang Wei. Since you recognize me, why don't you kneel down? Do you think you can resist me with a little brute force? Wang Wei said, looking down at Lin Fan with a confident smile on his face. A country bumpkin. Even if he has some brute force, what does it mean in front of these martial artists? Martial arts. It's a killing skill. Let me kneel down. Are you worthy enough? Lin Fan is not the type to cause trouble, but he is never afraid of trouble. The other party relied on his own ability and condoned his younger brother to commit crimes. He is definitely not a good person. This kind of garbage. How is it possible to make him kneel down and beg for mercy? Ha ha. Wang Wei burst into laughter when he heard this, as if he had heard a huge joke. I didn't expect that since I haven't been back to the village for a while, many people have forgotten about me, the Wang family's Qilin. As Wang Wei smiled, his expression gradually became cold. You're done. Wang Fa, who was familiar with his elder brother, was overjoyed when he saw this scene. He knew that his elder brother was angered and his enemy would definitely be doomed. He had seen his elder brother in action. He could break a tree as thick as a bowl with just one punch. An ordinary farmer. Even 10 of them can't get close to me. Although Lin Fan didn't know why his strength suddenly became so great, it was just like what his elder brother said, it was just brute force, nothing in front of a martial artist. If the other party dares to provoke his eldest brother, will there be a good ending? I'll give you one chance. If you beat me, today's matter ends here. If you can't beat me, you 3 women will serve as apology to my brother. Wang Wei smiled coldly and spoke. Thank you, brother. Although Wang Fa felt pain all over his body, he smiled triumphantly at this moment. You are courting death. Lin Fan's expression also turned cold. Using his wives as if they were goods as bets was a constant trampling of his bottom line. Are you angry? Then show your strength to defeat me. When Wang Fa saw Lin Fan's angry look, he laughed instead. This time he came back to his hometown from the county town. He wanted to relax after being busy for a long time. Now that he had some good fun, he didn't mind having some fun. As for being defeated, How is this possible? He is a genius that the Sishui gang rarely sees in 10 years. In just a few years, he has reached the level of a third-rate warrior. In the entire Tianfeng city area, he is considered a master. Not to mention dealing with a villager. Even ordinary heroes are no match to him. Husband. The three women saw that Wang Wei was not a simple person, and they couldn't help but worry. Fine. Lin Fan turned around and said something comforting, then walked towards Wang Wei step by step. When the two meet, an aura that could make even a tiger king lie dormant emanated from Lin Fan. Kill. There are no extra words. When facing such a lunatic, you can only use your strength to speak. Only when you knock them down will they talk to you properly. Those who should lie on the ground stand up properly, and those who should stand lie on the ground. And judging from the bloody face, the person lying on the ground was seriously injured. Besides that, Wang Fa, who called him a bully, looked relieved when he saw the villagers coming. The feeling it gives people. Fortunately you came in time, otherwise I would be in big trouble. How could the villagers not be confused? Mr. Wang's eldest son. Suddenly a villager saw something and his eyes widened even more. Wang Wei. This is definitely a celebrity in the village. Just now when we were on the road, everyone was afraid of each other and didn't dare to have any radical ideas. But now, this ruthless man who was feared by the villagers was actually present now, and his own brother was beaten to the ground with blood all over his face, but he was still standing there motionless. Some sharp-eyed people even noticed that he secretly breathed a sigh of relief when everyone arrived. Judging from the hidden action, the other party is almost the same as his younger brother. Who is it? Can it put such pressure on the ruthless people in the village? The more the villagers saw the scene on the field, the more confused they became. In the end, they could only cast their gazes on the figure in the center of the field, who was faintly suppressing the entire field. Could it be Lin Fan? Everyone was shocked. The figure who faintly suppressed the whole place was the owner of this house, Lin Fan. Regarding Lin Fan, almost all the villagers know each other, and many of them are very familiar with him. Village head Wang is one of them. After all, he is familiar with Lin Fan's father. When Lin Fan's father fled here to escape famine, it was he who arranged for him to settle in the village. When Lin Fan was little, he often held Lin Fan in his arms and was even urinated on his head. But the more familiar, the more shocked I was at this moment. Others may have only a vague idea of what kind of person Lin Fan is, but he knows it best. The heart is not bad. However, due to his mother's difficult labor, he suffered congenital injuries at birth and has been weak and sickly since childhood. If it weren't for my old father's care for me, I would have gone to the Western paradise long ago. Even after he grew up, he is also unable to carry anything with his shoulders or hands, and cannot even do farm work. His only advantage is that compared to ordinary villagers, he has received a few years of education and knows quite a few words. But that's it. Apart from this, he really couldn't find any other strengths of Lin Fan. But what about now? The bully Wang Fa brought people to cause trouble and was suspected to have been beaten down by him. Even the ruthless man who no one in the village dared to provoke did not dare to act at this time. He was suspected to be very afraid. The villagers who were usually looked down upon by him now became his saviors. He is the head of the village. Naturally, his eyesight far exceeds that of ordinary villagers. He could tell at a glance who was the primary and secondary person in the yard. The person Wang Wei fears. It's Lin Fan who occupies the central position. But the more certain, the more he didn't dare to believe it. How is this possible? Is this still the same sickly person who almost needed help when walking? Could it be that after marrying a woman, this guy has been completely transformed? This is too ridiculous. Captain Wang finally turned his attention to the several young ladies who were being protected. The biggest change in Lin Fan recently was that he married 3 ladies and brought them home. He was still angry about it at the time. But now it seems that Lin Fan has married 3 wives and has been reborn. This seems to be the case. But in his opinion, this was too much. A man who marries 3 wives. It's not like there aren't any in the Dalong dynasty. There are direct descendants of some aristocratic families, and there are more than one. The poll tax is a huge burden. But the direct descendants of the aristocratic families can still handle it, as long as there are not too many of them. But even he knew that Joe, the richest man in the county who had the most wives and had 10 or 8 beautiful wives at home, had not seen any significant change. Instead, his health is getting worse. But the Lin Fan in front of me. How to explain it? Captain Wang, you've come at the right time. Not only did Lin Fan steal my chickens, but I was also beaten up when I came to argue with him. You should arrest this villain and bring him to the authorities. When Wang Fa saw so many villagers coming, his eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. He opened his mouth and started shouting, pulling the village head Wang, who was lost in thought, out of his confused state. Through the other person's words. The villagers who arrived were all certain that the thing that shocked everyone was indeed done by Lin Fan. However, Wang Fa's words expressed more information. Lin Fan stole your chicken. Village Chief Wang looked towards Wang Fa. Wang Fa nodded repeatedly, pointed at the rooster with broken wings still on the wall and said, "Look, that's the stolen goods. I came to your house because he stole my chickens." Wang Wei on the side disdained these things, but Lin Fan's punch just now really scared him. At this time, he did not speak, but stood silently and let his brother speak. Slandering the matter of stealing chickens. He had deliberately created this fun before, just to make the targeted clown more interesting. With his means and influence, if he really wanted to stand up for his brother, there would be no need to play such tricks. But now, this has become the main focus. Lin Fan, did you really steal his chicken? Village Chief Wang frowned. If this was true, then this matter would be a bit troublesome. Theft. It is also a serious crime in Dalong. It would be fine if you don't make a fuss, but once you make it to the government, you will inevitably be imprisoned for a period of time. And the most important point. If this is really the case, then Wang Fa and others have a legitimate reason to do so. Now he went to the enemy's house to fight the thief but was beaten instead. If Lin Fan was convicted of the crime, it would be even more troublesome. Theft. Malicious injury. This might result in exile. Emperor Dalongwu was warlike, and the border troops were often in friction with neighboring countries, and major wars broke out from time to time, resulting in a considerable gap in military personnel. This is also the reason why the Dalong dynasty often sent men into the army and women into prostitution. The former are combat troops. The latter is logistical and financial support. In the Dalong dynasty, there was almost no death penalty. Committed a serious crime. They were directly driven into slavery and sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder, consuming the enemy's war supplies. For example, when attacking a city. First let these soldiers go forward to attract a wave of enemy arrows or something. So the crime was punished by exile. It is the punishment that Dalong men fear the most. Lin Fan also discovered the other party's little trick, and laughed directly, saying, "Uncle Wang, this guy is talking nonsense. I just came back from the county town, and a few ants who are enjoying the cool air in the village can testify for me. Yes, I can testify for the Lin family kid, as well as the Ernia family and the Shanhua family." There was a woman among the villagers, who happened to be one of the ants, and she stood up and spoke at this time. "Wang Fa, do you have anything else to say?" Village Chief Wang looked at Wang Fa with an indifferent expression. At this time, he naturally understood that the so-called stealing of chickens was actually just a trick played by the other party. If she says to prove it, then prove it. I have someone to prove it. Wang Fa used his ability to play tricks and pointed at the tenants he had brought with him and said, "Tell me, was Lin Fan already home at the time and beat us up as soon as we entered the house?" "Ah. Yes, yes." Several tenant farmers' sons who were pointed out were stunned for a moment when they heard this, but soon lowered their heads and agreed. In order to survive, they could only go all the way to the end. Although this is an agreement. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that the other party was just being unreasonable. "That's enough. You bastard, tell me, was Lin Fan at home from the beginning, or did he come back from outside later? If you dare to lie, your father and I will break your legs when we get back." Village head Wang interrupted Wang Fa's throwing a tantrum and yelled at Wang Ergu, who was trying hard to act invisible. The other party was the son of his second brother, so as the eldest uncle, he could still do whatever he wanted. The other party dares to come out and fool around. Many times, his reputation was also used. Now that he was scolded like that and threatened to break his legs, he immediately started to tremble. Speak. Don't make me do it now. Village Chief Wang shouted again. No, not here. Under the pressure from his uncle, Wang Ergu finally couldn't stand it anymore and shook his head timidly. One of the parties testified. Wang Fa's plan to bite back was naturally impossible. Wang Wei originally wanted to come out and interrupt, but he didn't expect Wang Ergu to give up so quickly. He could only remain silent again, knowing that this matter had to be dropped. But he suffered a great loss this time, so things naturally cannot end like this. He glared at Lin Fan fiercely, then looked at Village Chief Wang, who was obviously leaning towards helping him. Then he put his hand on his injured left shoulder and walked out of Lin Fan's yard. Lin Fan did not stop him. With so many people present, it was impossible for him to kill the other party. But this matter, it really couldn't end like this. In the yard. Since his backer left without saying a word, Wang Fa naturally didn't dare to say anything more. With the help of several tenants' sons, he left groaning. He was beaten so hard that he vomited blood. He won't be able to recover in a few months. Wang Ergu also wanted to leave, but was stopped by his uncle, who planned to take him back personally when he returned later, obviously intending to give him a good harvest. Lin Fan, I apologize to you on behalf of this useless bastard of mine for this incident. When I return, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Village Chief Wang sent the other villagers away and apologized to Lin Fan. Uncle Wang, that's not right. I have to thank you for this. Thanks for taking care of me all these years. Lin Fan shook his head and replied. He was not an ungrateful person, so he knew the other parties care for him. This time, when he learned that something happened at his family, he brought people over immediately. Although he didn't need help. But he still saw the other party's intentions and was very grateful. Come to a strange world. The other party is the person who cares about him the most besides his wives. Such elders. He still respects it very much. Since the other party had apologized in person, he didn't intend to pursue the matter against Wang Ergu any further. The other party had broken several bones after being punched by him, so it could be considered a punishment. However, as for the Wang Fa brothers, this matter may not be over. Especially the hateful look in Wang Wei's eyes when he left, which sounded the alarm for him. He is strong and not afraid of anything. But the daughters-in-law in the family did not. If the other party retaliates, he will be very passive. After all, how can you guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Only once and for all. This matter is finally settled. But that will have to be discussed later. It is impossible to do it right now. Village Chief Wang didn't know what Lin Fan was thinking. When he saw that Lin Fan didn't insist on nagging him, he immediately laughed, patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you and your bai suffer any injustice. Ergu will definitely pay for his mistake." After that, he yelled at Wang Ergu, "You bastard, if you dare to do that again, forget about your legs. Also, don't hang out with that bastard Wang Fa anymore, or I'll break your legs too." Yes, yes. Wang Ergu is timid and submissive. He is more afraid of his uncle than his father. The matter is settled. Village Chief Wang and his men also left. However, the cowherd boy who helped to call people was kept by Lin Fan. "Xiao, thank you for what you did today. Please stay at my house for dinner." Lin Fan smiled, thanked and invited. "Can you feed me?" the cowherd boy asked with bright eyes. "Of course." Lin Fan laughed when he heard this. "Cowherd boy. My real name is Wang Xiao. There's no way, the rural villagers have little education and their names are very simple." Lin Fan's name was given to him by an old scholar in the county town, at his father's expense. Otherwise, Lin Fan might be Lin Dago. After all, in places like mountain villages, names like Big Dog and Air Dog are the most common. Then wait till I take the cow back and tie it up, and I'll bring the bowl over later. When the cowherd Wang Erxiao heard that he would be guaranteed to eat full, he immediately said something and ran off to pull the cows. His family had many brothers and sisters, and their life was even more difficult than Lin Fan's. They often went hungry and had to help the villagers herd cattle just to make a living. Now you can feel full just by listening to it. How can a boy of this age resist such temptation? Lin Fan watched the other party leave, then turned back to look at his frightened wives. Don't worry, it's all in the past. They won't bother us again. Lin Fan reached out and embraced his 3 daughters-in-law in his arms, speaking gently to comfort them. Aha! The 3 daughters-in-law nodded obediently. Yi Xiaoro thought of something and said softly, "My husband, you must not do anything stupid. The laws of Dalong are very strict. I don't want anything to happen to you." "Don't worry, it won't happen." Lin Fan rubbed his eldest daughter-in-law's head and nodded in agreement with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoro said nothing more and leaned her head on Lin Fan's left shoulder. The other 2 daughters-in-law, one leaned on his right shoulder, and the other leaned in the middle. Although Lin Fan's heart was not very broad, he was fully relied upon. "If there is another one. If you want to hug me again, you won't be able to hug me all at once." Lin Fan was somewhat troubled by this. But in an environment like Dalong, without systematic rewards, it is difficult to make a name for yourself. Even if he offended a high-ranking official one day, or if there was someone like Wang Fa who coveted the beauty of his wife and was very capable, he would not know how he would die. In this world, if an ordinary person like him wants to gain a foothold and live a good life, he must become stronger. And want to become stronger. The fastest way is to continue to receive rewards from the system. But to get system rewards, the first is to get married. The second is to have children. However, getting married is not something that can be rushed. Not to mention that the system has requirements for appearance. Lin Fan would rather be single than marry someone who is not good enough. At least he has to like the woman and think she is good before he will marry her. He won't marry everyone he meets. Giving birth to a child. Lin Fan took a look at his wives, all of whom had big butts, and immediately became restless. However, Wang Erxiao will come for dinner later, so it is not a good idea to go into battle right away. I can only endure it for now and prepare to give the 3 wives a good beating in the evening so that they will know what it means to be full of energy. "Husband, you are so bad." "Haha. I'm not being bad at all. This is out of my love for you." Lin Fan laughed shamelessly. The other 2 wives were smiling on the side, and although they were a little embarrassed, they were already an old couple and had slept in the same bed many times, so they were naturally not too shy about it. Besides, the husband and wife are waiting for others. Isn't this something to be happy about? "Husband, I'll go get some food." Su Xiaoxiao was about to get busy, but Lin Fan stopped her. "Wait a minute, I brought some things back, let me sort them out first." Lin Fan called his wife and walked out of the yard, bringing in the large bamboo basket that was outside. These are the things he bought in the county town, including food, daily necessities, and cloth. Wow! It's cloth. It's so smooth, much smoother than our rough cloth. When Wang Nanan saw the cloth, she immediately exclaimed in amazement. She held the smooth floral cloth in her hands and was reluctant to let it go. "There's a lot of rice, and it's so white, could it be crystal rice? There's also a lot of salt. What is this? Is it salt too?" "No, it's sugar." Su Xiaoxiao also discovered something and kept exclaiming. "Crystal rice. Dalin is a kind of fine rice, which is much more expensive than ordinary millet. Salt, needless to say, is a necessity in life. Not to mention white sugar, a rare tonic in ancient times and a luxury in the eyes of farmers." As the eldest sister, Yi Xiaoro was not as excited as her 2 younger sisters to rummage around, but she was happy to see her husband bringing back so many things. This explains. The sword forged by my husband can really be sold at a high price. The huge mountain of poll tax that weighed on people's heads could finally be removed. Yi Xiaoro's eyes turned red. Compared to the excitement of her 2 simpler younger sisters, she, the eldest sister, thought more. It was because of this that she thought of another place. For example, the husband has done what he should do with his own ability. Isn't it time for wives to do what they should do as well? Another example, giving birth to a big fat son for her husband. As the eldest wife, Yi Xiaoro naturally thought more. Previously, there was no solution for the head tax, and it is very likely that the next time there will be taxation, there will be no way out, so I will definitely not give it any more thought. But now it's different. My husband is capable, so at least I don't have to worry about the head tax. As the eldest daughter-in-law, you must definitely consider the descendants of your husband's family. After all, in ancient society, continuing the family line was a top priority. Daughter-in-law Xiaoro, why are you blushing again? Seeing that his eldest wife was fine, Lin Fan blushed again and became curious. No, nothing. Yi Xiaoro felt embarrassed, and naturally she was too embarrassed to say this to his face. If you really want to, just do it quietly at night. Lin Fan didn't think much about it, thinking that his eldest wife was just too excited. With this in mind, he took out the daily necessities and cloths first, and then took out the jewelry he had bought for his wives one by one from the exquisite packages. Husband, what is this? Seeing the different packages, the three daughters-in-law were immediately curious. Nice one. Lin Fan smiled and replied, then opened the package. When the package is opened, one piece of exquisite jewelry after another appeared before the eyes of the three women. Is this jewelry? When they saw clearly what was in the package, the three women couldn't take their eyes off it. It is women's nature to like all kinds of exquisite jewelry, and it has nothing to do with other things. Yes, it is jewelry. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, then handed 3 pieces of jewelry to the 3 wives respectively. I don't know what you like, so I bought one of each. See if you like it. Looking at the jewelry handed to them, the 3 girls' eyes also turned red. It's not just jewelry. And the importance that my husband places on me. The deep feeling of being moved appeared in their hearts again, and they couldn't stop crying. They thought they were unwanted and were picked up by their husbands as straw wives. But in fact, the husband treats them as his treasures. The more I think about it, the more tears they shed. Hey, why are you crying? Maybe you don't like what I bought. Lin Fan was a little confused. He didn't know why she started crying when he was just delivering something. The rhythm is wrong. According to his understanding, shouldn't his wife be happy if he gives her jewelry? Yes, we are happy. The 3 girls answered with tears in their eyes and smiled. They were indeed crying with joy. But soon they felt distressed because of how much money it would cost to buy so many jewels. This is all my husband's hard-earned money. Moreover, they saw that the backpack was empty, which meant that Lin Fan had not bought anything for himself except the things he bought for them, not even his broken shoes. Husband, whoa. Thinking of this, the 3 girls really cried this time. Seeing his wives crying and laughing, Lin Fan was completely stunned. Should this be done to comfort them or to laugh along with the young wives? Lin Longjuan, who had never been in love, encountered a knowledge gap at this moment. The corresponding knowledge of modern science is totally useless, right? Fortunately, Wang Erxiao, who had just gone back to tie up the cows, came hurriedly with bowls and chopsticks. This calmed the 3 young wives down and they began to pack up the things Lin Fan had bought. Brother Fan, what happened to the sisters-in-law? Wang Erxiao looked at the tear marks on his sisters-in-law's faces and asked in confusion. It's nothing. It's an adult matter. You little brat wouldn't understand even if I told you. Lin Fan laughed and scolded, but he naturally wouldn't say that he couldn't figure out the situation either. All right. Wang Erxiao touched his head and didn't dwell on this issue. But the half-grown child couldn't sit still, and soon couldn't help but ask, Brother Fan, what are we eating today? Eat chicken. Lin Fan pointed to the wall where the rooster was left behind by Wang Fa and his friends when they left. Isn't this from Wang Fa's family? Do you really want to kill it and eat it? Wang Erxiao naturally wanted to eat chicken, but he knew whose chicken it belonged to. If I kill him, what should I do if the other party comes to cause trouble? Don't you want to save it for the new year? Lin Fan glanced at the other person, then took out a kitchen knife and killed the rooster. This is just a small interest. The real reckoning hasn't started yet. Come and help with plucking. Come on. Wang Erxiao was still worried at first, but when he saw Lin Fan looked nonchalant and asked him to pluck the chicken feathers, he simply didn't bother to pay attention and just responded and happily went forward to help pluck the chicken feathers. He had forgotten how long it had been since he last ate chicken, and he couldn't help drooling. Wipe your saliva, you are such a loser. Lin Fan laughed and scolded in annoyance. Hee hee. Wang Erxiao did not refute. He smiled, wiped his saliva, and continued plucking the hair. The meal was very rich. In addition to the rooster that Wang Fa sent to the door, there was also mutton that Lin Fan brought back from the county town, and some dried sea fish. When cooked by the cook Su Xiaoxiao, the aroma was so fragrant that it made people's mouths water. Wang Erxiao was holding his big bowl with a missing corner, and his saliva was dripping. Oh my god, this smells so good. Wang Erxiao swallowed hard, but since Lin Fan and the others didn't move their chopsticks, he naturally didn't dare to move either. If it smells good, eat it quickly. Lin Fan smiled, picked up the chopsticks, and picked up a chicken leg for the other person. That's right, Erxiao, just pick up your own food and eat it as if you were at home. Yi Xiaoro and the others knew that the half-grown child in front of them saw them being bullied and desperately returned to the village to find help. They were very grateful and also helped to pick up the food. Yeah, thank you brother Fan, thank you sisters-in-law, thank you. Wang Erxiao thanked him politely, and then couldn't help but start eating with relish. Woo-woo. Suddenly, while eating, he started to cry. There are many brothers and sisters in the family. It was difficult for his parents to support them and they had no time to care about him. Now that someone was being so nice to him, he couldn't control his emotions. Why are you crying? Your brother Fan will have a good life in the future. You will have meat to eat every day. This is just the beginning. This time, Lin Fan didn't curse. Instead, he smiled and touched the other person's head. Wang Erxiao nodded heavily, and then said with what he thought was the most vicious expression, Brother Fan, if that bastard Wang Fa dares to cause trouble for you again, I will help you deal with him. Haha. Then you have to eat more. Your head can't help me. Lin Fan laughed out loud upon hearing this. Good. Wang Erxiao nodded heavily again and started eating with big mouthfuls. Lin Fan was just joking, but this little boy took it seriously. Even swore secretly. No matter who it is, as long as they dare to cause trouble for Brother Fan's family, he will make them pay. Lin Fan didn't know about this, he really took it as a joke. After all, soon he wouldn't have to worry about Wang Fa causing trouble for him. Wives, you eat too. Lin Fan collected his thoughts and started to prepare meals for his wives. This meal. For ordinary people, it is indeed very rich. Even Lin Fan, who came from a time when he had no worries about food and drink, had a bulging belly. Wang Erxiao was also full and almost rolled his eyes. Lin Fan smiled at this and winked at his eldest daughter-in-law Yi Xiaoro. Yi Xiaoro understood, picked up Wang Erxiao's big bowl, washed it clean, and put the remaining meat and vegetables into the other person's bowl. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Wang Erxiao didn't quite understand. Take these back with you and give them to your brothers and sisters to try as well. Yi Xiaoro explained gently. How can this be possible? Wang Erxiao was completely at a loss. Not only did he help but eat a little, he even packed some food to take back for his family. That's different. In their poor mountain villages, meat is very precious and it is difficult to eat it even during the Chinese New Year. Now not only can I eat as much as I want, I also pack a big bowl for him to take home. This made him feel overwhelmed and deeply moved. Take it, it's just some food. Yi Xiaoro had a gentle personality and handed the bowl to Wang Erxiao with a smile. Take it. Lin Fan also spoke at this time. Although the other two daughters-in-law didn't say anything, they smiled and nodded. Thank you, Brother Fan, and thank you, sisters-in-law. Wang Erxiao burst into tears again, bowed deeply to express his gratitude, and then carefully carried the big bowl in his hand back home. He wanted to go back immediately to satisfy his younger brothers and sisters, as well as his parents. Wang Erxiao went home. Everyone was full and satisfied. Lin Fan looked at the sky outside, and then said to the three ladies in a serious tone, "Ahem, ladies, my husband must be tired after walking 100 miles. Please help him bathe and change clothes." "Well, you've worked hard, my husband." The three wives blushed and agreed. Wangjia village is located in the largest and most imposing courtyard. After being treated by the doctor, Wang Fa was laid on the bed, groaning in pain. "Brother, is this matter over?" Wang Fa looked at his elder brother beside him. The pain in his heart was more unbearable than his physical body. What the hell is Lin Fan? An outsider. A sickly person. In the past, he could humiliate and oppress her at any time as long as he wanted. But what about today? Not only was he severely injured, he was also forced to flee in public. How could he, who was always so arrogant, swallow this humiliation? Forget it. Ha. Wang Wei smiled coldly. "I, your elder brother, have never suffered such a loss. How can I let this matter go like this?" Wang Fa's eyes brightened instantly when he heard that, but dimmed again when he thought of Lin Fan's terrifying strength, who couldn't even beat his eldest brother. "But we are no match for that guy. How can we retaliate?" The more he spoke, the more uncomfortable he felt, and there was also a sense of powerlessness. In the final analysis, he just relies on the rich family. If the things they rely on can no longer hold up, they will become helpless. Humph. I'm certainly no match for him, but in the Surabaya gang, there are plenty of rivals. Wang Wei's expression became even colder, and the pain in his left arm made him hate Lin Fan to the extreme. He can't win. But the Sishui gang has stronger masters. "Brother, are you planning to hire someone? Do you want me to come and help?" Wang Fa's dim eyes brightened again. "Don't worry about this. Just stay at home and recover. Wait for good news from me. I'll go back to the county tomorrow when my condition stabilizes." Wang Wei stretched out his hand and pressed his left arm. His injury was not suitable for traveling at this moment. He needed to recuperate, or at least stabilize his injury. "Okay. I'll wait for good news from Big Brother." Wang Fa became excited, having already anticipated the miserable state of his enemy, Lin Fan. "Just wait for your death," he thought viciously. The next day, Lin Fan felt refreshed. Compared with Wang Fa's family's courtyard, Lin Fan's house is not too simple. However, the golden nest or the silver nest is not your own doghouse, let alone other ones. Soft jade in the arms. This is what real sleep is. As for the rest, it is just to stay alive and avoid sudden death. "Husband, I'm going to make dinner." Su Xiaoxiao, the cook, is the first one to get up every day. "Well, my wife has worked hard." Lin Fan nodded. "I'm going to help my sister." Wang Nanan had also woken up, and upon hearing this she got up to help. "Well, my wife has worked hard." Lin Fan nodded and said the same thing again. The two daughters-in-law went to work. Lin Fan also got up from the bed, not planning on sleeping in. Even though he fought every night, his vigorous body showed no sign of fatigue. If it weren't for the fact that his wives couldn't handle it, he would have no problem working until dawn. Yi Xiaoro, the eldest daughter-in-law, also stood up and gently helped her husband to dress. Lin Fan was actually not used to it, he was not so spoiled. But the eldest daughter-in-law insisted on having it. If she was not allowed to do so, she would be unhappy and even get red-eyed. Lin Fan could only enjoy it helplessly. This is what life is all about. Lin Fan sighed again. "Why do you sigh, my husband?" Yi Xiaoro heard the sigh and asked. "No, I'm just happy. It's great to have ladies like you." Lin Fan replied with a smile. "Yes, the same goes for me." Yi Xiaoro replied with a sweet smile, leaning her head on Lin Fan's arms. "Oh, take these." The two hugged each other for a while, and Lin Fan remembered something, took out a purse and handed it to his wife. "What's this?" Yi Xiaoro took over and asked doubtfully. "Open it and you'll find out." Lin Fan pretended to be mysterious for a moment. "Good." Yi Xiaoro nodded obediently and opened it. Silver. When she saw what was inside, she immediately looked at Lin Fan and said, "My husband, why are you giving me money? You are the eldest daughter-in-law in the family, so it is natural that you will be in charge of the family's money." Lin Fan smiled and replied, "Although there are 3 daughters-in-law in the family, but both the second and youngest daughters-in-law were uneducated. Although they were gentle and virtuous and listened to their husbands, they were lacking in arithmetic. It's fine for normal shopping, but if you buy too much it will become messy and you won't be able to count. But the eldest daughter-in-law is different. He came from a wealthy family, received a good education, and even went to school. Not to mention arithmetic, he could have his own opinions on some articles. In addition, he has a gentle appearance but a strong heart. He stays calm and fair in dealing with things. He is the most suitable person to manage the family's finances. Living expenses and the like do require someone to take care of them. As for Lin Fan himself, he has no desire to control these things, and if he really needs money, he can just forge his own weapons. The coal and iron he bought from the Coal and Iron Company should be delivered today. When the time comes, you can just forge a few swords. Are you still worried that you don't have enough money? Men have abilities. There is no need to worry about money." Yi Xiaoro bit her lip lightly, then nodded heavily and put the silver away. "Since you trust me, my husband, I will definitely take care of it for you," she assured Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded seriously, "Of course I believe in your ability on this point. Breakfast is relatively simple." With the help of Wang Nanan, Su Xiaoxiao quickly got it done. After a simple meal, Lin Fan got some yellow mud and renovated the blacksmith's furnace. With the help of 3 daughters-in-law, the job was made very easy. The 3 daughters-in-law are also very happy and enjoy this kind of life. It didn't take much time. The adobe furnace in the blacksmith's room was completely renovated. Just at this time, the sound of horse bells was heard outside, and then Wang Erxiao ran in from outside, shouting as he ran, "Brother Fan, the carriage driver said he wants to see you. The coachman is looking for me." Lin Fan was stunned for a moment when he heard this, but he quickly realized that this was the courier from the Coal and Iron Company, who had finally come to deliver the goods. "Okay, I understand." Lin Fan replied to Wang Erxiao, who reported the news, then washed his hands and walked out of the yard. On the dirt road outside the courtyard gate, a gray-haired groom, leading a horse pulling a carriage, walked slowly towards Lin Fan's house. As the horse's hooves moved forward, the bells on the horse's neck made crisp jingling sounds. Behind the groom, there were 2 men with knives. They were escort staff from the Coal and Iron Company, and they were also there to collect the balance of the payment. The coal and iron purchased by Lin Fan were all loaded onto carriages pulled by slow horses. "Are you Lin Fan?" We stopped at the door of the house and a staff member came up to us and asked questions. Lin nodded, "Yes, I am." "Please show me your receipt." The staff member looked at Lin Fan and then spoke. Lin Fan was already prepared, and upon hearing this, he handed over the receipt for the deposit he had paid previously. The staff member checked it and nodded quickly, saying, "There is nothing wrong with the bill. Now the coal and iron you requested have been delivered. You can inspect the goods. If there is no problem, you can settle the balance." "Okay, thank you for your help." Lin Fan naturally had no objection, and he took his 3 wives with him to start counting. Wang Erxiao volunteered to help, and soon he put the coal and iron into the blacksmith's room. All the materials for forging were in place, but Lin Fan did not forge swords to make money right away. Instead, he told his 3 wives that he had something to do outside, and then he went out wearing a straw hat. According to the time, Wang Wei's injuries have almost stabilized. It's time to go get help. Lin Fan looked at the sun in the sky, then quickly walked to the woods on a road that led from Wangjia village to the county town. There are many people in the village, so some things are naturally inconvenient to do. But deep in the mountains and old forests, many things became more convenient. On the quiet dirt road, only the sounds of birds and animals were heard, and only a few people passed by in a day. In such a place, if other sounds are heard, it will be very abrupt. This is actually true. When the sound of horse hooves came, it could be heard clearly from afar, startling a group of birds and beasts. On the horse's back was a young man in tight clothes with a gloomy face. He raised the whip and whipped the horse from time to time, as if he was in a hurry for something. However, when passing through a section of dense forest, he suddenly reined in his horse and stopped. "Who is it?" The young man stared and shouted, staring at a figure who walked out of the forest and blocked his way. "You don't recognize me so soon." The figure blocking the road slowly raised his head, revealing a handsome face with a smile under the straw hat. "It's you." The young man's eyes widened even wider, with a hint of fear in them. "You want to kill me?" These two people are Lin Fan and Wang Wei. Now that they have blocked the way, it is obvious what they are going to do. Lin Fan smiled and replied, "How about you wait for you to find someone and then come back to kill me?" The fact that the other party was a core member of the Sishui gang was no secret in the village. His younger brother Wang Fa often showed this off. Everyone, from the elderly in their 70s and 80s to children of 7 or 8 years old, knew this very well. Lin Fan is not a fool, so he naturally knows about this. Knowing the other party's identity, it is not difficult to guess what the other party will do if he suffers a loss. Knowing what the other party was doing, Lin Fan would naturally not sit still and wait for death. Eliminate the threat. This is the correct way to open it, instead of waiting for the other party to knock on your door and something uncontrollable to happen. "Humph. I am a core disciple of the Sishui gang. Do you dare to kill me?" Wang Wei snorted coldly and threatened, revealing his identity. "It is because you are a core disciple of the Surabaya gang that I want to kill you." Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. "Stop talking nonsense. If this is your last words, then let everything end here." The words fell. Lin Fan rushed forward directly. The terrifying power gave him an unparalleled burst, like a cannonball fired from a gun. Before he could even react, the horse Wang Wei was riding was hit in the head by a punch. Herod. With a scream, the horse fell down with a bang and was killed instantly. Damn it. Wang Wei didn't expect Lin Fan to be so decisive and ruthless. He started to kill as soon as he said so that he couldn't react at all. Fortunately, he was considered a skilled fighter, and he used the force of the opponent's movement to roll over, thus avoiding any injury. However, the injury in his left arm, which had just been stabilized, began to cause severe pain again. This made him unable to stop cursing, and his hatred towards Lin Fan could not be washed away even by the surging river. But before he could make any move, Lin Fan attacked again. There was no fancy moves, just a direct stomping in midair. With Lin Fan's terrifying strength, if this stomping was successful, Wang Wei would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Under the threat of death, Wang Wei could only shut up and roll on the ground in pain to avoid it. "Let me get up first." Wang Wei shouted loudly as he rolled. "Humph, I'm going to beat you up, you drowned dog, and you still want to get up." Lin Fan has no intention of talking about martial ethics, the result is what matters most. He is a young man after all. Do young people need to have martial ethics? Asshole. Wang Wei was beaten so badly that he could only roll around on the ground. He looked as miserable as possible, with none of his usual contemptuous and arrogant demeanor. Lin Fan didn't say any more nonsense. He used his strongest power to attack the opponent with a torrential rain, leaving no strength behind, so as to avoid any unexpected accidents. Wang Wei was no match for Lin Fan in the first place, and with his left arm injured, he was also at the mercy of Lin Fan. After struggling desperately, he was finally unable to struggle any longer. First, he was hit by a side kick from Lin Fan, and many of his ribs were broken on the spot, and his kidneys seemed to have been blown apart by a detonator. Then his chest was savagely stepped on, and another cracking sound was heard. Puff. Wang Wei spurted out large mouthfuls of blood, his strength to resist became weaker and weaker, and the luster in his eyes dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Sishui gang will not let you go, and you will be buried with me soon. Wang Wei knew that he had no way to escape. He felt regret, but more hatred. I'll wait. Lin Fan looked calm, stepped on the other person's neck with his foot, and exerted force hard. Click. With a crisp sound, this crushing battle came to an end. In order to avoid being threatened all the time in the future, Lin Fan had to be ruthless. He has the strength, so if he can't win, the worst that can happen is he'll just run away. But what about his wives? So no matter what your state of mind is, Wang Wei, this great threat, must die. However, after dealing with the other party's body and erasing all traces of the scene, Lin Fan's hands couldn't stop shaking slightly. After all, this was his first murder. Killing someone is very simple to say, but when it comes to actually doing it, only the person involved knows clearly. Some murderers, when they are caught, are more or less mentally abnormal. Lin Fan was in good health, not that exaggerated, but he was also a little restless. However, thinking that his daughters-in-law at home would no longer be threatened, he became more resolute. Just do it again. He would also eliminate the great threat of Wang Wei without hesitation. At home, Yi Xiaoro and the other 3 wives were waiting at the door for their husbands to return. Although Lin Fan pretended to be relaxed when he went out, women's sensitive sixth sense still made them realize something. However, they did not want to cause trouble for their husbands, so they pretended not to know. But as time went by, they couldn't stop worrying and even felt confused. Elder sister. Su Xiaoxiao and Wang Nanan looked at Yi Xiaoro, the eldest sister, and were about to cry. Don't worry, my husband is a capable man, nothing will happen to him, and he is just going out to do something, don't worry. Faced with her sister's worries, Yi Xiaoro could only pretend to be calm and smile. She was the most intelligent and had a vague idea of what her husband was doing outside. But of course you can't panic at this time, and you should even pretend that you don't know about this. His words emphasized that Lin Fan was just out doing something, so as not to let the 2 women think too much, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Aha. After hearing this, the 2 girls calmed down a lot and breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao, go cook first. My husband must be hungry after he comes back from work. Nanan, please continue making clothes for me. I will try to finish the clothes for him today. Yi Xiaoro took on the responsibility of an eldest sister and began to arrange household affairs. The 2 women nodded obediently and began to do their own tasks. Lin Fan didn't return home until the evening. When he saw this heartwarming scene, he immediately smiled with satisfaction. All this. It's all worth it. Husband, you're back. In order to stabilize the family, the eldest daughter-in-law Yi Xiaoro has remained calm, but she is actually the most worried in her heart. Because she really had a vague idea of what her husband was doing. About this matter. She was naturally very touched, but she was more worried. When she saw Lin Fan returning safely, she could no longer hold back her tears, and all her strength was washed away by her tears. Yeah, I'm back. Lin Fan smiled gently and ruffled his eldest daughter-in-law's hair. It's my fault for making you worry, daughter-in-law. No, it's not your fault. Yi Xiaoro shook her head firmly. How could all this be her husband's fault? Only when you truly understand him will you know how much your husband has contributed to this family. Okay, let's eat first. Lin Fan didn't dwell on this, just nodded and changed the subject. Today's dinner was not very sumptuous, but everyone was very satisfied. The next few days were spent in peace, comfort, and happiness. However, Lin Fan did not forge swords and sell them immediately. Instead, he rested for 2 days and then made some farm tools for his family. The 3 wives made a strong request because they couldn't sit still, or perhaps they wanted to share some of the pressure with their husband Lin Fan. Under the coquetry, Lin Fan couldn't help but make various daily necessities for the 3 women. Kitchen knife, hatchet, hoe, even fine scissors. With the help of fine forging materials, these ordinary daily tools are better than the long sword that Lin Fan had forged before. They can cut iron like mud and cut hair with ease. If Lin Fan hadn't been afraid of hurting his wife, it would have been even more terrifying if he had held back. Full-level blacksmith. If placed in the world of martial arts, he would be a master craftsman. This level. It's not just talk. But this is enough, and the wives are very satisfied. Husband, this hatchet you made for me is so sharp, much sharper than the one I had before. Thank you. Wang Nanan waved the new hatchet. The firewood that was difficult to chop in the past was as easy as paper in front of the new hatchet, making her feel very relaxed. She smiled and thanked her husband. "You're welcome. As long as it works." Lin Fan smiled and replied when he heard that. After a few days, his troubled heart finally calmed down completely. He had no regrets about what he had done, and instead felt that he had done the right thing. However, although he was fine, Wang Fa, who was waiting for his elder brother to return home, was not able to recover. These days, he went from expectation at the beginning, to confusion and doubt, and finally to hesitation and worry. After all, his elder brother Wang Wei had told him when he went back to the county town to ask for reinforcements that he would be back in 2 days at the latest, bringing with him the true masters to make a comeback and hold his head high. By then, let's watch Lin Fan's miserable condition together. But now, let alone 2 days, 5 or 6 days have passed, but there is no sign of his elder brother. At first he could still comfort himself by saying that his eldest brother just happened to have something to do in the gang and couldn't come back on time. But as time went on, he became increasingly unable to comfort himself. And today, 2 burly men with a strong gangster temperament came to his house and came to him. "Who are you?" When Wang Fa saw the 2 of them, the bad feeling in his heart became stronger. "We are from the Surabaya gang." The 2 answered indifferently, and then asked, "When was the last time you saw Wang Wei?" "Someone from the Surabaya gang." Wang Fa was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that the reinforcements from the Sishui gang had arrived, but his eldest brother was nowhere to be seen. "Answer us." When the 2 people from the Sishui gang saw Wang Fa hesitating, they immediately started to scold him. They were not going to be polite to a country bumpkin. Wang Wei only took 3 days off when he came back, but now it is the 7th day and there is still no trace of him. This made the people of the Sishui gang realize that something was wrong and they started sending people to look for him. The world is not peaceful. If you suddenly lose contact, it is very likely that something unexpected has happened to you. As a core disciple of the Surabaya gang, and even having close relationships with the top leaders, the gang naturally attaches great importance to him. These 2 gang members were sent down by higher-ups to investigate. The first stop was naturally Wang Wei's hometown where he had taken leave. My eldest brother. The last time we saw him was 6 days ago." Wang Fa was a little frightened, but thinking of the terrible things, he hurriedly asked, "Brothers, is my brother in trouble?" 6 days ago. The 2 investigators froze when they heard this answer. After a while, one of them answered, "Wang Wei has not appeared since he went home on leave. We suspect he has been murdered. We are now investigating his whereabouts over the past few days." As family members, they did not deliberately hide anything. However, when Wang Fa heard this answer, he couldn't help but tremble. His old father, Wang Yotsai, had just arranged for his servants to bring tea. When he heard this, he almost fainted. Wang Wei, this son, is the pride of Wang Yotsai. Whenever he goes out, he is the face of the show and he often brags about it to others. As for the prodigal son Wang Fa, it was just an accident. If it weren't for his elder brother Wang Wei who often took care of him, he would have ignored him. But now, it is suspected that his own child has been murdered. Impossible, impossible. He yelled in disbelief. Quiet. The 2 investigators scolded the crazy Wang Yotsai to calm him down, and then they said, "Think carefully, before Wang Wei disappeared, did he offend anyone, or was there anything wrong?" "It's Lin Fan, definitely Lin Fan." Wang Fa came back to his senses and screamed like a madman at this moment. "Who is Lin Fan?" The people who came to investigate suddenly brightened up when they heard these words. If the insiders have the information, their task will be easily accomplished. It must be him. Wang Fa became more and more agitated, and then told everyone about the previous conflict. "Tell me what happened in detail," the 2 investigators asked. Wang Fa told the story without any hesitation. A mountain dweller with strange powers. The 2 people who came to investigate looked at each other when they heard this answer, and then quickly made a decision. "You are not allowed to mention this to anyone. We will handle it. Otherwise, don't blame us for not following the code of conduct." The two men finally spoke in warning, with cold murderous intent in their eyes. They are just investigators, and there are naturally other people who actually carry out the rest. But once they go back, this matter will not end so easily. Surabaya Gang. He is well known in Tianfeng County and is in charge of many gray industries. Ordinary people would stay away from him when they hear his name. Its leader, Tai Chingfei, is a second-rate master in the underworld. The two iron legs are extremely strong and can cross the water in a short time just by strength. People in the martial arts world give them the nickname, Iron Legs Floating on Water. When he first founded the gang in Tianfeng County, many chivalrous men from the martial arts world joined him. However, he has grown old in recent years and rarely takes charge of things, and is in a semi-retired state. Currently, most of the gang's affairs are managed by the deputy gang leader. And this deputy gang leader, he is Wang Wei's backer in the gang. When Wang Wei disappeared this time, it was he who led the gang to look for him. The two investigators rushed back to the gang's base and reported to the deputy gang leader. He was able to defeat Wang Wei with one punch. He is indeed quite powerful, but he dared to provoke our Sishui gang. This is far from enough. Law Guardian Lu, you personally lead people to bring him to this gang leader. This gang leader will personally interrogate him to see if he did this. The deputy gang leader was not tall, but his arms were very big. One could tell he had great martial arts skills and he looked quite imposing. After listening to the investigator's report, he gave instructions to a middle-aged man next to him. This is the guardian of the gang, a top third-rate master. Even 10 of them may not be enough to defeat an ordinary third-rate master like Wang Wei. Yes. Upon hearing this, Protector Lu bowed and agreed. Not long. The protector quickly left the gang base with a group of gang members. The other side. Lin Fan didn't know about the situation of the Sishui gang. After all, he was still not experienced enough when it came to underworld affairs, and he had not thought in advance that underworld gangs never needed to provide any evidence when doing things. As long as they think you are a suspect, they will deal with you directly and would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. As for silencing, don't let the Surabaya gang get the information. This is unrealistic. After all, even if he killed all the members of Wang Wei's family, everyone in the village knew that he had a conflict with Wang Wei. Killing them would only make him more suspicious. He couldn't kill all the villagers, right? So this matter. No matter what Lin Fan does, the Sishui gang will always cause trouble for him. Don't kill Wang Wei. Wang Wei brought people to cause trouble. If the younger ones are beaten, the older ones will come. Kill Wang Wei. After the Surabaya gang investigates, they will also come to cause trouble for him. This is the world of martial arts. However, Lin Fan was not experienced enough and had not thought of this. After dinner, he relaxed and went out with Wang Erxiao, the cowherd boy, to fish in the river. There is no industrial pollution in this world, and there are still plenty of fish in the rivers. Brother Fan, I have dug up the earthworms. Wang Erxiao was busy running around, completely following Lin Fan's lead. It was nice to have someone obedient to order around, and Lin Fan did not refuse the other party's request to follow him. Well, let's go then. Lin Fan nodded, took the bamboo fishing rod and walked towards the small river beside the village. The 3 daughters-in-law are at home looking after the house. Lin Fan bought a lot of cloth, and they have been busy making clothes these days. These jobs are a bit boring, but they enjoy it. However, just as they closed the gate and were about to take out the tools to start making clothes, there was a gentle knock on the gate. Could it be that my husband doesn't want to fish anymore and has come back again? Wang Nanan was puzzled for a moment, then put down what she was holding and went to open the door. However, the person outside the door was not Lin Fan, but a group of strangers. The team was led by an old man, with a young and beautiful woman standing beside him, and behind them were 2 men and women dressed as servants. If Lin Fan were here, he would definitely recognize at a glance that the man dressed as a servant was the second shopkeeper with whom he traded when he went to the Divine Weapon Pavilion to sell the sword. However, the second shopkeeper, who had the aura of a superior before, was now dressed like a servant, following the first 2, responsible for carrying bags and taking things, and following their lead. As the second manager of the Divine Weapon Pavilion treated them like this, one can imagine the identities of the first two. Who are you looking for? Wang Nanan didn't know all this. When she saw that it was a stranger, she started asking. Excuse me, is this Lin Fan's home? The leading elder asked politely. Wang Nanan immediately became alert, and after a while she replied, yes, do you have anything to do with him? Since the other party came to her house, he must have asked other people in the village. Even if she lied and denied it, it would be useless. It would be better for her to admit it generously and ask the other party what he wanted to do. Yes, I have something to do with him. The old man smiled and nodded, then as if he saw Wang Nanan's worry, he took the initiative to explain, don't worry, we have no ill intentions, we just want to ask him something. Hearing noise at the door, Yi Xiaorou and the other girl also put down their things and came to the door. Can you tell me what it is? My husband is not home right now. Compared to Wang Nanan, Yi Xiaorou was more alert. She could tell at a glance that the group of people in front of her were not simple. No ill intentions, that's fine. If the other party has malicious intentions, then it will be troublesome. Don't worry, we really have no ill intentions. I even had a deal with Master Lin before. The second shopkeeper took the initiative to step out and replied. This time they came to him without any ill intentions. They just wanted to ask Lin Fan for information about the master who had mastered the lost forging method. The reason why they took so long to come was because they had just found out Lin Fan's information. Have you ever made a deal with my husband? Yi Xiaorou did not relax her vigilance, but looked at the other party carefully. Good. The second shopkeeper tried his best to smile friendly, nodded and replied, just a few days ago, Master Lin sold us a long sword. This time we are visiting just to ask a few questions. Are you from the Divine Weapon Pavilion? Yi Xiaorou had heard Lin Fan mention the sale of long swords, and when he brought it up again, she instantly had a guess. She was also familiar with Shenbing Pavilion, which was a well-known large trading company in Dalong. It had a very good reputation and had always operated with integrity. The other party is from the Divine Weapon Pavilion. There is not much chance that he is a bad guy. Good. The second shopkeeper laughed. Since the other party had guessed his identity, things would be easier to discuss. This did dispel some of Yi Xiaorou's remaining worries. She didn't ask any more questions, but told Su Xiaoxiao to tell Lin Fan about this and invited her into the yard. Someone comes to visit politely and brings gifts, so it would be bad to leave them out in the cold. Moreover, the other party also has female relatives, so you don't have to worry about others gossiping when you invite them in. Please sit down for a while. My husband should be back soon. Yi Xiaorou asked the other party to sit down and went to the kitchen to prepare some tea for him. The guest should follow the host's wishes. The people from the Divine Weapon Pavilion didn't say anything and just looked around the yard casually. Wang Nanan was a little shy and did not entertain the other party. Instead, she sat in the yard and continued to chop the collected firewood with an axe. Winter is coming soon, and the family needs to prepare more firewood. This action. It didn't attract any attention at first. But when the people from the Divine Weapon Pavilion saw that the hard firewood was split like paper by the light swing of the hatchet, they were immediately attracted. Miss, could you please lend me the hatchet you have? The old man in the lead seemed to have discovered something, stood up and asked excitedly. Ah. Wang Nanan was stunned for a moment when she heard this. She didn't expect the other party to say this suddenly. But it was just a look, so she was not so stingy. She nodded and handed the hatchet in her hand to the other party. The old man took it solemnly, and gently stroked and tapped the hatchet with his hands, as if he was testing something, with extraordinary concentration. Finally, as if he had confirmed it, he murmured excitedly, "This is really the 1,000 forging method, it is the 1,000 forging method that only a master craftsman can master in the legend." Great Elder, what are you doing? The second shopkeeper was a little shocked when he saw the old man's excitement. Who is the old man in front of me? He was an unimaginable big shot, and even in the entire Dalong dynasty, he was not an unknown person. Especially in the martial arts world. Just a stomp of his feet is enough to shake the entire martial arts world. He, a well-known figure in Tianfeng City, is nothing in front of the other party. Being able to help out this time is enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. Such existence. He can remain calm even when Mount Tai collapses in front of him. Even if the hatchet in front of him is not simple, it is not enough to make the other party do this. The young woman who had followed him, who had been very calm up to this point, also became curious and looked at the excited old man. "Grandpa Jian, is there any secret about this hatchet? You seem so excited," the young woman asked. This was the first time she spoke. Her voice was clear, pleasant, and penetrating, like the chant of a sword. When she opened her mouth, everyone in the room was attracted by it. "Miss, have you ever heard of the 1,000 forging method?" The old man took a deep breath, calmed down a little, and asked back. "The 1,000 forging method?" The young woman was slightly stunned by this turn of question. "Yes, the 1,000 forging method." The old man nodded slightly. The young woman thought for a moment and replied, "I have some impression. There seems to be an ancient book recording this in the sutra library at home. It is said that this is the supreme forging technique that only the legendary god-level blacksmith can master." As she was talking, she suddenly thought of something, her eyes widened suddenly, and she looked at the hatchet in the old man's hand. "Grandpa Jian, you don't mean to say that this hatchet was forged by the 1,000 forging method, right?" The old man nodded slowly as he stared at her in disbelief. "I find it hard to believe, but this hatchet in my hand was indeed forged using the legendary 1,000 forging method. This information is absolutely tremendous." However, the young woman frowned slightly after hearing this and said, "That's not right, Grandpa Jian. Ancient books record that weapons forged with the 1,000 forging methods will contain sharp edges. If you don't have a certain level of martial arts skills, you will be hurt by them. But this woman is just an ordinary woman. It shouldn't be possible for her to hold it." "Miss, what you said is correct, but it is precisely because of this that I am amazed, because this is the work of a true master craftsman. Using special techniques, the sharpness on it is sealed, so that ordinary people can also use it. Although the blade has been weakened, the conditions for use have been lowered." The old man sighed with admiration. "Master craftsman." The second shopkeeper, who was standing nearby, was so shocked that his head was buzzing when he heard the old man's explanation. "Master craftsman. This is a legendary existence. Every time this kind of existence appears, it drives the martial artists crazy. Because of this existence, as long as you find specific materials, you can create a real magic weapon. This magic weapon is not exaggerating. It is a true divine weapon, comparable to the heaven sword and dragon saber. If a top master is equipped with such a magical weapon, he will be hard to beat in the world. He can command a group and make countless masters bow down to him. Pity. There are so few of these things that they almost exist only in legends. If there were no magical weapons forged by master craftsmen in the martial arts world that still exist today and shine brilliantly from time to time, people might not believe that such weapons exist in the world. No way. This kind of person is very rare. In fact, the blacksmiths who have mastered the 100 forging techniques are all very powerful and worthy of their divine weapon pavilion's personal visit to win them over. But in front of the master craftsman who mastered the 1,000 forging techniques, the former is just a younger brother. The two are not on the same level. What are you talking about? This is just a hatchet that my husband casually made for me. Wang Nanan was simple by nature and did not understand why the other party was so excited. She could not help but mutter something. In her opinion, this was just an axe for chopping wood, which her husband had made casually. She even helped to fan the fire. What was there to be surprised about? The kitchen knives and hose at home are all made in this way. They are just ordinary household iron tools. The words were very light. But to the people in the divine weapon pavilion, it sounded like thunder. "Little girl, you said, this hatchet was made by your husband." The old man could no longer hold back his excitement, which he had just suppressed. "And this time it's not just him, others are the same. The technique used to forge this hatchet requires 1,000 forging technique that only a master craftsman can master. If Wang Nanan didn't lie. This god craftsman. Will we see you soon?" "Yes, yeah, what's wrong?" Seeing the other party's excited look, Wang Nanan was a little scared and stepped back. "Feel sorry." The old man knew that his reaction was a bit too much, so he forced himself to control his emotions again and apologized. But this time it is difficult to completely control. Master Craftsman. What a great existence this is. If he could get this existence to tailor a magic weapon for him, then his strength would definitely soar, and he would never meet an opponent in the world of martial arts again. However, it is recorded in ancient books that even those who can reach the level of a master craftsman will have more or less flaws in their temperament. For example, extreme paranoia. After all, only those who are dedicated to something can reach the pinnacle in this industry. There was once a divine craftsman who was so obsessed that in order to forge a divine weapon that would satisfy him, he sacrificed himself and jumped into a furnace. Such a character. If he doesn't want to, he won't compromise even if you put a knife to his neck. If you want such a being to help you forge a magic weapon, oppression will definitely not work, you can only use gentle methods. It's best to owe yourself a favor. In the past, divine craftsmen would help others forge divine weapons, usually to repay favors. This was the most effective way. This method is easier said than done. This made the old man a little worried. It is very simple to say that human relationships are simple, but it is also very difficult to say that they are difficult. This requires a coincidental opportunity, otherwise there is no possibility of completion at all. But what kind of person is the master craftsman? Even if he looks poor now, as long as he wants, he can forge some weapons, which will be enough to attract the heroes in the world to seek him. Spend money lavishly. This is definitely not an adjective. Just when he was worried, the protector of the Sishui gang came to Wangjia village with his men. Then, under the leadership of Wang Fa, they kicked down the gate of Lin Fan's house. Lin Fan, come out and die. Wang Fa, dragging his seriously injured body, rushed in at the head of the charge. His elder brother, who was his backer, was suspected to have been harmed by Lin Fan, which made him hate Lin Fan so much that even all the water in the world could not wash it away. Right now. He only wants Lin Fan's life. Lu Hufa, the leader of the Sishui gang, holding a long sword, entered the room with his men in a majestic manner. The murderous aura on them was terrifying. The old man was worried, but when he saw this scene, he immediately smiled. It's like someone sends you a pillow when you feel sleepy. Wang Fa didn't know this, and he was looking around the yard arrogantly. But the leader of the Sishui gang, after seeing the person in the yard clearly, his expression suddenly changed, and he slapped him hard in the face. Puff. Wang Fa was bleeding profusely and most of his teeth fell out in the process. Faced with this sudden situation, Wang Fa, whose head was buzzing from being hit, was dumbfounded at this moment. What is going on? Aren't you here to kill Lin Fan? Why did they end up hitting me? Wang was stunned. 3 times. 3 times exactly. Over the past few days, none of his attempts to cause trouble for Lin Fan were successful. This was the first time I was beaten by Lin Fan. The second time he called on his elder brother to stand up for him, his elder brother got beaten as well. The third time the masters of the Sishui gang came, they thought they could start shaking things up. But he never expected that he would be beaten again. And this time it was even more heartbreaking, because the person who beat him was the one he thought was standing up for him. How could he not be confused? Why did you hit me? Wang Fa's speech became lisp and tears began to fall at this moment. He really cried. He didn't understand why all this happened and why he was the one who was unlucky. He needed an explanation. But the Sishui gang guardian who slapped him hard didn't even look at him, and walked forward like a grandson, saying in fear, I didn't know Senior Jian was here. I disturbed you. I really deserve to die. Do you know this old man? Although the old man had been so shocked that he could not remain calm before, he was facing the legendary master craftsman, a legend in the world. But when facing the people from the Sishui gang, the aura of a big shot emerged, making the opponents dare not breathe. This is his true image. I am the guardian of the Sishui gang. I followed our gang leader Tai some time ago and had the honor of seeing the true face of Senior Jian. The guardian of the Sishui gang nodded and bowed. The strong aura of a big shot made him sweat profusely and his whole body tense. It's not his fault that he's useless. But the old man in front of him could easily crush him to death. The other party doesn't even have to take action. As long as the other party expresses dissatisfaction with him, the semi-retired gang leader will definitely clean up the mess without hesitation and bring his head to apologize. Isn't the Divine Weapon Pavilion awesome? The business spread throughout the Dalong dynasty. Whether it is the official or local gangs, we have to give them some face. The Sishui gang dares to collect protection fees from any merchant in Tianfeng City, except for the Divine Weapon Pavilion. But in fact, this is just an industry of Shenzhen Villa, a tool to make money. And what about the other party? The great elder of the Divine Sword Villa, the contemporary sword protector, the top master in the martial arts world, and unrivaled in the entire martial arts world. Just picking out any title is enough to scare the hell out of the Surabaya gang. Just look at the second manager of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. He is proud of just helping out, which shows his identity. If he offended such an existence, how could a good ending befall him as a mere guardian and a third-rate character? The gang members of TFA. The old man's expression remained unchanged. He looked at the other person indifferently and said, "From the way you walked in just now, you wanted to cause trouble for the owner of this house, right? Don't you know that the owner of this house is my friend? Your old friend." The guardian of the Sishui gang was completely paralyzed when he heard these words. This is asking for trouble. After finding the friend of the sword protector, he wanted to die. But before he died, he had to kill Wang Fa, the guide. If it weren't for the other party, this incident wouldn't have happened and he wouldn't have come here. Damn it. He gritted his teeth secretly and glanced at Wang Fa with murderous intent. He is more than just a friend. He is also the honored guest of our Excalibur Villa. The old man emphasized again that it is never too much to please a master craftsman. Not only for him, but also for the Divine Sword Villa behind him, as long as he can gain the friendship of the divine craftsman, everything is worth it. The guardian of the Sishui gang was not only numb at this moment, but he almost exploded. Being the other person's friend is enough to send him to the 18th level of hell. He was a distinguished guest of the Divine Sword Villa, and a guest of honor. Even if he was promoted, there would be nothing strange about it. Even lifted him up. You will still have to pay for the disaster you have brought upon yourself. Senior, this is a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. We came here this time just because we were misled by this scourge. We didn't mean to cause trouble for your friend. The guardian of the Sishui gang finally couldn't bear the pressure anymore and knelt down. The gang members who followed were all at a loss when they saw this scene. They are not qualified to meet an old man of his level, and their gang leader will not take them to pay them a visit. It is also because of this. They did not know the old man's identity. However, seeing the reaction of his own protector, even a fool could roughly guess it. This is a big shot. And he is a huge figure. Plop, plop. The gang members who followed also knelt down at this time. They are also accomplices this time. If they don't have some sense, they won't even know how they died. These ordinary gang members may not be very powerful, but they definitely know how to adapt to the times, otherwise they would not be alive today. Just a moment. The whole yard was filled with people kneeling. Wang Nanan, who was frightened just now, was stunned by this reversal. Just now, the other party looked so ferocious that he kicked down the gate of her house. She knew that it was Wang Fa who came to seek revenge on her husband. But in the blink of an eye, all the opponents fell to their knees. Not only was his family fine, but the real boss, Wang Fa, was beaten to death on the spot. And all this. All because he was very kind and amiable when he spoke to her just now, but the old lady couldn't calm down at all just by looking at her axe. Just now. She also thought the old man's reaction holding his hatchet was very strange, and secretly labeled him a weird old man in her heart. This reversal really shocked her little heart. When Yi Xiaoro heard the noise in the yard, she ran out of the kitchen. She saw the whole scene and realized that the old man who came to her house was more important than she had imagined. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to make everyone kneel down just by showing his face. Although she didn't know the identity of the person who came to cause trouble, she knew he was not a good person when she saw his ferocious and murderous look at the beginning. It is very likely that there are lives on their hands, or even more than one. But now. This kind of desperado. Just by recognizing the old man's identity, he knelt down in fear and begged for mercy, without any sign of resistance or disobedience. What kind of identity does this require? Yi Xiaoro's gaze towards the old man gradually began to change. She didn't understand why such an identity existed and why he was looking for her husband. There is also a woman who speaks very little next to her. She is called the eldest lady. Judging from the respect she shows the old men have for her, she must have a higher status. What kind of identity is this? Her thoughts were full of thoughts and she couldn't help but feel a little worried. It's not necessarily a good thing that my husband is involved with these people. The old man didn't know what he was thinking. He looked at the kneeling Sishui gang members coldly and said without any emotion, "I don't care what hatred you have against my friend, and I don't care if you are right or wrong. This matter ends here. Otherwise, I don't mind going to talk to Tai Fei in person. Get lost." Yes, yes, senior. Although they were mercilessly scolded and even threatened, the guards of the Sishui gang did not think anything of it. Instead, they felt fortunate. This is finally alive. Thanks. He was ready to lead the team out. But he was stopped by the old man. Take this garbage away. Also, I don't want my friends to be harassed again in the future. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. The guardian of the Sishui gang turned into a wise king, bowed and nodded for a while, and then carried away the garbage like Wang Fa like a chicken. Wang Fa left. It is destined to be a lifetime. By the stream. Lin Fan is fishing. I have to say that the natural resources in this world are really great. There is no need to make a heavy nest or invest a lot of money in fishing gear. With just a bamboo pole and a worm, you can easily catch fish. Air Force. Fishermen never come back empty-handed. Wang Erxiao was herding cattle by the river, and helping to fish and string earthworms. The two of them work very well together. But just when Lin Fan was about to make another effort, his second daughter-in-law, Su Xiaoxiao, came trotting towards him with a burst of excitement. Husband, there is a group of people at home, and they say they are here to look for you. Su Xiaoxiao was a little out of breath because she ran too fast. A group of people are looking for me. Lin Fan frowned slightly when he heard this. In this world, he didn't know many people except his wives and the people in the village. Even if we know each other. It was just a chance encounter. There's no reason to go out of your way to look for someone you know like this. Do you know who it is? Lin Fan began to put away his fishing gear and asked his second daughter-in-law. It seems like he is from the Divine Weapon Pavilion. That's what the other party said. Su Xiaoxiao thought about it and replied. Divine Weapon Pavilion. Lin Fan's eyes flickered slightly, and he roughly understood. Let's go, let's talk about it when we get back. After learning the general situation, Lin Fan packed up his things and walked back. Wang Erxiao had cattle to herd, so he did not follow them. Instead, he was responsible for cleaning up the fish that were caught. The stream is not far from home. Lin Fan returned home after a while. Husband. The two daughters-in-law in the family finally found their backbone when they saw Lin Fan. Such a big incident just happened, and although it was resolved by the people who came to their door, they were still a little scared, and at the same time they became more wary of the old men and others. But when they saw Lin Fan, they felt relieved. Although we haven't been together for long. But Lin Fan, their husband, never let them down and they trusted him deeply. Well, I'm sorry to have worried you. Lin Fan comforted his wife and then looked at the person who came. Seeing the familiar second shopkeeper, he prepared to confirm the other party's purpose. But before he could open his mouth, a surprised voice rang out. It's you. The one who spoke was a young woman who was respected as the eldest lady. Her voice was clear and pleasant. At this moment, she was staring blankly at Lin Fan who had just returned. Who are you? Lin Fan was a little confused about this. He was sure that he had never seen the other person before. He was very sure of this. Because since he came to this world, he had never seen such a beauty as the one before him. Not to mention how beautiful it is. It's that unique temperament, like the lingering sword intent, which makes people yearn for it, but also afraid of being hurt. Not to mention. The other party's appearance is also very good. Among his 3 wives, only the eldest wife with the highest appearance can be compared with her. The other 2 wives are inferior. Such an amazing woman. If Lin Fan had met the other person, he should not have forgotten him. Seeing Lin Fan's puzzled look, the other party was also stunned for a moment, but soon reacted, coughed lightly, and then said, "Brother Lin, have you forgotten about me so quickly? Are you Sword 14? When he heard the familiar voice, Lin Fan's eyes widened. The voice that came from the other side again was none other than the young knight Jian Shirsi, whom he had rescued when he went up the mountain to fight the tiger before. Even though several days had passed, he was still deeply impressed by the other party's strange name. But he didn't expect it. When they saw each other again, something unexpected happened. Not only did she become a woman, but she was also an unimaginably beautiful woman. This is outrageous. It seems that Brother Lin still remembers me. Jian Shirsi laughed, as if Lin Fan recognized her immediately, which made her very happy. I remember, but you've changed a lot. Lin Fan couldn't stop sighing. The change is more than just big. Apart from a few shadows that can be seen between the eyebrows, everything else, including the skin color and figure, are completely different. Although the previous Jun Zijian also had fair skin, it was a bit rough. But now the other person's skin is as white as jade, smooth and delicate. And the figure. Those towering and exaggerated pectoral muscles are completely different. This change. It would be strange if you could recognize it. Brother Lin, please forgive me for making fun of you. When I go out, I disguise myself just to make it easier for me to get around. These are just some tricks. I hope Brother Lin doesn't mind. Jian Shirsi smiled apologetically. That's understandable. Lin Fan nodded in understanding. It would indeed be inconvenient for the other party to travel the world in his current appearance. By then, not only will the tigers target us, but some rapists in the underworld will definitely not let us go either. Jian Shirsi, that shouldn't be your real name, right? Lin Fan asked another question. Meeting again was a matter of fate. Indeed not. Jian Shirsi nodded and said, my real name is Jian Ling, but the name Jian Shirsi is my wish. Lin Fan was a little confused about the other party's wishes, but he didn't say anything more. The 2 sides met again unexpectedly, exchanged some pleasantries and then got back to the topic. What do you want from me? Since we are acquaintances, the subsequent communication will naturally be more casual. The old man had a happy look on his face. He didn't expect that his young lady actually knew the other party. Like this. The next thing will be easy to talk about. Originally, he planned to wait for Lin Fan to come back and talk to him in person. But that's not necessary now. Since our lady knows the other party, let her do the talking. Sword 14, no, Sword Spirit did not shirk this, and took over the topic and said, Brother Lin, let me introduce myself first. I am the young master of the Divine Sword Villa, and the Divine Weapon Pavilion is my family's property. The words are concise. But the message contained is shocking. I didn't expect Miss Jianling to be a wealthy woman. Lin Fan was indeed shocked. He didn't know much about Excalibur Villa. However, he knew the Divine Weapon Pavilion very well. In the Dalong dynasty, this absolute behemoth was making a fortune, an understatement. And such existence. It turned out to be the other party's family's property, and it seemed to be just one of them. How rich is this? It is no exaggeration to say that she is a wealthy woman. The sword spirit blushed slightly when she heard this. The term rich woman was a bit too extravagant for her. But she was not angry, instead she smiled and said, well, it is indeed considered rich, but I am still young, I am not considered a mother-in-law, right? You make me sound old. Ha ha. Lin Fan laughed heartily. Although the other party had changed his appearance, his temperament was similar. Please come in and sit down first. No matter what's going on, chatting in the yard is not the right way to entertain guests. After laughing, Lin Fan invited the other person into the house, which meant he truly treated the other person as a guest. The elder who was the chief elder or the second in charge under him could not help showing joy at this moment. This is considered to be the friendship of the master craftsman. Although it was different from what I expected, it didn't matter at all. The result was what mattered. Inside the house, everyone took their seats one after another. Lin Fan's current home can be said to be very simple, revealing a small and petty atmosphere. But no one looks down on it. Instead, they think that this truth is simple but full of profound meaning. No way. This is the influence brought by the master craftsman. The house is obviously bare, yet it is made to seem full of meaning. My family is simple, please don't despise me. Lin Fan spoke politely. I don't mind, I don't mind. The other side waved his hands in response. The sword spirit also smiled and said, Brother Lin, you are too polite. We are people who travel the world and have experienced all kinds of situations. How can we say it is simple and crude? Well, everyone, have some tea. Lin Fan was indeed just being polite, and he didn't say anything more after hearing that, and raised his hand to offer tea. Yi Xiaoro and the other two girls put down their tea and left. Their husbands were discussing serious matters at home, so it was not appropriate for them, who were from the inner chambers, to be present. Lin Fan didn't think there was anything wrong, but the three women insisted, so he didn't say much. Brother Lin, is the hatchet in your home really forged by you yourself? The sword spirit didn't beat around the bush. He simply took a sip of tea and went straight to the point. Lin Fan had guessed this long ago, and nodded when he heard it. Yes, it was indeed forged by me. Get confirmed. The sword spirit said with emotion, the last time I met Brother Lin, I knew that Brother Lin was not a simple person, but I didn't expect that Brother Lin was even more extraordinary, and was actually a master craftsman. Just some little means of survival. Lin Fan waved his hands. For him, this was indeed just a survival skill. It comes with marrying a wife. It's really nothing big. But this is for him. In this world, the divine craftsman is an unimaginable existence. This is the system's golden finger. Even the random little tricks to get rich are invincible. Brother Lin is too modest. The sword spirit shook his head and said, if the ability of the master craftsman is just a means of survival, then what other abilities in this world are worthy of praise? The master is indeed humble. The old man couldn't help but sigh at this time. The more experience you have, the more you know what a master craftsman represents. It's no exaggeration to say so. If they could have a master craftsman move into their Shenzhen villa, their status in the martial arts world would definitely soar, and it would not be impossible for them to even reach the top. Some are peerless masters who want to ask the master craftsman to help them forge magic weapons tailored for them. Once you have a request, will you oppose Excalibur Villa at that time? This is clear at a glance. Who is this? Lin Fan had already noticed the old man. After all, the other party's aura was quite oppressive. Although he didn't quite understand where the opponent's pressure came from. But you don't have to think about it to know it. This old man is definitely not simple. The sword spirit introduced, this is one of my elders, and he is also the current sword guardian of the Divine Sword Villa. He is quite famous in the martial arts world and can be called a master. Sword guardian. Lin Fan's eyes flickered. It goes without saying that Shenzhen Villa is definitely the top force in the Dalong dynasty, otherwise it would not be able to protect such a huge industry as Shenbing Pavilion. The other party can be the sword guardian and be respected by the sword spirit of the young master. He is definitely a real big shot. Put it into the world. A third-rate expert like Wang Wei is not even worthy of carrying the other party's shoes. Lin Fan didn't expect to meet a true master in the martial arts world. No wonder he felt oppressed. This is a great guy. I didn't expect it to be in front of you, senior. I am a little rude. Lin Fan bowed to the other party. Master, you are too polite. I am only a few years older than you. If you don't mind, you can just call me Master Jian. There is no need to repeat what the senior said. Old Man Jian was polite and bowed, but he naturally didn't dare to put on airs in front of the master craftsman. He would regret it to death if this friendship, which was hard-earned, was destroyed because of his pretense. A tailor-made magic weapon. He now relies on Lin Fan. This was something he could only dream about before, but now he has the chance to realize it. As the sword guardian of the Divine Sword Villa, he loves the sword as if it were his life. However, the fire energy in his practice is too strong and an ordinary sword cannot bear it. This has prevented him from finding his natal sword until now. Sword cultivators usually practice both sword and martial arts, so he is one of the rare ones. It is also because of this that this issue has always been his regret. Okay then, since you are the elder of Sword Spirit, I will call you Master Sword from now on. Lin Fan nodded and did not try to refuse. No matter how senior you are, he doesn't like to act as someone's grandson. After all, he didn't ask for anything from the other party. It should be so. Old Man Jian laughed. The second shopkeeper next to him wanted to interrupt, but now he was powerless and could only stay there and smile apologetically. Brother Lin, to be honest, we came here this time with the intention of inviting you to join the Divine Weapon Pavilion and forge weapons for it. But now it seems that this is not the case. With Brother Lin's true ability, the Divine Weapon Pavilion cannot accommodate him. Even our Divine Sword Villa is not qualified to let Brother Lin work for us. We can cooperate with each other. What do you think, Brother Lin? After the two of them greeted each other, Jian Ling took over the topic again. There are no detours either. On this point, Lin Fan still admired the other party. I have to say, talking to such people saves time and effort, and you don't have to worry about anything. I really have no intention of working for anyone. As for cooperation. Lin Fan nodded and took a sip of the tea. Then, under the anxious gaze of the other party, he smiled and said, I am somewhat interested. I also believe in Miss Jian Ling's character. It's my pleasure. The sword spirit laughed when he heard this, and this moment was like spring flowers blooming. I have to say, the other person is a nearly perfect woman. Lin Fan was slightly distracted for a moment. The sword spirit was free and easy by nature, so she didn't think there was anything wrong. She had a good impression of Lin Fan, and even regarded him as her savior. Even though Lin Fan's actions were a little abrupt, she didn't care. However, when the old man Jian next to him saw this scene, his eyes flickered slightly. The two sides reached an agreement. The atmosphere suddenly became better. Brother Lin, last time I said I would repay you if we met again, do you remember? The sword spirit suddenly smiled brightly. Repay it with a spring of gratitude. Lin Fan also laughed. At that time, he thought that the two would never have the chance to see each other again, but he didn't expect to meet so soon. This is really fate. Haha, yes, I will repay you with gratitude, but I can't do that now. Give me a gift first. The sword spirit laughed loudly, which seemed a bit contradictory, but more attractive. Lin Fan sighed secretly. This is truly an amazing woman. Before Lin Fan could say anything, the sword spirit took out a piece of yellow paper and handed it over. This was a land deed. Lin Fan took it and looked at it, then looked at the other party with some confusion. Miss Jianling wants to give me a house. Yes, this is a manor purchased by the Divine Weapon Pavilion outside of Tianfeng County. It was originally intended for me to stay in when I travel, but I will be going home soon, and it would be a waste to keep it, so I will give it to Brother Lin. The sword spirit nodded and replied. The move is a gift of the manor. She is indeed a wealthy woman. Lin Fan has lived 2 lives, but this is the first time he has been fed by a gigolo. He just wants to say that it is really delicious. He is giving away a house. And it's a large manor. This is the work of a truly wealthy woman, completely beyond ordinary people's imagination. This is too expensive. It would be a lie for Lin Fan to say he wasn't moved. After all, this was a big manor. However, no reward without merit. I saved the other person from a fatal blow before, but I never thought about asking for anything in return. Now accepting such a generous gift from the other party would go against his original intention. And with the system's golden finger, he will never lack these things in the future. That's nothing. Seeing Lin Fan delay, the sword spirit shook his head and said, compared to Brother Lin's life-saving grace, this is just a very small thing. Could it be that Brother Lin thinks that the sword spirit's life is not worth a manor? All right. Seeing that the other party was extremely sincere and refused to accept the land deed, he pushed back, and instead seemed to be angry. Lin Fan could only nod and say, I can accept your manner, but it's not a way to repay you for saving my life. After all, I just did it for the sake of convenience and didn't think of repaying you. This gift can be regarded as a gift between friends." As he said this, he looked at the other person's long sword and said, "The material of the long sword you carry with you is good, but the forging technique is a bit rough. I will help you recast and refine it as my return gift." "Thank you, Brother Lin." The sword spirit's eyes lit up when he heard this. The master craftsman's full support was definitely worth a fortune. After all, compared to ordinary stuff forged from scrap iron, refining is another level, which requires careful effort and cannot be done casually. Moreover, the long sword she wore was made of meteorite iron from outer space and was a rare fine product. Originally forged. I don't know how much it cost. If the master craftsman puts all his efforts into refining and recasting it, even if it is not as good as a divine weapon, it will not be much different. Her sword spirit wanted to refuse. She gave the manner as a gift really out of gratitude, and it was just a small prelude to gratitude. But Lin Fan gave too much. As a sword cultivator, nothing could be more tempting to her than this. The old man Jian next to him was also excited. Now he was certain that his young lady had gained the friendship of the master craftsman. And not a little friendship. Although he found it a bit strange to hear about it, something about life-saving grace. But that doesn't matter. It's enough that the two of them have a good relationship. As for the rest, when you get back and have some free time, you can ask whatever you want. As long as they maintain their momentum in the future, Shenzhen Villa will definitely be able to gain the upper hand. With gradual accumulation in the future, one day I will be able to ask Lin Fan to help forge a real magic weapon. Brother Lin, this is my Qingfeng sword. Thank you for your help. The sword spirit held out the sword with both hands. Lin Fan took it with a smile. No need to be so polite, it's just a matter of physical effort. Although the opponent's Qingfeng sword was roughly forged, it already had a blank. As long as it was refined using the full-level forging technique, it could be upgraded and the full potential of the meteorite iron could be utilized. In fact, when he saw that the opponent's sword was made of meteorite iron, he felt itchy. After all, a full-level blacksmith also longed for good materials to forge and give it a try. Unfortunately, good iron is hard to come by. Now helping the other party refine it can also be considered as satisfying my little hobby. It may take some time, you guys should rest inside the house first. Lin Fan came to the blacksmith's room with a sword and spoke to the few people. It's not good to let Brother Lin work alone. Sword spirit can help you light the fire. It's also a contribution. The sword spirit shook his head and offered to help. She was not the type of delicate woman, but more like a female knight. Regarding this point, the other three had no objection. It is not only about contributing a bit of effort, but also about the cooperation of users in the process of refinement, telling them their usage habits and trying to see if it fits them during the process. It is not so easy to forge a weapon that perfectly suits yourself. It is not something that can be forged by just saying a few words. Various habits. There is also one's own strength and physique, which will affect the compatibility with the weapon. Only a master craftsman can achieve this through his miraculous skills. But it also requires the cooperation of the holder. Lin Fan originally waited until he needed cooperation before calling the other party out. After all, the other party was a guest. But since the other party didn't drag his feet, he naturally wouldn't be pretentious. Then you can help make the fire. Lin Fan nodded and agreed. At first he thought that the other young lady might not be able to get angry and make a fool of herself. But he didn't expect that the other party not only knew how to make a fire, but was also very skilled at it. In the blink of an eye, the other party started the fire. Brother Lin, how much coal do you want? The sword spirit looked up and asked. Fill it up. Good. A question and answer session. The prelude to the stove is ready. Looking at the young lady who was operating skillfully in front of him, Lin Fan also felt a little emotional. The other party is really different from ordinary young ladies. Not only does he have a cheerful personality, he also has a variety of life skills. No wonder he dares to go out into the world. What's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face? When the sword spirit saw Lin Fan looking at him, he immediately wiped his jade-white cheek with the back of his hand, thinking that he might have gotten some dirt on his face when he was making the fire just now. "No, your face is very clean and rosy." Lin Fan smiled jokingly upon hearing this. "This is just a joke." But the sword spirit blushed slightly. But it soon returned to normal and Lin Fan thought he had seen it wrong. Seeing that the sword spirit didn't say anything else and continued to lower his head to pull the bellows to watch the fire, Lin Fan didn't say anything more, but took out his food, the big iron hammer that he had just forged not long ago. Compared to the rusty hammer passed down by his father, the big iron hammer that Lin Fan forged again took him a lot of thought and was forged using the 1000 forging method. Not only does the weight increase dramatically, but it also has a stabilizing effect, allowing the hammer to be more stable and accurate. No warm-up required. His god-level forging skills allowed him to get into the right state the moment he picked up the forging hammer. After picking up the sword spirit's sword and examining it carefully, Lin Fan began his work. The process of refining. It doesn't take much time. However, it does require a lot of effort. On the original basis, you need to carefully refine the weapons, repair the original flaws, and correct the unreasonable parts. It was already so bad after just one refinement, not to mention that Lin Fan had to semi-recast the Qing Feng sword to make it completely compatible with the sword spirit's own usage conditions. This is even more difficult. But Lin Fan is not just a god-level blacksmith, he is at the maximum level, which means max. Anyone who has played online games knows this. This value is not a certain level, but this attribute is completely full. In the current version, this attribute cannot be improved any further. There is definitely a difference between a beginner master craftsman and a master craftsman of the highest level. Ding dong. After asking the sword spirit about some usage habits, Lin Fan struck the first blow heavily. The 1000 forging method. Also called repeated tempering. This does not mean hitting the forging target 1000 times, but that each hammer will cause it to vibrate 1000 times, making the forging target tighter and forcing out the impurities inside. Why is it so difficult to become a master craftsman? Because one hammer has to vibrate thousands of times, which is as difficult as climbing to heaven. Even if one can achieve 100 forgings, which means one hammer produces 100 vibrations, he is a rare genius. Without good inheritance and mastering advanced force-generating techniques, it would be impossible to achieve this. The sword spirit beside him didn't understand any of this, but every time Lin Fan struck the hammer, it seemed to contain some kind of power. The sound from hammering, which should have been harsh, was like music, making people feel relaxed and happy. This is the ability to turn decay into magic. This is the master craftsman. The god among the forging ranks. It was the first time that Jian Ling had seen such a miraculous technique, which made people unable to stop being fascinated, and for a moment they were a little dazed. Tianfeng County. The headquarters of the Surabaya gang. Just when Lin Fan was helping the sword spirit refine the sword, Protector Lu, who was out on business, led the gang members to find their deputy leader as quickly as possible, as if their butt was on fire. Thump. When they saw the deputy gang leader, they seemed to have used up all their energy and fell to the ground. What happened? The deputy gang leader was still keeping a stern face, ready to wait for the report from his subordinates. His favorite disciple was killed. This matter will definitely not end so easily. But he didn't expect that before he could ask, the other party took the first action. All fell to the ground. Could it be that he was poisoned? Thinking of this, the deputy gang leader lost his composure and stood up from his seat. "Boss, something big has happened." Protector Lu took a few breaths, then spoke with a pale expression. "What happened? Also, why didn't you catch the person I asked you to catch?" The deputy gang leader asked 3 questions directly. "Don't mention the boss." Upon hearing this, Guardian Lu smiled bitterly and said, "It was because we went to arrest this man that such a big incident happened." What's the meaning? The deputy gang leader was a little confused. The investigators had investigated the person they had ordered to be arrested before, and found that he was just an ordinary mountain villager who had some unusual strength. Although Lu Hufa is only a third-rate master, he is the best among the third-rate. Not to mention the mountain people with some extraordinary powers, even ordinary martial arts masters may not be his match. According to his idea, This time the arrest should be done with ease. Even if there are some disturbances. With the strength of Protector Lu, it is enough to suppress it and there won't be any problem. But now, it looks like there is a problem. Tell me the details. When the deputy gang leader saw that the other party didn't answer with a crying face when he asked, he immediately shouted anxiously. As usual. If the gang leader is angry, even the gang protector has to apologize. But this time, Protector Lu did not do that and still had a sad face. This abnormal appearance instantly made the deputy gang leader a little scared. Tell me quickly, what happened? He was becoming increasingly unable to remain calm. In fact, he was not disappointed. When Protector Lu recalled the whole thing with fear, he was so frightened that he fell back on the chair, his eyes wide open. What did you say? The mountain people we want to capture are actually Sword Master's friends. The deputy gang leader was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses and asked with his eyes wide open. Absolutely true. Lu Hufa replied with a pale face. Not only that, the Sword Master also said in person that the mountain people we want to capture are not only his friends, but also VIPs of the Divine Sword Villa, guests of honor. Boom. When Protector Lu finished saying the last word, the deputy gang leader's mind suddenly seemed to explode. His whole head was buzzing, his mouth was open, his eyes were dull, and he was unable to speak for a long time. This time it took longer. He finally recovered and stared at Protector Lu and asked, "Is this really true?" Guardian Lu nodded. "It's true, you can ask Liuzi and the others, they were there at the time." The deputy gang leader immediately looked towards the other gang members. No need to ask. The other gang members, who looked as if they had escaped death, all nodded when their gazes met. On the way back, Protector Lu has already told them what kind of existence he had encountered. Excalibur Villa. This is the most powerful force in the martial arts world, a master-level existence. Without exaggeration. This kind of person can drown the entire Surabaya gang with just a cough. They don't even have to take action. As long as the martial arts world knows that their Sishui gang has offended the Excalibur Villa, there will be many masters who will come to curry favor with them and destroy their Sishui gang in order to please the Excalibur Villa. Oh my god. Upon learning that this was indeed true, the deputy gang leader was stunned. The things that he personally took care of actually indirectly offended the Divine Sword Villa. Is there still a way for him to continue as the deputy gang leader? As for concealing, this cannot be concealed. In fact, this was indeed the case. When Protector Lu saw that he was frightened, he stood up and said goodbye, went to a small courtyard, and reported the matter to an old man who was playing with birds. This matter. He was just an executor, following orders from his superiors, and the fault was not his. And he handled the matter well. At least Sword Master had no intention of pursuing the matter. In this case, naturally, he would not conceal the truth for the deputy gang leader and let himself bear the responsibility alone. The old man is the semi-retired leader of the Sishui gang, Tai Chingfei, nicknamed Iron Legs Floating on Water. He was originally very relaxed and even smiled and nodded when he saw the other party. But wait until Protector Lu finishes his words. The birdcage in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. He ignored the screams of his beloved bird, whom he usually cherished so much. What did you say? Say it again to me. Tai Chingfei's eyes flashed coldly as he stared at Protector Lu, who was standing in front of him. Protector Lu felt his scalp tingling suddenly, but he could only grit his teeth and repeat it. The deputy gang leader asked his subordinates to do something, which offended the Sword Master and the Divine Sword Villa. Bang. As soon as Protector Lu finished speaking, a metallic iron leg pulled him away and he smashed against the wall of the courtyard without any resistance. The whole wall shook uncontrollably. Puff. Protector Lu spurted blood instantly, but did not dare to resist at all. He struggled to get up and knelt on the ground again. He knows. My punishment has passed. Even though he was hit hard, the physique of this third-rate master was still able to withstand it. Serious injuries at most. It's not that easy to die. Why don't you just die? Tai Chingfei's eyes were red and he roared angrily, almost ascending to heaven on the spot. A few days ago, Because Jian Zun needed their help in Sishui for something, they had the honor of meeting Jian Zun in person, the leader of the martial arts world and the legendary peerless master. This matter. It made him feel complacent for a while. But he didn't expect that this would happen just a few days later. Offended the sword master. And by the way, he offended the divine sword villa. This means you don't want him to live. How not to be angry? Call your good deputy leader here. Tai Chingfei tried to suppress his anger, but he couldn't do it. The friendship that helped Sword Master was gone, and instead he offended the other party. This will happen if the other party takes revenge later. Is there anyone in the Sishui gang, including him, who can get well? You are sitting at home, and the pot falls from the sky, right? Poor Tai Lao gang leader was so angry that he wanted to cry at this moment. This matter. An explanation must be given. The coldness in his eyes became even stronger. Yes. Protector Lu rushed out of the yard as fast as he could as if he had been pardoned. The deputy gang leader was in big trouble, but it had nothing to do with him anymore. He got kicked hard. He has finally gotten over this matter. But the deputy gang leader, who was the leader, couldn't do anything to pull it out. This explanation. Naturally, someone of importance had to come forward to give an account of this. Wangjia village. In the yard by the stream. After most of the day's hard work, the refining was finally completed when it was just getting dark. Take a look to see if it fits, and point out any problems. Lin Fan handed the refined Qingfeng sword back to the sword spirit, the sword's owner. The sword spirit wiped the sweat from his forehead, nodded, and took the Qingfeng sword. Although it has been refined and even semi-recast, the overall appearance of the Qingfeng sword has not changed much. But hold it in your hand. But the sword spirit felt that it had completely changed. Although it was very smooth in the past, I never felt as if I was using my own arm and was very handy. But now it exists. Holding it in your hand doesn't feel like a weapon, but rather an extension of your arm. Even. She seemed to vaguely sense the breath of the sword in her hand. This inexplicable perception made the sword spirit's eyes suddenly widen. There is still a lack of materials. Although I have barely completed the soul casting, it is only at the level of a semi-divine weapon. Seeing the other party's reaction, Lin Fan smiled and said, "Weapons are forged with souls. This is the first step to becoming a true magic weapon. It's not the kind of thing that happens in immortal cultivation, where a spirit is born or a weapon spirit is derived. Instead, they use thousands of trials and tribulations to impart special spiritual patterns, or lines, to weapons, which not only make the weapons better for wielding and fighting, but also better for channeling the internal energy of martial arts masters. Why can the two peerless swords, the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Slayer, send out sword energy at will? It is because their forgers have refined this special spiritual pattern into them. With this condition, the holder can transform his own internal force into fierce attacks to kill the enemy. Although the martial arts world in this world is not that high level, it is similar to the ones in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. The masters there can cultivate various internal forces. With a magical weapon that can enhance the internal force and lethality, one can imagine how his strength will be improved. The demigod soldier is almost there. But as long as you get close to this edge, it will become a terrifying weapon. It's no exaggeration to say so. With the support of the semi-divine weapon, the sword spirit can easily chop the Tiger King when he meets it again. Get exact certification. The sword spirit was stunned. She didn't expect that Lin Fan actually refined a semi-divine weapon for her. Semi-divine soldier. Even in the Divine Sword Villa, the highest temple of swordsmanship, there is only one sword, which is in the hands of her old father, the current owner of the villa. If she wants to obtain it, she can only wait until she inherits the power in the future. But she had it in advance. Looking down at the Qingfeng sword in his hand, the sword spirit was silent for a long time. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Seeing that the other party remained silent for a long time, Lin Fan opened his mouth to ask. No, it fits. The sword spirit took a deep breath and shook his head. How could the divine weapon specially refined for it by a maximum level master craftsman be unsuitable? As long as it's suitable. Lin Fan smiled when he heard this. It took only half a day to forge a semi-divine weapon, which was very tight. Fortunately, the result was not disappointing. Brother Lin, thank you. The sword spirit said seriously as never before. Why are you being polite? Since we are friends, there is no need to be polite. Lin Fan waved his hand indifferently. Although the workload is not small after being busy for half a day, I feel energetic and not too tired. It is no different from daily exercise. The materials for forging are the other parties, and you just provide some coal. Calculate it. It just takes some time. Compared with the other party's manner, his cost is almost negligible. The sword spirit saw that Lin Fan was not being polite, but really didn't think there was anything wrong. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Fan suddenly changed slightly. But he recovered quickly, smiled and said, "Okay, since Brother Lin said so, then sword spirit won't say thank you. From now on, we are friends, good friends." That's right. Lin Fan liked the other person's cheerful personality and laughed as well. The matter is settled. The sword spirit and his group left first. After all, it was already dark, there were female relatives in Lin Fan's family, and there were many men in their group, so it was not appropriate for them to stay any longer. But when leaving, a little girl who had been acting as an invisible person suddenly asked Lin Fan quietly, "Mr. Lin, do you still remember me?" If it was at the beginning, Lin Fan would definitely not recognize it. But after learning the identity of the sword spirit, he guessed the other party's identity. How could I not remember the boy who was so scared by the giant bug that he almost peed his pants? Lin Fan smiled and replied. This little girl was the young person who had been following the sword spirit and was so scared that she cried for help. Same as sword spirit. She is also a living person. She is still small in stature, but has a sweet face, with a crescent-shaped smile, the type of pretty girl next door. No wonder she was scared and cried at that time. She really couldn't stand the shock. Hearing that Lin Fan remembered her, she smiled even more happily, but when she heard words that almost made her wet her pants, she pouted unhappily and snorted unhappily. "I didn't pee my pants," she argued unconvinced. "Ah, yes, yes." When Lin Fan saw the other party's defensive look, he immediately smiled and nodded repeatedly. This seems to be an acknowledgement of the defense. But the little girl just couldn't be happy, always feeling that something was wrong. "Xiaoqing, let's go." When the sword spirit saw that his companion had not caught up, he turned around and shouted. "Here I am, miss." The little girl replied and prepared to follow her mistress. But after jogging a few steps, she turned back to look at Lin Fan and said, "Mr. Lin, thank you for rescuing me last time. My name is Xiaoqing. See you again if there is a chance." "Well, see you someday." Lin Fan smiled and waved goodbye to the other party. Night. Very quiet. However, the three young wives in the house were unable to remain calm. Looking at the title deed on the table, they were all stunned for a moment. If it's just an ordinary title deed. They didn't think there was anything wrong, because Lin Fan's old house also had a title deed. But the title deed is in front of me. But it was a deed to a manor. With the financial resources of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, how could the manor they bought for their eldest daughter be a simple manor? Although I haven't seen it. But when the three girls learned that it was a gift from the sword spirit, they knew that the manor must be quite large. They knew that their husbands were very capable men who could forge swords in exchange for money. But I didn't expect that. In just half a day, you can get a manor. Moreover, when they saw each other leaving, their expressions looked as if they had taken advantage of someone so much and were very embarrassed. Half a day. Just paying the price of an entire manor, and still getting such a huge bargain. Their husbands' abilities are much more powerful than they imagined. At this moment, they feel that they are so lucky to be chosen by their husbands. It is simply the good karma from their ancestors. Otherwise, how could they be chosen by their husbands in the most desperate situation? What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and put away the deed. We'll move in a couple of days after everything is arranged. Although this place is cozy, it's a little small after all. When we have children, we won't have anywhere to live. Lin Fan looked at the dazed looks of his wives and immediately smiled and teased them. After hearing the previous part, the three girls wanted to say something. After all, moving was a big deal. But when you hear what's happening later, they all blushed and bowed their heads, whispering softly, "At your husband's command." Ha ha. Lin Fan burst into laughter, rode 3 horses deep into the enemy's lair, and began to fight in all directions. Tonight. It's another busy night. I have to say that the vigorous physique is really great. However, just after waking up early in the morning, before he could do some sunrise exercises, there was a knock on the gate outside the house. Lin Fan looked through the narrow window and saw that it was still daylight outside. He was immediately surprised to see who was not awake so early in the morning and came to his house to knock on the door. The knocks were so rapid that the gate seemed to be about to fall down. In just a few days, the door of his house has been kicked over several times, and now it has been installed with difficulty. If he keeps knocking on it, it might really be knocked down. Husband. The wives were also awakened by the knock on the door and looked at Lin Fan with some concern. These days, whenever there is any noise at the gate, it is rarely a good thing. It's okay. I'll go check it out. Lin Fan also understood the wives' concerns, so he comforted them softly before getting up from the bed. The daughters-in-law were a little worried, so they got up from bed, put on their clothes and followed out. Who is it? Knocking on the door so early in the morning? Lin Fan asked in annoyance. No one would feel comfortable being treated like this so early in the morning. It's me, your Uncle Wang, open the door. The voice of village chief Wang came from outside, and his words were more urgent than the knocking on the door, as if something big had happened. Lin Fan noticed this situation and quickly opened the gate. When the gate opened, the head of the village, Wang, appeared to have red eyes and an anxious look. What's wrong, Uncle Wang? Seeing the other person's appearance, Lin Fan became even more curious. Something big has happened. Village Chief Wang always quotes classic quotations when he opens his mouth. What happened? Lin Fan's expression also became serious. Village Chief Wang did not answer immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath to calm himself down before saying, early this morning, a villager wanted to borrow something from Wang Youcai's house, but he discovered that Wang Youcai's family had been wiped out. The whole family was wiped out. Lin Fan was also shocked when he heard this. This was indeed a big deal, especially in a place like a mountain village. But slowly, Lin Fan felt something was wrong again. Wang Youcai's family was destroyed, so he should have reported it to the police. What does it have to do with him? Is it necessary to rush to his house early in the morning and knock on the door to inform him? He doesn't have such a good relationship with Wang Youcai's family. Even if he wants to attend the funeral, his family should be the last one to go. Uncle Wang, you don't think that I was the one who wiped out Wang Youcai's family, do you? Lin Fan frowned and felt a little uncomfortable. Village Chief Wang didn't say anything, but he did have such thoughts in his heart. Lin Fan is the only one in the village who has the motivation and ability to do so. Wang Wei, a master in the martial arts world, was easily defeated, which shows Lin Fan's strength. Plus the hatred between the two sides. This matter. Lin Fan is indeed the biggest suspect. Tell me the truth, is it you? If it is you, run away quickly. Some villagers have already reported it to the police. The police will be back soon. It will be difficult to escape then. Village Chief Wang was silent for a while, then he sighed and spoke. No. Lin Fan answered seriously. It's really not you. Village Chief Wang still had some doubts. It's really not me. Lin Fan looked at the other person without any hesitation. Who could it be? Village Chief Wang was completely confused and began to mutter to himself, could it be that some big thief has set his sights on Wang Youcai's money and is trying to kill him for it? But that's not right, the money is still there. Uncle Wang, don't worry. It was done by the Sishui gang. You'd better not get involved. Since you've reported it to the authorities, just let them handle it. But it's likely that nothing will be done about it. Lin Fan spoke at this time. The Surabaya gang. Village Chief Wang's pupils shrank when he heard this. After a while, he looked at Lin Fan and asked, "How did you know that?" Lin Fan did not hide anything and told the other party what happened yesterday when Wang Fa brought the members of the Sishui gang to cause trouble for him. However, he did not elaborate on the matter of Old Minjian and Shenzhen Villa. He just said that a big friend from the underworld happened to be a guest, which shocked the Sishui gang. The monster king of the Sishui gang brought misfortune upon him and offended a big shot for no reason, so he took his anger out on him. This is not difficult to understand. But he didn't expect that the Surabaya gang was so cruel and wiped out the entire family directly. This time, he also personally experienced how ruthless the gangs in this world are and how chaotic the underworld is. The night breaks the law by force. This sentence has been passed down from ancient times to the present day and can be said to be a famous saying through the ages. Killing people at any time. This is the world of martial arts. In this world, if you want to live a good life, you must have strength to support yourself. Lin Fan was sighing, but village chief Wang was stunned. He knew the Sishui gang, a famous big gang in the county, and no one within 100 miles dared to provoke them. Even in the government. He also has deep connections. The members of such a big gang were actually intimidated by a friend of Lin Fan. They dared not to cause trouble anymore. Instead, they were afraid of causing displeasure to the big shots, so they killed Wang Fa's entire family to show their attitude. If Lin Fan hadn't lied, Wang Fa and his family might have died in vain. In fact, it was not unexpected. When the person who reported the case went to the government office, the government only symbolically sent 2 yamen runners and a coroner to take a look and then hastily closed the case. Wang Yotsai's family of 13 accidentally took sugar water made from rat poison and the whole family was poisoned to death. When the villagers heard this announcement, they were all in an uproar. His head was twisted behind his back. Could it be that he died of accidentally taking rat poison? And there is Wang Fa. The whole thing was unrecognizable, with all its limbs cruelly removed. When is rat poison so effective? However, the yamen runners who came to investigate ignored it and signed the investigation form with the coroner. Even if the case was closed like this, only a pot of syrup that was as thick as paste was left. The process was very sloppy. In fact, it is indeed sloppy. Even a fool wouldn't drink this sugary water. This is simply taking human life lightly. Some righteous people couldn't stand it anymore and shouted loudly while looking at the sticky syrup. There are at least 3 pounds of rat poison in a small pot of sugar water. The smell is so strong before you even get close to it. Even a fool wouldn't drink it. Haha, who knows, maybe Wang Yotsai's family is the idiot. Those who had grudges against Wang Yotsai's family were gloating over their misfortune. Wang Yotsai was able to raise a son like Wang Fa, so he was definitely not a good person. He relied on his eldest son's power to invade their fields and even dug up all the ridges of the fields. Someone was so angry that he went to Wang Yotsai's house to argue, and Wang Yotsai ordered his son to break the person's legs. In the end, the family lost its labor force and could not pay the head tax, so his wife and daughter were all forced into a brothel. The man was spared exile due to his disability, but he had to watch his wife and daughter being forcibly taken away to a brothel. That night he crawled to the kitchen and slit his throat with a kitchen knife. What a good family. The other party has destroyed their family. This kind of stuff. Now dead. God is truly enlightened. The righteous man who helped to speak up just now was actually Wang Yotsai's cousin. He could get some benefits from the other family on a normal day, but now that he is dead, there will naturally be no benefits in the future. Most people in Wangjia village have no good feelings towards Wang Yotsai's family, and even dislike them. Wang Yotsai's relative wanted to say something, but when he saw many villagers looking at him coldly, he immediately shut his mouth and admitted the truth that the 13 members of Wang Yotsai's family were poisoned to death by rat poison. Lin Fan also arrived at the scene. How do I say this? You will suffer the consequences if you do evil. Harming others will eventually harm yourself. Without Wang Fa, the troublemaker, Lin Fan's life finally became comfortable. But in 2 days, when the vegetables in the yard have grown bigger and can be transplanted, he plans to move. Wangjia village has a good environment. But the house was a bit simple and too remote. It would be fine if he had the ability to support himself, but his wives at home were also delicate. Unless he doesn't go out. Otherwise, if someone comes to cause trouble, the wife at home will find it difficult to resist. After experiencing the horrific incidents of the Surabaya gang wiping out entire families at will, he finally understood how dangerous this world is. There are many gangs like this in this world. It is also inconvenient to go out. Every time you go out, you have to travel dozens of miles of mountain roads to get to the county town, which is time-consuming, laborious and dangerous. To buy firewood, rice, oil, and salt, one has to walk dozens of miles along the mountain roads. Just imagine what the situation is like. Whether it is for the sake of your wife or for the convenience of life, moving is the best choice. Moreover, Lin Fan has not yet reached the state of following the laws of nature, as he has given up his luxurious manor and lives in a mud and thatched house instead. Husband, look at the vegetable seeds I sowed earlier. They are now starting to sprout. Get up early in the morning. Wang Nanan pulled Lin Fan to the vegetable garden in the yard and said with a look of presenting a treasure. Lin Fan smiled and rubbed his wife's head, praising her in cooperation. My wife is awesome. From now on, you will be in charge of the vegetables at home. Leave it to me, my husband. Wang Nanan clenched her little fist and waved it in front of her with a serious look on her face. Ha ha. Then you better work harder, or we'll all go hungry. Lin Fan was amused by the serious look and rubbed the other person's head again until his hair was messed up. Hee, don't worry. Wang Nanan was not annoyed, but smiled happily, enjoying her husband's doting very much. A few words of joking. Wang Nanan continued to work on the vegetable garden. She has been busy with this basically these days and took good care of the vegetable garden. I have to say, although she looks small, she is very hardworking. Husband, please try it on and see if this coat fits you. Su Xiaoxiao took a robe and walked in front of Lin Fan, wanting Lin Fan to try it to see if it fit. Winter is coming soon, and it's time to start preparing winter clothes. These days. Except for the young daughter-in-law who was not very skillful and was busy in the vegetable garden, the other two daughters-in-law were making clothes. The cloth that Lin Fan had bought before had been almost used up. Good. Lin Fan did not reject the wife's kindness and concern. He nodded and reached out to take the clothes and try them on. But Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. Husband, please stand still and I will put it on for you. This. Lin Fan touched his nose. Was this the life of a wealthy landlord? What's wrong? Your husband doesn't want Xiaoxiao to help you. Does he dislike Xiaoxiao? Su Xiaoxiao looked sad when she saw Lin Fan's reaction. Why not? Wear it. Lin Fan felt helpless. These young wives were about to tire him out. Okay. Su Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and chuckled, with a cunning look in her eyes. After these days of contact, she has gradually understood her husband's character. No matter big or small. As long as they look sad, their husbands will be gentle. This makes them very happy, and sometimes they will pretend to be happy just to enjoy the tenderness of their husbands. Seeing his second daughter-in-law's secretly delighted look, Lin Fan could only shake his head helplessly. But he had no aversion to the playfulness between couples and enjoyed it. This is what a couple is like. The clothes are very well made and very comfortable to wear. Thank you, madam. After his wife helped him put on his clothes, Lin Fan felt it and praised her with a smile. This is not flattery or to make your wife happy, but it is really good. Not only is the stitching very good, but some of the decorative embellishments are also well handled. Not only does it fit well and feel comfortable to wear, it also suits his temperament. Lin Fan was originally fair-skinned and handsome, and with the blessing of the new robe, he completely shed the rusticity of a mountain farmer's boy, and looked like a well-read, handsome and elegant young man. It is not something that ordinary people can do to make clothes that fit well, are comfortable and beautiful with just needle and thread without any processing machines. You are too polite, my husband. These are what we should do. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head in reply, then laughed, and was obviously very satisfied with the robe that Lin Fan wore. Xiaoxiao, who did you learn this tailoring skill from? It's so delicate. If you open a tailor shop in the future, your business will definitely be booming. Seeing that his wife was happy, Lin Fan continued to praise her. But he didn't expect it. The daughter-in-law who was cheerful one moment lost her smile the next. Not only did his smile disappear, but his mood also became depressed. What's going on? Lin Fan was a little confused. The person who was laughing and jumping for joy before suddenly changed his appearance completely. He didn't say anything wrong. Can you praise people to tears? No, nothing. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head and shook it to indicate that she was fine. However, Lin Fan, who had excellent eyesight, saw tears falling to the ground. Did my husband say something wrong? Lin Fan reached out and straightened the other person's head, and gently helped wipe away his tears. My husband didn't say anything wrong, but Xiaoxiao is a little homesick and misses my mother. I wonder if she is okay now. Winter is coming soon. Is her leg hurting again? Su Xiaoxiao choked with tears. She didn't want to bring trouble to her family, so she followed the government without hesitation to embark on the destiny assigned to her. This walk. Until now. Nearly 3 months have passed since she was repeatedly rejected and eliminated, and finally was chosen by Lin Fan, and started living together. It was still late summer when I left home. But it's almost winter now, which is a long time for a little girl to leave home for the first time. Her mother's worried look and reluctance at that time were deeply engraved in her heart and appeared in her mind every night. Although she is living a good life now, she can't help but miss her loving mother. This time, Lin Fan finally understood the situation. It's not that he said anything wrong, but the questions he asked made his wife think of her mother who taught her needlework. Missing my mother's home. This was indeed a problem in ancient times. Not to mention the difficult roads, the endless farm work of ordinary families made it difficult for married daughters to return to their parents' home. Many women who were assigned out may never have the chance to go home in their entire lives. Once you leave, it's a lifetime. But for Lin Fan, these are not a problem. Isn't it just homesickness? Just go back and be done with it. Lin Fan also felt that she should visit her mother-in-law to thank her for raising such a good daughter-in-law. Don't cry. When we move to our new home and settle down, your husband will accompany you to your home to see our mother. If she is willing, she will be brought to our manor to serve us. Anyway, our family doesn't need a pair of bowls and chopsticks. Lin Fan hugged his homesick wife into his arms and spoke to comfort her. Really? Husband is really willing to accompany Xiaoxiao home to see her mother. Su Xiaoxiao became excited when she heard Lin Fan's words. She had heard from many people that after many women were assigned to other places, their husbands' families were unwilling to let them have much contact with their families, in order to make them devote themselves wholeheartedly to their husbands' families. In their village, most women are like this. It was also because of this that she never dared to tell her husband about missing home, for fear of making her husband unhappy. This time, I couldn't help crying because of the sad scene. But she didn't expect that her husband would take the initiative to ask her to go back to her parents' home without her saying anything, and was willing to take her mother, whom she was reluctant to leave, to his home to take care of her. This pampering. She couldn't help crying again. But this time I didn't feel sad, but moved. Husband, Xiaoxiao wants to give birth to children for you, lots and lots of children. Su Xiaoxiao said seriously with red eyes, looking like she wanted to repay her husband's kindness. Haha. Good. Lin Fan laughed and agreed. How could he refuse such a request from his wife? Tonight's seeds. The focus is on this field. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Lin Fan was originally planning to take his wives out for dinner as he had been busy all day. But he had just picked up the bowl and chopsticks. The village was filled with noise and the constant barking of dogs. What's going on? Lin Fan put down his bowl and chopsticks with some confusion, and walked out of the yard to see what was going on. The village is almost isolated from the outside world. There is no entertainment at night. Apart from beating the children behind closed doors and playing some baby-making games with the wives, there is nothing else. But today. Yet it caused such a big commotion. Brother Fan, Brother Fan. Wang Erxiao ran over from a distance, and when he saw Lin Fan standing at the door, he shouted anxiously. What's wrong? Lin Fan asked doubtfully. Something big has happened. Wang Erxiao also came up with a classic quote. No hurry, take your time. Lin Fan comforted him helplessly. Wang Erxiao couldn't calm down. He swallowed hard and said anxiously, in the village, a big insect came into the village. It not only killed Uncle San's sheep, but also injured Uncle San. What? A giant bug has invaded the village. Before Lin Fan could say anything, the wives who followed him out couldn't help themselves. Big insect. That is, tiger. Not to mention the ancient mountain villages, even in modern times with hot weapons, when facing this king of the mountains and forests, one must be cautious. The slightest carelessness may result in bloodshed. Now that one of them has broken in, it will be a threat to the entire village. However, the big insects usually don't dare to enter the village. After all, there are many people in the village, and some hunters have powerful bows and other things in their homes, which pose a great threat to the big insects. In the eyes of birds of prey, human villages are just herds of aggressive beasts. The food was plentiful though. But if you enter rashly, you will most likely get injured or even shot to death by a strong bow. Wild animals are very cautious in this regard and are afraid of getting hurt. Because of the injury, it will be difficult for them to hunt in the future and they may starve to death. But now they have broken into the village and injured people, which is extremely rare. But every time it happens, it is a disaster for the village. Roar. Before Wang Erxiao could reply, a roar suddenly came. Then a bloody tiger rushed out from a nearby intersection. The blood-stained dazzling appearance showed the majesty of the king of beasts. With a gust of bloody wind, it rushed towards where Lin Fan and the others were. Careful. Behind the tiger, a group of villagers holding various weapons were chasing. The leader, village chief Wang, was holding a strong bow in his hand, but the tiger ran too fast and he could not aim. Just as he hesitated. I actually saw the tiger being chased, and I don't know when it came to Lin Fan's house on the edge of the village. Seeing Lin Fan and others standing in front of the door, he immediately shouted anxiously to remind them. But the tigers were too fast. Moreover, it had been injured in a previous fight with the villagers, and its temperament had become even more brutal. Seeing Lin Fan and others blocking their way, it pounced towards them with a deafening tiger roar, its huge tiger mouth revealing its cold, long, sharp fangs. Ah! The three wives were terrified. Facing such a ruthless character as the king of beasts, not to mention weak women, even an ordinary man would be scared to tears. Wang Erxiao was also frightened, but he did not back down. Instead, he shouted, "If you want to hurt my brother Fan's family, you must get past me first. Shout to give yourself courage." He was ready to pounce on the tiger. The thin body due to long-term malnutrition is just a bean sprout in front of a tiger. But even so, he still did not look back. And all this. Just because of that sentence, no matter who wants to hurt Lin Fan and his family, they have to go through him. Before, Lin Fan thought it was a joke, a child getting carried away with excitement. But I didn't expect that. Wang Erxiao is serious about it. Brother Fan, take the sisters-in-law away first. I'll stop this giant insect. Wang Erxiao blocked the way with his body, shouting at Lin Fan and the others to leave. Even though his voice was shaking with fear, he did not retreat at this moment. That's quite courageous. Lin Fan nodded in appreciation. He would not watch the other person die. He praised him and pulled him behind him. But this is not something you can handle. Leave it to me. Brother Fan. Wang Erxiao was a little confused for a moment. He couldn't even put up a single resistance and was dragged to the back like an eagle catching a chicken. Although he had suffered from long-term malnutrition, he only weighed about 70 or 80 kilograms. But it's not that easy to just pick up a chicken with one hand. But Lin Fan did it, and easily and with a nonchalant process. Let's not talk about Wang Erxiao. Even the villagers who were chasing the tiger were a little confused at this time. The tiger is coming. There was someone stupid enough to stand in front of you. It would have been fine if you didn't run away, but you actually had the guts to replace that stupid person and go up to face him alone. They dared to chase because they had weapons and they were in large numbers. The young and strong people in the village. Almost everyone is here now. But even so, they didn't dare chase too closely for fear that the tiger would counterattack. The continuous pursuit was just an attempt to drive the tiger out of the village. Is Lin Fan so brave? Some young people began to look at each other, not daring to believe what they saw. Wang Erxiao can be said to be too hot-blooded, but Lin Fan shouldn't be so hot-blooded. Although Lin Fan has undergone some changes in these days, the impression given to the villagers is that they are all synonymous with frailty and illness. Not to mention facing a tiger alone. Even a local dog could chase Lin Fan all over the village. This is not an exaggeration, it has happened before, and more than once. The contrast now is too great. And they don't know. The contrast will be even greater in the future. Lin Fan, who was standing in front, fixed his eyes and glared at the tiger. The tiger, which was rushing forward, couldn't help but stop, as if it sensed some danger. What's going on? Witnessing this scene, I became even more confused. When they were chasing away the tiger just now, they knew how ferocious it was. If it weren't for the fact that village chief Wang was a military veteran and led them to charge, they might not have dared to go up. But even so. In the end, several people were injured. But now, just by being stared at by Lin Fan, the ferocious tiger did not dare to move. How is this possible? And this is still just the beginning. What happened next was even more unbelievable to those present. The tiger stopped in its tracks, sensed something silently, and as if it had sensed something terrifying, it turned around and jumped into the stream next to it, wading through the water and quickly escaped. During the whole process, I didn't dare to look back, as if I was frightened. A look. The injured and aroused tiger was so frightened that it dared not to commit any more attacks and jumped into the stream to escape in a panic. Is this something a human can do? All the villagers who were chasing the tiger were dumbfounded at this moment. My husband is so awesome. The three wives who were protected behind were seeing stars in their eyes at this moment. Wang Erxiao was even more confused. He had just been standing behind Lin Fan and was facing the tiger that broke into the village. Really face it. Only then did I realize how great the oppression of the tiger was. Being able to scare away such a terrifying existence with just a glance cannot be achieved simply by being powerful. But its momentum. A momentum more powerful than that of a tiger. Although Wang Erxiao was not well educated, he knew that the wild beasts in the mountains all had a unique aura, and when fighting, they would use their aura to suppress each other. Actually it is true, although Lin Fan just focused his gaze, he actually used the Shangshan tiger fist, that kind of unique suppressive momentum against the tiger. The tiger that broke into the village was extremely ferocious and could scare ordinary people to death. But compared to the Tiger King he encountered before, it is not even a little bit worse. Even the Tiger King was defeated by him. How could an ordinary tiger dare to show its teeth in front of him? He was worried that the other party would counterattack and hurt his wife who was nearby. Otherwise, the whole village would have to have a tiger feast today. The son of Wang Youcai broke into Lin Fan's house and offended Lin Fan. Do you think his family was wiped out? Could this be? Someone swallowed and proposed a horrifying idea. Lin Fan was able to scare away the ferocious tiger with just a glance. This was definitely not as simple as they had thought. It just so happened that Wang Youcai's son had offended Lin Fan badly some time ago, and his entire family was brutally killed. This really makes people think. When a middle-aged man heard this idea, his face turned pale. This person was none other than Wang Ergu's father, who had also offended Lin Fan before. Without the threat of the big insect, the gathered villagers gradually dispersed. However, what happened today has made the villagers in the entire village unable to calm down. Especially Wang Ergu's father, he was a little shaky when he left. This is really scary. If the extermination of Wang Youcai's family was really related to Lin Fan, his family would also be in danger. After all, he is the prodigal son. He was following Wang Fa at first and also offended Lin Fan. Although my eldest brother, village chief Wang, is helping me and saying that the matter has been handled, there is no need to worry. But who knows? Will Lin Fan hold a grudge? If he sneaked into their house on a dark and windy night, and Lin Fan was able to scare away the king of beasts with just a glance, would they be able to survive? The more I think about it, the more scared I become. The protagonist Lin Fan had no idea of the fear of an old father. Since village chief Wang, his respected elder, personally pleaded for mercy, and since he had already punished Wang Ergu, he had no intention of pursuing the other party's fault further. After all, he has been punished. The angry punch he threw at me before was no joke. It broke several bones in the opponent's body. If I hadn't been lucky. It's possible to be killed with one punch. It's all right. Lin Fan watched the other villagers leave, then gently comforted his wives. Husband, how did you do that? Wang Nanan asked with admiration on her face. In her opinion, scaring off the tiger with just one look was like a god descending to earth. Otherwise, how could he have such powerful strength? Facing his wife's admiration, Lin Fan laughed and said, "It's very simple. Just be more ferocious than the other party. Wild beasts don't want to get hurt. As long as you show a threat, they won't easily conflict with you." I see, husband, you know a lot. That's really great. Wang Nanan had a simple personality and believed whatever Lin Fan said. She immediately burst into admiration and praise. Don't mention it. It feels really good. You were very courageous just now. After enjoying his wife's admiration, Lin Fan looked at Wang Erxiao standing aside. Hee hee. Wang Erxiao scratched his head embarrassedly. Your courage is indeed commendable, but next time you encounter something like this, you must see the situation clearly and not make sacrifices in vain. This is irresponsible for your own life. Lin Fan put away his smile and said seriously. He was touched by the other party's actions, but he didn't want anyone to lose their life because of it. Especially Wang Erxiao. He is not only the eldest son in the family, the one on whom his parents place high hopes, but also the pillar of the family. If he hadn't been looking after his younger siblings, given the conditions of ordinary villagers in Wangjia village, it would have been impossible for all the children to grow up. It would have been normal for half of them to die prematurely. If the other person dies, not only will Lin Fan feel extremely guilty, but the other party's family will also suffer a huge impact. Such result. It was even more difficult for him to accept than if he himself was injured. Yeah, I understand, Brother Fan. Wang Erxiao nodded obediently, but whether he was really obedient or not, only he himself knew. Well, it's getting late, you should go home so your parents won't worry. Lin Fan didn't say anything more. Seeing that it was getting late, he didn't invite the other party to dinner. Okay. Wang Erxiao nodded again, and then caught up with the departing villagers. The tiger had just entered the village to wreak havoc, so he didn't dare to go alone. Lin Fan watched the other person leave, and only looked away when the other person caught up with the dispersed villagers. Husband, we should have thanked Erxiao just now, why did you teach him a lesson instead? Su Xiaoxiao asked in confusion, not quite understanding Lin Fan's approach. Although Wang Erxiao's work is useless, his quality is invaluable. Just in terms of action, he risked his life to save their family. Even without thanking me. You shouldn't teach them a lesson, it's so sad. You sacrificed yourself to save others, but not only did they not thank you, they also taught you a lesson. Can you feel comfortable? That's why I want to talk about him. Lin Fan didn't explain too much. He replied and changed the subject, go home and eat. If you don't eat now, it will get cold and you will have to spend time reheating it later. Okay. The two younger wives went back to the house obediently, only the older wife stood quietly beside Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at the other party, and the eldest daughter-in-law smiled back. Only she, who was very sensitive, understood why her husband Lin Fan would do that. Lin Fan also smiled and took the other person's hand. Let's go back to the house, eat, take a shower and go to bed. Yi Xiaoro's pretty face turned slightly red, knowing that the word sleep was not an adjective but a verb. She has always had a doubt. How come my husband is so capable that none of the three of us can satisfy him? No wonder he can scare away a tiger with just one look, he is actually more powerful than a tiger. Lin Fan had no idea what his eldest daughter-in-law was thinking at the moment. He quickly finished his dinner and asked the other daughters-in-law to take a bath. Wait until it smells delicious after washing. The old bed at home once again made the crisp sound of not daring to bear the weight. The second daughter-in-law, Su Xiaoxiao, was particularly proactive tonight, allowing Lin Fan to act even more recklessly. Night passed quietly. When the sun comes out again, a new day begins. Lin Fan, who had been busy all night, had not yet woken up when the weather-beaten courtyard door was knocked again. Lin Fan just wanted to say one thing. I don't know who I offended, but the gate of my house has been destroyed since early morning. Husband, who is here again? The three daughters-in-law were drowsy. They had been busy for most of the night and were now very sleepy. Lin Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know either. It seems that this house is no longer habitable. Husband, go and take a look. The other party is knocking so urgently, there must be something wrong. Yi Xiaoro said gently. Lin Fan nodded, and then got up from his gentle embrace. His eldest daughter-in-law also wanted to help him get dressed, but he shook his head to stop her. You continue to rest, I can do it myself. After he finished speaking, he quickly put on his clothes, walked out of the room, went to the yard and opened the door. Uncle Wang, why is it you again? The moment he opened the gate, Lin Fan was speechless. The person knocking on the door early this morning was still the familiar Uncle Wang. However, compared to being alone before, the other party brought a few people with him today. There was another one being carried. Uncle Wang, what are you doing? After taking a look at the other party's formation, Lin Fan asked in confusion. This early in the morning. It would be bad enough if the other party just came over, but he also carried a wounded person. What was he trying to do? However, when he saw clearly that the injured person being carried was Wang Ergu, he roughly understood. Obviously yesterday's words. The other party's old father was really scared. This is your second Uncle Wang. He came to you this time to apologize on behalf of his son Ergu. Village Chief Wang pointed to a middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to him and explained helplessly. Not long after I returned home last night, my younger brother came to me in a panic, saying that he was afraid that his family would be wiped out overnight like Wang Youcai, and asked me, his eldest brother, to help him. He was a little confused at the time. Once he knew what the situation was, he said that he had really taken care of it. But his younger brother was still worried and insisted on asking him for help and to go to the house together to apologize. To show his determination, he even broke one of his son's legs with his own hands. Wang Ergu needs someone to carry him now because his leg was broken by his old father. The mountain people are not good at speaking, so they express themselves through actions only. This is a tough time for Wang Ergu. The injuries on my body had just stabilized, and my leg was broken again. And the one who did this, he is still my biological father. How miserable is this? Less than half an hour. The old father who came to apologize left without taking a cloud with him. Only a pile of dried mountain products and some bacon that the villagers could only eat during the New Year were left. Thinking of Wang Ergu's hopeless look when he was carried away, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. After this time, I believe the other party will not dare to mess around anymore. Ah, you useless bastard, I hope you can be more sensible after this incident. Village Chief Wang did not leave with them, and could not help but sigh at this moment. I think so. Lin Fan smiled and replied, after being treated so miserably, there's no way he'll be able to show up in the short term. As for continuing to be a jerk, the leader, Wang Fa, had his entire family wiped out. He is dead as hell and can't hang around with anyone even if he wants to. Village Chief Wang sighed again. After a while, he asked Lin Fan, I heard you are moving. Is this true? Yes, it is true. Lin Fan nodded and replied. Where are you planning to move to? Village Chief Wang frowned and asked. He didn't know that someone had given a large manor to Lin Fan. Suddenly, he learned that Lin Fan, a junior, was going to move, and he felt a little worried. After all, before Lin Fan's father passed away, he gave him many instructions, asking him to help take care of his only descendant in the future and not let the Lin family's bloodline be cut off. Over the past 2 years, he has always done so. If it weren't for his frequent support, the original owner, who was weak and sickly and unable to work, would not have waited for Lin Fan's arrival. Let's move closer to the county town. Lin Fan thought for a moment and replied that although he had never visited the exact location of the manor, he knew its approximate location. When he wants to move, the second manager of the Divine Weapon Pavilion will come and help him with the whole process, so he doesn't have to worry about anything. That's not bad. Upon hearing this, Village Chief Wang nodded. Then there was silence. When you really need to move, tell Uncle Wang and he will call someone to help you. Village Chief Wang didn't know what to say anymore, so he just left after saying a few words. During these days, he had seen the changes in Lin Fan and knew that this junior whom he had watched grow up had really become capable, something that he could not even see through. First, he defeated Wang Wei, a ruthless man in the village who was known as a martial arts master. Then he got to know some big shots and even the Sishui gang had to give way to them. In order to distance themselves from them and avoid upsetting the big shots, they even turned around and destroyed Wang Wei's family. The reactions of those who came to investigate from the government at that time all confirmed this point. And there was the big bug last night. As someone who had served in the military before, he was very sure that the extremely ferocious tiger at that time was really scared away by Lin Fan. But it was not the look in the eyes that people said outside, but a kind of terrifying aura. This kind of aura is very rare and it is difficult for ordinary people to come into contact with it. However, in the army, some brave generals have such momentum, and he had seen it when he was in the army before. All of the above. It is very clear to me that the younger generation whom I have watched grow up has truly emerged as a potential dragon. The turning point of all this was the day I brought 3 wives home. Could it be that in this world, there are people who can be reborn just by marrying a wife? The departing village chief Wang couldn't stop thinking, and for a moment, he also wanted to try to rejuvenate himself. But it was quickly rejected. This is all nonsense. The tigress at home would never allow him to do this. The other side. Lin Fan watched his elders leave, shook his head and returned to his own yard. After taking a look at the vegetable seedlings that were growing well and washing them with a bucket of clear well water, he went to the blacksmith's room, poured in charcoal for ignition, and started a fire. I'm just sitting around doing nothing. He planned to forge a batch of swords. Although the raw iron in his hand is not as good as the meteorite iron of the sword spirit, it is still much better than the scrap iron used to forge the long sword before. If forging is done seriously, it is possible to create a semi-divine weapon, but it is also a rare treasure. After all, he is a master craftsman of the highest level, and this is not just talk. After learning that the gangs in this world were killing people without mercy and that dangers were omnipresent, Lin Fan gradually began to have some ideas. The melody of blacksmithing sounded, and the 3 daughters-in-law quickly got up. Seeing their husbands busy, they all felt a little embarrassed, blamed themselves for being lazy, and started to find their own things to do and also started to get busy. Those who cook cook. Those who clean the house should clean the house. And the effort of watering the vegetables. Under the curling smoke. The warm atmosphere of home is like a painting. Lin Fan smiled with enjoyment and continued to rotate his sledgehammer. Time flies. The next day soon arrived. Early this morning, the second manager of the Divine Weapon Pavilion arrived at the door with a convoy of cars and waited for orders. Master, the convoy is ready and awaiting your orders at any time. The second shopkeeper bowed slightly and came in front of Lin Fan, speaking respectfully. Well, thank you for your hard work. Lin Fan gave him some polite encouragement. It's not hard. It's my honor. The second shopkeeper replied with an apologetic smile, positioning himself very low. He did not feel anything was wrong with such humility, but rather felt it was an honor. After all, being able to work for a living master craftsman is something that no one else can ask for. If he hadn't been so lucky and hadn't contacted Lin Fan for the first time, this matter would never have been his turn. When they went back a few days ago, his boss, the chief manager, was so envious. Not only did he volunteer to help Lin Fan move, he also offered his daughter to contribute to the Divine Sword Villa. If old Man Jian had not refused, it would not be him who came today, but his boss, who came with his so-called contributed daughter. How could he not be respectful and humble when such a good thing came with great effort? If Lin Fan was happy with his service and mentioned his good points in front of old Man Jian, he would definitely benefit greatly. At that time, not to mention the chief manager of the Divine Weapon Pavilion in Tianfeng County, even the chief managers of the Divine Weapon Pavilion in the county town and even the state town will have to be polite in front of him. A statue of friendship made by a master craftsman. It's really that awesome. It's just that Lin Fan didn't know, or he hasn't adapted to it yet. After all, in modern society, no matter how big the difference in status is, it is relatively equal. At least that's what it appears to be. But it's different in this world. Inequality of status is inequality, blatantly. Before, the Sishui gang couldn't afford to offend old Man Jian of the Divine Sword Villa, so they destroyed Wang Fei's family without any hesitation. Both sides are human. But the treatment is completely different. With this important status, Lin Fan didn't have to worry about anything during this move. He just needed to tell them what to move. As for the rest, he didn't need to worry about anything at all. The second shopkeeper was doing his best to work. The three daughters-in-law packed their things early and stood beside Lin Fan, looking forward to their new home. Su Xiaoxiao was the most excited because after settling down in her new home, she could go back to her parents' home to see her mother accompanied by her husband. The things were quickly packed up and all carefully loaded onto the carriage. However, Lin Fan did not immediately order the convoy to depart. Instead, he looked at the intersection outside the house, as if he was waiting for something. "Master, who are you waiting for?" The second shopkeeper stepped forward cautiously and asked. "No, just thinking about something." Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. He originally walked out from here and brought back 3 wives from this road. His destiny also began to change from this place and he ushered in a new life. Leaving now. I'm also not used to it. But he did not hesitate. After watching quietly for a while, he looked towards his wives. "Have you got everything?" "All are ready." "Okay, let's go to our new home." Lin Fan nodded again, then locked the gate himself. "I may rarely come back in the future, but this is his place of origin, so I'll leave it as a memory." The convoy set off in this mighty manner. In a remote mountain village like Wangjia village, there may not be a single convoy arriving in a year. It is also because of this. When the convoy came in, it had already attracted the attention of the villagers. When they saw Lin Fan sitting in the carriage, they knew what was going on. Lin Fan moved to a new home. This has spread throughout the village in the past 2 days and is no longer a secret. After all, the village is so small that nothing can be hidden. I heard that Lin Fan met a noble person, and now it seems to be true. Yes, otherwise it would be impossible for a weak and sickly boy like him to change so much. I'm so envious. When can I meet these noble people? Looking at Lin Fan's moving convoy, the villagers were extremely envious. The people in the village knew exactly what Lin Fan was like in the past. But now it has turned around. They didn't know about the system and thought that all this was because they met a noble person. In their opinion, only when you meet a noble person can all this be achieved. This really made them envious. The elder, village chief Wang, stood quietly in the crowd. Upon learning that Lin Fan had someone to help him move, he did not add to the trouble and just watched him leave silently. "Tiezhu, your child has made great progress. You don't have to worry about it anymore. You also don't have to worry about the issue of the Lin family's inheritance. Your child has not let you down." Village Chief Wang secretly sighed. He finally explained Lin Fan's current condition to his old friend. The most important task of inheriting the incense can now be said to have been completed in excess. Stop for a moment. At this time, Lin Fan's voice sounded, and then the convoy stopped. When the carriage stopped, Lin Fan jumped off the carriage and went straight to the head of the village, Wang. "Uncle Wang, this is for you." Lin Fan greeted him and handed over a rectangular wooden box that he had prepared in advance. "What's this?" Village Chief Wang asked in confusion. "Take it back and you'll know." Lin Fan didn't say much. He handed over the gift he had prepared and turned back to the carriage. The second shopkeeper had been accompanying him, looking at the gift in Village Chief Wang's hand with envy in his eyes. Village Chief Wang didn't know what it was, but he guessed it roughly. There is most likely a weapon inside, a weapon specially prepared by a master craftsman. Just by looking at the temperament of village chief Wang, one can tell that he comes from a military background, and the weapon he specially prepared is most likely a long sword. A long sword specially forged by a master craftsman. Not to mention the quality, this property alone makes it a priceless treasure. If the other party is willing to buy it, he is willing to spend all his assets to buy it. But this was a gift from Lin Fan to his elders, so he didn't have the courage to ask. Village Chief Wang didn't know how precious it was, but it was a parting gift from a junior, so he naturally wouldn't refuse it. He took it, looked at it, and accepted it. The convoy left the village. However, at the entrance of the village, he was stopped by a half-grown child. The teenager who was blocking the road was none other than Wang Erxiao, the cowherd who was familiar with Lin Fan. "Brother Fan, you are a capable person. Can I follow you and do things?" Wang Erxiao looked at Lin Fan, who was puzzled by the traffic stop, gritted his teeth and spoke. "Why do you have this idea?" Lin Fan neither agreed nor refused when he heard this, but looked at the other party and asked back. Wang Erxiao was silent for a while, then he spoke. "My brothers and sisters are growing up, and they can only help the village to herd cattle, and they can't help my parents to support them. And if they stay in the village, they will never achieve anything in their lives, and they can only herd cattle for the rest of their lives. I am a little unwilling." "You mean, you can be successful if you follow me?" Lin Fan laughed when he heard this. Wang Erxiao nodded without hesitation. "Then get in the car." Lin Fan pointed at the carriage in the convoy. Wang Erxiao didn't react for a moment. He thought Lin Fan would refuse. After all, he didn't know how to do anything except herding cattle. Even if Lin Fan finally agreed, he would not agree so readily and would not even set 3 rules. But now, with just one word of confirmation, he was allowed to get in the car. "Brother Fan, do you agree?" Wang Erxiao said in surprise. "Why else would I ask you to get in the car?" Lin Fan rolled his eyes. "Thank you, Brother Fan." Wang Erxiao's face turned red with excitement. He tightened the bag on his back and jumped into a carriage. "You came prepared." Lin Fan saw the bag behind the other person and immediately laughed. The other party's luggage is already prepared, so it is obvious that this is not a spur-of-the-moment idea. Hee hee. Wang Erxiao smiled embarrassedly. It was indeed not a spur-of-the-moment idea. When he learned that Lin Fan was moving to a large manor, he had an idea. After all, according to the elders in the village, living in a large manor requires servants to serve you. Whether it is guarding the house or cleaning, manpower is needed. Although it is a servant's job, it is better than helping others herd cattle. Moreover, he knew that his brother Fan was a capable man, and he was willing to follow such a man. When his grandfather was alive, he told him that if the weak want to change their fate, they must find a way to rely on the strong. Only in this way. Only people like them have a chance to escape their fate. Regarding this point, Lin Fan didn't say anything. He really needed to find some trustworthy people, not only to help look after the house, but also to do some things that required trustworthy people to run errands to save his time. He has been planning his own path these days and now has some clues. Taking the cowherd boy who wanted to change his fate, the caravan set off again. There was no trouble this time. As the sun was setting, the convoy stopped in front of a huge manor. This manor was built on the edge of the county town. The entire manor was built against the mountain and beside the water. There were undulating buildings within the tall walls, as well as gardens and artificial lakes. It was conservatively estimated that the manor covered an area of hundreds of acres. In modern times, owning a house of several hundred square meters is a big deal. But now, a large manor covering hundreds of acres. This is the manor that Miss Jianling gave me. Lin Fan silently looked at the manor in front of him for a while, then turned around and asked the second shopkeeper who was following him. It was just a temporary manor visit, but it was so amazing. "Is this the financial power of a rich woman?" "Yes, this is the manor that our eldest lady gave to you, master." The second shopkeeper smiled and nodded. This was the place he had chosen in the first place. He had forcibly bought it from a wealthy businessman. He had never lived in this new manor, but he was quite satisfied with it and it had even been praised by the sword spirit. When the sword spirit used this as a meeting gift, it could be said that it was full of sincerity. Although Lin Fan returned a semi-divine weapon in the end, making the sword spirit a huge profit, his kindness was indeed great. It's a very nice place. Thank you, miss, for me. Lin Fan took a breath and replied. Master, you are too polite. Miss will be very happy to know that you are satisfied. The second shopkeeper saw that Lin Fan was very satisfied with the manner and his face was full of smiles. Just be satisfied. Everything will be easier to say in the future. Moreover, Lin Fan agreed to cooperate with both parties, and the relationship will definitely be more harmonious in the future. As the person who is responsible for helping to run errands, his status will also rise in the future. Even now, Lin Fan still doesn't know what kind of influence the full-level blacksmith skill given by his system represents. You are also very good. You will be in charge of coordinating my cooperation with the Divine Weapon Pavilion in the future. When I see Master Jian next time, I will personally tell him about this matter. Lin Fan knew what the other party was doing so he just smiled and went along with the other party's request. It doesn't matter who you connect with. But having someone familiar to work with can save you a lot of trouble. Especially if this person is good at handling things, then more trouble can be saved. Thank you, Master Lin. The second shopkeeper's face flushed with excitement when he heard this. This was indeed what he wanted. Work hard, there is still a long way to go. Lin Fan patted the other person's shoulder and said that his partner would not change in the short term. Not to mention the generous gift from the rich woman, the sign of Excalibur Villa alone is worth cooperating with. After all, this is a win-win situation. Excalibur Villa got what it wanted, and he also got what he wanted. Welcome home, Master. Not long after the group stopped in front of the manor, the gate of the manor was opened, and a group of women dressed as maids, led by an old man, lined up neatly to greet them. The second shopkeeper introduced, Master Lin, these are the servants of the manor. The leader is the butler, Uncle He. He has decades of management experience and is absolutely trustworthy. Just tell him what you need. These servants. Previously, they were all given to the eldest daughter of the Divine Sword Villa, that is, the young master of the villa. Each one was carefully selected and only those who were absolutely trustworthy would be arranged in. As long as Lin Fan maintains a good relationship with Divine Sword Villa, he can be used with confidence. As for non-cooperation, this goes without saying. Yeah, that's thoughtful. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction again. A manor covering hundreds of acres could not be managed by him alone without the corresponding servants. Even though he had many wives, he still couldn't take care of them all. No way. This manor is really too big. However, with so many servants to support and the additional head tax for marrying multiple wives, he can forget about having it as easy as before. Fortunately, the wealth-making ability rewarded by the system is strong enough, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to afford so much expenditure. It's all as it should be. The second shopkeeper did not dare to take any credit for himself. He had already gotten what he deserved. He once again reminded the servants in the manor to obey the orders of the new master completely, and then let the convoy unload the goods and leave. As for the things that were brought over, they were naturally taken over by the servants in the manor. As outsiders, they are not allowed to enter the manor without permission. No matter what you did in the past, from today on, the rules between me and my wives are the rules. Don't mess with me, or I'll kick you out. After the second shopkeeper and others left, Lin Fan, the new owner, began to lecture, or to express his attitude. Servants can be mediocre, but they must be obedient and abide by the rules. Otherwise, why spend so much money to support it? I will follow the master's orders. Under the leadership of the old butler, the other servants nodded in agreement. Don't be too nervous. We are not bad people. As long as you do your job well, we will not treat you unfairly. Lin Fan didn't keep knocking. Seeing that his vigilant attitude had worked, he spoke to comfort him. Yes. This time the sound became more uniform. Servants in the Dalong dynasty had no status. If they were beaten to death by the master's family, their death would be in vain. Disobeying orders was seeking death. These three are your ladies. Lin Fan then introduced his 3 wives to the servants so that they could get to know each other. Meet the 3 ladies. Also under the leadership of the old butler, all the servants paid their respects to their master's wife. No, you're welcome. Su Xiaoxiao and Wang Nanan were not used to this and waved their hands embarrassedly. Only Yi Xiaorou nodded slightly, obviously understanding her husband's intentions. Okay, I won't say any more words, let's move everything in first. Lin Fan completed the entire process and had no intention of continuing to talk nonsense. He did not have as many bad habits as those landlords. As long as you do your own job well and perform your duties, that's enough. Rules and regulations. Not so much with him. Second little boy, just watch them move, and just stay by my side and follow my instructions. You don't have to do anything else. Lin Fan stopped Wang Erxiao who wanted to help. He asked him to follow him, not to do the work of a servant. Okay. Wang Erxiao didn't think too much about it and followed Lin Fan's instructions as soon as he heard them. He may have limited abilities, but he is obedient enough and can be trusted. The busy servants were filled with envy when they heard the conversation between the two. This was definitely the treatment of a close confidant. Although these servants knew very little about the new master. But from the second shopkeeper's instructions, they knew that this young-looking master in front of them was a very important figure. Otherwise, the eldest lady they served before would not give this manner away. There is also the second shopkeeper of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, who does not bow and scrape to serve. Just a simple word of encouragement can make the other person feel like they have found a treasure. What are you thinking about? Didn't you hear what the master told you? Just do your job well. Seeing that the servants were distracted and not working seriously, the old butler immediately shouted at them. As an old and experienced man, he naturally knows that his new master is no simple person. As the steward of the manor, he naturally has access to more information than the people below him. The old butler still had great dignity, and the servants didn't dare to think any more. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Having a reliable old butler could save him a lot of worries. Uncle He, I'll have to trouble you to take care of the family affairs from now on. Lin Fan gave his approval. It's what this old slave deserves. The old butler was very humble and did not dare to look down on Lin Fan just because of his young age. Ladies, come in with your husbands and take a look at our new home. After arranging everything, Lin Fan smiled and invited the 3 daughters-in-law. The 3 daughters-in-law naturally agreed happily and followed Lin Fan into the new home. And just when Lin Fan moved to a new house, thousands of miles away from the manor, in an even larger and more majestic mountain villa, when Jian Ling and his party rushed back, all the upper-class figures inside were in an uproar. Because not only did he come back, he also brought back a semi-divine weapon. In addition, he also brought back an astonishing piece of information: the legendary master craftsman had appeared in the world again. Demigod. It was made by a master craftsman. The first impression Lin Fan had of his new home was that it was huge. Very, very huge. You can imagine. 1 acre is approximately 666 square meters. For an ordinary family's house to have this amount of land area is really amazing. With an area of hundreds of acres, there is no need to think about how big it is. People with poor eyesight may not be able to see the end at one glance. Being in it, it seems especially small. The manor is divided into inner courtyard and outer courtyard. The outer courtyard is for servants and guards. The inner courtyard belongs to the master's family. Except for the maids who serve the master, no one else is allowed to enter. Outside the inner and outer courtyards, there is also a large garden and an artificial lake, which combines environment and elegance. For a manor like this, not to mention other things, the cost of building it alone is conservatively estimated to be more than 10,000 taels, and it may not even be feasible. The gap between the rich and the poor. No matter in which world, it is always so huge. It's so big. Wang Nanan looked at her new home and was shocked. Where she lived before, both her own home and Lin Fan's home were ordinary houses. But the new home in front of me is completely different, a world of difference. Su Xiaoxiao also nodded. It is indeed a very large garden. Perhaps there is no such a large manor in the entire county. Yi Xiaoro also had a smile on her face and nodded in agreement, gaining a better understanding of her husband's abilities. She guessed that the manor would not be small, but she didn't expect it to be so big. It was a choice with no other options in despair, but a latent dragon was chosen. At this moment, deep in her heart, a memory that she had already given up in despair kept surfacing. From the looks of you, you seem quite satisfied with our new home. Seeing his wives happy, Lin Fan also started laughing. At the same time, I feel a little emotional. It has only been a month since he came into this world, but in this time, his life has changed dramatically. First, he picked up 3 beautiful wives for free and lived the life he had always wanted but couldn't. Now, with the ability rewarded by the system, I can live in a luxurious manner. In front of this manor, those so-called detached villas are nothing. No wonder everyone wants to travel through time. It's really cool. Although the good days have just begun, Lin Fan has already started to enjoy them. The following days, just settled down in the new home. Lin Fan has not been idle these days. He and Wang Erxiao have built their own blacksmith shop beside the artificial lake. As a full-level blacksmith, he is very familiar with the tools he uses to make a living, and he is more convenient to use the tools he builds himself. Brother Fan, when did you learn Uncle Tieju's craft? Didn't you not know how to forge iron before? Wang Erxiao was helping out, but he was a little confused inside. After all, the previous Lin Fan didn't look like he would inherit the family business at all. Especially after going to school, he never went near his own blacksmith shop. Because in Lin Fan's view in the past, how could a scholar like himself get involved in such vulgar industries? This doesn't fit my identity. It certainly didn't happen before. Lin Fan did not lie to this little brother, but smiled and said, but in order to make a living, I learned it slowly. Brother Fan, you are really amazing. Wang Erxiao had a look of admiration on his face. In his opinion as a cowherd, people who have skills are capable people. Especially someone like Lin Fan, who not only has skills, but also has abilities that the entire Wangjia village fears. Work hard, and one day you'll be great. I, your brother Fan, have high hopes for you. Lin Fan directly gave the young man some chicken soup to encourage him. Wang Xiaor nodded in agreement, and then, as if he had been given an injection of chicken blood, he worked hard on the task at hand. Regarding this, Lin Fan can only say that it's great to be young. Ding ding dong. In the following days, Lin Fan began to work hard to make his wives live a good life. This is the most basic thing for a responsible man. However, when he settled down and was about to take his second daughter-in-law, Su Xiaoxiao, to visit her mother-in-law, 2 people came to visit. Master, there are 2 visitors outside, one old and one young, who want to visit you. They are extraordinary and should not be ordinary people. The old butler came respectfully to report the information of the visit. Lin Fan was still busy, but when he heard these words, he was suddenly confused. Did they tell us anything about themselves? He has been in this world for so long, but he really doesn't know many people. Especially after he moved to a new home, fewer people knew him. As for the visitor being an acquaintance, there was no reason for the butler not to know him. After all, the old butler knew all the acquaintances who knew he lived here. I didn't say that. I just said I wanted to meet you to discuss something. The old butler shook his head and replied. Let them go to the living room. I'll be there in a moment. Lin Fan wiped the sweat from his face, thought for a moment and then spoke. He was a little curious about this sudden visitor. Yes, sir. The old butler took the order and began to arrange this matter. Without any delay, Lin Fan put aside the work in his hands and returned to his residence. With the help of his wives, he changed into clean and fresh clothes. Less than half an hour. Lin Fan came to the reception room. There were indeed 2 people that caught my eye, one was a young girl, and the other was an older man with gray hair. The old man and the young man waited for a long time. When they saw Lin Fan coming, they all looked over and looked him up and down. When they saw Lin Fan's childish face, which looked like he had just reached adulthood, a look of confusion emerged on their faces. Who are you? We seem to have never seen you before. Seeing that it was indeed a stranger, Lin Fan took the initiative to ask with doubts. The other side did not answer, but looked at him for a while, and then the girl in the red dress said, "We have indeed never met, but we will soon become familiar with each other." Oh. Lin Fan was amused when he heard this and said with a smile, "I really don't know why we became familiar with each other so quickly. Can you tell me in detail?" I have to admit that the girl who spoke was very beautiful, with a hot body, an oval face, big eyes, and a crystal-clear skin with a rosy glow. She was indeed a rare and peerless beauty. But no matter how beautiful it is not yours, so what does it have to do with you? The girl didn't have so many thoughts. She looked at Lin Fan and took the initiative to introduce. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Dao Miao Miao, and I'm the young master of Badeo Villa. I came to find you this time because I want to cooperate with you." Dao Miao Miao. Badeo Villa. Cooperate. Lin Fan was immediately puzzled 3 times. He understood everything the other person said, but he didn't understand any of the meaning. Cooperation? What kind of cooperation? Lin Fan asked directly. "We will cooperate with you in the same way as you cooperate with Shenzhen Villa, and you can rest assured that what Shenzhen Villa can give you, we can also give you at Badeo Villa, and even better." The girl Dao Miao Miao said with a smile, her words full of confidence. Lin Fan didn't say anything when he heard this, but frowned slightly. Very few people knew about his cooperation with Excalibur Villa. After all, apart from Jian Ling and his group, and the second shopkeeper who is currently following them, no one else knows about the affairs of both parties. Even his identity is unknown to anyone else. The second shopkeeper now depends on him for promotion, and he wishes he were the only one in the world who knew about it, so that no one else would compete with him and add variables. Apart from them, there is only Sword Spirit and his group. Logically, they would not do that. After all, both the Sword Spirit and the Old Man Sword are the core members of the Divine Sword Villa, and the interests of the Divine Sword Villa are their own interests. As for the last maid Xiaoqing, as the personal maid of the Sword Spirit, the two grew up together and will get married together in the future. They have the closest relationship and should not leak any secrets. But someone came to the door. And judging from the other party's appearance, he obviously knew his identity and that he was cooperating with Excalibur Villa. This is called cooperation. In fact, it was an attempt to intercept the Shenzhen Villa. This action needs no explanation, someone must have leaked the information. Otherwise, no one came to visit today. How do you know about me? Lin Fan was silent for a moment and then asked. Dao Miao Miao smiled and said, "Of course we have our own channels. We are not afraid to tell you that we learned about this from the Divine Sword Villa. Telling you this is a sign of sincerity. I also want to remind you that the Divine Sword Villa is not as stable as it looks. It is not a good partner. Is your Badeo Villa safe?" Lin Fan chuckled and asked back. "Certainly." Dao Miao Miao nodded without hesitation. "You can go out and ask around. The situation at our Badeo Villa is definitely not comparable to that of Shenzhen Villa." Lin Fan said nothing about this. He had never heard of Badeo Villa, let alone knew about the other party's situation. "How about it?" Dao Miao Miao regained her confident look. "What?" Lin Fan glanced at the other person and asked. "It's about cooperation." Dao Miao Miao glared with her beautiful eyes, obviously having a very impatient personality. "Not very good." Lin Fan simply shook his head. He is not a man without integrity, not to mention that he has a good relationship with the Sword Spirit. Moreover, he cooperated with Shenzhen Villa not because he had eyes for Shenzhen Villa, but because he believed in Jianling. Otherwise, for a master craftsman like him, it would not be easy to find someone to cooperate with. As for the leak, Shenzhen Villa is a big family with a lot of wealth, so it's inevitable that there are some parasites and scum, but this is nothing. Besides, he is not someone who can hide his true colors. If the two sides cooperate in the future, the weapons he forges will definitely be sold. If he meets someone who knows their goods, it is only a matter of time before they are exposed. After all, in this world, Old Man Jian is not the only one who knows what he is doing. You. Dao Miao Miao couldn't keep calm at that time. She said so much and thought that the matter was settled. However, she didn't expect that it was in vain and the other party was not willing to listen at all. She couldn't stand the fact that he rejected her without even a second thought. As the young master of Badeo Villa, she is the center of attention wherever she goes. As long as she says a word, countless so-called young heroes will flock to her to flatter her. But here we hit a wall. And it was touched without any hesitation. How could she accept this? Haven't you heard of our Badeo Villa? Dao Miao Miao thought of a possibility. It was only because he had never heard of her that he would be so straightforward. Lin Fan nodded honestly. I have indeed never heard of it. How about you introduce it to me? Dao Miao Miao laughed again when she heard this, and pouted her lips and said, I was saying that you are so ignorant. Well, today, I, the young master of the manor, will have a good talk with you, so that you know what you have rejected. The words fell. She coughed lightly and began to explain science to Lin Fan. First it was his own Badeo Villa, and then all the major forces in the underworld of the entire Dalong dynasty. Badeo Villa. It is a behemoth similar to the Divine Sword Villa, and is also a leading figure in the martial arts world. It even has deep ties with the dynasty's military, and many of its disciples hold important positions in the military. There are 4 unique forces in the underworld. They are East Sword, South Knife, Western Fist, Northern Leg. Among them, Nan Dao, one of the 4 great masters, belongs to their Badao Villa. As a behemoth, it naturally has profitable industries to support its daily operations. So like the Divine Weapon Pavilion in the Divine Sword Villa, the Badeo Villa has the Badeo Pavilion, which also sells weapons. However, unlike the Divine Weapon Pavilion which sells all kinds of weapons, the Tyrant Pavilion is a specialized model. The entire pavilion only sells knives, of various types. As for the rest, Badeo Pavilion does not sell anything. Moreover, it is only opened in cities above the county level, and not in small cities below. In addition, Dao Miao Miao also vaguely mentioned that Badeo Pavilion also cooperates with the military, and many of the high-quality long swords used by military officers are provided by them. Can do arms business. The influence is of course beyond doubt. Logically speaking, there should be no conflict between Badeo Villa and Shenzhen Villa, one taking the high-end and military route, and the other taking the ordinary and popular route. However, from the tone Dao Miao Miao used when introducing the villa, it was clear that they had a deep prejudice against each other. Whenever they were mentioned, they were always belittled and shown disdain, as if the other party was worthless. Now that he knew that Shenzhen Villa had found a master craftsman, he came without saying a word and offered guaranteed conditions, vowing to poach Lin Fan. Do you have a grudge against Excalibur Villa? Lin Fan asked his doubts directly. Tisk, are they worthy? At most I just don't like them. Dao Miao Miao said with a look of disdain. But the more this is the case, the more it proves that there is hatred between the two sides. Otherwise, as they are both powerful forces, they would still have to do some superficial work and would not put it out in the open. How is it? Now that I've told you, can we talk about cooperation? Dao Miao Miao belittled the Divine Sword Villa and then returned to the topic. Still not that great. Lin Fan still shook his head. It's not that the other person is a bad person, but since he has promised someone, he will not go back on his word easily. Not to mention his relationship with the sword spirit, the education he received did not allow him to do so. How can you be so ungrateful? Dao Miao Miao couldn't hold it anymore and she slapped the tea table beside her and stood up. Her body is already hot, and her sudden movements at this moment can be described as turbulent. Lin Fan thought that his second daughter-in-law was invincible, but he didn't expect that the other party was even more ferocious. Whose general is this? Or whose daughter is it? I'll give you one more chance. Will you cooperate with us or not? Dao Miao Miao puffed up his cheeks, stared at Lin Fan with a fierce look, and asked. Dao Miao Miao stared fiercely, as if he was going to pounce and bite someone in the next moment. Lin Fan smiled and said, Why? Could it be that you, Badao Villa, are still using the coercion method? You farted. Dao Miao Miao seemed to be angry, and her voice was fragrant when she opened her mouth. What do you mean by that? Lin Fan pouted angrily at the other party. He was already threatening him, and he still said it was not coercion. I am only asking you if you are willing to cooperate. When have I ever forced you? Can't I ask again? I just spoke louder. Do you think we are the Divine Sword Villa? Dao Miao Miao looked unhappy, and mentioned Shenzhen Villa while speaking. Have to. Never forget to belittle your opponents at any time and in any place. Does this mean there is no hatred between the two sides? Lin Fan did not respond to this, but continued, since you, Ba Dao Villa, do not force others, then please go back. I have no intention of changing my partner for the time being. Rejected again. Dao Miao Miao was so angry that her chest heaved violently, and the pressure on her fitted red dress suddenly increased. Lin Fan was really worried that the long skirt might break. Let's not talk about Badeo Villa for now, but they have a way of taking care of people. Master, won't you consider it again? At this time, the old man who had been following silently suddenly spoke. Compared to Dao Miao Miao's loud voice, who kept calling him, you guy, the other party was much more polite. However, the moment the other party opened his mouth, Lin Fan sensed a breath from him that was the same as the one from old man Jian before. That is to say, this is a peerless master like old man Jian. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, but he still shook his head and said, I really don't have this idea for now. After all, I have already negotiated with Shenzhen Villa, and I can't break my promise easily. But if I have this idea in the future, I will definitely consider your Badeo Villa first. The old man was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, in that case, let's not force it. This is my identity token. When you have made up your mind, you can take the token to any branch of Ba Dao Pavilion and they will bring you to see me. Good. Lin Fan reached out and took the identity token. The token is not big, and there is nothing fancy on it, only a domineering word, knife. It goes without saying that the other party is a big shot like old man Jian. Dao Miao Miao was still somewhat unwilling, but seeing that the old man had made his decision, she had no choice but to get up and leave. But they were just out the door. Then he met the sword spirit who was also visiting. The sword spirit was in a good mood at first. She had gained the friendship of the master craftsman and obtained a semi-divine weapon. The entire divine sword villa wanted to worship her. There were even radical elements who wanted the current owner of the villa to abdicate. The poor old father wanted to blame his daughter for her willfulness, but he was overwhelmed by the elder in the village. Almost lost his position. Now, there is no need for old man Jian to step in, and the other party will not dare to force a marriage anymore. It was also because of this that the sword spirit was in a very good mood. After telling old sword master about the general situation, he brought his maid Shao Qing and old sword master to look for the noble Lin Fan again. Move to a new home. Of course I have to visit him, so that we can maintain a good relationship. Her good life now depends entirely on the support of Lin Fan, the master craftsman. But she didn't expect that she would run into her mortal enemy as soon as she arrived at the door of Lin Fan's new home. Dao Miao Miao. Sword spirit. The two of them just stared at each other, and sparks began to fly in their eyes. Old man Jian and the old men from Badeo Villa also made eye contact. Although they looked calm on the outside, an invisible aura was floating between the two of them. Vaguely. You can see a sword reaching into the sky and a long, domineering knife competing with each other. Old man, are you still alive? Old man Jian sneered and spoke. The old man opposite sneered, you are not dead yet, how can I die first? Let's practice some other day. Old man Jian glanced at the long sword behind the other party and made a suggestion. I'm at your service any time. The old man opposite also glanced at the long sword behind the old man with sword and took it without hesitation. The two old men faced off. However, it has to be relatively subtle, after all, both parties are famous figures in the world. But for the two smaller ones at the bottom, there are not so many rules and regulations. If you are not satisfied, you can just do it directly. What are you doing here? Why don't you stay home and play with your sword? The sword spirit held a gun and a stick, showing a different look from his usual boldness. Haha, do you need to care where I go? Didn't I hear that your father wants to force you to get married and have children? Why are you running here instead of staying at home and preparing to have a baby? Dao Miao Miao was not to be outdone and struck directly at the vital points as soon as he opened his mouth. Being forced to marry. It has always been a hurdle in the sword spirit's heart. At that time, he was so angry that he ran away from home with his maid. Now that she was being directly mocked by the other party, she suddenly felt a little unsteady. However, as a female warrior who often trains alone, she is not so easy to collapse. She took a deep breath to calm herself down, then smiled and said, "At least this proves that someone wants me. I'm not like some people who have a hot temper and want to tear a man's head off." Even if she wanted to get married, no one dared to marry her. She could only rely on her family to pay a high fine to avoid being banished to a brothel. Who can't get married? Dao Miao Miao jumped up suddenly as if her tail was stepped on, her beautiful eyes wide open. "I'll tell whoever answers." The sword spirit smiled nonchalantly and easily controlled the opponent. With Dao Miao Miao's looks and status, she had countless suitors. But ever since several fanatical suitors were killed by her hot temper and left her childless, no one dared to try anymore. Chasing other women is at most a waste of money. But this woman Jue Dao Miao Miao will ruin my little brother. Who can afford it? It is also because of this. Those young men who were qualified to pursue her no longer dared to take the risk. There is absolutely no need for that. So that now, no one dares to marry me even if I want to. If Retaliation Villa had not been wealthy and powerful enough to pay the fine for violating government regulations, she would have been forcibly assigned like the girls from ordinary families. If you can't distribute it by then, you'll end up in a brothel. Emperor Delongwu established these regulations in order to rapidly increase the domestic population and at the same time increase fiscal revenue in order to satisfy his ambition to continuously wage foreign wars and expand his territory. In this core, having money can naturally avoid punishment. However, this amount of money is not something that ordinary families can afford, and the longer they delay, the more they will have to pay. This is the same as the accumulation of head taxes, and ordinary people simply cannot afford it. As the young master of Badeo Villa, he doesn't have to worry about not being able to pay. But now that it's being talked about in public, it's like an insult and exposing someone's shortcomings. It would be strange if I wasn't angry. I am a beautiful girl, how could anyone want me? Dao Miao Miao gritted her teeth hard, her fitted long skirt once again bore the unbearable pressure. Hee hee. The sword spirit just responded with hee hee, which was the best answer. Just wait, this matter is not over yet, I will definitely steal your girl. Dao Miao Miao was so angry that she knew she would suffer if she continued speaking, so she simply decided not to argue. However, she was stern in her heart that this matter would not end like this. Originally, after Lin Fan clearly refused, she didn't plan to pester him anymore. After all, as the heir to one of the four great powers, she knew very well what kind of character the master craftsman had. But it's different now. She swore to deal with Lin Fan so that the sword spirit would know the consequences of angering her. Dao Miao Miao was so angry that she ran away. The sword spirit, with the joy of a winner, found Lin Fan, who had just put down his teacup. Brother Lin. Seeing Lin Fan, a person who made him proud, the sword spirit was in a very good mood and greeted him warmly. Lin Fan also smiled and greeted, "Miss Jianling, how come you have time to come here so soon?" The sword spirit did not answer, but pretended to ask casually, "Brother Lin, was it someone from Tyrant Blade Villa who came to you to discuss something?" "Yes." Lin Fan nodded without hiding anything. "What did they talk to you about?" The sword spirit became alert upon hearing this, knowing that his inner thoughts were about to come true. "They want me to cooperate with them, saying they can give me more generous conditions for your Shenzhen villa." Lin Fan replied with a smile. "Did you promise?" When the sword spirit heard this, his face was immediately filled with worry. "This is an opportunity for me to hold my head high at home. If I were poached the next moment, wouldn't everything be gone? What do you think?" Lin Fan did not answer, but asked back with a puzzled look. The sword spirit hesitated and shook his head. "I don't think Brother Lin is a person who breaks his promise." He definitely didn't agree. "Well, thank you for your trust." Lin Fan smiled and said, "I did not agree to their request, but there is one thing that I am very curious about. Why did the other party know about it not long after we reached the cooperation agreement?" The sword spirit fell silent after hearing this. It goes without saying that there is a traitor among them. Otherwise, How come the other party came to her door as soon as she returned home? Miss Jianling, I insist on cooperating with your Shenzhen villa because I trust you, but I also hope that such things will happen less in the future. I don't like being disturbed. Although Lin Fan didn't care too much about being exposed, he didn't like being disturbed, so it was worth mentioning. Brother Lin, rest assured. The sword spirit will give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. The sword spirit did not remain silent this time, but showed its edge and made a promise. Elder Jian also spoke at the same time. Master Lin, I promise you that this will never happen again. That's the best way. After all, we should cooperate well and not cause any trouble. Seeing that the advice had worked, Lin Fan nodded and stopped nagging. No more heavy topics. The conversation that followed was naturally pleasant. The sword spirit first asked Lin Fan whether he was used to living in this manner and if he needed any help. Lin Fan said that was fine and there was nothing he needed help with for the time being. Master Jian, can the second shopkeeper be in charge of the subsequent sales? I am not used to strangers. I wonder if Master Jian can meet my small request. Lin Fan is a man of integrity, and he mentioned the promise he had made during a casual chat. Old man Jian naturally had no objection to such a trivial matter. Hearing this, he immediately agreed, of course there is no problem. As long as Master Lin is used to it, it will be fine. Then thank you, Master Jian. Lin Fan smiled and thanked the other party. It's done. The two sides discussed some details of the cooperation, and after leaving a deposit of 1,000 taels, Jian Ling said goodbye and left. This time, a traitor appeared in their own family, which made the master craftsman unhappy. Naturally, they were very angry. Now they planned to rush back to deal with this matter and give an explanation to Lin Fan, the master craftsman. Now that a competitor has appeared, and it's our mortal enemy, Badeo Villa, we cannot be careless in the slightest. No one disturbs me. Lin Fan didn't hesitate. He comforted the two wives who stayed at home and gave some instructions to the servants in the manor. Then he took his second wife, Su Xiaoxiao, and his assistant Wang Erxiao and set off for his mother-in-law's house. There is a special carriage in the manor, which was left by the sword spirit and is now given to Lin Fan for use. Wang Erxiao drove an ox cart before. Although the horse cart was a little different, it was almost the same, so he just hit it directly. I have to say, Wang Erxiao was very talented and he drove a horse-drawn carriage quite well his first time. First they went to the county town to buy some gifts, and then the three of them set off amid the crisp sound of horse bells. Su Xiaoxiao's parents' home is Sujia village, 80 miles away from the county seat, which is farther away than Wangjia village. Fortunately, Sujia village is quite large and is a relatively large village with a road that can be reached directly. As it gets closer to home, Su Xiaoxiao became increasingly restless, her eyes reddening. What's going on? Lin Fan naturally understood that it was because he was homesick, so he just spoke deliberately to make his wife happy. Su Xiaoxiao did not answer, but took the initiative to hug Lin Fan's waist and whispered, "Husband, thank you so much, thank you for taking me home, thank you, for being so good to me." Hearing the sobs and tenderness in his wife's words, Lin Fan stroked his wife's hair with some pity and said softly, "You are my wife, isn't this what I should do?" Su Xiaoxiao was naturally moved again and wished she could give birth to a child for her husband right away. But Wang Erxiao was driving the carriage outside, so she didn't say much. She just leaned in her husband's arms, unwilling to leave for a long time. Lin Fan was also very happy to have the beauty in his arms. After all, in a bumpy carriage and a boring journey, what macho man could resist a soft and fragrant pillow? Sujia village. It is indeed a large village with a large population. However, due to its remote location, the economic conditions are not much different from those of Wangjia village where Lin Fan is located. Emperor Delongwu was extremely aggressive in his military campaigns, and the living conditions of ordinary people throughout the Dalong dynasty were poor. It is also because of this. When the luxurious two-horse carriage given by the sword spirit entered the village suddenly became lively. Where did the carriage come from? Could it be that some important person from the county is visiting? Two tall horses pulling a cart, this is rare in the county. Who are they looking for? The villagers were talking about it, saying that such a magnificent carriage was rare in the county. Those who can afford such a carriage are all big shots in the county. How could such an important person come to visit their remote and poor village? The villagers couldn't figure it out. Some brave kids wanted to go forward and wander around, but were immediately stopped and scolded by the adults. This kind of big shot. If you offend someone accidentally, no good consequences will come to you. The village chief and clan elders of Sujia village also rushed over after receiving the information. Since an important person was coming to their village, they naturally did not dare to slack off in the slightest. Really? When they saw the luxurious carriage pulled by 2 tall horses, they immediately became respectful. They are more informed. I know that if you are not a real big shot, you are definitely not worthy of such a car. Be smart, don't bump into the master. The village chief shouted at the villagers, and then led the elders forward to greet them. No matter what you come to do. They all had to wait carefully. Uncle Su, Uncle, why are you all here? Just as they were waiting for the important person, a familiar voice came from the carriage, and then a familiar figure, supported by a heroic man, walked down from the carriage, looking at them with confusion as they were waiting for orders on the side. The little girl of the Sanchue family. When they saw the familiar figure, their eyes widened instantly. The important person they thought of was actually a woman from the village who was assigned by the government. How could they not be shocked? Not only them, but also the surrounding villagers exclaimed when they saw Su Xiaoxiao. This twist. It was like thunder in their mountain village. In the Dalong dynasty, a daughter assigned away by the government is no different from spilled water. Status in the husband's family. That is quite low, almost like a slave who works hard without complaint. Otherwise, women will not be assigned in this way. There are so many families in their Sujia village, and their nature is almost the same. This is the sadness of women in ancient times. Except for a very small number of wealthy women, all others were like this, humble and sad. It's nothing like modern society. The girls have already gone to great lengths and still haven't been satisfied, and the boys are living in dire straits. Slightly unsatisfactory. It's a direct warning about having children. But now, in the ancient background, Su Xiaoxiao, who was assigned out not long ago, came back, accompanied by an important person, riding in a luxurious car, and came back in glory. The various gifts that the coachman took out of the carriage dazzled them. It's obvious that he came back to visit relatives. When will women assigned by the government be able to receive such treatment? Are we dazzled? The elder who was accompanying them rubbed his cloudy eyes hard, thinking that he was seeing things. If it weren't for the blur. How can I see such a picture? Su girl, is it really you? The village chief said in disbelief. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the familiar elder and nodded excitedly. Yeah, it's me, you didn't make a mistake. When you confirm that you have not made a mistake. The people in Sujia village naturally exclaimed again. I never thought that the girl from Su Sanchue's family would actually fly up to the tree and become a phoenix. If Sanchue knew about this, I believe she would be smiling in her grave. The people in the village were very envious of this. Especially the women among them, all of them were filled with strong yearning at this moment. Unfortunately, I can only yearn for it. Not everyone belongs to Lin Fan, who not only has the conditions but also respects his wife enough. I didn't expect to see you again. The village chief confirmed that he had not made a mistake and couldn't help but sigh. When Su Xiaoxiao was assigned out, he also gave her a present, thinking that it would be a farewell forever. After all, those who need to wait for the government to assign a wife are all rough men from poor areas. When choosing a wife, they must choose one who is capable of working. No one dares to choose a weak woman like Su Xiaoxiao. Life is so stressful. If you marry a wife who cannot endure hardship and cannot do farm work, it is likely that the whole family will be dragged down. Poll tax. This is no joke. Many men would rather not marry than choose these women as their wives. The final fate of these women is most likely to be to enter brothels and generate income for the dynasty. Very sad. But this is the current situation of the Dalong dynasty, so distorted that it is hard to believe. Su Xiaoxiao was also moved, but she was more grateful to her husband. If she hadn't met Lin Fan, she wouldn't have been able to return home in glory, and might have been humiliated in a brothel. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. The village chief murmured, then looked towards Lin Fan and asked cautiously, Su girl, could this be your husband? Su Xiaoxiao nodded excitedly and replied, yes, Uncle Su, this is my husband Lin Fan. He came back with me today to see my mother and my family. There was such a strong sense of happiness in his words that the other women who were also assigned to marry had their eyes red with envy, wishing they could take his place. Unfortunately, it's just something I can think about. That burly figure and dark, rough skin were not what Lin Fan wanted. He wouldn't swallow it even if it was given to him for free. Hello, Uncle Su. Lin Fan greeted them politely. He had to give face to his wife's elders. Hello to you too. The village chief seemed very cautious and didn't dare to act like an elder at all. Not to mention the luxurious car, just Lin Fan's extraordinary temperament was not something he dared to disrespect in the slightest. The big shots in this world are those who hold power. If you make them unhappy, you may die without knowing how. Uncle Su, you don't have to be so polite. Since you are my wife's elder, you are also my elder. There is no need to be so polite. Lin Fan spoke gently, class differences did not matter to him. He is actually just an ordinary person. It's just that compared to other ordinary people, he has some advanced skills. But the village chief on the opposite side did not dare to think so and remained respectful. In this regard, Lin Fan shook his head helplessly and didn't say anything more. Su Xiaoxiao wanted to say something, but before she could open her mouth, a choked cry came from the crowd. My little girl, are you really back? Come to your mother. This was an old lady with gray hair and simple clothes. She pushed through the crowd and shouted excitedly. With tears in her eyes, she looked around, but her eyes were dull and she saw nothing. Mother. As soon as Su Xiaoxiao saw the old woman, she ran over crying and threw herself into the old woman's arms with tears in her eyes. She is really my little girl. She is really my little girl. The old woman listened to the familiar voice and touched the familiar person, and tears immediately streamed down her face. Su Xiaoxiao was too excited at first and didn't notice anything unusual about her mother. But when she calmed down a little, she discovered that something was wrong with her mother. That is, although she was very close, her mother could not see her until she spoke and then looked towards her. When two people hugged each other, they didn't look at each other with their eyes, but touched each other with their hands. Think of this. Her heart skipped a beat. With trepidation, she looked into her mother's eyes. When she saw those cloudy and lifeless eyes, she collapsed immediately. Mom. What happened to your eyes? What happened to your eyes? Su Xiaoxiao asked while crying, tears streaming down her face like a dam bursting. Mom is fine, it's just that my eyesight is not good due to my age. You don't have to worry about me, I'm fine. The old woman smiled and comforted her, reaching out to touch and wipe away Su Xiaoxiao's tears. Her loving kindness was so touching. But the more this happened, the more sadly Su Xiaoxiao cried. Uncle Su, what's the condition of my mother-in-law's eyes? Lin Fan could tell at a glance that his mother-in-law was blind, and immediately frowned and asked the village chief beside him. Alas! The village chief sighed and replied, when the little girl from the Su family was taken away, she was reported by her acquaintances to be despised and kept failing the selection process. She was very likely to be sent to a brothel. After the third sister-in-law of the Su family learned of this, she cried every day, thinking that she had harmed her own child, and eventually cried herself blind. Su Xiaoxiao is taken care of so well, with fair skin and tender flesh, which shows that she is very pampered at home. But such pampering will eventually harm your own children. How can you not regret it? If Lin Fan had not traveled through time, Su Xiaoxiao's fate might have been the same as the information sent back. Even though there was a reason, the persistent mother still couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. After Lin Fan learned the whole story, he fell silent. He thought his mother-in-law was being bullied, and he had already thought about how to help her get revenge. But I didn't expect it to be like this. In the past, I had only seen things like this on TV dramas, but one day I witnessed it with my own eyes, and it happened to my own mother-in-law. This time, he didn't know what to say. They hugged each other and cried for a while, and finally calmed down. It has come to this. There's no point crying any more. With the village chief personally paving the way, Lin Fan arrived at his wife's parents' home. How to say it? In one word, that is poor. The small courtyard was made of mud collected from leaks mixed with grass. When Lin Fan and his friends came over, there was a child as thin as a monkey in the low courtyard, lying on the wall, looking at them timidly and curiously. Su Xiaoxiao supported her mother. When she saw the child on the wall, she excitedly shouted, "Xiao Wuyo. Are you, Aunt Xiao?" When his name was called, the child first looked at Su Xiaoxiao carefully, then asked uncertainly. "Yeah, it's Aunt Xiao. I didn't expect you still remember me." When Su Xiaoxiao saw that the child recognized her, a smile finally appeared on her face, and she felt a little relieved from the shadow of her mother's blindness. Lin Fan didn't need to ask. The accompanying village chief once again took the initiative to give a detailed introduction. This timid child is the child of Su Xiaoxiao's brother. According to seniority, Su Xiaoxiao is his aunt. Aunt Xiao. When he was sure that he had not made a mistake, the child rushed out of the yard and hugged Su Xiaoxiao's legs. The child was not tall, and looked yellow and thin, obviously malnourished. His hands and feet had no strength, but he still held his aunt's legs tightly, fearing that his aunt would disappear if he let go. From this we can see that Su Xiaoxiao was very popular at home before, and this little nephew was also very attached to her. "Uncle Su, why don't I see my uncle? Is he not at home?" Lin Fan knew that his wife had an older brother, but he didn't see him now, so he casually asked the village chief. The village chief did not answer, but just said, "You will know when you go in and take a look. Little Su's family has been in great trouble these days. If you really love little Su, you should take better care of her later." When Lin Fan heard this, I knew something was not right. It is very likely that a blind mother is not the biggest problem. This was soon verified. As soon as the group walked into the yard, they smelled a strong scent of herbs. Under the eaves, there were a lot of medicinal residues and a medicine pot. Not only did the mother-in-law cry her eyes out, but other people in the family also got into trouble. "Where's my brother? Isn't he home?" Su Xiaoxiao was holding her little nephew. When she saw the thing under the eaves, she immediately looked a little unhappy and asked her mother. The old mother did not answer, but just sighed and shed tears silently. What happened in recent days was simply a disaster for her, an old mother who had already lost her husband. When Su Xiaoxiao saw this, she suddenly became unsteady and her body began to shake uncontrollably. If Lin Fan beside her had not been prepared and quickly supported her, she would have most likely fallen to the ground. "Wuyo, tell Aunt Xiao what happened to your father." Feeling Lin Fan's warmth, Su Xiaoxiao finally recovered a little and asked her little nephew. The child didn't have so many thoughts. When he heard the question, he answered directly, "My father's leg is broken. He has applied a lot of medicine. Now he is lying on the bed in the room." "Leg broken? How did it break?" Su Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. This era was not as good as it is now. If you broke your leg, you could just go to the hospital and put a steel plate in and it wouldn't be a big problem. In this era, it's not so bad for rich people, but for poor people, once a bone is broken, it is very likely that they will be disabled for life, or even die from the pain of inflammation. Su Xiaoxiao didn't expect that such a big change would happen at home after she had been away for only 3 months. Her father died of illness a few years ago. Fortunately, her eldest brother took care of the family, and her old mother was skillful and took her to help others with some sewing and mending work to earn some money to supplement the family income. It would be better if I didn't say it. But life is pretty okay. But now, the eldest brother, the pillar of the family, broke his leg, and the mother, who used to supplement the family income with her skills, cried herself blind. This was a disaster for a family that was already struggling to make ends meet. She couldn't imagine it. If I come back later, will I never have the chance to see my family again? I don't know either. I just heard that one day there was a lot of noise in the village, so Dad took the hoe from home and went out. He was finally carried back by several uncles. Dad was covered in blood. It was so scary. The child shook his head. It was obvious that the adults had not told him and the information he knew was very limited. The old mother was also crying at this time, and couldn't ask anything. Lin Fan could only step forward to help and look towards the accompanying village chief. The village chief did not hide anything. He sighed again and said, "This is a long story, but I'll let the eldest brother of the Su family tell you the specific situation." All right. Lin Fan did not force anything. After all, his brother-in-law only had a broken leg and was not dead. When they met later, he would ask him about what happened and it would not be a secret. Xiao, bring Uncle Su a portion of bacon as a gift. Without getting entangled in this issue, Lin Fan gave instructions to Wang Xiao who was with him. Okay, Brother Fan. Wang Xiao came here this time to help out. When he heard the instructions, he took out an exquisite gift box without saying a word. This kind of exquisite gift box is only used to hold gifts when wealthy families give them as gifts. This gift box alone is of great value. Not to mention, it contains fragrant deer bacon, which is something only wealthy families can enjoy. It is sold by the piece, and each piece is worth no less than 5 taels of silver. Not only is it extremely nutritious, it also tastes quite good and is very popular among the upper class. Because deer represent fortune and luck, they are the first choice for many people as gifts. Although the village chief had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. He had also heard of luxury goods such as fragrant deer bacon. But I have only heard of it. I have never tasted it in my entire life. I've only seen it from afar on the shelves of shops when I went to the county town. But even so, he boasted about this to many people when he returned to the village, making those rough guys really envious. Unexpectedly. But now someone gave him one. It was just a greeting gift between the two parties. Looking at the exquisite gift box in his hand, he was completely shocked at this moment, and his eyes turned more respectful when he looked at Lin Fan again. Such a big deal. If you are not a real big shot, it is impossible to come up with it. This is too expensive. Take it. It's just a piece of meat to eat. The village chief originally wanted to decline. After all, in his opinion, it was too expensive, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Fan. With the business connection with Excalibur Villa, he will no longer be short of this small amount of money. On the contrary, the other party is the village chief, and he can take care of his wife's family in the future. A little favor. This investment is well worth it. When the village chief saw this situation, he hesitated for a moment and then accepted it. If he kept postponing the gift from a big shot, it would seem like he was ungrateful. You guys gather first. My home is next to the big tree in front. If you have any instructions, you can send someone to me at any time. The village chief said this respectfully and left with the gift. It was the first time for a married daughter to bring her husband back to her parents' home, so naturally she had a lot to say. His mission was completed, so he naturally would not stay any longer. The old mother was also very pleased. After all, her daughter was not only fine, but also married a good husband. Not only did he have a good family background, but he also doted on her very much. He took the trouble to come all the way from the county town and brought a lot of gifts, so you can tell what the situation is. But when she thought of her son's situation, she couldn't help but sigh, and a look of deep worry appeared on her face. As soon as I entered the house, I heard a weak cough. Brother. Su Xiaoxiao knew it was her eldest brother, and immediately trotted into the room where the coughing came from. Lin Fan asked Wang Xiao to put down the gift and followed him in. Eye-catching. It was a simple wooden bed with a pale man half lying on it. One of the man's legs was clamped by a bamboo board with a layer of cloth wrapped around it. A strong smell of Chinese medicine wafted from it. Su Xiaoxiao ran in and squatted beside the bed, crying, tears falling continuously. First, my mother cried until her eyes went blind, and then my eldest brother's leg was broken. These repeated blows completely overwhelmed her, despite her already soft-hearted nature. Don't cry, big brother is not dead, just broken bones, it will heal after a while, it's not a big deal. Seeing that you are doing well, big brother is very happy. When the man saw his sister, he was stunned and couldn't react for a while. But when he saw her wearing brocade clothes and all kinds of expensive jewelry, and seeing Lin Fan, who followed in with an extraordinary demeanor, he roughly understood what was going on and started laughing. During this period, He is having a hard time. My sister was taken away by the government, and I cried so much that my eyes went blind and my legs were broken. Everything in the family depends on the support of his daughter-in-law, who is suffering terribly. But now that he saw that his sister was living well and did not suffer a tragic fate, all the pain he had been feeling these days was instantly washed away. Brother-in-law. Lin Fan also came to the bedside and greeted his brother-in-law with a smile. Well, are you Xiao Xiao's husband? The man also smiled and asked, obviously having a good impression of Lin Fan. Yes, thanks to Xiao Xiao's persistence, we are now husband and wife. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, looking at his wife with a doting look. Then Xiao Xiao will trouble you in the future. She had a weak constitution when she was young, and as her eldest brother, I never let her go to the fields. I didn't expect that it would harm her in the end. Fortunately, she met you. The man felt a little emotional. He had also noticed that Lin Fan did not show any disdain for his sister's condition. Even if it is mentioned casually, it will always be filled with affection, and this cannot be fake. My worried sister. I really met my ideal husband. This finally made him put down the heavy stone that had been weighing on his heart. That's not true, brother-in-law. If it weren't for your help, how could I have married such a good wife? Lin Fan shook his head and replied. This answer stunned the man, but he soon smiled even more happily. Really? If my sister was big and strong, she would have been picked up by other men long ago. You can tell at first glance that Lin Fan doesn't have the temperament of an ordinary person. He must come from a wealthy family. He doesn't even look down on big and strong guys. After all, he doesn't have the pressure of life and his pursuits are different. My sister's situation was a bad thing turned into a good thing. So, I am really grateful to him as my brother. Don't cry, little sister. This is the first time your brother-in-law comes to our house and you're just standing there doing nothing. Your brother and mother are not feeling well right now, and your sister-in-law has gone to work in the fields. You have to take better care of her. Seeing that his sister was still crying, the man spoke to divert her attention. This trick really works. When Su Xiao Xiao heard this, she held back her tears and went to get a stool and boil some hot water to drink. She was thirsty after running all the way here. Lin Fan did not refuse, as he just happened to have something to ask his brother-in-law. Now that he, the son-in-law, has arrived, he naturally cannot stand by and watch his wife's family being bullied. Not to mention one's own strength. With Shenzhen Villa as our strong partner, most problems can be solved with just a word. Wuyo, go to the field and call your mother back. Tell her that there are guests at home. The men seemed to have noticed this, and he sent his own child away as well. The old mother was entertaining Wang Erxiao outside and sorting and putting away the gifts that had been sent to him. Now the two men, one big and one small, had all been sent away, leaving only two men in the room. Brother, what's the matter with your leg? I heard from the village chief that it was not an accident. Lin Fan didn't mean to beat around the bush and asked directly. The men sighed and said, brother-in-law, I can see that you are not an ordinary family. It seems that you want to help me out, but my case is a bit complicated. Let's just treat it as an accident. I am happy to see that my little sister is doing well. I don't want to cause trouble for you. Brother-in-law, if you are like this, you are treating me as an outsider. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan said, although I, your brother-in-law, don't have much ability, I still have the ability to help my wife's family when they are bullied. Seeing that Lin Fan was determined, the man spoke out slowly after a moment of silence. In fact, this matter could not be concealed. As long as Lin Fan was willing to ask, many people in the village would know about it. The village chief didn't say it directly, he just wanted the two of them to communicate about this matter. After listening to his brother-in-law's narration, Lin Fan gradually understood the situation. In the final analysis, this is a very common conflict in rural areas. There is also a Lijia village in the downstream area of Sujia village. 2 months ago, when the autumn farming season began, an incident broke out over a dispute over water for the fields, which eventually led to a fight between the two villages. This is indeed very common, and even in modern rural areas, such things often happen. Lin Fan vaguely remembered it. I saw it several times when I was a child, and the whole village came out to do it. However, in matters like this, both sides will try their best to exercise restraint and prevent the situation from getting out of control, and the government will intervene quickly. The same was true for Sujia village and Lijia village. Only a few people suffered minor injuries after the conflict. I thought the matter was over. But no one expected that an injured villager in Lijia village somehow managed to curry favor with a big shot and asked him to help him out of this matter. The injured villager was beaten by his brother-in-law during the melee. My brother-in-law almost forgot about this incident. He was also beaten by the other party at that time, but it was only a minor injury. He healed in a short time and soon forgot about it. But I didn't expect that. Just a while ago, the other party came with some big shots who helped them and went straight to the door. He wanted to protect his family, so he had to resist with force. But unfortunately, the big shots are not ordinary people, even the men around them are not ordinary people. This resisted. Not only was his leg broken on the spot, but even the villagers who came to help were seriously injured. If the big shots didn't look down on him as a peasant and didn't bother to make a fuss, the matter would have been even more serious. Big shot. Lin Fan touched his chin. He didn't expect that the incident involved so many things. Even the younger brothers who followed him were not ordinary people, but had practiced boxing and kicking. Villagers several times their number were no match for him. This big shot was indeed not a simple existence. No wonder my brother-in-law was reluctant to say it. To ordinary people, this was indeed an existence that could not be provoked. However, since Lin Fan accepted the task, he naturally had no intention of being afraid. Isn't Excalibur Villa said to be very powerful? They also told us not to be polite if we encounter any problems and to just leave it to them to handle. This is a good opportunity to test whether it is real or not. I made up my mind. Lin Fan didn't mention this matter any further. When you have time, go find the village chief and ask him who is causing the trouble, and leave it to the Divine Sword Villa to handle. There is no need to make your injured brother-in-law worry too much. However, he didn't expect that the other party came to him before he even made a move. Or the other party came to find his uncle again. Su Jianwu, have you prepared my medical expenses? If I can't come up with the money today, it won't just be a broken leg, but all 4 limbs will be broken. An arrogant voice came from outside the house. Then the old gate of the courtyard was kicked open by someone, and then a young man with a perverse expression walked in with several strong men in tight clothes. These sturdy men have bulging temples and a fierce aura, and it is obvious at first glance that they are not ordinary characters. The brother-in-law was originally planning to say something to Lin Fan, but when he heard the noise, his expression suddenly changed. Brother-in-law, hurry up. Take my little sister and hide. The eldest brother-in-law spoke anxiously, obviously knowing who was coming. However, Lin Fan did not move, or it was too late to hide now. And he doesn't have to hide. Although I don't like fighting with others. But this doesn't mean that he is weak now. The king of the roaring forest was defeated by him, and Wang Wei, a third-rate master, was easily killed in seconds. How could it be possible that just any random person could scare him so much that he abandoned his brother-in-law and ran away with his wife? These are the guys who broke your legs, right? Lin Fan asked without changing his expression. The eldest brother-in-law also knew that it was too late, and nodded with a sigh, yes, it is Lili. I will try my best to calm them down later. Don't confront him head-on. The people around him are not ordinary people. Well, I have my own plan. Brother-in-law, just take a rest. I will handle it. Lin Fan didn't refute anything. He just nodded and walked out of the room. It was too late for my brother-in-law to speak. He could only try to get up and help, but his leg was broken. Forget about getting up to help, even turning sideways is difficult. I can only lie down dejectedly. Outside the house. Su Xiaoxiao was boiling water in the kitchen and came out when she heard the noise. When she saw a group of ferocious people, her face suddenly turned pale, but she had seen a lot of the world in recent days, so she was not too panicked. Oh, there's actually a beauty here. Could it be that you are Su Jianwu's sister? I didn't expect that loser to have such a pretty sister. What a waste. Lili, who led the charge in, his eyes suddenly brightened up when he saw the charming Su Xiaoxiao, who was dressed in well-fitting clothes, and he couldn't take his eyes away. You were the one who hurt my brother. Su Xiaoxiao also reacted and glared at the other person angrily. This is a sign of anger. But it made Li Li even more excited, and he felt that such a beauty was even more charming. So what if I injured him? Li Li chuckled. You. Su Xiaoxiao was so angry, but she was gentle by nature and didn't know how to argue with others. Ha ha. What a pretty lady. Li Li laughed even more wildly, with the lust in his eyes undisguised. Originally he was just an ordinary person, working hard in the fields to make a living. But who can blame him for having a good sister who was noticed by a big shot? With the big shot's love for his family, this poor man suddenly turned his life around. This time, the big shot went back to his sister's home, and when he learned that he had been beaten on the head, he immediately came to his aid. As for who is right and who is wrong, this is totally unimportant in the eyes of the big guys. He's just a peasant, and I won't care who is right or wrong, I'll just deal with him. Under such circumstances, Li Li, who already had a perverse temperament, naturally became crazy. All the conflicts in the past were resolved by him. Among them, the one with the most conflict was the eldest brother-in-law. Not only did he break his leg, but he was also asked to pay for the medical expenses of his previous injury, and the medical expenses were far beyond the limit. As for not being able to take it out, this is a good opportunity to show off my strength and break all the remaining legs and feet. With this opportunity, I have established my authority. Li Li firmly believed that no one in the nearby villages would dare to mess with him again. As long as they saw him, they would obediently call him Master Li. The more I think about it, the more I drift away. Seeing a beauty like Su Xiaoxiao at this moment, he immediately had evil thoughts. As a master-level existence, I've long disliked the old hag at home. My beauty, your brother owes me medical expenses. If you don't want his limbs to be broken and become a cripple, then serve your Master Li well. As long as Master is happy, everything is fine. Li Li threatened with an obscene smile. You are shameless. Su Xiaoxiao had never cursed at anyone before, and this was the most vicious thing she had said. Li Li was even more excited about this. The more he looked at Su Xiaoxiao, the more he liked her and wanted to possess her. There are big shots supporting it. It's just the rape of a country girl, it can be easily dealt with. Is this shameless? You haven't seen the real shamelessness yet. Li Li said proudly, then stepped forward, ready to take action. But before he could get close, a fist as big as a casserole came. Bang. No bells and whistles. It was just an ordinary punch. But Li Li, who was so arrogant just now, had his whole face twisted wildly. After being punched in the face, his teeth were all over the ground and blood was gushing out. Ouch! He rolled several times in the air and fell to the ground before he could even let out a scream. Husband. Seeing Lin Fan coming, Su Xiaoxiao finally found her backbone. Well, I'm here, everything will be all right. Lin Fan patted his wife's hand gently to comfort her, then looked at Li Li who was rolling on the ground. His eyes became icy cold and murderous intent emerged in them. Tell me, how do you want to die? The cold words came out, without any emotion mixed in them. What he hates most is that others have ideas about his wife. This is his Achilles heel. Or, this is the Achilles heel of all men. Woo-woo. Li Li opened his mouth to say something, but nothing came out. The whole mouth is rotten. The angry Lin Fan is not kidding you. If he didn't want to kill people in front of his wife's family, he would have punched the opponent with all his strength and blown his head off. How could an ordinary person withstand a punch that even the Tiger King couldn't withstand? Ha, ha, ha. Li Li's mouth was rotten and he could only hum, but the general meaning could still be understood. This is to kill Lin Fan. The accomplices who followed along, arranged by the big shot, looked at each other and then rushed towards Lin Fan. They came here to help and stand guard. Now that the real culprit has been beaten, they will naturally not remain indifferent. No matter what. Let's take down Lin Fan first. Humph. You are looking for death too. Lin Fan knew without thinking that it was because of these accomplices that his brother-in-law had his legs broken. Now he dares to act violently, so he has no intention of being polite to the other party. With a cold snort, he clenched his fist and took the initiative to meet him. Bang. 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 4 punches in a row. 4 accomplices. 4 dull sounds were heard. In the blink of an eye, 4 more people were lying on the ground. This is a tricky idea, call for help. One of them was killed instantly with 1 punch. The accomplice knew that he had met a ruthless person and asked for help. One of the sturdy men nodded with reluctance, then quickly took out a flare and shot it into the sky. Call out. A piercing sound was heard, which could be heard clearly from miles away. This is the flare. A signal to attract people in the underworld. In terms of nature, it is similar to the fireworks in the Axe Gang. The whistle arrow was fired. Soon there was a response from outside the village. Such a big commotion. Naturally, it also attracted the attention of the villagers. The village chief had just returned home with the gifts and was excited to brag about them to his wife. But before he could say a few words, he was startled by the shrill sound of a flare arrow outside. What's going on? He had never heard of the sound of arrows in the martial arts world, but this noise made him instinctively feel a bad premonition. The first time, he thought of Lin Fan, who came to the village. Only an outsider could bring these things that should not appear in the village. We just took the other party's good things, so nothing can go wrong. Without much hesitation, he said something to his wife, quickly put on his clothes and went out. The other villagers were similar. When he heard the sound of the arrow, he also came out of the house. But before they could do anything, another luxurious carriage, escorted by a team of horsemen who were obviously not ordinary people, drove into their village. A cloud-piercing arrow. Thousands of troops are coming to meet you. What's going on? Could it be that another girl is coming back to visit her family? When the villagers saw this scene, they thought of the previous time when Lin Fan came to visit his relatives. In the past. Things that you may not see throughout the year, but today they appear one after another. The village chief happened to see the convoy when he came out, and his bad premonition became even stronger. This was quickly confirmed. As soon as the group entered the village, they went straight to Su Xiaoxiao's house. This. He was speechless for a moment and could only run towards Su Xiaoxiao's house. No matter what. Lin Fan was the son-in-law of his Sujia village. He was very polite to his elder and gave him a big gift. If this group of people really wanted to cause trouble for Lin Fan, he couldn't just turn a blind eye. Eru, go call all the men in the village and bring their weapons. When he saw men on the way to the village, he began to give orders. Okay, Uncle Village Chief. The men called Eru heard the village chief's words, responded and went to call for help. I hope I'm overthinking it. The village chief murmured in his heart. Soon. He came to Su Xiaoxiao's house. But once you get here, you can't go in, because the entire yard is surrounded by strong men wearing black tights and with a terrifying temperament. Then, as he watched, the curtain of the luxurious carriage, which had been protected until then, slowly opened, and a man and a woman came out from inside, stepping on a wooden stool and slowly landing on the ground. Boss, the yard has been surrounded, not even a bug can fly out. A sturdy man came up to the men who got off the carriage and clasped his fists respectfully. Well done. The man nodded slightly to show his approval, and then continued, Are any of the brothers injured? And who hurt them? Upon hearing this, the strong man clasped his fists again and said, reporting to the leader, The brothers who asked for help are fine, they just suffered some minor injuries. As for the person who hurt them, it was the son-in-law of the owner of this house. Is my brother hurt? At this time, the woman who also got off the carriage interjected. She had a charming face, a worldly air, and a soft, gentle voice. She has a pretty appearance and charming temperament, just like a vixen, which suits the tastes of many men. The strongman looked up, then quickly lowered his head and replied, Madam, your brother was seriously injured. All his teeth were knocked out and he has fainted from the pain. What? When the charming woman heard this, she immediately became furious. She stopped sounding coquettish and screamed sharply, My brother actually lost all his teeth and fainted. Yes. The sturdy man nodded in confirmation. Lu Lang, my brother is injured, you must help me, I only have this one brother, woo woo. The charming woman confirmed the situation and immediately started sobbing to the man next to her, using a woman's most powerful weapon. "Don't cry, my beauty. I will definitely stand up for your brother. No matter who he is, he will pay the price today." As expected, the man fell into the trap and took the charming woman's soft hand, patting it gently to comfort her. Although the woman in front of him was a prostitute, she was experienced and good at work, which made him very fond of her. He had spent a large sum of money to redeem her and brought her back home, and used the official car for personal purposes. Now is the honeymoon period, so naturally he dotes on her in every way, even loving her brother. This can be seen from the fact that when he learned that he had been bullied before, he sent his subordinates to help. Now that he was preparing to return to the county town, he still deliberately stopped at the entrance of the village and waited for the other party to bring people in to vent his anger before continuing on his journey. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't have received the distress signal and would have been able to get here so quickly. Now seeing the baby crying and looking so pitiful, his heart melted instantly. He can't stand this the most. Has the person been brought under control? After comforting his wife, the man asked the strong man with a cold face. This. The sturdy man hesitated a bit. "Huh? What do you mean, can't you do such a small thing?" When the man saw this reaction, his expression suddenly darkened. Since he couldn't even do such a small thing, he was already planning to replace him with a capable assistant. In his opinion, the person in front of him was a waste. Facing the leader's anger, the strongman couldn't stop sweating, and said with a stiff face, "Boss, the murderer doesn't seem to be simple. Not only does he have a luxurious car with 2 horses, but his demeanor is also extraordinary. He doesn't look like an ordinary person. Wow, my poor brother." When the charming woman next to her heard this, she immediately started sobbing again, fearing that she would not be helped because of this situation. The man comforted himself again, and then snorted at the strongman, "Humph! How extraordinary are you? Can you compare with our Surabaya gang?" Without waiting for the sturdy man to answer, he continued with a gloomy face, "No matter who it is today, I, Lu Hong, will meet him in person. He can't leave smoothly without paying a price." The words fell. He took the woman beside him and strode into the simple courtyard. Lily had fainted from the pain, his mouth full of blood, looking very scary. The 4 accomplices who were knocked down were still lying on the ground groaning. The woman was none other than Lily's sister. She had been rejected and ended up in a brothel because her figure did not meet the standards for a village woman. But later she got lucky and got together with her current man and fascinated him. Not only did he redeem her recently, he also took her home to visit her relatives in great style, making everyone in the village very envious. Because she had only one younger brother in the family, she had spoiled him since he was young. In order to help her younger brother, she had done a lot of pillow talk to him. Now seeing her brother's miserable condition, she couldn't help but scream again. "Little brother!" She howled and rushed forward, taking out a handkerchief to wipe her brother's blood. "Lu Lang, help me kill the man who hurt my brother. You must kill him." The more the woman wiped the blood, the more she cried out in pain to her backer. If in the past, the men will surely give another round of comfort, and then launch a thunderous attack on the enemy. But now, when he came in and saw the murderer, he was stunned for a moment. "You're going to help her kill me?" Lin Fen also looked at the other party, without panic or anger, but just asked calmly. But the man who had been so arrogant just now, under everyone's incredulous gazes, fell to his knees in panic. "Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding." The man's voice was trembling, as if he had seen something horrible. I in the yard. Faced with this sudden scene, both Su Xiaoxiao's family and the gang members around her were dumbfounded. The big shot who was supposed to come in to cause trouble not only did not do so, but he instantly knelt down when he saw people, and he knelt so completely. He kept saying it was a misunderstanding, and looked terrified, as if he had seen something terrifying. Faced with this scene, especially the woman who was shouting and yelling, she was unable to speak for a moment. Her mouth was wide open, and she could fit a surprisingly large amount of food in, and it could flow smoothly into her throat. Only Lin Fan and his wife Su Xiaoxiao beside him looked calm at this moment. Because the big shot in front of them was none other than the guardian of the Si Shui gang who had knelt once in their yard earlier and said the same words. However, this protector has somehow been promoted to deputy gang leader. When he travels, he is surrounded by people and looks very majestic and domineering. But regardless of whether you get promoted or not, in front of Lin Fan, his identity is nothing. He doesn't need to do it himself. As long as he says a word to Old Man Jian, the other party will be doomed from everlasting destruction, without even a bubble of hope. Lu, the guardian who had been promoted to deputy gang leader, also understood this, so when he saw who the criminal was, he knelt down in fear without saying a word. Others don't know how he got promoted, but he knows it clearly. The previous deputy gang leader stepped down because he had offended the person in front of him, and he, the law protector who had begged for mercy quickly and turned a big incident into a small one, was lucky enough to take over. If he also offended Lin Fan, he would definitely not be better than the previous deputy gang leader. How could he not be frightened? If Lin Fan got angry, he would be finished, and finished miserably. After all, their Sishui gang had offended Old Man Jian last time. If it happened again, their gang leader Taiatui Shuishangpio would definitely kill someone and use his head to settle the matter. Between life and death. What's the point of just kneeling down and begging for mercy? If Lin Fan wouldn't blame me, kneeling down and licking her toes wouldn't be a problem. Misunderstanding, it seems like this is the second time you've said that. Are there really so many misunderstandings? Or have you been doing this on purpose? Lin Fan looked at the other person expressionlessly. Not to mention that he could decide the other party's life or death with just a few words from him, based on his own strength alone. He was not afraid of the people from the Sishui gang in front of him. After all, the strongest is only a third-rate master, and he can easily handle it. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Lu Hong immediately began to tremble. This is preparation for blaming. What a misunderstanding. If I knew it was you, I would never dare to offend you even if I had 100 courages. Lu Hong didn't want to give up treatment, he felt he could still be saved. Haha, my brother-in-law had his legs broken by your people. Is this also a misunderstanding? Lin Fan smiled coldly. This smile made Lu Hong's scalp tingle. But in order to survive, he had to bite the bullet and explain, this is indeed the fault of the villain, but it is all the fault of that loser. If it weren't for him, it wouldn't be like this. His words were directed at the unconscious Li Li. At this moment, let alone helping him, he even wanted to kill him. Lu Lang. Li Li's sister was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect the other party to be like this. Shut up. Who are you, Lu Lang? You bitch, you've caused me so much trouble. Lu Hong widened his eyes and shouted, looking at the other party with hatred. It was the woman in front of him who caused the whole thing and made him offend someone he could not afford to offend. Now, let alone sympathy, not killing the other person immediately would be out of nostalgia. Li Li's sister didn't dare to say anything for a moment, knowing that her brother was in big trouble and had offended someone whom even the big shots in her eyes couldn't afford to offend. The eldest brother-in-law asked Wang Erxiao to support him and came out. He happened to see this scene and was stunned for a moment. He is not a fool. How can you not see that Lu Hong is a big shot that ordinary people cannot afford to offend? There were as many as 20 or 30 followers alone, each of them was strong and had a fierce aura, just like the chivalrous knights described by storytellers. How could his identity be simple when he could lead so many heroes in the martial arts world? But such a big shot now knelt down in front of his brother-in-law, begging for mercy in the most humbly way. In order not to be blamed, he even threw his woman aside without hesitation. What kind of existence can achieve this? My brother-in-law couldn't think of it and couldn't find such a word in his mind. I only know that the husband my sister found is much more terrifying than I thought. Is there smoke coming out of the ancestral graves of my Su family? The uncle murmured in a low voice. Only if there was smoke coming out of the ancestral graves could the daughter of the Su family have found such a great man as her husband. Brother Fan is so awesome. Wang Erxiao also admired, with fanaticism in his eyes. This wave. His hunch was confirmed. As long as he follows his brother Fan, he will definitely be able to make a name for himself in the future and escape from the ranks of the peasants. Although he is just a coachman now, he will most likely be a runner and a coachman in the future. But that also depends on who you are driving for. Don't you see that the coachman who drives the emperor's carriage is one of the 9 ministers? No need to play these tricks. My brother-in-law's leg couldn't have been broken for nothing. Lin Fan ignored the other party's ruthlessness and just looked at him indifferently. I am willing to compensate, no matter how much. Lu Hong spoke hurriedly, saying that he was willing to compensate for the losses. Brother, this man said he is willing to compensate you, what do you think? Lin Fan ignored Lu Hong and turned to look at his brother-in-law. Ah. My brother-in-law was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect the topic to turn to him. It's okay. No matter what you think, you can just say it directly. No one dares to do anything to you. Lin Fan smiled and comforted him. Yes, you can ask for anything. As long as I can do it, anything is fine. Lu Hong echoed the opinions from the sidelines, knowing that his fate was in the hands of this rough country guy whom he had never looked down upon in the past. I don't care about anything else. Let alone compensation, you can just call me Grandpa. This. My brother-in-law had never seen such a grand scene before. Sweat broke out on his forehead instantly and he couldn't speak clearly. In the end, the decision-making power was returned to Lin Fan. Brother-in-law, I am just a wild man in the mountains. I don't understand these things. Just make your decision. He swallowed and said that the scene before him was too much of a shock to him. Okay, I'll take care of it then. Lin Fan did not make things difficult for his brother-in-law. He nodded and took it. Lu Hong suddenly became more nervous, he knew that the moment to decide his fate had come. This is actually true. Lin Fan took it without hesitation and said, the mastermind of this incident, I don't want to see him harass my eldest brother-in-law's family again in the future. And my eldest brother-in-law's leg, you have to pay for the medicine for 500 taels. 500 taels. Lu Hong was a little confused when he heard this. The former is easy to deal with. Lili has caused him such a big trouble, he will handle it without Lin Fan saying anything. But the latter. 500 taels. If converted at the rate of 1 tael to 1,000 won, it would be a full 500,000 won. The annual expenses for an average family are only about 10 taels. These 500 taels of money are enough to cover an average family's expenses for 50 years. A broken leg can compensate for a family's living expenses for 50 years. Is this leg a golden leg? Why, you don't want to. Lin Fan's expression turned indifferent again. When Lu Hong saw this, he dared not hesitate any longer. He gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. I am willing to pay compensation. In a word, 500 taels will be credited to your account. When my brother-in-law received the compensation, he was stunned again. 500 taels. Before today, my brother-in-law would never have dared to imagine this. But now. But he took it in his hand. Keep it. I'll ask someone to get the best doctor to heal your leg as soon as possible. Lin Fan smiled upon seeing this. The eldest brother-in-law took a deep breath, nodded and didn't say much, but he had already made up his mind to take the silver back to his sister as a dowry. Lin Fan is an important person, so his sister must have a generous dowry. This is my brother-in-law's most honest thought. Sir, this matter. Seeing that all his hard-earned wealth was taken away by someone, Lu Hong's heart naturally bled, but now he cared more about whether he could be forgiven for the trouble he had caused. As long as people live, you can continue to make money in the future. But if the person is gone, no amount of money will mean anything. Take your people and get out. Also, don't let me handle the conditions I mentioned earlier by myself. Lin Fan glanced at the other person and waved his hand as if sweeping away a fly. This is an extremely contemptuous act. But Lu Hong did not show any anger. Instead, his tense body relaxed and he smiled. It's great to be alive. As for the conditions agreed upon earlier. Lu Hong gave Lili another vicious look and assured Lin Fan, don't worry, sir. From today on, this person will no longer exist in this world. Although this matter has passed. But he paid a huge price. Not only did he lose his face, but the money he had accumulated over the years also returned to the amount he had before liberation. The one who caused all this. This is a blood feud. Lu Lang. Li Li's sister spoke in panic, but before she could finish, Lu Hong, who was finally forgiven and allowed to stand up, rushed forward and slapped her hard in the face. "Shut up. You bitch." Lu Hong was afraid that the other party would speak and make Lin Fan unhappy again, so he interrupted him forcefully. Li Li's sister was completely dumbfounded. She didn't expect that. The person who had doted on me so much before has now become like this. She looked so pitiful, but instead of being comforted, she got slapped in the face. And all this. Just because of his younger brother, he offended someone he couldn't afford to offend. You are such a troublemaker. Thinking about how she had finally built up a good life and how it was destroyed, she could no longer hold back and raised her hand to slap the unconscious Li. What makes me feel sad since I was a child? At this time it no longer exists. The transformation was dramatic. Li was beaten awake. When he saw that the one beating him was his sister who loved him so much and who kept beating him with red eyes like an enemy, he was stunned instantly. What is going on? Isn't your sister the one who loves you the most? Now she's standing up for you. Why is it that the person who beat up your enemy is now standing there watching the show, while you are the one getting beaten up instead? And why is the big shot brother-in-law who helped me stand up for myself now looking at me viciously? What does the extremely dangerous light in his eyes mean? What on earth is going on? Li was completely dumbfounded. He didn't understand what happened during the time he was unconscious. What he didn't know was that his tragic fate had just begun. However, Lin Fan was not interested in these things and waved his hand again. Lu Hong obeyed him like a grandson, cleaned up the mess as quickly as possible, and left with his men. Left the village. Lu Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling lucky that he had escaped. This is the second time this has happened, and he can't help but feel that he is truly a lucky star reincarnated. Repeatedly. All dangers can be turned into safety. But he didn't know that from the moment he entered the village, he was being watched by a pair of eyes. When he was rejoicing that he had escaped, the owner of the eyes also quickly left the village. His movements, as light as a wild goose, showed that he was no ordinary character. For this, Lin Fan didn't know that at this moment he was dealing with a group of thin, dark men holding various farm tools. These men were none other than the young men from the village whom Su Eru had called on the road by the village chief. However, when they arrived, Lu Hong and his men had already fled in a hurry, so they came back empty-handed. Thank you all for your help. Although he came up empty-handed, Lin Fan still received the other party's kindness and bowed to thank everyone. You're welcome. Since you are the son-in-law of my Su village, we will definitely not watch you being bullied. Eru is as his name suggests, with a tiger-like appearance. Upon hearing this, he patted his well-dressed chest and said. The words were very rough. But it sounds very comfortable. Lin Fan looked at the other person, smiled and nodded. In that case, I won't be polite, but as a son-in-law, it's not good to be rude, so I'll treat everyone to a drink. Any wine. Su Eru swallowed his saliva when he heard this. In this era, alcohol is not an ordinary thing, especially in poor mountain villages. It can be said to be a rare luxury. After all, alcohol needs to be brewed with grain. But now it is difficult to have enough food, and using grain to make wine is unthinkable. It's during the Chinese New Year. Maybe you can have a taste of it. However, the numbing effect of alcohol can make people forget their hardships for a short time, which is like spiritual food. Many people who have tasted alcohol love this spiritual food very much. Su Eru is one of the best among them, but he doesn't have the conditions and can only endure it. Now that he heard that Lin Fan wanted to treat him to a drink, how could he remain calm? Not only him, most of the men who came over were swallowing their saliva subconsciously at this moment. Apparently enjoys drinking. It's not just a hobby for one or two people. Don't you believe me? Lin Fan pretended to be unhappy and looked at the reactions of the crowd. He found it a bit funny and subconsciously started to tease them. Of course I believe it. Su Eru shook his head hurriedly. Although he did not see the scene of Lu Hong begging for mercy in a desperate manner, he could tell at a glance that Lin Fan was not an ordinary person because he was riding in a luxurious car and had an extraordinary demeanor. Don't even mention treating me to a drink. Even if we set up a banquet and invited everyone to eat and drink, he wouldn't find it strange. Uncle Village Chief, I'm sorry to bother you with this matter. Please arrange for someone to find a way to purchase some wine and beverages. Also, buy some poultry and livestock from the villagers and kill them to make dishes for everyone to enjoy with the wine. Lin Fan smiled and nodded to Su Eru, then handed a silver ingot to the village chief next to him. This is not much silver. It's about 50 taels. But when the village chief felt the weight of it, his eyes suddenly widened. The total amount is 50 taels. Are you planning to buy all the poultry and livestock in the village? This is not a treat. This is going to be a big banquet. In fact, this is indeed the case. Lin Fan wants to use this opportunity to hold a banquet and invite everyone in Sujia village, young and old. His second daughter-in-law is so virtuous, well-behaved and obedient, so he naturally wouldn't let her go back to her parents' home for the first time and just deal with it casually. He wants to make his daughter-in-law glorious and bring honor to her family. As for the money spent, just forge a sword. However, this casual expenditure shocked the entire Sujia village. It was an event that only happens once in a century. Thank you, my husband. Su Xiaoxiao understood her husband's good intentions, and her eyes melted as she looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan had no doubt at all. If he wanted, the other party would definitely be willing to give birth to a lot of monkeys for him. A rich man. It's really full of charm. Tianfeng County. Just when Lin Fan was about to hold a grand banquet to show off to his wife and family, a masked figure in black quietly came into an exquisite courtyard. Young master, the shadow guard wants to see you. A masked man in black entered the courtyard and bowed respectfully in front of a room. Squeak. Not long after he finished speaking, the door of the room slowly opened, and then a young woman in a red dress walked out. Wei Wu, you came back so soon. Is there something wrong with that person? The young woman said with some excitement. The masked man in black nodded and said, Yes, young master. I have been following your orders and lurking around him at all times. There was nothing wrong earlier, but we encountered a situation yesterday. What's the situation? Tell me quickly. The young woman became even more excited after hearing this and asked the other party to speak quickly. Yes. The masked man in black nodded respectfully again and then slowly told the story. This situation was nothing else but the conflict between Lin Fan and the deputy leader of the Sishui gang in Sujia village. Okay, I know about this. Go back and continue to hide. Report immediately if there is any situation. The young woman nodded with satisfaction after hearing this, and then sent the masked man in black away. Yes. The masked man in black took the order and left. There was only the young woman left in front of the wing room, and she couldn't help but humming with pride. Sword spirit girl, just wait at home. Soon, your girlfriend will be poached by this young master. The young woman smiled triumphantly, hugged the bear in her arms and strode out the door. Drink, have another drink. Sujia village. Lin Fan was surrounded by a group of men. Su Eru took the lead, holding a bowl of wine and toasting Lin Fan in a heroic manner. His clothes were already wet. Okay, another one. Lin Fan accepted everyone who came to him. As long as someone dared to bring a bowl to him, he would drink it all in one gulp. A vigorous physique is not only capable of riding 3 horses and killing enemies in battle every night. When it comes to drinking, he is definitely at the Dionysus level. Especially the alcoholic beverages of this era were not distilled, and their alcohol content was not much different from that of beer. Even if he doesn't have a vigorous physique, a seasoned drunkard can easily drink several barrels of liquor. Although the men in Sujia village are fond of drinking, they are just greedy and may not drink once in a year. With this untrained drinking capacity, let alone comparing with Lin Fan, who is in the alcohol battlefield and has a vigorous physique, any modern and energetic young man can drink them down. This is actually true. Even if Lin Fan was drinking alone with a group of people, he would not show any weakness and would knock them all down. Although everyone drank a lot, they had a great time. The children were even happier than during Chinese New Year, as they could eat the rare meat at any time. Eat until you are full and vomit. This is not an adjective. There really are children who ate too much and vomited. Some children eat so much that they can't walk, and their stomachs are bloated. If adults don't stop them in time, they will get sick. Some elderly people even cried while eating, feeling that they had lived the past few decades in vain. Today's meal. Better than all the previous ones combined. The girl from the Sanchue family has really found a good husband. From today on, her family will be prosperous. An old man sighed. Although they didn't know the details, they knew very well that setting up such a large venue would cost absolutely unimaginable amounts of money, and even the landlords and wealthy people might not be able to afford it. Even if you can take it out. Even the rich landlords were reluctant to spend so much. After all, how is it possible to take out a large sum of money to treat a group of peasants to food and drink? Only those who are truly wealthy and powerful would be willing to do so. Because what is considered a big fortune by ordinary people is just small money to big shots. Yes. Look how brightly third sister-in-law is smiling. Her blind eyes are shining. Haha, that's nothing. Look at that kid Su Jianwu. He's smiling so hard that his mouth is about to split. If his leg wasn't broken, he would have flown away. The older generation ate and talked, with deep envy in their words. A banquet. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much. Lin Fan achieved his goal. From now on in this village, his wife's family will be proud of themselves and no one will dare to look down on them. This does not require any special instructions, everyone present will handle it well. The banquet was over. Lin Fan only spent one night. Just planned to go home. There is no way. It's too inconvenient to live here. Eru, are you really determined to leave the village and work with me? In front of the carriage, Lin Fan looked at Eru who came to him and asked. He was originally planning to set off, but unexpectedly, Su Eru, who had just sobered up, came to him and nervously expressed that he also wanted to do a job by his side like Wang Erxiao. During the previous banquet, he had a good chat with Wang Erxiao. When he learned about this situation, he became suspicious. When he learned that Lin Fan was going back, he could no longer sit still. It's just that this kind of thing is a bit abrupt, and he was nervous as he spoke. When asked, he stammered and nodded, yes, I don't know if you are willing to take me in. Don't worry, no matter what kind of work I do, I will not be lazy and can do anything. Afraid that Lin Fan would not agree to the latter part, he patted his chest hard to make a promise. Compared to other thin mountain men, Su Eru is much stronger, with muscles all under his dark skin. Through the conversation at the banquet, Lin Fan also knew that because the other party's family was a hunter family, they could often go up the mountain to hunt game to improve their diet, so compared to ordinary malnutrition, his family was doing well in this regard. But it is also because of this that he is more active in mind than other men in the same village. Living off the land could no longer satisfy his restless young heart, and he wanted to see the outside world. If you want to achieve this, following the big shots is undoubtedly the best choice. It's okay for you to follow me, but you have to have a skill, like Erxiao, who is smart and can drive a carriage. Lin Fan did not respond immediately, but asked the other party. He really needs some manpower now, especially someone he knows well. But he doesn't want everyone. If someone doesn't have the ability to show, he won't hire him. After all, he wants people to help, not to support a lazy person who only knows how to eat. Su Eru was relieved when he heard this. It was good that he didn't refuse directly. As for a skill, he had already thought about it when he came. If he didn't have his own strengths, he wouldn't dare to take the initiative to ask for a job. Master, although I am not as capable as the second young brother and will not drive the carriage for you, I also have some strengths. Su Eru smiled and took off the cloth bag on his shoulder, opened it, and took out a wooden longbow from it. Lin Fan was not surprised to see the longbow, after all, the other party was a hunter. But the next scene surprised him, or rather shocked him. Su Eru just nodded to Lin Fan, the master, then he picked up 3 homemade bows and arrows, strung them, bent the bows with a little force, and released them towards the sky in front of everyone. The arrow flew through the air. Then 3 birds that happened to fly by were shot down from the sky. Draw your bow and shoot the flying bird. Crack shot. And it was 3 arrows fired at once. Su Eru, who looks silly, is actually an archer who never misses his target. So amazing. Lin Fan's eyes widened slightly, knowing that he had picked up a treasure. As long as you train your opponent's strength to be stronger and equip him with a good bow, you can create a powerful bodyguard. As long as someone threatens Lin Fan, the other party can snipe him from a long distance. Under a sudden attack, even the top masters in the martial arts world may not be able to escape unscathed. You have great abilities, so stay with me from now on. Lin Fan suppressed his inner turmoil and nodded, agreeing to the other party's following. Thank you, master. Su Eru was very excited when he heard this, but he didn't realize how valuable he was. At this moment he was just excited. Su Eru was excited that he could finally get out of the mountain village. Lin Fan smiled at this. A future invincible archer was thus recruited by him. This visit to his family can be said to have been a complete success. Not only did he solve the problem of his daughter-in-law's family and fulfill her wish, but he also gained a follower with great potential. In such a barbaric era, you have to have some strength to protect yourself. When leaving, Lin Fan invited his wife's family to stay with him and play for a while. But it was declined. Obviously, he didn't want to cause them trouble, nor did he want Su Xiaoxiao to be looked down upon. The Su family is poor. But it is obvious that he is poor but has dignity. As for the 500 taels of dowry given by his brother-in-law, Lin Fan also refused it. He did not lack it, so he asked his wife to give it back to the other party so that he could rest and recover from his injuries. It's over. Then started the return journey. The journey back was very smooth. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, they were easily resolved by the newly joined Su Eru. The most classic one is a group of hungry wolves. Before they could attack, Su Eru, who was comparable to the god of archery, used his rich hunting experience to find the Wolf King and shot him dead with one arrow. I have to say, this is a powerful guard. From now on, you don't have to call me master. Just call me Brother Fan like Xiao. I plan to form a guard team, and you will be the leader. Lin Fan was not a stingy person. Seeing that the other party did not disappoint him, he accepted the other party. Not only did he change the way he addressed the person to show closeness, he also directly promoted the other person. Su Eru didn't expect that he would be promoted before he even got home, and he became the leader of a close guard team. This moment made him ecstatic, and he felt the urge to die for his friend. Thank you, Brother Fan. Su Eru said excitedly. Well, do your best. I still have high hopes for you. Lin Fan smiled and patted the other person's shoulder. There was no doubt about Su Eru's background. Moreover, he was Su Xiaoxiao's cousin, so the relationship between the two families was quite close. In the feudal era, relatives are quite reliable. This is also why many famous generals in ancient times were appointed from their own families to high positions. For example, Boss Chow. Although he had many generals, those who really held power were all from his own family. After all, in an age where morality is paramount, betraying one's relatives is much more serious than betraying outsiders, and the whole family will be criticized. Look at Lu Bu. After stabbing 3 adoptive fathers, he was called a slave of 3 surnames and was infamous for eternity. Nothing like the modern moral corruption. Relatives are the ones who backstab the most, and they are more ruthless in taking money from their own family members than from outsiders. Betrayed. Live a carefree life as well. However, Lin Fan is living in a different era from the morally corrupt one we live in today. With this blood relationship, Su Eru is definitely much more reliable than outsiders. As long as the ability is in place. He doesn't mind taking the other person off. I will definitely work hard. Su Eru nodded heavily and patted his chest hard, making a loud noise. Brother Eru, my husband's safety will depend on you from now on, so don't be careless. Su Xiaoxiao also spoke at this time, communicating as a cousin. Su Eru made another round of assurances, his chest pounding again. Don't worry, cousin. As long as your brother Eru is still alive, no one can hurt Brother Fan. Then I'll trouble you. Su Xiaoxiao thanked him with a smile. Brother Eru, you have to protect me too. Wang Erxiao, who was driving the coach, also said with a smile. Leave it to you, Brother Tiger. The familiar dong-dong sound was heard again. The way an honest person expresses himself is so simple and unpretentious. However, Lin Fan did not find it funny. Instead, he felt that such people were reliable. No bells and whistles. If you want to hurt the people I protect, just step over my dead body. Lin Fan sat in the carriage and touched his chin. He had already decided in his heart that after returning, he would give Su Eru, the captain of the guard, a good training. First, make your body stronger, and then forge a strong bow for the other party. Full-level blacksmith skills. But it's not just about forging swords. As long as it's a weapon, it's no problem for him. He is even proficient in hidden weapons. Conventional weapons like bows and arrows are simply child's play for him. If Su Eru could be equipped with a semi-divine bow and arrow, his lethality would definitely increase dramatically. By then, even a top-notch expert can still shoot and kill. After all, first-rate masters are difficult to deal with, mostly because they are too fast, making it difficult to lock onto them with bows and crossbows. But Su Eru is an archery god, just like Hawkeye, and shooting at moving targets is like a piece of cake for him. 3 arrows were fired at once. He can even shoot down birds in the sky. It's worth investing in. Spend most of the day. The group finally returned to the manor. When Su Eru saw the huge and luxurious manor, he was stunned. He had long expected that the master he followed was an important figure and the place he lived in was definitely luxurious. But he didn't expect that it could be so extravagant. It's just a manor. It's actually almost as big as his village. Even if the entire Sujia village moved in, they could still accommodate them if they just squeezed a little. This is too big. Su Eru said blankly. Wang Erxiao had a similar reaction when he came and saw the manor for the first time. He had the same reaction when he saw his new companions. He immediately laughed happily. Brother Hu, calm down. Just follow Brother Fan. This is just a little trick. Wang Erxiao patted Su Eru on the shoulder and spoke like a little adult. It's a pity that he was a little short, so he could only jump to pat his shoulders, which looked a bit funny. However, Su Eru did not feel that way. Instead, he nodded in agreement. Brother Eru is right. We, Eru, must work hard in the future so that we can see a bigger world in the future. Yes, that's right. Wang Erxiao smiled when he heard this. He and Lin Fan have been close since childhood. From the beginning, he vowed to be loyal to Lin Fan. He did not understand the big principles, but he instinctively helped to win people's hearts. Come in. We've been walking for a long time and we're hungry. Let's have a good meal first. Lin Fan didn't say anything more. He got off the carriage, waved his hand, and led the way in. Eating is the real truth. The old butler, Mr. He, had received a report from the servants long ago and went to greet his own master immediately. He also ordered the kitchen to prepare food as quickly as possible to welcome his own master. Husband. The 2 daughters-in-law who stayed at home also threw themselves into Lin Fan's arms at the first opportunity. Although they had been separated for less than 3 days, they missed him very much in their hearts. Haha. Do you miss your husband? Lin Fan hugged his 2 wives and asked with a laugh. Of course I miss you. The 2 daughters-in-law blushed and spoke at the same time to express their longing. I miss you too. Lin Fan also expressed his longing. Then, under the service of the 3 daughters-in-law, he began a life of eating, drinking, washing and sleeping. As for Wang Erxiao and the newly joined Su Eru, the old butler personally arranged a large table of fish and meat, with several large pots of food placed for the 2 of them, only slightly inferior to that of the master Lin Fan. Su Eru can hunt, so he has no shortage of meat, but he cooks it haphazardly. It's not as good as what a professional chef cooks, and he's eating so much that his mouth is drooling. Brother Fan is so good to us. I, Wang Erxiao, will definitely work with Brother Fan wholeheartedly. Wang Erxiao swore while eating. Su Eru also swore, I am the same, as long as Brother Fan is still willing to use me, I will work hard for him. If anyone dares to cause trouble for Brother Fan, I will shoot him to death with 1 arrow. Haha. Brother Tiger said it well. Wang Erxiao laughed heartily and continued to invite Su Eru to eat and drink. Lin Fan is having a very pleasant time here. But the Surabaya gang, which had had 2 misunderstandings with him, were not so happy. As the old gang leader, Tayatwi Shuishampio wanted to kill someone again today. Tayatwi Shuishampio really wanted to kill someone, and the person was the deputy gang leader of his own gang. But before that, he had to kneel down and wait for his fate. This is not his pull. It's not that a second-rate expert is useless. But the person standing in front of him was a being he could not afford to offend even if he died. Master Dao, I really don't know about this. This matter has nothing to do with me. I've grown old these years and am in a semi-retired state. I rarely even go out. Tai Ching-fei wanted to cry at this moment, but he could only force himself to explain. No way. He really can't afford to offend the person in front of him. Dao Miao Miao, the young master of Badeo Villa and the future heir of Badeo Villa. Although they are both one of the 4 great powers, Badeo Villa is more terrifying than Shenzhen Villa. Because the way Badeo Villa acts is just like its name, with the word ba emphasizing it. As long as you provoke me. What you will be greeted with is definitely an overbearing response, which will beat you to the point where you are at a loss. Not to mention that it's just a second-rate iron legs floating on the water. Even if a first-rate master came, he would have to behave himself in front of Badeo Villa and not dare to provoke him in the slightest. But if you provoke one, it means that there is a group of domineering masters with big swords chasing you all over the world. Dao Miao Miao is the young master of Badeo Villa. If he offends this, will he still be alive? So even though Tai Ching-fei was in his 60s, he still knelt down without hesitation when facing Dao Miao Miao. To survive. That's not shabby. You said you didn't know, so you didn't know. Dao Miao Miao, wearing a fitted red dress that showed off her impressive assets, glanced at the other party and spoke indifferently. After receiving the report from the shadow guard, she came to the door, but she was not going to listen to the other party's nonsense. Want to get closer? There is nothing more effective and quicker than helping others solve their problems. The Surabaya gang had offended someone she wanted to establish a relationship with, and she helped to deal with it. The other party would definitely thank her, and the rest would be easy. This method. In her opinion, it couldn't be more useful. Just doing this will bring pity to the old leader of the Surabaya gang. I can swear. Faced with terrible oppression, Tai Ching-fei could only rack his brains to swear. If an oath is useful, why do we need strength? Why do we need the knife in our hands? Dao Miao Miao snorted coldly and gestured with the long sword in his hand, but did not change because the other party swore. Master Dao, please tell me what you want me to do. Tai Ching-fei simply gave up on treatment, gave up on the spot, and let the other party do whatever he wanted. He saw it too. You have walked into the trap, and nothing you say will be of any use. As for resistance, even if he had 10,000 courages, he wouldn't dare. Even if he could defeat Dao Miao Miao, he would not dare to have this idea. Because if he really did that, not only would he die without a burial place, but all the people related to him would also not have a good ending and would all be buried with him for his actions. It's not about what I want to do, but what you want to do. The person you helped offend is not only my friend, but also a guest of honor of our Badeo Villa. Dao Miao Miao said in an extremely domineering manner. This sentence. Tai Ching-fei sounded familiar. Because he had heard the same words not long ago. Master Dao, the friend you keep mentioning is called Lin Fan, right? Tai Ching-fei asked subconsciously. How do you know that? Dao Miao Miao was a little stunned when she heard this. This time she came here to demand an explanation and to achieve her own goal. She just told the other party that the deputy leader of the other gang had offended her friend. As for who this friend is and what his identity is, she never mentioned it. But now. But the other party was right at once. When Tai Ching-fei heard this, he couldn't help but want to curse. It's this person again. And the deputy leader of his own gang, is he a pig? He keeps provoking the same person. Now he regretted appointing his former protector as the deputy gang leader. I originally thought that the other party would not make the same mistake again after suffering a loss, so I could rest assured and enjoy my retirement. But he didn't expect. How long has it been? Unexpectedly, he was burdened with another big trouble, and it was the same person. How could he not curse? Master Dao, please stop talking. I just want to cry now. Tai Ching-fei was completely deflated. At this moment, he accepted defeat and didn't want to struggle anymore. If it wasn't destined, how could I fall twice in the same place in a short period of time? Tell me what happened. The other party admitted defeat and didn't want to struggle, but Dao Miao Miao became interested. Tai Ching-fei didn't dare to resist and could only tell him what happened last time. It was learned that the previous deputy gang leader of the other party had also offended Lin Fan, and he finally dealt with this deputy gang leader as an explanation. The current one was just replaced. But only a few days passed. Provoked again. Could it be that the deputy leader of your Surabaya gang is deliberately picking a fight with you? Dao Miao Miao really wanted to ask this question, so she asked it out loud. I also doubt. Tai Ching-fei had a bitter face. All right. Dao Miao Miao satisfied his curiosity and stopped pestering him. He changed the subject and said, no matter what you did in the past, you still have to give an explanation when I come here today. Just follow the young master's orders. Tai Ching-fei had to accept it even if he didn't want to. The other side. Lu Hong, the deputy gang leader, returned home exhausted after having just dealt with his brother-in-law who had caused him trouble. Thinking of his previous experiences, he still felt like crying but had no tears. All my wealth. However, just when he wanted to send his men to the brothel and call a few mistresses over to relax, the door of his house was violently kicked open by someone from outside. Even a thick solid wooden door could not withstand the impact at all. Such a big commotion scared the deputy gang leader Lu Hong. He was in a bad mood to begin with. Now that this has happened, my mood has become even worse. Who is looking for death? Lu Hong could no longer contain his anger and rushed out with red eyes. But before he could see who was looking for trouble, an iron leg with a metallic luster came at his face with lightning speed. He subconsciously wanted to dodge, but found that this leg was very familiar. It was because of this slight hesitation that he was kicked hard and was knocked flying. Puff. Blood spurted out in midair and most of his teeth fell out in an instant. However, he did not dare to resist, because he had already confirmed that the iron legs that he was familiar with was none other than his gang leader Tai Ching-fei, who was also known as the iron legs floating on water. Boss, why did you hit me? Lu Hong struggled to get up, his face swollen like a pig's head and full of confusion. Not only will I beat you, but I will also kill you today. I will use your head as a chamber pot. The person who came was indeed Tai Ching-fei, and the look he gave Lu Hong was murderous. Ah! Lu Hong almost peed his pants when he heard this. But he knew that his leader's reputation was not boasted but earned through hard work. Not to mention killing a few people. When the other party was at its peak, he once wiped out an entire bandit nest on his own. More than 100 bandits. All of them had their heads kicked in by his two iron legs. It was a bloody scene. It was this battle that made the opponent famous and well-known in the world. Such a character. Lu Hong had no doubt about the other party's words. But he didn't understand why the other party suddenly treated him like this. Do you still feel that you are wronged? When Tai Ching-fei saw Lu Hong's reaction, he immediately asked with a cold face. I really don't understand. Lu Hong pointed at his head which was covered in blood. He really didn't know why. Tai Ching-fei said coldly, did you offend anyone these 2 days? Ah. When he heard these words, Lu Hong understood instantly. Since you have already thought of it, there is no need for me to say more, right? When Tai Ching-fei saw that he had indeed been provoked, his anger surged again. Lu Hong tried to explain, saying that he had already apologized. But Tai Ching-fei didn't look at him again after he finished speaking, and instead looked respectfully at a figure behind him. Lu Hong also looked over. When he saw what it was, he knew he was done for and went back home. Lin Fan's living standard can be said to have skyrocketed. He no longer has to worry about food and drink, and there are people to take care of other things. In my spare time, I play adult games with my wives, and occasionally I take the time to forge some necessary things. The deposit paid by Shenbing Pavilion has been spent, so naturally it is embarrassing to delay delivery. There is also a new bow and arrow that is being prepared for Su Eru, which also needs to be worked on. There is no corresponding material at present, so it is impossible to forge a semi-divine weapon, but there is no problem with the next level. But this time is also relative. This exquisite bow and arrow carefully crafted by a top-level master craftsman, if it were released to the public, I wonder how many people would go crazy for it. Su Eru tried it and was able to penetrate a tree trunk as thick as a bucket with just one arrow. He was very satisfied and even more impressed with Lin Fan. It is not difficult to make an ordinary crossbow. Even an ordinary person with experience can use some strong ropes and hardwood to make one that can be used. The threshold is very low, and some naughty children can get one and share it with their friends in the village. However, if you want to produce high-quality products, it is much more difficult than forging a sword. But Lin Fan did it, and it was much better than what was sold in the city. After finishing these, Lin Fan started thinking about making some hidden weapons for self-defense. Hidden weapons are something that can definitely bring about unexpected victory if used properly. For example, in the martial arts world, the famous rain of pear blossom needles, if used properly, can easily kill a large number of people. Even if you are a top-notch expert in the martial arts world, you can get into trouble if you are not careful. If you have this kind of hidden weapon with you, your safety factor will definitely be greatly improved. This kind of advanced hidden weapon could naturally be made by Lin Fan, a master craftsman of the highest level, and it wouldn't be too difficult. But unfortunately, he is still lacking the main materials. It seems I have to talk to the sword spirit and ask her to help collect some rare metals. Lin Fan said somewhat helplessly that he planned to collect a batch of rare metals. But that will come later. Now I can only forge some inferior products for use first. But as I said before, the quality of a defective product depends on who forged it. I dare not say he is a first-rate master. After all, such a master is already a hero in the martial arts world. He moves around all day long. If he enters the army, he can also serve as a powerful general and can come and go freely in the face of thousands of troops. But for those below the first rate, the inferior torrential pear blossom needle forged by Lin Fan can fully let the opponent know how powerful it is. It depends on whether you get pricked or not. You're done. Just as Lin Fan started a new stage of forging, the old steward of the manor, Mr. He, came to his master with respect. "Master, the girl in the red dress came to visit you again today and said she has something important to discuss with you." The old butler's movements were meticulous, but he was extremely respectful when facing Lin Fan. The girl in the red dress. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and it took him a while to realize who it was. Among the guests who came these days, Dao Miao Miao was the only one wearing a red dress. Didn't she give up and leave before? Why did she come back so soon? Is there something important? Lin Fan had no idea what it would be. After all, the last time they parted, everything had been made very clear. However, the other party's identity is not ordinary, so there is no need to make enemies with him. Where is she now? Lin Fan finally decided to meet him to see if the other party was up to anything. She's in the living room now. The old housekeeper replied that she also saw that the other party's identity was not simple, so it would be unkind to just leave him waiting outside the door. As a senior butler, this kind of insight is definitely necessary. Okay, let's go. Lin Fan didn't hesitate. He nodded, put down what he was holding, wiped the sweat off his face, and walked towards the living room. Reception room. A young girl with a hot body and wearing a fitted red dress was looking around boredly, pouting in displeasure from time to time. With this extremely iconic dress and that hot body, you can tell without even looking at the face that this is none other than Dao Miao Miao, the young master of Badeo Villa. She was a little impatient and became a little unhappy after waiting for only a while. After all, due to her noble status, she had always been required to make others wait. When had anyone ever made her wait like this? And it's been so long. But when she saw Lin Fan appear, she suddenly became cheerful again. Her temper came and went quickly. "Master Dao, my housekeeper told me that you have something important to discuss with me. What is it?" Lin Fan nodded to the other party and asked. "I can't come to see you if I have nothing to do." Seeing Lin Fan's indifferent reaction, Dao Miao Miao became unhappy again. "I'm busy." Lin Fan spread his hands and said that he really had a lot of things to do now, and he hadn't even finished preparing the rain of pear blossom needles for self-defense. Moreover, he found the other party's reaction somewhat puzzling. You guys aren't that familiar with each other, right? Isn't my reaction normal? What's there to be angry about? You bastard. Dao Meow Meow became even more unhappy when she heard this, and her little mouth was pouted high. This time when she came again, she prepared a big gift for Lin Fan. Not only was the welcome not warm, but the attitude was also perfunctory. How could she be happy? In terms of personality, she and the sword spirit are two extremes. I'm really busy. I was just working at the stove. Faced with this arrogant little princess, Lin Fan felt helpless and could only point to his clothes that were soaked with sweat. All right then. Dao Meow Meow glanced at Lin Fan's wet clothes and realized that his words, busy, were not just a perfunctory response to her. She stopped pestering him and showed her cheerful look again. Lin Fan also knew what to do and didn't get entangled. He changed the subject and said, Master Dao, I don't know what important matter you are talking about. Hey, this is for you. Dao Meow Meow did not reply, but pushed a brocade box towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan took it doubtfully, glanced at the other party, and then slowly opened the brocade box. The brocade box is not big. The contents inside are clearly visible and you can see everything when you open it. However, because of this, the look of doubt on Lin Fan's face became even more intense. Master Dao, what do you mean by this? Why are you giving me money for no reason? Lin Fan did not touch the things in the brocade box, but frowned and asked the other party. The things in the brocade box were nothing but several silver bills commonly used by Dalong. Each ticket is worth 1,000 taels, and there are 5 of them in total. That is, the brocade box given by the other party contained a huge sum of 5,000 taels of silver. This is 5,000 taels, not 5,001. No matter where it is placed, this amount is an unimaginable huge sum of money. 2 cents can buy a meat bun and have a good meal. 1 tael can be exchanged for 1,001, which can buy 500 delicious meat buns. How much can these 5,000 taels be exchanged for? They just gave money for no reason, and it was an unimaginable amount of money. The rich lady of this world. Are you really that arrogant? Last time, the sword spirit gave a large manor, and now Dao Meow Meow gave a huge sum of 5,000 taels of money when they met. Even compared with Lin Fan's modern experience from the information explosion, this still felt shocking. If there's nothing else, can't I give you some money? Dao Meow Meow said cheerfully. Seeing Lin Fan's confused look, she couldn't help but laugh happily, her big eyes curved into crescents. Lin Fan couldn't stop sighing. This rich woman's idea. It's just a little different from ordinary people. Finally done. Lin Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at the metal cylinders, and breathed a sigh of relief. The rain of pear blossom needles was not difficult for him to make, but it was time-consuming. It really takes time. After all, it takes a lot of time to fill so many special gold needles into their dedicated positions one by one. It is troublesome, but it is very easy to use. You just need to take it out and press it lightly, and it can kill a large area in front of you. Even a mouse will find it difficult to escape the fatal blow. Eru, call Xiao, let's go fishing in the river behind the mountain. Lin Fan said to Su Eru, who was guarding on the side, after being busy for so long, it's time to relax. He doesn't have many hobbies, fishing is one of them, which he uses to relax his mind. Okay. Su Eru lived a life that was unimaginable before. His loyalty to Lin Fan was off the charts. He obeyed Lin Fan's orders and would immediately carry them out without saying a word. After receiving this information, Wang Erxiao naturally had no objection and started to prepare with his fishing tools. The place where Lin Fan fished was in a small river behind the manor. Although this small river is not big, it is not short. From the source to the end, it is nearly 1,000 miles long. The small river in Wangjia village is the downstream of the river where Lin Fan is fishing now. It has nurtured many villages and towns along the way. In terms of resources, this small river can be said to be extremely rich. Whether it is various fish or clams and crabs, you can always get a lot as long as you spend some time and effort. However, Lin Fan did not intend to stay here to have enough food and clothing, but to kill time in his spare time. It can be said that this kind of life is very good. However, he only pulled up a few wild crucian carp when the old steward of the manor came over with 2 servants. Master, the young master of Shenzhen Villa came again and said he wanted to visit you. The old butler spoke up. As someone who had originally served the young master of Shenzhen Villa, he was naturally no stranger to him. The sword spirit is here again. Lin Fan put down the fishing rod in his hand and looked at the old butler with some confusion. After a busy few days and finishing the tasks at hand, he had planned to relax, but now it is obviously impossible. As for why it came again, it is actually not difficult to guess. Yes, sir, the young master is here to visit again, accompanied by the second shopkeeper and her personal maid. The old butler nodded respectfully and told all the information. Although he was the steward chosen by the other party in the past, he was old and shrewd and knew very well that a new emperor appoints new ministers. If he still had such stubborn ideas, he would never get what he deserves. It is also because of this that he positions himself very correctly and does everything centered on his current master. Are they in the waiting room? Lin Fan was sure that it was his old friend who came again, so he naturally would not turn a blind eye to it. After all, this old friend gave him a big gift. And the 2 parties are still partners. Yes, sir. Then go ahead. Lin Fan didn't hesitate, he nodded and said to the 2 younger brothers, pick up the fish here, and then take them back to your sister-in-law. Don't worry, Brother Fan, just leave these things to the 2 of us. Although Wang Erxiao and his companion cannot do anything big now, they are still doing a very good job in small matters like this. Lin Fan nodded again, and without staying here, he went back with the old butler. Reception Hall. Although this place is simple, it has welcomed many people with extremely high status and identities in recent days. The sword spirit from Excalibur Villa sat quietly on a wooden chair, wearing a navy blue ancient costume dress. Although it was not as simple and elegant as those palace costumes, the slim design made her tall and graceful figure fully displayed at this time. The most important point is that her heroic temperament, which is completely different from that of a girl, always attracts people's attention. Beside her, in addition to the second shopkeeper who led the way, there was also her personal maid Xiaoqing, who was also looking around at this time. Miss, why hasn't Master Lin come for so long? Is it true that he has cooperated with the people from Badeo Villa and does not plan to continue cooperating with our Shenzhen Villa? Xiaoqing frowned and said when she saw that she didn't see the figure she was waiting for a long time. The reason they came in such a hurry this time was that they had received information that Dao Miao Miao, the young master of Badeo Villa, was still harboring evil intentions and had done a lot of small things while they were away. Although it is not clear what it is exactly, you can guess what it is with a little guessing. After all, the 2 sides are sworn enemies and know each other's personalities very well. Xiaoqing. Who told you to have such an idea? Brother Lin is a man of integrity and would never do such a thing. When the sword spirit heard these words, he immediately scolded with a cold face. Xiaoqing didn't dare to say anything, but pouted and muttered, if not, why did you make us wait so long? We've been waiting for almost an hour, okay. Are you itchy? It would be difficult for ordinary people to hear such a slight whisper, but the sword spirit is a master in the world, and sharp ears and eyes are just the most basic abilities. Even though she was somewhat lacking in hard skills, she was not the kind of person who couldn't hear what people were saying in front of her. Although she came here in a hurry this time, it was because she heard some bad news that she finally rushed here in a hurry. But this was her own concern, not that she had any doubts about Lin Fan himself. She was just worried that she didn't do well enough and would make her friends unhappy. Other things. She herself really doesn't have one. Xiaoqing was just complaining, she didn't have any prejudice, so after hearing the warning from the young lady, she was so scared that her face turned serious and she dared not to complain anymore. The second shopkeeper who was accompanying them didn't dare to fart from beginning to end. In front of the 2 people next to him, he was indeed just a foil. Miss Jianling, there is no need to be so serious. After all, there is nothing wrong with what Miss Xiaoqing said. It is true that I came too late this time. At this moment, Lin Fan's familiar voice reached their ears. Brother Lin. Mr. Lin. Master Lin. As soon as the words fell, 3 people stood up from their seats and greeted each other using different names. You are too polite. Please take a seat. Please don't blame me because I was delayed by something. Lin Fen also smiled and greeted the 3 people, then sat in the main seat. How can I blame you? Just don't blame us for coming here uninvited, Brother Lin. The sword spirit shook her head and said that she had never been shy about her temperament. The two chatted for a while and felt very good about each other, so the chat was naturally very pleasant. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost right, the sword spirit spoke out the purpose of his visit. Brother Lin, actually I came here this time to give you an explanation for what happened last time. You want to give me another explanation? When Lin Fan heard these familiar words, his expression froze for a moment. Dao Miao Miao had just asked the Sishui gang to give him an explanation not long ago. It has only been a short time and someone else wants to give him an explanation again. Isn't this too much to explain? Good. The sword spirit didn't think too much about it. He nodded and took out a brocade box. Lin Fan was just stunned for a moment, but after seeing the familiar brocade box, he couldn't help but be stunned. This set of operations. Isn't it too familiar? For the gifts from rich women, no one can avoid the law of true fragrance. How many hard-working young people want to save these 30 years of hard work? However, no reward without merit, and Lin Fan didn't want to owe anyone a favor, so he just marveled for a while and then pushed the brocade box back. Master Dao, everyone likes money, but no one should accept it without merit. Seeing Lin Fan refuse without hesitation, Dao Miao Miao was a little stunned. But it only lasted for a while, and she smiled again and said, "These are not given to you by me, but by someone who offended you, and is giving you a sincere apology." Sincerity in making amends. This time Lin Fan was a little stunned. He didn't expect that someone who offended him would be so sincere. After all, it's a full 5,000 taels. In an ordinary family, even 3 generations may not be able to finish it. How much sincerity does this require? Yes, this is a sincere apology from someone who has offended you. Dao Miao Miao nodded seriously. Master Dao, are you mistaken? Lin Fan frowned. He was very sure that there was no such person who offended him. No mistake. Dao Miao Miao nodded again to confirm that she was not mistaken. This serious look made Lin Fan doubt for a moment, wondering if someone really had offended him and made him forget about it. I am indeed correct. Didn't the people of the Sishui gang offend you again and again? These 5,000 taels are the sincere apology that the leader of the Sishui gang asked me to pass on to you. Dao Miao Miao was very satisfied when she saw Lin Fan's self-doubt. This was exactly the effect she wanted for her visit this time. The leader of the Sishui gang. After hearing the other party's explanation, Lin Fan knew who he had to apologize to. But knowing is knowing. But he still didn't quite understand the sincerity of this huge apology. After all, in his opinion, the conflict between the two parties has been resolved, and there is no need for the other party to pay such a price to make amends. Although the Surabaya gang is wealthy and powerful, they cannot easily take out such huge sums of money. After all, they have a large family to support. That's right. When the other party learned that you were a friend of my Badeo villa, he felt very ashamed of the mistake he made. He couldn't eat or sleep, and his days were like years. These 5,000 taels are just his sincerity in apologizing. He has also brought the person who offended you here to give you an explanation in person and beg for forgiveness. Dao Miao Miao explained with a smile. When Lin Fan heard this, finally I understand what's going on. This is because the other party learned that someone from the Surabaya gang had offended him, so he put pressure on the Surabaya gang, which meant he was taking the blame for him. Although he didn't need to take the lead, the other party did it. Facing the Badeo villa, which is one of the 4 great forces in the martial arts world, the Sishui gang is just a small ant. Not to mention that Dao Miao Miao, the young master of the manor, came in person. Even if a core gang member came, the Sishui gang would have to serve him carefully. The huge compensation of 5,000 taels was completely out of fear for Badeo villa. You said that the leader of the Surabaya gang, in addition to this sincere apology, also wants to give me an explanation in person. After Lin Fan understood what was going on, he paid attention to the other party's next words. Of course. After all, you are a friend of our Badeo villa. How can we just give you some money to get rid of you? Dao Miao Miao spoke proudly. The big man feared by countless people in Tianfeng County was just a little karami in her eyes. Giving the other party a chance to make amends is a huge gift to them. Even if he was killed with one blow, no one would dare to say anything against him. He's outside the door now, and he's ready to explain to you in person at any time. Do you want to meet him now? Dao Miao Miao gave another message. This not only brought huge amounts of compensation, but also brought people along. I have to say, when it comes to work efficiency, the quick and energetic Dao Miao Miao is still very fast. However, Lin Fan shook his head and refused. After all, the people who offended him had already given their explanations, so there was no need to kill them all. Let them take their people back. As long as they don't provoke me again in the future, I won't pursue the previous matters anymore. Lin Fan shook his head and said that he had no intention of asking the leader of the Sishui gang to explain himself personally. Okay, you decide. Dao Miao Miao naturally would not refuse. After all, what she was doing this time was to make Lin Fan feel satisfied and express her sincerity. Now that the effect has been achieved, she naturally won't continue to hold on to it. The Surabaya gang was just a trigger, not the result. The other party doesn't have to explain himself, but you should still accept this sincere apology, otherwise he won't be able to sleep when he returns home. Dao Miao Miao pushed the brocade box back again. Although what she said seemed unreliable, it was indeed the truth. If she didn't accept it, the other party would not be able to sleep well when he returned. Okay, I'll take it then. The brocade box containing the huge sum of money finally returned to Lin Fan's hands. After receiving this huge sum of money, firstly, it can make the other party feel at ease, and secondly, it will make the other party dare not to provoke me again in the future. After all, the cost is huge. If the other party attacks again, I will definitely lose everything. Okay, I have finished talking about the important matters this time. I wonder if you are satisfied. Dao Miao Miao clapped her hands, then looked at Lin Fan with her big eyes and asked with a smile. Lin Fan nodded and said, satisfied. Thank you, Master Dao. As long as you are satisfied. When Dao Miao Miao heard the words of thanks, she smiled even more happily. I have to say, the other person has big eyes and a small mouth, and when he smiles, he looks really beautiful. Lin Fan also took another look at her. What man wouldn't like a beautiful woman? Certainly. Except for the gaze. The two sides sat like this for a while, and the subsequent communication was quite pleasant. Originally, Lin Fan thought that the other party would use this incident to make some demands. After all, the purpose of what the other party did was very obvious and not concealed. But in fact, from the moment Dao Miao Miao said goodbye to the moment she left, she did not show any intention of making any requests. It was as if the problem was with the Surabaya gang, and the other party really treated him as a friend who was speaking up for him. That's interesting. Lin Fan naturally didn't think so. This little trick couldn't be hidden from his eyes. However, he did not reject it. After all, there were only benefits and no harm in having a good relationship with a behemoth like the Excalibur Villa. The world is so chaotic. It is still very good for him to be on good terms with various major forces. The leader of the Sishui gang offered a huge amount of apology, but did not dare to resist and went to the door in person with his men to give an explanation. This is a very good proof. Otherwise, with Lin Fan's current strength, the other party would at most be unwilling to provoke him, but he would not be afraid of anything. As a modern young person, I naturally understand the principle of taking advantage of the situation. Both sides have value. This is the most solid relationship. But these are all external forces. The real thing is to be strong yourself. Lin Fan had witnessed the cruelty of this world with his own eyes and understood it even better. After personally seeing Dao Miao Miao off, he returned to the blacksmith shop and began to get busy, preparing the torrential pear blossom needle for self-defense. Thank you Lai Hengsing for the reward of 1,666. I will update more when I return from my hometown. I will also make up for the time I missed yesterday. At last. Thank you very much for your support, and I wish you all a happy May Day. It's the familiar words, the familiar operations, and the familiar brocade box. Lin Fan didn't know how to react for a moment, and just stared blankly at the sword spirit. "Brother Lin, what are you doing? Is there something dirty on my face?" Faced with the direct gaze, even with the sword spirit's cheerful personality, he couldn't calm down at this moment. With a slightly rosy face, he touched his cheek and said, "No, there's nothing dirty." Lin Fan shook his head, knowing that he was a little reckless. After all, in ancient civilized society, staring at a girl was very rude and might even be considered a hooligan. "So what are you doing?" The sword spirit did not doubt it, but still felt a little confused. "You may not believe this, but what you said and did today are exactly the same as what I encountered a few days ago. You can even say that they were carved from the same template." Lin Fan smiled bitterly and then told him about what happened to Dao Miao Miao. There is naturally nothing to hide about such a small matter. The sword spirit frowned slightly upon hearing this, and then said, "It does seem to be a coincidence, but she is she and I am me. Although the two are similar, they are different. It's natural. I just think it's a coincidence. There's no other meaning." Lin Fan nodded and smiled. This was indeed just a surprising coincidence. The sword spirit did not dwell on this topic. He mentioned it and then returned to the previous topic. "Last time, the information about our cooperation was leaked. It was indeed because a traitor appeared in our Shenzhen villa. He has been dealt with now. This kind of thing will not happen again in the future." The sword spirit spoke and said that this was the explanation she came to give to Lin Fan this time, to eliminate the unpleasantness caused to Lin Fan by that incident. After explaining everything, she pointed to the brocade box she had taken out and said, "As for this, it's my apology for causing you trouble. I have forgotten what happened last time. You don't have to take it to heart. Just make sure it doesn't happen again in the future." Lin Fan shook his head and said, "As for apology, there is no need for that. After all, you don't want this kind of thing to happen. Thank you, Brother Lin, for your understanding." The sword spirit smiled and said, "But I still have to give you this apology. This is also a token of my appreciation. It's a piece of rare metal from outer space. I hope you like it." Rare metals from outer space. Lin Fan really intended to refuse. Money and other things were enough. There was no need to owe favors to others because of this. But he didn't expect that what the other party gave him was not money, but a piece of rare metal from outer space. Rare metals from outer space, also known as meteorite iron, are special metals that can survive the burning of the atmosphere. Many of them are treasures for making magical weapons. Lin Fan had originally planned to ask the other party to help him find some, and then he could pay money or work to exchange them. But he didn't expect that the other party would come to him without him saying anything. Is this considered telepathy? Lin Fan muttered to himself, and his gaze towards the other party changed. Faced with this change in gaze, the sword spirit's cheeks turned slightly red again, but soon recovered. With a smile, she pushed the brocade box containing the meteorite in front of Lin Fan. This piece of meteorite is not big, at most it can be used to forge a dagger. Its surface is bumpy like a honeycomb. If it were not for the unique burning patterns and some luster that is completely different from ordinary metals, no one would notice it even if it was dropped on the side of the road. But Lin Fan only took one look and knew that this was an extremely strong metal material, which was definitely enough to create a hidden weapon like the torrential pear blossom needle. However, Lin Fan felt it was a waste to use it to create the torrential pear blossom needle, and planned to use it to create a bigger weapon. "Thank you for your kindness. I really like this gift." "You're welcome." Lin Fan really needed this piece of metal, so he did not reject the other party's kindness and accepted the gift. "As long as you like it." Seeing Lin Fan accept the gift, the sword spirit smiled knowingly. She felt Lin Fan really liked the gift he had prepared for a long time. It took her a lot of effort to get this piece of meteorite, but now it seems that it was all worth it. For her, Lin Fan not only allows her to have more influence at home but also prevents her from being oppressed by her old father. He was also her savior. Especially the latter, which is the most important point for a female knight who is determined to be a hero. In this era, many ways of repaying a life-saving favor are to give oneself as a pledge of love. Although she was not so casual, because of the life-saving grace, her favorability towards Lin Fan was indeed very high. Every time the two of them got along, she felt very good, even a little greedy, which was why she came so many times in a short period of time. Not only is there a reason for this, but her own greed also has a subconscious influence. Certainly. Lin Fan himself didn't know what the rich woman was thinking. Now he took the gift that the other party had carefully prepared for him and began to think about what kind of powerful weapon would be most suitable. But it was not good to neglect the other party, so he just thought about it and put it away. He said to the sword spirit who gave him the gift, "Miss Sword Spirit rarely comes here, and she also brought a gift. Let's have a meal together at home today. It can be regarded as my hospitality as a host." "That's no problem." Upon hearing this, Jian Ling nodded and accepted the invitation to have dinner together. "You guys can come too." Lin Fan turned around and invited the maid Xiaoqing and the second shopkeeper who was in charge of the connection. "Thank you, Master Lin." Naturally, the two would not refuse, and they bowed together to express their thanks and agree. When distinguished guests came to the house for dinner, the three daughters-in-law made careful preparations. In other aspects, Lin Fan's wives may be lacking, but they are very gentle and virtuous. Every time there are guests at home, they take very good care of them. The meal went very smoothly without any disturbances, except that Xiaoqing kept looking at her own eldest daughter and Lin Fan's wives at the table, and her actions were a little strange. But no one noticed and they spent the lunch happily chatting and laughing. "This is for you. It's my gift in return to you. You can use it to protect yourself." After lunch, Lin Fan personally escorted the sword spirit to the door and handed it a forged rainstorm pear blossom needle. "What's this?" The sword spirit reached out to take it, and seeing that it was a strange metal cylinder, he began to ask. Lin Fan replied, "This is a hidden weapon. Its full name is Torrential Pear Blossom Needle. It can release countless golden needles to kill people in a certain area. If you are caught off guard, even a top-notch expert will be seriously injured by this hidden weapon. Although it is a defective product, with the support of a full-level master craftsman, it can indeed kill a first-rate master by surprise. As for the kind of thing like iron legs walking on water, it can definitely cause a devastating blow. Can it kill a top-notch expert?" When hearing Lin Fan's introduction, the sword spirit's eyes suddenly brightened. A top-notch expert. This is already a top-notch fighter in the martial arts world, and only the four greatest powers can defeat such a great master. Other forces have to be cautious when facing masters of this level. The gift that Lin Fan gave to himself could actually kill an existence of this level. Although it would only be possible if one was caught off guard, it would definitely be a powerful weapon if used well. When you travel the world in the future, you will also have a powerful trump card to protect yourself. Such a gift is not just a return gift, but also reflects the thought behind it. Caring and comforting her. "Thank you." The sword spirit smiled happily, like a bright summer flower. Lin Fan was a little dazed, but he had to admit that the other person's smile was even more beautiful than Dao Miao Miao's before. However, it cannot be said that Dao Miao Miao is worse. In terms of physique, the opponent is definitely better. Ding dong. It is detected that this woman is extremely beautiful. If the host can marry her, special items other than rewards will be given. Just when Lin Fan was distracted by the beautiful smile of the sword spirit, the system prompt sound that had been silent for a long time rang again. Because Lin Fan did not marry promiscuously, he did not look for women to marry just for the reward of the system. The system rang from the beginning, and it hasn't rang a second time in such a long time. After all, he has not married a new wife, nor has his wife given birth to a child, so naturally the system reward will not be triggered and the system prompt sound will not appear. But he didn't expect that in addition to the first two, his system cheating skills would be triggered by other reasons. Is this a hidden feature? Faced with the sudden prompt from the system, Lin Fan was a little slow to react. Very beautiful. It actually triggers different things. He thought that this system cheat code had some functions that he didn't know about. However, one thing remains unchanged, that is, no matter whether it is an obvious function or a hidden function, Lin Fan's system golden finger is to guide him to marry more wives, and of course, to have more children after marrying more wives. Get rich by marrying a wife. More children, more blessings. This is really implemented thoroughly. Lin Fan was sighing at his system, but the sword spirit blushed again. Because of the sudden system prompt, Lin Fan was stunned again, and his eyes happened to be fixed on the sword spirit in front of him. This time twice. It could also be said that his concentration was distracted, causing his gaze to be dazed for a moment. But if this happens again and again, it can't help but make people imagine more. This is especially true when both parties are men and women. Brother Lin, the sword spirit is leaving. The sword spirit was unable to resist, the straight gaze was too lethal, she bowed and left in a hurry. Miss, wait for me. Xiaoqing shouted urgently, looked at Lin Fan again, and hurriedly chased after him. This. Lin Fan finally came back to his senses and couldn't help but touch his nose when he saw this situation. This is a big misunderstanding. However, he was also somewhat curious about the special rewards mentioned in the system prompts. After all, the normal rewards allowed him to change his fate and turn the sickly men who could not live happily into a successful person. Even the four most powerful forces in the martial arts world came to curry favor with him. What would it be like if there were some special rewards? Neither exaggerate nor slander. This is indeed worth looking forward to. However, the friendship between him and the sword spirit was more of an ordinary friendship, at most a partnership, but there was no such thing as a relationship between a man and a woman. At least that's what he thought. There is no relationship between men and women. With the power behind the other party, there naturally won't be a direct assigned union like the three wives. On the edge. The second shopkeeper's mind has always been on Lin Fan, the nobleman, so that he can provide the best service at all times. It was also because of this that he saw all of Lin Fan's changes. When he saw Lin Fan watching his young lady leave and her reaction after she left, his heart couldn't help but move slightly. Looking at Master Lin's reaction, it seems that he has some thoughts about our young lady. And our young lady is the same. Should I report this to Sword Master? The second shopkeeper's eyes flickered slightly, and he felt a little embarrassed at this moment. Forget it, these things are not my business, take care of yourself first. However, neither side is someone he can afford to provoke, so he doesn't dare to make this decision and simply doesn't think about it too much for now. Master Lin, can you help deliver the orders that you agreed with the young lady earlier? The second shopkeeper calmed down and thought it would be better to do his job well. Because Lin Fan helped to speak up, the cooperation between the two parties was under his personal order by Sword Master, so he naturally did not dare to slack off. Whether he can be successful depends on whether he can do this well. Now, even when he is sleeping with his wife, he is still thinking about this matter. Lin Fan calmed down after hearing this, nodded and said, I've already done it, just tell someone to come and get it. For other questions, please contact Wang Erxiao directly. The first batch of weapons ordered through cooperation were all conventional swords. With sufficient materials, a top-level craftsman like him could forge a bunch of them easily. The reason why it took nearly 2 days to forge a long sword at the beginning was not because it was efficient. It was because he was not used to forging at that time because it was his first time, but also the forging conditions he had were too poor. The metal needed can only be recycled from rusty farm tools, and the material for starting the fire is charcoal at a low temperature, which has even become damp from being left for too long. And now, the metals are all high-quality metals provided by the Divine Weapon Pavilion, and the materials for making fire are also high-temperature fine coal. There will be people helping out during the forging process. Under such conditions, Lin Fan's efficiency can be said to have been greatly improved. Even if you only forge them in your spare time, you can easily make 10 or 8 swords in a day. After so many days now, a large pile has accumulated in the blacksmith's room. When the second shopkeeper heard this, he immediately became excited. This cooperation was successfully completed and he had earned the credit. Thank you, Master Lin, for your trouble. I will arrange for someone to come and pick it up right away. The second shopkeeper bowed in gratitude. At this moment he felt that the master in front of him was closer to him than his own father. No need to be polite, everyone just takes what they need. Lin Fan did not take credit for anything. This was just a transaction where both parties got what they needed. The other party gave him the money he needed, and he gave the other party what he needed. But the second shopkeeper did not think so, and still expressed his gratitude profusely. Only when Lin Fan felt helpless did the other party leave in a hurry and arrange the matter as quickly as possible. This is a major event that will determine his future success, and he cannot afford to delay it even a little bit. Lin Fan didn't care about this matter anymore. The rest of the matters would naturally be coordinated with the other party by Wang Erxiao, the specially trained assistant. Such little things. He still doesn't need to worry about it. On the contrary, he was planning to worry about the system's rewards. The extra reward from the sword spirit cannot be completed in a short time. However, he can try hard to get the reward of having a child. With this idea in mind, the 3 daughters-in-law in the family are naturally often gentle and affectionate, and their monthly rest time is greatly compressed. Lin Fan spent the following days happily at home. Leisure time. He can make some small gadgets and also research his own killer weapons. In addition, I also occasionally go fishing in the small river behind my home to relax and have some wild river food to satisfy my hunger. I have to say, the various river fish raised in unpolluted rivers are indeed delicious. They cannot be compared with the modern polluted river fish that is full of diesel or pig manure smell. There is no comparison at all. Eru, you are soulless in fishing like this. You need to use a hook and catch it calmly to catch the best river fish. Lin Fan put down the fishing rod in his hand and looked at Su Eru beside him helplessly. It is not known whether it was hunting instinct or some other reason, but Su Eru actually mastered the modern bow and arrow fishing method. That is to tie a thin hemp rope at the tail of the arrow, then shoot the arrow through the fish's body and pull the fish up directly. With his talent at the level of divine archery, Su Eru's efficiency in catching fish is quite high. Before Lin Fan caught 2 fish, the other party had already caught a big bucket. How can we play this? Hey, Brother Fan is right. Su Eru scratched his head honestly. Although he didn't know what it meant to be soulless, it didn't stop him from listening to his elder brother. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. It was impossible to communicate with these rough guys. After sending Su Eru aside so as not to disturb his fishing, Lin Fan put the earthworm on the fishhook again and threw it down. However, before the fish could be caught, sounds of fighting were heard upstream in the river, along with the sounds of clanging and shouting. This sound. I knew that there were some gangsters fighting in the upper reaches of the river. Lin Fan didn't want to pay attention at first, but when he saw a familiar color, he stopped walking. Just surrender. No one can save you today. By the clear river, a group of figures in white robes, holding long swords that exuded a deep chill, launched a fierce siege on a young woman. The young woman was in danger facing the fierce siege of a group of big men. Her clothes were stained with blood, but her momentum did not weaken. Facing the threat, she scolded with a cold face, "You demons of the White Lotus sect, you actually dared to set up a trap against this young master, my father will not let you go." Snort. Facing this threat, the men in white snorted coldly, "You, Ba Dao Villa, aid the tyrant in his evil deeds. We, the White Lotus Holy Sect, will certainly not watch you get away with it. Even if your father Dao Beishan doesn't come looking for us, we, the Holy Sect, will go find him and kill him. I think you are looking for death." The young woman shouted coldly, her unusually large chest rising and falling. Such extraordinary stature and grandeur, as well as the words used in the conversation between the two parties, the identity of this young woman is obvious. It was the ambitious young master of Badeo Villa, Dao Miao Miao. I just don't know why, but now I'm being besieged by a group of big men in the wilderness. Moreover, these men in white robes were ruthless and cruel every time they attacked, and it was obvious that they did not want to leave anyone alive. Dao Miao Miao, as the young master of Badeo Villa, is naturally strong. Like the sword spirit of Shenzhen Villa, he has also reached the level of a second-rate master. Even when facing the Tiger King, he can fight back and forth, showing that he is a true master. Although he has just entered the second-rate, and is not as good as the second-rate masters like Tiatui Shuishangpio who have been famous in the world for a long time, but at this age, he is still considered a young talent. With more than a dozen big men, let alone besieging them, they can't even get close to them. However, the men in white on the opposite side dared to set up a killing trap, so they were naturally not ordinary characters. Not only did each of them possess the strength of a third-rate master, they were also proficient in some kind of combined attack method. By joining forces with each other, not only did they not disrupt the rhythm of the attack or become confused, but they could also unleash even greater strength. In this situation, even if Dao Miao Miao has the strength of a second-rate master, he can never gain any advantage from the opponent's cooperation. Not to mention, Dao Miao Miao's condition was not right, her aura was very chaotic, and every time she wanted to use the unique skills of Badeo Villa, her aura was obviously delayed. It was also because of this that although Dao Miao Miao was in high spirits and did not retreat at all because of the opponent's large numbers and strong forces, her situation took a sharp turn for the worse and became precarious due to many unfavorable circumstances. Don't hold back, lest there be any more complications. No matter what happens today, we must take off the head of this evildoer's daughter, so that those who go against the trend will know what the consequences will be for daring to help the evildoers. One of the men in white possessed the strength of a third-rate peak. He was the leader of this siege and the main force involved. Finding that the target of the siege was more resilient than expected, he quickly changed his strategy and gave orders to the rest of his companions. Yes. The other men in white nodded in agreement, and their attacks became more fierce. The long sword, emitting a chill, rolled up the yellow leaves that had fallen to the ground. An aura of solemnity and murderousness made the surrounding insects and birds dare not make a single sound at this moment. Dao Miao Miao was already struggling to hold on, and now her opponent burst out with even stronger strength, and she could no longer hold on. The long sword in his hand was becoming increasingly difficult to wield at this moment. His physical strength had been severely overdrawn, and every movement was 1,000 times more strenuous than usual. Ding! In a head-on confrontation, she was defeated by a third-rate man in white. In the past, an opponent of this level would only be slaughtered by her, but now he is suppressing her instead. At this moment she was very angry, but more of a desperate woman, knowing that the other party had set up a trap to kill her today and she had no way of escaping. Even if I, Dao Miao Miao, die today, I will never let you, the demons of the White Lotus sect, have an easy life. Die, all of you. Dao Miao Miao's personality naturally wouldn't allow her to surrender. When faced with a desperate situation, she would fight to the death. Even if she died, she would never let the other party have an easy time. It's just a pointless struggle. The leading man in white smiled coldly. He didn't care at all about this desperate move of taking the blame. It was obvious that he was well prepared. They had no idea how long they had been preparing for today's killing spree, and had already accounted for all unexpected factors. Otherwise, they would not have triggered this killing and alerted the enemy. Not to mention a temporary counterattack, even if their small universe exploded, they wouldn't panic. This is actually true. Even though Dao Miao Miao fought desperately, the opponent still cleverly resolved it with special means. After a desperate fight, not only did she fail to pull down any scapegoats, but her condition became worse. Her iconic fiery red dress was torn by sharp blades in many places. If she hadn't been wearing special soft armor underneath, the situation would have definitely been worse. But even so, it can only delay the time of death. If she relied on herself alone, facing such an elaborate killing plan, there was absolutely no chance of survival. The man in white who set up the killing trap obviously knew this, so he had a smile of victory on his face. Everyone, keep going with all your strength. Once we complete this mission, we will definitely be greatly rewarded by the higher-ups, with countless gold, silver, and treasures. They may even give us holy medicines that can enhance our skills, allowing us to break through our current realm. The leading man in white knew that it was a decisive moment and immediately spoke to encourage them. Not surprisingly, when these encouraging words were spoken, all the people in white present became excited at this moment. If I can really get the holy medicine that can increase my power, then A man in white was already fantasizing, but before he could finish his thought, a sharp arrow emitting a dark glow shot out from the woods by the river and pierced directly through his temple without any delay. Phew! Fresh blood gushed out, with some white artificial tofu in it. The man in white who was fantasizing about a bright future fell to the ground powerlessly without even having time to make a groan. He struggled for only a few times before dying in front of everyone's gaze. Faced with this sudden scene, the other people in white were shocked. But before they could react, 2 more sharp arrows shot out from the woods. They were obviously just common arrows, but at this moment, they gave people a feeling that they were impossible to avoid. Phew! Another muffled sound was heard, and one of the men in white who was targeted by the sharp arrow followed the footsteps of the previous men in white. Only the man in white who was leading the group used his powerful strength to split the arrow's tip with a sword at the last moment. However, the arrow that passed by his face still took away half of his ear. The blood and pain made him feel deeply frightened. If he had been a little slower, his fate would have been the same as the two men in white who fell to the ground. Who is it? The remaining man in white finally reacted at this moment, looking coldly at the woods where the hidden arrows were shot from, and remained on alert. Who is it? Dao Miao Miao, who had been in despair, brightened up at this moment and also looked towards the woods. The woods by the river were not dense, and with their eyesight as experts, they could easily see two figures standing in the woods. It's that guy. When Dao Miao Miao saw one of the figures clearly, she was stunned for a moment. The guy Dao Miao Miao was familiar with was naturally Lin Fan, who heard the commotion here. Seeing that it was someone he knew, he naturally couldn't just turn a blind eye. After all, just before this, the other party had given him a huge gift of 5,000 taels of silver. Even if we ignore other things, just looking at this unimaginable huge sum of money, Lin Fan has to help this place. As for the arrows that easily killed the two men in white just now, they were shot by Su Eru, who had changed to a powerful bow. With the blessing of powerful armor-piercing arrows, even a third-rate master in the world would be shot to death on the spot if he was not careful. With the archery god's talent of never missing a shot and a bow and arrow specially forged by a master craftsman in hand, he truly demonstrated his terrifying power. It was only that Su Eru's physique had not been trained yet, otherwise, with a stronger bow, even a top-notch master would not be able to escape the fatal arrow. It is just beginning to show its potential, but it has achieved very good results. Lin Fan was very satisfied with this and nodded in approval of Su Eru, his capable subordinate. However, when he heard Dao Miao Miao talking about this guy, his expression darkened again. I'm just helping you out, is this the right way for you to ask? When the other person calls you, it's not a nice word, it's an insult. However, Dao Miao Miao didn't think too much about it. When she was sure that she had not recognized the wrong person, she smiled happily. With the help of the archer, she knew that she had escaped the disaster today. But she was happy, while the opponents, the men in white, were not happy at all at this time. Or they were all furious. The perfect killing plan was ruined, and two of their companions were shot dead on the spot. How could they bear it? You guys hold the target back, I'll go get rid of that archer. If they dare to meddle in the affairs of our holy White Lotus sect, there will be no place for them in this world. The leading man in white knew very well that someone had to step forward at this time, otherwise the mission would really fail. Those men in white below had no way to block the power of Su Eru's magic arrows, and only he could barely block it. Naturally, he had to take action himself at this time. Yes. The men in white below would naturally not resist this order. After all, they did not want to end up like their two companions. Brother Fan, you should retreat first. This man can withstand my shooting. You can't fight him head-on, otherwise there will be trouble. Su Eru looked solemn and asked Lin Fan to leave the dangerous place first. Although he didn't stay with them for a long time, his loyalty was extremely high. However, Lin Fan did not move. He just calmly watched the leader of the white-clothed men who left the battlefield and quickly came towards him and others. Be careful. Dao Miao Miao wanted to stop the leading men in white from leaving, but her strength was about to run out. With other men in white trying desperately to harass her, she was unable to do anything and could only open her mouth to remind them. Faced with the reminder again, Lin Fan still did not move at all. From the outside, it looked like he was standing there in shock. But what is the reality? Only he himself knows the truth. Faced with this situation, Su Eru could only draw his bow and shoot arrows repeatedly, trying to kill the danger directly and not let it hurt the person he was following. The two parties are relatives, and Wang Ershi has been brainwashing him intentionally or unintentionally from time to time, so he has become a die-hard fan of Lin Fan. If you want to hurt Lin Fan, you have to step over his dead body. This is not just talk. However, he lacked strength, and he was unable to fully draw the precious longbow that Lin Fan had equipped him with and unleash its full power. Even if you have powerful armor-piercing arrows that can easily break through tough defenses, they will be useless if you can't hit the target. Humph. How dare you interfere in the affairs of the White Lotus sect? You will die today. The leading man in white said coldly as he kept dodging the approaching arrows. His murderous intent was no longer concealed at this moment. Damn it. Su Eru was sweating profusely, regretting that he had not worked hard to improve his physique in the past, so that now he was not strong enough to shoot down the powerful enemy and protect his good brother. White Lotus sect. I never thought there was such a cult in this world. Lin Fan didn't seem to sense the murderous intent, and was in a mood to laugh and comment on the other party's threatening words. White Lotus sect. The name sounds very pure, as if it is an existence with lofty ideals and ambitions. But in reality, this is a cult that stirs up trouble in the name of justice and kindness to satisfy the selfish desires of certain people. Although I don't know what's going on in this world, I know he's not a good person just by looking at his crazy energy. He has met Dao Miao Miao several times. He can't say that he knows her very well, but he has a certain understanding of her. If nothing else. At least he's not a bad guy. There is also the Badeo Villa behind the other party, which is also a famous and upright sect in the martial arts world. Although he acts in a rather overbearing manner, he is actually doing justice. In years of disaster, he will donate money to help the victims. Among them, the disciples, when they go out, often do chivalrous things and help the weak. But the other party set up a killing trap and ruthlessly surrounded and killed Dao Miao Miao, the young master of the manor, just because the other party violated their own interests. You can imagine what kind of situation this is. Maybe not as bad as imagined, but definitely not a good guy. In fact, this is indeed the case. The White Lotus sect in this world is not a good group of people. Although they claim to be righteous and kind, their reality is extremely evil and radical. For the sake of their so-called doctrines, they will ruthlessly wipe out anyone who stands in their way, no matter if they are good or bad. The so-called beauty is to purify the world and bring truth, goodness, and beauty to the world. At this time, Lin Fan commented that they were a cult, which immediately made the leading man in white's eyes turn red with anger. These heretics. That's extremely serious brainwashing. How dare you slander the Holy Church? Not only will you be purified today, but your family will also pay the price for your sins. The leading man in white said viciously, and the long sword that was originally slashing towards Su Eru directly stabbed towards Lin Fan next to him. It's really a cult. They started to punish everyone by name. But if you want me and my family to pay the price, you can't do it. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. They always try to implicate others. If this isn't a cult, what is it? But he didn't care. After all, there was nothing to talk about with a dead person. The metal tube that had been held in his hand in his sleeve was gently turned, and then he raised his hand and pointed it at the leading man in white who was rushing towards him, and gently pressed a card slot. Countless drizzles of cold metal lit up in the woods. The man in white, who was leading the team forward a moment ago, suddenly stopped his actions under the drizzle. When the drizzle dissipated, countless red spots appeared on his body. Then, with a look of confusion and panic, he fell in front of Lin Fan with his sword. The red spots continued to grow larger, which turned out to be the blood that continued to seep out of the other party's body. These red spots made up of blood are so densely packed that they are impossible to count. Looking at them makes one's scalp tingle and one feels cold. It's pretty powerful. Lin Fan smiled and put his hand down. This was naturally the effect caused by the heavy rain of pear blossom needles. First time use. He instantly killed a third-rate top master. During the whole process, the opponent could not even react, let alone resist. As for dodging, the metal curtain that was like raindrops was absolutely impossible to dodge at a close distance. Although it is a defective product. But the damage caused now was enough to shock everyone present except him. Such a strange and powerful weapon completely refreshed their cognition. Hidden weapon. It did exist in the Dalong dynasty. However, these hidden weapons are at best small gadgets like sleeve arrows. A more powerful one is to use the powerful internal force and special techniques to launch various hidden sharp blades. For example, shuriken and the exterminating needle like Dongfang Bubi. Although this hidden weapon is extremely lethal, it is not because it is complex and strange in itself, but because the user uses it with great strength to wield it. Same thing. If it were in the hands of an ordinary person, it would have no power at all. For example, even if an ordinary person gets the magic needle of Dongfang Booby, at most he can sew some clothes with it, he can't do anything else. Certainly. If it falls into the hands of Madame Rong, it will have unexpected effects. For example, identifying bad guys. Of course, this is not something that ordinary people can do. It is exclusive to Rong Mama. Although the sleeve arrow is better, its power is very limited. After all, how powerful can a small crossbow arrow be? But now, a seemingly inconspicuous metal tube, which did not require any external force to push, only a light press, and a being who was almost at the level of a second-rate master was killed instantly on the spot. The whole process. Forget resistance, he didn't even have time to utter a sound. The terrifying power turned the area into a hornet's nest in just a moment, and the fan-shaped area of several feet nearby, where branches and stones were everywhere, could be seen with fine needles emitting cold light. This peculiar hidden weapon not only possesses terrifying destructive power, but is also the most frightening group attack type. The fan shape spreads out over an area of several feet. If the people stand closer together, a wave of metal rain will fall down, and who knows how many people will fall down. This kind of horror. It's terrifying to think about it. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and kill the remaining guys. Just as everyone was stunned on the spot, Lin Fan's unique words were heard. If you don't want to get into trouble when facing these cultists, you must root them out. Ah. Oh. Dao Miao Miao and Su Eru were awakened from their dreams upon hearing this. Now the remaining men in white were frightened, and this was a good opportunity to take action. Dao Miao Miao forced himself to lift the long sword in his hand again. He was worthy of being teased for wielding a big sword, and he was really good at wielding the sword. With just one spin, a man in white had his neck cut off. Su Eru's movements were not slow either. He bent the precious longbow in his hand and shot the arrow again. Another muffled sound was heard, and another man in white fell to the ground, pierced through. The strong smell of blood also stimulated the remaining men in white, and they realized that it was now a matter of life and death. Although they are fanatical cultists, they are also greedy for life. Seeing this situation, they knew it was time to fight to the death. But before they could fight back, Lin Fan took out another long metal tube. Before they met Lin Fan, they would not even look at this thing, after all, it was too inconspicuous. But now, just one look made them break out in cold sweat, and their souls seemed to tremble at this moment. They could not forget how their leader had just died tragically on the spot. Even the team leader, who was almost at the level of a second-rate master, was killed instantly without any resistance. How could we, the rookies who have just entered the third-rate level, have a good ending when facing these powerful weapons? Knowing this, the fighting spirit that had just arisen in them was instantly shattered. Now they no longer want to fight to the death, but want to leave here, leave this strange killing weapon that makes them terrified. However, the offense and defense of both sides had already reversed. If the other side put up a desperate resistance, there might still be a glimmer of hope. He turned around and ran without saying a word, which destroyed all his chances of survival. After all, Lin Fan not only has a strange and powerful weapon, but also an archer who never misses a shot. In this mountainous area, Su Eru, who was born a hunter, can be said to be at home. With the help of his magic arrows that never miss a target, it was extremely easy to kill him. This was actually true. After just a few arrows flying through the air, the remaining few white-clothed believers were all killed in the northwest. Ouch, I'm so tired. The crisis was over. Dao Miao Miao could no longer hold on and sat down on the ground. That certain part that was full of elasticity and springiness obviously shook a few times. She was wearing her iconic fiery red long skirt, which was not the kind of ancient palace dress, but a slim long skirt specially designed to facilitate fighting. Nana's figure, set off by Heshing's special long skirt, showed even more amazing charm. I have to say, Dao Miao Miao's figure is really great. Even in today's age of the internet, with all kinds of photo reviews rampant, Lin Fan has never seen anyone with a figure as good as Dao Miao Miao's. Not the explosive fullness. It's the kind of coordinated and exquisite plumpness that makes people unable to stop. Although she is obviously a young girl, she has the figure of a young woman, yet has the unique tightness of a young girl. This magical combination is simply a deadly poison for handsome guys. With a body like this, it must be very easy to give birth, right? For no reason, a thought popped up in Lin Fan's mind. Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Can't you see that everyone is injured? Just as Lin Fan was thinking about this, Dao Miao Miao said something unpleasant. Although he was wearing soft armor and his vital parts were not injured, there were several cuts on his arms, and blood was oozing out of his crystal-clear skin. For a young girl, this injury is indeed serious. After all, if modern young men accidentally break the skin on their fingers, they will cry for help and rush to the hospital without even a second's delay, for fear that the wound will heal on its own. Dao Miao Miao's arms were cut with several cuts, but he was still fighting with the men without changing his expression. He was really very fierce. However, Lin Fan just took a look and replied calmly, "You are injured, what does it have to do with me? It's not me who hurt you. You bastard." Faced with this answer, Dao Miao Miao was instantly furious and her temper flared up. Could it be that I am wrong? Lin Fan glanced at the other person. You. How can you be so ungraceful? Dao Miao Miao said angrily. I don't know if Feng is graceful or not, but I know that in order to save you this time, I got into big trouble and suffered huge losses. Lin Fan remained unmoved, his expression remained calm while he spoke. You still have huge losses? Dao Miao Miao looked unconvinced. It was understandable that he would get into trouble. After all, the crazy people in the White Lotus sect were not easy to deal with. If they were provoked, it would definitely be a big trouble. But this loss. But she didn't see it. After all the evil followers of the White Lotus sect were killed before they even got close to her. What else? Lin Fan picked up the long tube of the torrential pear blossom needle that he had used before and said, You don't think that this weird and powerful weapon is just a vegetable on the street, do you? This. Dao Miao Miao originally wanted to refute, but when she saw this, she was speechless for a moment. Don't take it as yours or mine. Think about how to compensate me. Lin Fan didn't care about anything else and directly asked the other party to compensate him. Faced with this request for compensation, Dao Miao Miao was speechless again for a moment. After all, this compensation was not only for the loss of items, but also for the gratitude for saving her life. Life-saving grace. How to compensate for this? In the woods. Dao Miao Miao is troubled by compensation. However, Lin Fan did not wait for the other party to give a reply. He just mentioned it as a joke, and then he took Su Eru and started to deal with the bodies on the scene. Although Lin Fan is not a coward, he will naturally try his best to avoid provoking a cult. So after the job is done, the natural thing to do is to destroy the body. There is also the opportunity to collect some loot, which is also something not to be missed. There are some iconic weapons and items that cannot be taken, but some anonymous silver and banknotes can be used as hard work fees. As expected of a cultist, he had quite a bit of money on him. Anyway, Su Eru, who was in charge of the body search, kept his mouth shut at this time. Originally, he thought that cleaning up disgusting things was not a good job, but now he just wanted to say, it smells so good. When he was moving the corpse, he was so dedicated and hard-working, just like he was his own daughter-in-law. After moving all the bodies to a deep pit and burying them, he said with a smile, Brother Fan, if this kind of good thing happens often in the future, we will be rich. What are you thinking about? Lin Fan glanced at the other person and said in a lecturing tone, this kind of windfall comes quickly, but it kills you even faster. If you have the life to make money, don't die and spend it. When Su Eru heard these words and thought of the dangerous situation just now, he broke out in a cold sweat. If Lin Fan hadn't had a terrifying weapon just now, the white-clothed leader who rushed forward desperately would definitely have been defeated. Even if things go wrong, this place will become their burial place. The harvest was indeed bountiful, but the danger was also truly terrifying. This time I just had no choice. If you encounter this kind of situation next time, try to stay as far away as possible and avoid it if possible. As the leader, Lin Fan naturally needs to teach his subordinates well. Otherwise, not only will the other party be exposed, but it will also bring trouble to him as the eldest brother. Okay, Eru got it. Su Eru knew the danger, so he naturally would not refute at this time. He nodded without saying a word to show that he understood. After resting for so long, you should be almost recovered, right? Lin Fan took Su Eru to clean up the traces on the field, especially the traces left by the two of them. Seeing Dao Miao Miao still sitting on the ground in an unpresentable manner, he immediately became unhappily. What's going on? Still want to act pitiful? In response, Dao Miao Miao said somewhat weakly, I was hit by the muscle softening powder of those white lotus sect monsters, and now I really have no strength. You were also poisoned. When Lin Fan heard these words, his expression suddenly froze slightly. Dao Miao Miao shook his head and said, it's not poisoning, but a special drug that can make people lose all their strength. Is it soft and flexible? Lin Fan made a note of this drug, which could make a person paralyzed and unable to resist. This drug must be taken with special care. If you accidentally fall into the trap, there will be no one to help you, and you can only rely on the other party to deal with you however you want. For example, Dao Miao Miao is in such a state now. Even if the opponent was executed on the spot, he would be in a state where he could only scream. Can you walk now? Lin Fan knew that the other party had been tricked, and it would be bad to leave him alone any longer, so he walked forward and reached out to help him up. Dao Miao Miao tried, but before she took 2 steps, she almost fell to the ground. If Lin Fan hadn't been quick-witted and reached out to hold it up. But even so, the other party was almost completely stuck to Lin Fan. The amazing elasticity that was unique to young girls was immediately transmitted to Lin Fan's body. I can't leave. Dao Miao Miao said pitifully. I really owe you. Lin Fan said in a somewhat unpleasant tone, and then carried the other person on his back. Remember that you owe me money again today, think carefully about how to repay me. Dao Miao Miao nodded softly. Compared to her usual impetuous self, she was completely different at this moment. Her face was slightly red, and she buried her head in Lin Fan's shoulder in embarrassment. Although she has a carefree personality, this is her first time having such contact with a man. This strange feeling made her, who was carefree as hell, feel a little overwhelmed. A little shy. But she didn't resist. Why aren't you talking? Are you in a coma due to the poison? Lin Fan carried the girl on his back for a while and found that the girl, who usually talked a lot, had not said a word for a long time. He couldn't help but ask. Don't carry this on your back, or you'll end up like a corpse. If this is really the case, then we are doomed and will definitely get into trouble. Fortunately, such a thing did not happen. Hearing his words, Dao Miao Miao immediately said coquettishly, what are you talking about? Isn't it normal for a girl to be quiet? Look at what I said to you. Puff. When Lin Fan heard this, he almost couldn't help but burst out laughing on the spot, and said speechlessly, with your tiger-like appearance, you still act like a girl. Who are you calling a tiger woman? Dao Miao Miao suddenly became angry, clenched her fist and gently punched Lin Fan's shoulder. Am I wrong? Lin Fan asked directly. It's definitely not right. Dao Miao Miao retorted without hesitation. Although she was a little impatient and acted a little hot-tempered, she looked very much like a girl and had nothing to do with a tiger. Well, since you're not a tiger, think about how to compensate me. Lin Fan was very tactful and did not argue with the woman. Since she did not faint, he decided to continue discussing the issue of compensation. Dao Miao Miao, who was unwilling to make a noise just a moment ago, fell silent again when he heard these words. She lay quietly on Lin Fan's back, her expression and eyes changing from time to time, and no one knew what she was thinking. Lin Fan did not ask any more questions. He mentioned compensation only because he did not want to argue with the other party, not because he really wanted any compensation. Being willing to lend a helping hand means treating the other person as a friend or acquaintance. Otherwise, even if there was a huge compensation, he would not get involved in these things. Soon the group returned to the manor and did not tell anyone else about the incident to avoid worrying about it and leaking it out. They just said that Dao Miao Miao was accidentally injured and they happened to meet him, so they took him home to recuperate. No one suspected that the 3 daughters-in-law helped to arrange a rest room and applied medicine to Dao Miao Miao's injuries. Except for the softening muscle powder, the others are just skin injuries and can be treated by applying some medicated powder. There is no need to call a doctor to come. As for the muscle softening powder, there is no antidote for it. One can only rely on time for the effect of the drug to slowly wear off. Dao Miao Miao lived there peacefully, as if nothing had happened. But things outside were not so peaceful. The secret guards who were responsible for protecting her safety but were lured away soon discovered that their young master was missing. No matter how hard they looked for him, they could not find any trace and could only quickly report to Badeo Villa. When this information came back, the entire Badeo Villa went into an uproar. Inside the manor's guest room, Dao Miao Miao didn't seem to be concerned at all about her family's situation. At this moment, she was lying on the bed, showing her amazing range of motion, with one hand supporting her chin, her two slender legs swaying, and she was humming an unknown tune. Her eyes were a little wandering, and I didn't know what she was thinking about, but from the slightly raised corners of her mouth, it was clear that she was thinking about good things. Squeak. At this time, the door was opened and Lin Fan walked in helplessly. You've been living here for a few days. Do you still want to stay here? Looking at the woman who looked at ease, Lin Fan became more helpless. At first he could be said to be injured, but now he is full of energy and doesn't seem to have any after effects. But even though he had obviously recovered, the other party insisted that he felt uncomfortable here and there and just didn't want to leave. Refuse to leave. Eat and drink for free every day. What does this mean? Still want to fuck me for free? The most important point is that, although no one knows what is going on in Badeo Villa, the other party will definitely not be at peace when the young master, who is the heir, disappears. If any misunderstanding arises, the situation will become troublesome. It was also because of this that Lin Fan could only helplessly prepare to pray to the gods. But as the saying goes, it is easier to invite gods than to send them away, and this is a perfect illustration of this. What's wrong with someone staying at your house for a few days if he's injured? Do you have to urge him to leave every day? Dao Miao Miao was asked to leave, but she was not angry as before. Instead, she spoke in a soft voice with a hint of coquettishness. Only those who have truly experienced it can understand the coquettishness of a hot girl. Lin Fan said he couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to ask the other party to recover. He still likes the other person to be fiery and straightforward when it comes to things. It's fine if I don't urge you to leave, but shouldn't you tell your family, or they will worry about you? As for this kind of shameless person, Lin Fan had no better solution unless he had to kick him out forcefully. After all, the other party is not an ordinary person, so it is difficult for him to take too many other measures. Don't worry about these. This is a good opportunity for my family to find trouble with those evil people from the White Lotus sect. They actually dared to set up a killing trap to kill me, the young master of the manor. How can I let them have it easy? Dao Miao Miao looked indifferent. She didn't care about her family's worries. Instead, she wanted to use this to take revenge on the White Lotus sect. This is really a good cotton-padded jacket for my father. I wonder what expression my father would have if he knew this. I believe it will be very exciting. It doesn't matter to you, but my small body can't handle it. Lin Fan said helplessly, if Badao Villa knew that I hid you here, and they searched all over the world for you, when they finally found you, wouldn't they make trouble for me? Don't worry, I will explain to my family when the time comes. Besides, since he was poisoned by the White Lotus sect demon, it is normal that he cannot contact his family. Dao Miao Miao seemed determined to stay here and not leave, and no one knew what she was trying to do. You don't want to compensate me for my losses, so you're staying at my house. Lin Fan glanced at the other person and asked. Who wants to owe you compensation? It's just that my injuries haven't healed yet, and I just want to rest for a few more days at your house. Dao Miao Miao pouted unhappily, and then said pitifully, you wouldn't be so cruel as to ruthlessly kick a wounded person like me out of the house, would you? I have such an idea. Lin Fan looked at the other party and answered seriously. He wanted to use pitifulness to control him, which was absolutely impossible. You bastard. Dao Miao Miao was so angry that her teeth were itching. She had tried hard to control her temper these days, but at this moment, she couldn't help but explode. But before she could explode, the old butler He Bo's voice asking for instructions came from outside the room. Master, a distinguished guest has arrived. What distinguished guest? Lin Fan turned around and asked. The second shopkeeper of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, and the old man with a knife on his back in Badao Villa. The old butler answered respectfully and revealed all the information about the distinguished guest. It's my grandpa Dao who's here. Dao Meow Meow jumped up from the bed when she heard the information about the distinguished guest from the old butler. Is it Senior Sword King? Lin Fan looked at Dao Meow Meow and asked. Dao Meow Meow nodded and said, to be able to ask the enemy, the divine weapon pavilion, to lead the way, this is definitely an ability that only my grandpa Dao has. Look, they're here to find me. Lin Fan rolled his eyes in annoyance when he heard that. The other party really came to his door. Don't worry, my grandpa Dao loves me the most. I will explain to him later. And I will also let grandpa Dao pay you for the loss caused by you saving me. Facing Lin Fan's reproach, Dao Meow Meow patted his chest and made assurances. Just compensate for the losses, and don't cause me any more trouble. Lin Fan shook his head and replied, now he was really afraid of this tiger woman. If they have a disagreement, they will stay in your house and refuse to leave. I want to ask you if you can stand it. Reception Hall. The Sword King from Badeo Villa was already sitting there waiting. Although the matter was urgent this time, even with his status, he did not dare to be too presumptuous in the face of a master craftsman. As for the second shopkeeper of the Divine Weapon Pavilion who had become the guide, he is now just a small fry, standing quietly on the side as a foil. Grandpa Dao. Just when Old Man Dao was getting a little anxious, Dao Meow Meow, dressed in red, rushed in from the door of the living room. Are you really here? When Old Man Dao saw the familiar figure, he suddenly stood up from his seat. This time he came to visit, he also investigated through clues from all sides and locked the location to this approximate position. But it's just an approximate location, it doesn't mean it will be here. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't be the only one coming here. Now that he had really found it here, he was naturally very excited. Just like the old Man Jian in the Excalibur Villa, these guardians have no descendants and spend their entire lives fighting and protecting what they have. It is also because of this that descendants like Dao Meow Meow, whom they value so much, are treated as their own biological children. Even worse. After all, there is usually only one person who can make them treat him like this. Unlike those parents, who have several or even dozens of biological children. After learning that Dao Meow Meow had recruited the White Lotus sect to set up a killing trap and disappeared, he hasn't had a good night's sleep in these days. Every day he was either searching for or killing White Lotus members in revenge. Now that he finally sees it without any damage, how can he not be happy? Dao Meow Meow couldn't help feeling ashamed when she saw her elders being treated like this because of her willfulness. She didn't think there was anything wrong with her old father, but when she saw her grandfather who loved her so much like this, she really couldn't help but feel ashamed and regretful. I'm sorry, Grandpa Dao, Meow Meow made you worry. But don't worry, I'm fine. I was just injured and I'm staying here with Master Lin to recuperate. Dao Meow Meow felt ashamed and turned around to show that she was fine. Elder Dao also saw this and finally let go of his worry. He then said seriously to Lin Fan who followed him in, Master Lin, we at Badao Villa owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, I will definitely not refuse. After leaving Divine Sword Villa, Lin Fan once again received favor from another of the four great powers. No need to mention. The other party gave it directly. With two strong backers, he was able to gain a foothold in this world. In the days that follow, just think about how to live a happy sex life. There are also various rewards from the system, and it's time to put them on the agenda. As a traverser, you must build a career. The previous one was blocked, and then it was posted again. Now it has been blocked, so there are two duplicates. This chapter has been replaced. Friends who have not read it can read it again. Friends who have already read it can just ignore it and read the next chapter. Excuse me. Because the market is too strict now, the previous chapter was dragged in and cut a few times. Please forgive me for the inconvenience. Thank you. In a deep secret room. Several figures dressed in white were sitting in the dark corner of the secret room. Each of them had a cold expression, and the aura they exuded was filled with some kind of evil. Have you figured it out? Why did the perfect killing plan fail? Sitting at the first seat was a man in white, wearing a snow-white cloak. His specific appearance could not be seen, but the pair of ruthless eyes that appeared from time to time were enough to make people tremble with fear. When he spoke, the bodies of all the people in white clothes present shook instinctively. "Master, we haven't found out yet, but we have some clues." A man in white replied with gritted teeth. "Waste." As soon as he finished speaking, the man in white at the head of the group shouted coldly, "It's been 7 days, and you've only found a few clues. What are you doing for a living?" "Master, atone for your sins." The men in white below pleaded guilty one after another. "Add more manpower to investigate. Anyone who dares to disrupt our holy church must pay the price. Also, arrange manpower to deal with the current counterattack from Tyrant Blade Villa. We cannot let our holy church's reputation fall. If we mess up again this time, all of you will be used to feed the holy insects." The first man in white gave orders indifferently. "Yes, master." The man in white below loudly received the order and quickly left the secret room to carry out the order. Feed the holy worms. This is the most horrific punishment, and they naturally don't want to end up like this. Humph. In the land of vacuum, anyone who dares to stop it will end up in hell. The man in white at the head watched his men leave, then slowly raised his head hidden in the dark, revealing a pair of ruthless eyes. The other side. Old Man Dao from Badeo Villa solemnly made his promise. Although no money was given, this promise is more valuable than money. Lin Fen also had no objection, and the two sides had a very pleasant conversation. However, Old Man Dao was not a talkative person. He was the kind of man who was ruthless and didn't talk much. After a few normal exchanges, he suggested going back first. The young master Dao Miao Miao has been missing for such a long time and there has been no news for a while. The people in the manor have been extremely anxious. Now that they have been found, they naturally have to go back and report that he is safe. Besides, now that the person has been found, it is time to take revenge on the White Lotus sect that caused the trouble. When it comes to Badeo Villa, they never let things go until they are picked on. I'm going to go back first. I'll come and play with you when I'm free. When they reached the door of their house, Dao Miao Miao said goodbye to Lin Fan with full energy. Want to fuck me for free again? Lin Fan glanced at the other person and said. You're staying here to eat and drink for free, and you want to come back when you have time. That's a good plan. You bastard. They were about to part ways, and Dao Miao Miao wanted to maintain her ladylike image, but Lin Fan only said one sentence and she couldn't hold it anymore. She gritted her teeth and wanted to jump up and bite him. Fortunately, Old Man Dao went to get the horses, and no one saw this fickle scene. Why, what I said is wrong. Lin Fan smiled and asked back. Somehow, he suddenly felt like teasing the girl in front of him and watching her gnashing her teeth and jumping up and down. This might be a bad taste. Lin Fan thought so in his heart. But Dao Miao Miao was even more unhappy, and said with a fierce face, Why are you so stingy? I just ate a little of your food, but you are so fussy about it. You only ate a little bit. You almost ate more than the pigs in my house. You are even worse than pigs. Do you think I am a rich landlord and can stand your treatment? Lin Fan looked at the other person with disdain. How dare you call me a pig? Dao Miao Miao was so angry that her eyes widened and she could no longer maintain her image as a lady. This somewhat destroys his image, but Lin Fan prefers the other person this way. Just like Wang Duyu, the richest tomato owner, who likes the rebellious look of the hotel manager. But although he liked it, Dao Miao Miao couldn't help it. How dare you call me a pig? I'll bite you to death. Dao Miao Miao was so angry that she couldn't bear it anymore and rushed forward to bite the person. Lin Fan was caught off guard and was bitten on the arm by her. He almost jumped up in pain. These tiger ladies really bite. Let go, you are a pig, not a dog. Lin Fan said with a grin. If you don't let go, I'll be your dog today and bite you to death, you annoying guy. Dao Miao Miao held on tight and refused to let go, even afraid that Lin Fan would break free, so she wrapped her arms around Lin Fan's waist and hugged him tightly, with the two of them clinging tightly together. Ahem. Old Man Dao came back with the horse and his face turned dark when he saw this scene. Hearing the cough, Dao Miao Miao responded, hurriedly let go, and lowered her head to look at her toes, but unfortunately she couldn't see anything. Lin Fan rubbed his bitten arm, but there was not much change. He smiled and nodded to the old man Dao as a greeting. Old man Dao took a deep breath and wanted to say something, but in the end he just nodded, handed a horse rope to Dao Miao Miao, and mounted the horse in a cool manner. Goodbye. Goodbye. The two men bowed to each other and said goodbye, and the old man with the knife rode away on his horse. Dao Miao Miao also climbed onto the horse, and her graceful movements were like an elf in fire. After running a few steps, she reined in her horse and stopped, looking back at Lin Fan and said, "Next time I will bring my own food money, and you can't call me a pig anymore." Okay. Lin Fan smiled and waved when he heard that. The other party was about to leave, so it was naturally not good to continue to show his bad taste. Okay, it's a deal. Well, it's a deal. Dao Miao Miao got the promise she wanted, and happily rode her horse to follow Old Man Dao, and they disappeared at the end of the road together, with only the raised dust slowly falling to the ground. After bidding farewell to Dao Miao Miao and the other person, Lin Fan returned to the reception hall. In the hall, the second shopkeeper of the Divine Weapon Pavilion was waiting obediently. Just now when Lin Fan sent Dao Miao Miao and the other two out, he gave him a look, so he naturally didn't dare to leave. Do you know the White Lotus sect? Lin Fan did keep the other party for something, so he asked as soon as he returned to the hall. White Lotus. The second shopkeeper was stunned for a moment when he heard this, but soon nodded to show that he understood. As the management of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, they naturally know a lot about the major forces of the Dalong dynasty. The White Lotus sect dared to make a mortal enemy of Badeo Villa, so they must be no simple group of people. In addition, considering their doctrines, almost everyone who has some knowledge has heard of this sect. Tell me more specifically. Lin Fan nodded and gave the order. Okay. Although the second shopkeeper didn't know why Lin Fan asked this, it didn't affect him at all. He told Lin Fan all the information he knew like pouring beans. In this regard, he has done a very good job. As he continued to speak, Lin Fan also had a general understanding of this sect. How to say it? I was indeed not wrong about the other party before. This is indeed a cult. They brainwash believers with twisted doctrines and stir up trouble throughout the Dalong dynasty. Anyone or any force that dares to go against them will be purged by them. Within the territory of the Dalong dynasty, not only were they pursued by the Zhenwu division, which governed the major forces in the martial arts world, they were also hated by most of the major forces in the martial arts world. But cults all have one characteristic, which is that they are extremely tenacious, just like rats in a gutter. You can kill 1 or 10 of them, but more will pop up tomorrow. It is also because of this. Except for the Zhenwu division, which had to be pursued, most people were unwilling to provoke them. Okay, go back now, and don't tell anyone else about what happened today. Lin Fan tapped the table lightly with his fingers without saying anything. After getting the information he wanted, he calmly signaled the other party that he could leave. Master Lin, rest assured. I promise that no one else will know anything about you, unless you let me tell you. Upon hearing this, the second shopkeeper hurriedly made a promise. Well, go ahead. Lin Fan nodded slightly to show that he understood. I will take my leave. The second shopkeeper bowed respectfully and then took his leave. It seems that my ultimate weapon must be created as soon as possible. Lin Fan murmured something in a low voice, and stood up and left the reception hall. In the following days, Lin Fan spent most of his time in the blacksmith's room wielding a sledgehammer. A powerful weapon. It's not that simple. But once it is forged, the world will know what great terror is. A master craftsman of the highest level. This is not just about helping others forge weapons, but also equipping yourself with self-defense items. It is more powerful than helping others forge weapons, otherwise it would not make so many people in awe. Husband, don't be too tired. Drink a bowl of sugar water and take a rest. I made it for you myself. The eldest daughter-in-law, Yi Xiaoro, was the most considerate. Seeing that her husband was tired, she brought him the sweet soup she had cooked herself. Thank you, wife. Lin Fan took the warm sugar water, sat on the rest chair and drank it with a smile. The cold lotus seed soup dispelled the heat in the blacksmith's room. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiaoro smiled happily, took out a handkerchief, and gently wiped Lin Fan's sweat. The fragrant handkerchief and the soft little hands are such an indescribable enjoyment. If he wasn't covered in sweat, Lin Fan would have wanted to close the door and start a dance of furnace light. Husband, have you been worried about something these days? After wiping Lin Fan's sweat and putting the empty bowl of sugar water aside, Yi Xiaoro asked softly. Among the 3 daughters-in-law, she was the most intelligent and had first-rate observation skills. Although Lin Fan did not say anything, she still noticed something. Lin Fan paused and nodded. There is indeed something going on. I have been preparing for it these days. Can you tell me what it is? I hope I can help you with your worries. Yi Xiaoro bit her lips and spoke softly, raising her hand to gently press Lin Fan's shoulders. Lin Fan smiled and said, "It's not a big deal, it's just that someone might come to cause trouble, and I have to prepare something to deal with this trouble." Are you in trouble? Yi Xiaoro paused, but soon said firmly, "Husband, no matter what trouble comes, we will definitely face it with you." Yes, I believe it. Lin Fan grabbed the jade hand on his shoulder. He naturally believed this. After a few simple heart-to-heart talks, Lin Fan didn't want to talk about this topic anymore, as he didn't want to make his wife worry. The problem with the White Lotus sect is just a precautionary measure, and Badeo Villa is the one taking the lead. His current preparations are just because he doesn't want to be unprepared when the time comes. Whether it will cause trouble is still an unknown. Wife, you have never told me in detail about your family situation. Can you tell me about it today? Lin Fan asked, changing the subject. Although I had a general understanding of it before, I also knew that the family had fallen into poverty, and there was nothing else. At that time, because he himself had no ability, Lin Fan did not ask further questions. After all, with Yi Xiaoro's temperament, as well as the cultivation and ability to handle things she showed, she definitely did not come from an ordinary family. I don't have any abilities. This question is actually frustrating. However, now that 2 behemoths owed him a favor, and the horror of the master craftsman was gradually beginning to show itself, he was qualified to ask him in-depth questions. Yi Xiaoro was silent after hearing this. After a long while, she said in a depressed mood, "My husband, I didn't mean to hide my family's affairs. It's just that my family's affairs are very complicated and I can't explain them clearly for a while." Then take your time. Lin Fan held his wife's hand gently without any impatience. Seeing her husband's determination, Yi Xiaoro no longer concealed anything and slowly told him her life story. Lin Fan already knew that his eldest wife was definitely not an ordinary person. But he didn't expect that the identity of his eldest daughter-in-law was more complicated than he had imagined. It turned out that his father-in-law was a high-ranking official, but he lost a factional dispute and was thrown into prison. In order to avoid being implicated, the father-in-law arranged for his wife and daughter to flee the place of trouble before going to prison, and changed their identities to avoid being implicated. But in the Dalong dynasty, without a formal identity, one is considered a hooligan, worse than a commoner. The mother-in-law, who was already in poor health, passed away in less than half a year, leaving Yi Xiaoro a weak woman. Eventually her identity was exposed and she was caught by the government, and was assigned the same tasks as ordinary women. Needless to say, what happened in the end was that she was chosen by Lin Fan out of despair, and given a home. From then on, she lived with Lin Fan peacefully and abided by the law. Husband, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Xiaoro would have no idea how miserable her fate would be. When she finished speaking, the eldest daughter-in-law burst into tears and looked at Lin Fan with moved eyes. I'm sorry for your hardship, but don't worry, you won't suffer anymore. Also, our old father was only imprisoned because of a factional dispute. He may not be in any trouble. I'll ask someone to help check it out later. Lin Fan spoke to comfort her. Really? Yi Xiaoro became excited when she heard this. She had no relatives except Lin Fan. If her father was still alive, it would definitely be great news. Lin Fan nodded and replied, there is a high chance. After all, factional disputes involve a lot. Unless one side is completely defeated, even if someone is imprisoned for a while, it does not mean that the situation is over. If this is true, can I see my father again? Yi Xiaoro became more and more excited. Lin Fan answered in the affirmative. As long as the father-in-law is not dead, it shouldn't be a big problem to meet him by letting Badeo Villa use its military connections. We can even find a way to get him out. In the Dalong dynasty, there were few things that could not be solved with money. If yes, then add money. Thank you, my husband. Yi Xiaoro thanked him happily. How are you going to thank me? Lin Fan asked back with a smile. Thank you however you want. Yi Xiaoro's eyes were full of tenderness. Then let's take a bath together. Lin Fan gave a wicked smile. Yeah, all like you. Yi Xiaoro's face was flushed, but she still nodded to express her gratitude. Next. It is natural to sleep in spring and not know the dawn. The next day, Lin Fan asked Wang Erxiao to call the second manager of the Divine Weapon Pavilion and told him to secretly check the information of his father-in-law to see what the current situation was. Only after you figure this out can you take the next step. The second shopkeeper took the order and left, ensuring that the task was completed. After giving this order, Lin Fan continued to polish his ultimate weapon. Finally, after spending half a month, the ultimate weapon was finally created. This is also a hidden weapon, but compared to the ordinary mechanism of the Rain of Pear Blossom's needle, this hidden weapon appears to be much more gorgeous and exquisite. The whole structure is made of meteorite iron from outer space, and pieces of it are combined together like a lotus bud about to bloom. It can be seen with the naked eye that the flower buds have distinct layers, as if they contain some special charm. This is a killer weapon. Masterpiece, Peacock Feather. As long as it is activated using special techniques, it will shoot out deadly feathers like a peacock spreading its tail. Not only does it have the ability to lock onto targets, its penetrating power is also incredible. Since it can be shot out and collected again, Lin Fan initially tried out its power. A shot feather can easily penetrate a piece of granite several feet wide. This penetrating power is much more terrifying than that of the Barrett. Even the protective deck of a main battle tank may not be able to withstand this penetration. The military strength of the Dalong dynasty is equivalent to the level in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Facing such a powerful weapon, if one cannot dodge in time, even Zhang Wuji would have to kneel. Ordinary masters have the Rain of Pear Blossom needles to clear small monsters, and real masters have the Peacock Feather. It would be good if the White Lotus sect doesn't come to cause trouble, but if they have the courage to come, the scene will definitely be beautiful. Lin Fan gently wiped the budding weapon and smiled expectantly. With the weapon at hand, Lin Fan's sense of crisis was finally relieved. The following days, Lin Fan began the second phase, which was to train his two capable younger brothers. Wang Erxiao, the first younger brother, was absolutely loyal. After being freed from the constraints of being a cowherd, he became more and more clever and completed everything he was asked to do very well. Although Su Eru lacks cleverness, his loyalty is unquestionable, and he has the talent of an archer. He proved himself in the previous battle by the river. Lin Fan had nothing to teach them in the areas that they were good at, so this training was to teach them how to use hidden weapons, namely the torrential pear blossom needles. If a cult really attacks, the power of one person is definitely weak and cooperation from others is needed. Brother Fan, is this the legendary hidden weapon? Its power is too terrifying. Next to the artificial lake, at a shooting range specially used for experiments, Wang Erxiao saw the power of the torrential pear blossom needles for the first time and was immediately shocked. It swept across a large area, even mice couldn't escape. If it shot at a person, wouldn't it become a hornet's nest? This is just a defective product. When we get better materials in the future, it will be even more terrifying. Lin Fan smiled indifferently. Awesome. Wang Erxiao could only say one word about this. Brother Fan, there are so many hidden weapons here. The lack of lethality you mentioned is just a lack of strength. Can we poison the golden needles, that is, soak them in a highly toxic liquid before installation? Su Eru looked at the densely packed golden needles stuck on the ground, scratched his head and said, "Poison the golden needle." Lin Fan looked at the men when he heard that. He didn't expect that the men with thick eyebrows and big eyes had a bad heart. Naturally he thought of poisoning. After all, he came from modern society and had watched a lot of TV dramas. He was naturally very clear about the lethality of various powerful poisons. Weapons of poison. When used on hidden weapons, this will definitely be like adding wings to a tiger. Especially when there are torrential rain of pear blossom needles, there are huge numbers of them. No matter how fast you are, there will always be one or two that you can't avoid. If they are poisoned, you can imagine what the situation will be like. The reason why this was not done was because no suitable poison was found. But unexpectedly, Su-Eru also thought of it and brought it up directly at this time. However, when I thought about the other party's identity as a hunter, I felt relieved because he would most likely poison the arrows. Since you want to poison someone, do you have any powerful poison? The kind that can make you a marquis just by seeing blood? Lin Fan asked directly. Have. Lin Fan just asked, but Su-Eru nodded on the spot. Really? Lin Fan suddenly became interested. If these things really existed, the rain of pear blossom needles would definitely be more powerful. Yes. Su-Eru nodded seriously. Because my arm strength is not enough, it is difficult for me to hurt large beasts with a bow, especially wild boars in the forest. Their bodies are covered with resin and mud, which are harder than armor. An arrow can only break a little skin at most, but cannot effectively kill them. So I wanted to use poison to deal with them. Finally, under the guidance of my grandfather, I found a tree that would ooze white liquid when its skin is broken. Is the white liquid poisonous? When Lin Fan heard this introduction, he instantly locked onto the key point. Yes and no. Su-Eru shook his head and nodded. What is that? Lin Fan was a little confused. Su-Eru didn't dare to keep it a secret, and after a pause he continued, although the juice of these trees has some toxins, they are not strong. At most, they can make people unconscious, and you have to take a large amount. But once, I accidentally added the venom of a forest poison frog, and it was able to make me a marquis with just a sip of blood. Mixed poison. Lin Fan was really surprised. He didn't expect that the simple-minded Su-Eru could mix poison. And judging by the effect, it was mixed very successfully. Can we still adjust it now? Lin Fan asked impatiently. If this thing can really be mixed and used to temper all the rain of pear blossom needles, then even a top-notch master will be defeated if he is not careful. After all, facing the densely packed golden needles, a first-rate master can at most avoid the vital parts. Some unimportant parts may be ignored and thus be hurt by the golden needles. If there is a poison that can make one become a marquis upon seeing blood, it is not impossible to make a top-notch master kneel down. Many famous masters failed because of the word poison. These materials are all available in the mountains. It only takes some time to mix them. Su-Eru gave a positive answer. Good. Lin Fan immediately ordered, deal with this matter immediately and prepare the poison as soon as possible. No problem. Seeing that he could help his elder brother, Su-Eru suddenly became excited. Second Xiao, you also help during this period, focusing on this matter. Lin Fan gave Wang Erxiao another instruction. Okay, Brother Fan. Wang Erxiao naturally had no objection. Compared to the naive Su-Eru, he knew the pros and cons better. After sending his two younger brothers to refine poison, Lin Fan continued to forge the torrential pear blossom needle. Although only inferior products can be created now, with the addition of the deadly poison of seeing blood makes a marquis, the lethality is no less than that of the complete product, and the lethality for group attacks is even greater. After all, once you encounter it, unless you have an antidote or strong internal strength that counteracts the poison, you will have no choice but to fall down when facing the poison that can make you a marquis upon seeing blood. If the White Lotus sect really came to us, I believe they would like this great gift very much. Lin Fan chuckled, and his hands moved more skillfully. A few days passed like this. The White Lotus sect did not come to visit, but the sword spirit, who had been home for a while, came to visit again. This time he did not bring anyone else, only his personal maid Xiao Qing. Lin Fan would naturally not neglect this old friend. When he learned that the other party came to visit, he put down the work in his hands, changed into clean clothes and came to the reception room. Both parties are familiar with each other here, so there is no need for anyone to receive them. However, just as Lin Fan said hello and sat down, he picked up the cup and took a sip of tea to quench his thirst. The first sentence of the formal conversation between the sword spirit made him spit out the tea he had drunk. Puff. Cough cough. Lin Fan was choked and looked at the other person with wide eyes. What did you say? You want to marry me? Right. The sword spirit nodded seriously and said, I just don't know if Brother Lin is willing or dares to marry me. Ahem. Lin Fan couldn't help coughing, and after a while he recovered and asked, Miss Jianling, can you tell me the reason? Why do you suddenly want to marry me? It can't be because I'm handsome that you can't help yourself, right? Although the relationship between the two parties is not bad, it is not to the point of discussing marriage. And even if he wanted to, given the other party's identity, it should be Lin Fan who proposed it. But now, the other party came to the door and said he wanted to marry me. This is outrageous. And ask him if he dares. What is going on here? The sword spirit was silent for a moment, but the maid Xiaoqing beside him explained the situation at this time. After listening to Xiaoqing's story, Lin Fan finally understood the situation. Forced marriage. Jianling was forced to get married by his old father again. Moreover, this time the sentiment was extremely strong. Even the opposition of the elders of the Divine Sword Villa could not change his decision. In the end, he even used his privileges as the owner of the manor to make all the elders shut up. Only old man Jian was holding on, but he was powerless alone. Because the person he was planning to marry was of such a powerful background, old man Jian didn't dare to act recklessly. When the sword spirit saw this situation, he escaped with the help of old man Jian. Knowing his old father's determination, Jianling knew that hiding for a while was useless this time. If he was found, he would be captured and forced to marry someone else. If she were an ordinary woman, she would probably just accept her fate when faced with this situation. But the sword spirit is not an ordinary woman, and there is no such thing as accepting fate in front of her. Aren't you going to let me marry a big shot? I got married first. Let's see how you can get married. The one who can get Xinjiang Villa to marry into the marriage is naturally not a simple existence, and he must be extremely concerned about his reputation. If the target is already married, this marriage will naturally be impossible. But it takes tremendous courage to marry someone for an arranged marriage against the will of the law. This is also the reason why the sword spirit asked Lin Fan if he dared to marry. If you dare. She also had a good impression of Lin Fan, so she married him without hesitation. If you don't dare. She would leave without any regrets and wander around the world from then on, or be captured and forced into marriage. Children of the Jianghu. Not so much indecision. Now the choice is entirely in Lin Fan's hands. It was also because of this that after explaining the situation, the sword spirit stared at Lin Fan quietly, waiting for an answer. Lin Fan took a deep breath and quickly digested this sudden huge amount of information. I thought it would be a normal visit, similar to the previous ones. But I never expected this to be the case. Faced with this huge multiple-choice question. How to choose? Allow the sword spirit to be forced to marry. Not to mention the additional rewards from the system, just based on his favorable impression of the other party, he didn't want to see this scene. But if you marry the other person against the wind, a terrible storm may come. You really don't want to marry each other? Lin Fan did not answer, but looked at the other person and asked. The sword spirit shook his head without hesitation. If I wanted to marry the other party, I wouldn't be here. Then you really want to marry me? Lin Fan asked again. Well, actually it's not just about forcing marriage, but I kind of like being with you. The sword spirit also nodded without hesitation, but his face turned slightly red when he spoke the latter part. This is indeed true. If I didn't really like her, why would I come here directly? Get married. Where is there no one to marry? As a man with a system, if you are still a coward and the girls who like you have expressed their opinions, there is really no need for you to continue. And if you can't even handle the pressure of finding a wife, then you might as well not have this wife-hunting system. The system probably anticipated this with the special rewards that were included. Marry. No matter how big a figure you are, if you want me to give up the woman I love, that's absolutely impossible. For such a bull-headed thing as sending a girl away, even if Lin Fan was hung on the wall, he would still be a cadre. Okay, I'll marry you. To be honest, I actually want to give you a home. Lin Fan gave a firm answer, without any dodging or hesitation in his eyes. This look full of security made Jian Ling's eyes instantly red. She was afraid that Lin Fan would not be able to withstand the pressure and refuse, and she was also afraid that Lin Fan simply did not like her. If this was true, her only way out would be to leave forever with this good feeling. It is absolutely impossible to let her marry someone she doesn't like. Uncle He, make arrangements and have the servants prepare. I want to marry a wife today. Lin Fan showed his manly courage and gave the order to do this on the spot. In the Dalong dynasty, marrying multiple wives was recognized, and the government even hoped that you would marry more wives so that they could collect more head taxes and use them as their own achievements. The wife at home would not object. After all, in ancient times, the most important thing was to expand the husband's family. Some wives who did not allow their husbands to take concubines would often be branded as jealous women. Moreover, before this, Lin Fan's 3 wives had asked Lin Fan more than once to marry more sisters so that the old Lin family, which only had one descendant, could grow stronger. This is also not a problem. Yes, sir. When the old butler heard the order, he quickly went down to arrange the matter. Although he was puzzled as to why his master suddenly married, obedience was the duty of a qualified butler, and as long as the master gave the order, he would carry it out unconditionally. Lin Fan didn't explain either. The key to this matter is speed. Otherwise, once Jian Ling's father comes to kill him, he won't be able to marry her. The 3 wives soon got the news and expressed their welcome to Jian Ling. When they learned that Jian Ling was forced to marry by her father, they all stood on her side. They were forcibly assigned to different families by the government, and although they were very hurt, their families did not give up on them. They just watched them being assigned to different families as a matter of routine and they could not resist. Just like family planning. How many people could resist at that time? Even if you escape, your family will be implicated and the pigs and cows you raise will be taken away. What's more, even the gate was carried away. But Jian Ling's father clearly had the ability to avoid this, but he forced the marriage for his own selfish reasons. This is more hurtful than being forced to assign it. As women with the same miserable fate, they naturally stood on the side of the sword spirit and expressed their willingness to resist the pressure together. This naturally touched the sword spirit, and the last bit of worry in his heart was put down. Under the command of its master Lin Fan, the entire manor was in motion. In just half a day, the huge manor was decorated with lights and hung with red lanterns. Although I can't hold a banquet, there is no way to be glorious. But some necessary thoughts still need to be given, and the daughter-in-law should not be let down. When Lin Fan married Yi Xiaoro's 3rd daughter, he killed the only old hen that laid eggs in the family. It could be said that he took out the best thing in the house. The same is true now. That night, the sword spirit was wearing red ribbons and had changed out of her usual martial arts style coat and dress, looking like a colorful cloud fairy in the sky. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. No wonder the system gives special rewards. The sword spirit in the daughter's outfit is so beautiful. At this moment, Lin Fan was completely at a loss for words. There are no words to describe the 9 years of compulsory education. Because it was so rushed, there was no way to inform the government to issue a marriage certificate, but in this era, the marriage certificate, witnessed by family members, is more useful than a marriage certificate. The system recognizes this as well. It was also because of this that when Lin Fan slowly laid the sword spirit down and lowered the curtains beside the bed, the system prompt sounded accompanied by a soft groan of pain. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying a wife and being rewarded with the highest level of medical skills. Ding dong. It is detected that the host has married a very beautiful wife, triggering a special reward, and an additional special reward, dragon blood pill. The second day. It was daybreak. After a crazy night, the 2 people finally calmed down and lay on the bed looking at each other. Somehow, the 2 became husband and wife, and had a crazy night together. One who dares to marry. One dares to marry. This is so confusing. Neither of them could adapt to it at first. But I have to say, women who practice martial arts have different physiques. Even with Lin Fan's vigorous physique, he almost couldn't defeat him. Linger, do you regret it? Lin Fan embraced the beauty in his arms. No matter what, she was now his wife. The sword spirit shook his head slightly, I don't regret it, but I might cause you trouble. What trouble is there? We are in love with each other, and it is legal and reasonable. Even if the Emperor Wu comes, it will be useless. Lin Fan smiled and comforted her, naturally knowing what his wife was worried about. Although he is just starting out, he can't be manipulated at will. Not to mention the new rewards from the system. If the identity of the master craftsman alone were to be revealed, there would be countless powerful forces willing to take the lead on his behalf, and even the military would take action. After all, which warrior wouldn't want to be equipped with a magical weapon? Some generals in the army often have to go to the battlefield to fight against others, so they have a strong need for powerful weapons. If the weapons are good enough, they can be used to kill the generals in front of the battlefield, which can completely affect the outcome of a local battle. There are also various hidden weapons. It is also not something that can be taken casually. The sword spirit has already identified Lin Fan as his life partner. Not to mention Lin Fan. As a man with mysophobia, he would never allow anyone else to touch his woman. The sun rises at 3 o'clock. Lin Fan just came out of the new house. As for the bride, she was completely conquered and could only stay where she was. Uncle. As soon as he walked out of the room, he ran into Jian Ling's maid Xiaoqing. Lin Fan and Jian Ling were now married, so as her personal maid, she naturally had to call Lin Fan uncle. Well, you waited here all night. Lin Fan noticed the obvious dark circles under the other person's eyes, so he nodded and asked. Xiaoqing blushed and nodded, yes, sir, I am the young lady's personal maid, so I am always at your beck and call, and I am not allowed to leave the young lady. In fact, she hadn't finished speaking yet. That is, according to convention, she, as a personal maid, has to accompany her lady to get married. That is to say, to be a concubine. When the young lady is not convenient to serve her son-in-law, she, the maid, will take over. Certainly. Lin Fan didn't know this, and he didn't say much after hearing the explanation. He just thought that the other person's blushing looked a little strange. Come here for a moment. Lin Fan didn't dwell on this question, but instead called the other party to walk down to the pavilion on the side. Okay, uncle. Xiaoqing had something on her mind, and followed the steps hesitantly. The two came under the pavilion. Lin Fan asked, Xiaoqing, do you know who your young lady is going to marry? Yes. Xiaoqing nodded obediently and quietly, which was very different from her previous mischievous behavior. If it were any other time, Lin Fan wouldn't mind making a joke, but he didn't feel like it right now. I didn't ask Jian Ling, my wife, because I didn't want her to recall unhappy things, nor did I want her to reveal the information of important people, which would make me feel guilty for putting too much pressure on her. But this does not mean. He would be foolish and not ask anything, and only make preparations when the other party comes to him. Tell me more specifically. Lin Fan gestured for the other party to sit opposite him, wanting to know the information in detail. Xiaoqing took a deep breath, sorted out her words and continued, the man who is being married to the eldest lady is a talented young man who has frequent contact with the villa. He is gentle and elegant, and looks very talented, but the eldest lady doesn't like him and says he is too hypocritical. Lin Fan nodded slightly and listened quietly. Xiaoqing took a breath and continued, but the other party fell in love with the young lady when they first met, and kept pursuing her. After being clearly rejected, he used his family's connections. Forced marriage. Lin Fan interjected expressionlessly. Almost. Xiaoqing nodded and said, the other party used the family's connections to form a marriage alliance with Shenzhen Villa. Not only did they offer conditions that the eldest lady's father could not refuse, but they also threatened her. In the end, as you know, the eldest lady's father forced the marriage, and the eldest lady refused and ran away. What is the other party's identity? Lin Fan asked the most important point. Xiaoqing replied solemnly, the royal family of the Dalong dynasty, the son of the current wise king. The prince. Lin Fan thought that the other party must be of high status, otherwise he would not have done this to the Divine Sword Villa. But I didn't expect it to be so big. But what about the prince? The sword spirit is now his wife, and they love each other. Let alone the prince, even if the prince came, he would not give in because of the other party's identity. At worst, I can leave the Dalong dynasty. With his ability. Which place is not popular? And with the new rewards from the system, he doesn't have to run around. Okay, I know about this. Go back and serve your young lady. Prepare some nourishing food for her. If you need anything, just tell the housekeeper, he bowed directly. Lin Fan waved his hand and sent Xiaoqing away, asking her to take care of his new wife. After sending Xiaoqing, the maid, away, Lin Fan looked at the system rewards. This time the system is very powerful. Not only does it give rewards for getting married, but it also gives special rewards. One is the maximum level of medical skills. Same as the previous full-level blacksmithing skill. One is Dragon Blood Pill. It is similar to the previous life-enhancing pill, but it is a little different. Lin Fan didn't guess anything and started to collect the reward directly. Same process. When Lin Fan received his first reward of full-level medical skills, that special illusion space appeared again. Lin Fan was in it, experiencing countless medical cases and tasting hundreds of herbs himself. It seemed like countless years had passed, but also like only a short while had passed. When Lin Fan opened his eyes again, his pupils were full of vicissitudes of life, as well as the gentleness of a true doctor. He raised his hand and looked. Countless acupuncture points and meridian directions appear in the mind automatically, like a scan by a precision instrument. This is exactly the Wang in medicine. You can tell at a glance whether the patient is sick, what disease he has, and how to treat it. Just to reach the level of the instrument requires unimaginable experience and vision. However, this is just basic skills before reaching the maximum level of medical skills. Really awesome. It's not about treating patients, but about using the knowledge of various medicines and the ability to create corresponding formulas based on actual needs. Whether it's for strengthening the body or for improving health, it can be done with ease. You can even make pills. For example, elixirs that increase a warrior's internal strength can be refined if there are corresponding medicinal materials. Compared to external forces such as weapons, pills that can enhance a warrior's internal strength are definitely more crazy. It's no exaggeration to say so. As long as Lin Fan demonstrates this ability, he will definitely be able to make countless warriors serve him like dogs. As for forced enslavement and control, if you are not afraid of being poisoned by the pills you eat, you can try doing this. The normal wife marrying rewards were so impressive, so Lin Fan immediately became more excited about the rare special rewards. Dragon Blood Pill. This doesn't sound like an ordinary thing. No matter what world it is, after all, when it comes to dragons, no one is a simple character, unless it is just a guise. But will the system be gilded? There is something to say about going up the mountain to practice tiger boxing. Knowing the nature of the system well, Lin Fan was very much looking forward to it and claimed this special reward without hesitation. Just like its name, this is a blood-colored pill, the size of a thumb, emitting a strong bloody aura, with a faint sense of oppression appearing from time to time. I don't know if it's an illusion. When Lin Fan stared at the pill, it seemed as if a dragon was circling around him. Dragon Blood Pill, this can't really be made from the legendary dragon blood, right? Lin Fan couldn't help but have a thought, no matter how you look at it, this thing doesn't look like it's extracted from medicinal herbs. Instead, it looks similar to the blood Bodhi stained with Qilin's blood in Feng Yun. The rich blood energy was almost glowing. Will I become possessed if I eat this? Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, then drank it in one gulp. Boom. As soon as the dragon blood pill was put into his mouth, it melted instantly. Endless blood energy instantly filled Lin Fan's entire body, and there was a faint dragon roar surrounding him. It's not like taking a life-enhancing pill, where the whole body expands and contracts. From the outside, Lin Fan did not change at all, but there was a faint blood energy surrounding him. But unless you look at them closely, you won't be able to see this strange phenomenon. But at this moment, earth-shaking changes took place inside Lin Fan's body. All the bones, flesh and blood are now wrapped in endless qi and blood, even every hair is also filled with it and is undergoing some kind of transformation. Click, click, click. There were bursts of crisp sounds, and Lin Fan actually grew taller, rising a full 5 centimeters before stopping. Lin Fan was not short to begin with, and now he has become even taller. However, he only became taller, and his physique did not change. He still did not have strong and ferocious muscles, nor did he have the rosy complexion of excessive blood. The overall look. He still looked like a frail scholar, fair-skinned, tall and thin. But only he himself knows what the real situation is. When this transformation was complete, he felt for a moment that he could break through the sky. With a gentle push of the stone table under the pavilion, a piece of the corner was broken off. The whole process. There was no feeling of effort. Then he stretched out his palm and pressed hard on the stone table. A clearly visible palm print appeared on the surface of the stone table, and it penetrated 3 feet into the wood. If this was pressed on a person, it would definitely crush the person into a meat paste. With such a terrifying physique, he was able to go up the mountain and practice tiger boxing. Not to mention the Tiger King, even if an elephant came, he was confident that he could kill the elephant with one punch. As for the martial arts masters, he had never fought against a real master, but he could kill a third-rate guy like Wang Wei in an instant with a snap of his fingers. The guess is correct. The special reward given by the system is really for him to deal with crises. His soft power includes full-level blacksmithing and medical skills, and his hard power includes invincible physique. Fortunately, the virtuous prince is sensible. If he doesn't give up, he doesn't mind letting the other party try. But how can my wives handle such a strong physique? After experiencing his own strength, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel distressed. Being physically strong is a good thing. But how can the delicate wives withstand his torture? A field that cannot be destroyed by plowing. Brother will dig a few layers of ground for you. Have no choice. Lin Fan had no choice but to go to the training ground, intending to familiarize himself with his rapidly growing physique. This place was specially built by Lin Fan. Not only is it spacious, it also has various fitness equipment, including those for running and strength training. Su Eru, the captain of the guard team, was working hard to sweat and improve his physique. Although he had achieved remarkable results in the last battle, in his opinion, he was still lacking in some aspects. If it weren't for the help of his big brother Lin Fan, he would have been in big trouble. And all this. It was just because his arms were too weak that his talent and the magic bow bestowed by Lin Fan were wasted. If his arm strength had been stronger at the beginning and he had pulled the divine bow to its full extent, Lin Fan would not have had to take action. As a captain of the guard, he felt that this was a great failure. It is also because of this. He came back from catching poisonous frogs in the forest early in the morning, and took time out to come to the martial arts field to hone his physique, especially his arm strength. He focused on honing it, constantly lifting the stone mill specially used for training. When Lin Fan came here and saw this scene, he walked towards the place where the stone mill was placed. These millstones are large and small. The small ones weigh only a dozen pounds. You can hold one in each hand and use them to train your arm strength. The ones in the middle weigh dozens of pounds, and can be used to train arm strength, and you can also do squats to train leg strength. There are also large ones weighing 100 or 200 pounds, which are used for weightlifting to improve overall physical strength and coordination. Su Eru was just trying to make a big move and wanted to give himself a ruthless blow. When he saw big brother Lin Fan coming over, he smiled and raised his hands hard to show off his strong muscles. With a good foundation and the high-quality meals he has been eating these days, Su Eru is much stronger in terms of muscles than a weak scholar like Lin Fan. His muscular arms are full of bulging muscles. Compare the two. It can be said that there is a world of difference. However, Lin Fan remained unmoved. Facing this display, he just quietly walked to the location of the millstone. These millstones. They were all specially made by someone, and all things considered, they form a complete set. When not in use, place it on a large stone table specially designed for storage and secure it with the matching card slots to prevent it from rolling around. In addition to the large millstone that Su Eru held in his arms to show off, there were more than 10 millstones of various sizes placed on it. The smaller one weighs more than 10 kilograms, and the larger one is about the same size as the one Su Eru is holding, weighing about 200 or 300 kilograms. All added up, including the large stones used for placement, it definitely weighs more than 1 ton. This weight. Even a top-notch expert would find it difficult to shake it. After all, it is just lifting it up, not destroying it with explosive force. But when Lin Fan got closer, he set his eyes on this big thing with the stone platform. This. Su Eru, who was flexing his muscles, was a little confused when he saw this scene. He knew that Lin Fan was physically strong and was quite powerful when swinging the sledgehammer. But no matter how strong he is still no match for a monster weighing thousands of pounds. He had tried before, but couldn't even move it. Even a large stone platform for a millstone made him give up. In order to pull this big guy to the specific location, 2 big horses were used. Now Lin Fan actually wanted to challenge him, and even brought the matching stone mill with him. Su Eru couldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. "You think I can't lift it?" Lin Fan took a look at everyone, then smiled and asked Su Eru beside him. Hee. Su Eru smiled foolishly and scratched his head. Although he didn't answer, his meaning was self-evident. Stop blinking. Lin Fan did not argue with those who did not believe in him. Instead, he kept smiling and said something, then put his hand under the large stone platform. The hard ground was penetrated like tofu, and his hands were clasped tightly under the big stone platform. Then Lin Fan quickened his footsteps, and the large stone platform, which was as unshakable as a bridge pier, began to shake. This. When Su Eru saw this scene, his eyes gradually widened. And this is just the beginning. Because as Lin Fan really exerted his strength, the large stone platform that he thought was unshakable, along with the stone mill on it, was slowly lifted up. There was no shaking during the lifting process, as if he picked it up easily. How is this possible? Su Eru opened his mouth wide, dropped the big stone mill in his arms and rubbed his eyes hard, thinking that he was dazzled. The huge object was lifted up easily, and Lin Fan himself was a little surprised. He knew that his physical strength had improved a lot, but he didn't expect it to this extent. It is much more difficult to lift a big guy weighing over a ton straight up without any leverage than to lift a barbell that is specially used by weightlifters for weightlifting. And even when he lifted it above his head, he felt somewhat relaxed, which meant it didn't take much effort. Think about it. Lin Fan slowly put away one hand and used only one hand as support to hold it up. This was just an attempt, but I didn't expect it to be successful. Even with one hand, I could steadily lift the large stone platform and the matching stone mill. It just took a little more effort. It is said that when Emperor Huang Tian was young, he broke through the limit and could lift a huge tripod weighing 100,000 jin with one hand. I can lift several thousand jin with one hand. Can I fight with Emperor Huang Tian? Lin Fan smiled and thought, this terrifying physique really surprised him. Let's not talk about Emperor Huang Tian. This is just a joke. But lifting thousands of pounds with one hand is something that even Xiang Yu in ancient times could not do. Although martial arts flourished in the Dalong dynasty, and the best among them were even more powerful and beyond ordinary people, the strength of their physical bodies could only just break the limits of the human body. With Lin Fan's current physique, he can't go anywhere in the world, but it's almost there. The extra reward from his wife Jian Ling was a pleasant surprise to him. Brother Fan, are you serious? Su Eru's voice was filled with disbelief. Even after a long time, he still couldn't believe it. Lift 1,000 pounds with one hand. This is only a legend. But now someone has done it, and it is happening right before his eyes. Could it be fake? Lin Fan smiled and glanced at the other person, then put the big stone platform down easily. Boom. The action of releasing it was very gentle, but when it landed, it still made a dull sound, which showed how heavy it was. Gudong. Su Eru couldn't help swallowing his saliva. This was really scary. When he was sure that what he saw was real, he couldn't help but feel envious. If he could have this physique to assist his talent as an archer, he would have the courage to jump out and challenge the heroes of the world, and if they were not convinced, they would step forward and accept death. Unfortunately, this can only be envied. If you want to have such a physique, it is impossible to do so through brute force training alone. Are you jealous? Lin Fan saw the younger brother's appearance and asked with a smile. Aha. Su Eru nodded honestly. Do you want to be this fierce? Lin Fan asked again with a smile. Of course I did. Su Eru didn't hesitate at all. It was more than just a thought. He wanted it too much. You're dreaming. Unfortunately, Lin Fan attacked him mercilessly, causing his face to turn bitter. Don't be so sad. Although you can't reach my level, I have a way to make your body grow rapidly and far surpass your current level, reaching the level of a martial arts master. Just when Su Eru was shaking his head, Lin Fan gave him hope again. Is it really possible? Su Eru became excited again. Will I lie to you again? Lin Fan said unhappily. With full-level medical skills at hand, it would not be a problem for him to prepare some medicines to strengthen the body. As long as you find the right medicinal materials, you can prepare it at any time. Hee hee. Su Eru showed his characteristic head-scratching and silly smile. You fool. Lin Fan shook his head speechlessly. Do you think he is stupid? He can be very bad sometimes. You say he's not stupid. He sometimes acts like a fool. However, Lin Fan didn't care about this. He shook his head and continued, Don't worry, I'm definitely not lying to you. You'll know in a few days. But before that, you have to make the mixed poison for me and poison all the golden needles I give you before you can truly experience it. He will naturally not be stingy with good things, but he cannot just give them blindly. The right way is to have rewards and punishments. This was exactly what Su Eru wanted. Hearing this, he patted his chest and said without saying anything, Brother Fan, don't worry. I have already got the materials back. I guarantee that I will complete the task. Well, thank you for your hard work. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction and patted Su Eru on the shoulder to encourage him. This is normal action. However, due to his surging physical strength, he was unable to control the strength accurately for a moment, and this blow made Su Eru stagger. He grimaced in pain and almost fell to the ground. Feel sorry. Seeing this, Lin Fan apologized. It's okay, I'm just too weak. Su Eru didn't dare ask his elder brother to apologize, so he could only suppress his laughter and say that he was too weak. Lin Fan was amused again, and subconsciously prepared to raise his hand to pat his shoulder to encourage him, which frightened Su Eru so much that he dodged in a hurry. Faced with this situation, Lin Fan had no choice but to withdraw his hand. If this happened again, Su Eru, a big man, might really be moved to tears. Practice well. Lin Fan could only give verbal encouragement and left the unchallenging training ground. Through this matter, he had something even more troubling. With such a strong physique, how could the three delicate wives, apart from Jian Ling who practiced martial arts, withstand it? Neither exaggerate nor slander. With his current physical condition, even if three of them come together, they still won't be able to defeat him alone. I never thought that one day I would be troubled by my strong physique. Lin Fan sighed helplessly. Modern men are all worried that they are not good enough to tame the horses at home. Every time they need to use the wolfberries, they blame themselves for not having enough and can only hold the bottle of wolfberries and shake their heads and lament. But here he is. On the contrary, he was worried that he was too strong and his horse could not withstand his torture. Brother Lin, you. Still calling me Brother Lin? After leaving the martial arts arena, Lin Fan met the sword spirit who had just woken up. The sword spirit subconsciously used his previous name, but was interrupted by Lin Fan before he could finish. Husband. The sword spirit's face turned slightly red, but they were already a real couple, so naturally they were not timid. Well, that's good. Only then did Lin Fan reveal a satisfied smile. Come on, now that you're up, let's go eat together. I'm sure you're hungry too. The two changed their tone and walked towards the restaurant, talking and laughing. Although Jian Ling is free and easy by nature, after becoming a wife, she puts away her temper, shows gentleness, and is attached to her husband. This made Lin Fan love her even more. Fortunately, I didn't give up, otherwise such a good daughter-in-law would have belonged to someone else. Come to the restaurant. Yi Xiaoro and the other three daughters-in-law were all there. When he saw Lin Fan coming with the sword spirit, he walked forward with a smile. Sister Jian Ling, did you have a good rest? Yi Xiaoro asked with a smile. Su Xiaoxiao and Wang Nanan also had smiling faces, without the kind of struggle that occurs in the rich families. Well, thank you sister for remembering me. The sword spirit replied with a slightly red cheek, people in the martial arts world can also be tender and of course shy. Hurry up and take a seat. The food has just been heated up. You have to eat more today. As the eldest sister, Yi Xiaoro took on the responsibility of being the eldest sister at this time, greeting everyone warmly to help Jian Ling, the new family member, to avoid any discomfort. The sword spirit thanked and took a seat next to Yi Xiaoro. The family was having a great time. Lin Fan sat in the main seat, looking at the warm scene in front of him with a smile, feeling happy in his heart. Such a life. How many men dream of it? Unfortunately, most men can only think about it, or even dare not think about it. But Lin Fan has done it now. And this is just the beginning, better days are yet to come. Let's eat. Lin Fan smiled and picked up his chopsticks to start this happy family dinner. Lin Fan was happy. But there is no happiness in Shenzhen Villa. It's Jian Ling's father, Jian Tianfeng, who can't be happy at this time. The daughter who was about to get married ran away, and the marriage partner came to try to contact her, but couldn't get in touch with her at all. Don't worry, my lord. No matter what happens, the marriage between our two families will not be cancelled. Jian Tianfeng suppressed his anger towards his daughter and comforted the young man in front of him. This young man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, was dressed extremely gorgeously, looked quite good, and had an elegant temperament. In modern times. This is definitely Appa. This young man was none other than the prince of the virtuous king, who had taken a fancy to the sword spirit and wanted to form a bond with it. Hearing Jian Tianfeng's words, he smiled and nodded, Uncle Tianfeng, that's not right. I naturally trust you. And Linger, don't blame her. After all, our marriage was indeed a bit hasty this time. It's normal that she couldn't adapt for a while. Your Highness is indeed kind and magnanimous. I am so lucky to have your favor. Jian Tianfeng wanted to laugh when he heard this and praised the prince in front of him. No, it's my luck to meet a wonderful woman like Linger. The prince behaved very modestly, but his slightly smug look betrayed his inner thoughts. And just as the two of them were having a pleasant conversation, a disciple from the Divine Sword Villa rushed in hurriedly. Master, there is urgent news. The intruding disciple said urgently. Jian Tianfeng had a sullen face and was about to get angry, but when he heard these words, his expression suddenly changed. In Excalibur Villa, anything that can be called an urgent report cannot be a small matter. Uncle Tianfeng, should I step aside for now? The virtuous prince standing beside him spoke with a slight flicker in his eyes. Jian Tianfeng hesitated and shook his head. You are not an outsider, my lord. You don't need to avoid anything. The prince was very pleased with the words and smiled knowingly. Tell me, what's the urgent news? Jian Tianfeng said to the disciple who came to report. The disciple who came to report looked at the virtuous prince hesitantly, and finally gritted his teeth and reported, urgent report from the Tianfeng County stronghold, the eldest lady appeared in Tianfeng County, and just 3 days ago, she married a man. Boom. After hearing the previous report, Jian Tianfeng and the Prince of Xianwang smiled. They finally found the sword spirit that left home in anger. But when they heard the following words, they were all shocked and their heads were rumbling. What did you say? Jian Tianfeng stood up suddenly and asked, what did the young lady do in Tianfeng County? Miss. The disciple who reported it swallowed hard and could not speak clearly. Tell me. What happened? Jian Tianfeng's hair stood upside down, like a tiger waiting for its prey. Faced with the pressure from the owner of the manor, he could only bite the bullet and continue to report, Miss, 3 days ago, she married a man in Tianfeng County. Rebellious girl. Bang. Jian Tianfeng angrily slammed the small table beside him, smashing the sturdy table into pieces. The virtuous prince next to him did not say anything, but his expression was terribly gloomy at this moment. Is this information true? After a long while, the Prince of Xian looked directly at the disciple who was reporting and said the first sentence. Absolutely true. The disciple who reported this bowed his head and answered, obviously recognizing the identity of the Prince of Xian. Sir, I will handle this matter myself and will definitely not make things difficult for you. Jian Tianfeng was indeed furious. He did not expect that his daughter would be so bold. She knew that the Prince of Xianwang wanted to arrange a marriage, but still dared to marry someone else secretly. This is not only a rebellion against the orders of the parents, but also a slap in the face of the Prince Xian's mansion. This one is not good. But something big is going to happen. Uncle Tianfeng, I want to go and handle this matter myself. I also want to see what kind of extraordinary man is worthy of Linger's determination to go there. The virtuous prince stopped the furious Jian Tianfeng and asked expressionlessly. Said it was a request. But it is actually an order. Jian Tianfeng opened his mouth and wanted to say something. After all, no matter how rebellious Jian Ling was, she was still his daughter and he still loved her in his heart. There was nothing he could do about it, he just couldn't force her. As an old father, he was naturally angry about the sword spirit's behavior, but even though he was angry, he didn't want anything to happen. But the Prince of Xianwang has been cuckolded, can he refuse the other party's request now? Even though it looks calm now, if things go wrong, it will definitely be a storm. The virtuous prince did give the order, but he just said it and left without waiting for a reply. Leaving Excalibur Villa with him were his personal guards as the prince's son. Jian Tianfeng stood on a high place in Shenzhen Villa and saw this scene. He could only sigh helplessly. Look at what you have done. If Linger is in trouble, you, the poor manor owner, should abdicate as soon as possible. Old man Jian appeared at some point and looked at Jian Tianfeng coldly. Jian Tianfeng couldn't say anything. The other side. Lin Fan didn't know that big trouble was about to come, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, he had already thought about this when he decided to marry the sword spirit. He didn't panic before there were new rewards from the system. Now that he has more powerful abilities, he will be even less panicky. The worst that can happen is that he will kill his rival and run away. There are several similar dynasties outside the Dalong dynasty. With his ability, he will definitely be welcomed there. Anyway, it's time to eat and drink, and when you have nothing to do, play some adult games with your wives. As expected. The three wives couldn't withstand the attack, and only the sword spirit could barely hold on. But it was just a defense. If this continues for a long time, even the sword spirit will not be able to withstand it. Xiao, how are the herbs I asked you to buy going? Lin Fan was a little helpless as he hadn't been able to enjoy himself for several days, so he went to ask Wang Xiao. The daughters-in-law are too weak to bear it, so the only solution is to strengthen their bodies. The strengthening liquid promised to Su Eru before naturally had to be put on the agenda as early as possible. Wang Xiao is quite capable and collected most of the herbs in just a few days. He nodded and said, Brother Fan, we have collected most of the herbs. The second shopkeeper will deliver the remaining 2 herbs today. Well, good job. Once you have collected all the information, send it to me immediately. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. Yeah, I see. Wang Xiao quickly nodded in agreement. After sending Wang Xiao to get the herbs, Lin Fan prepared to look for Su Eru to see how the other party had prepared the mixed poison, and whether the golden needles that were handed over had been tempered with the poison. But before he found Su Eru, the old butler Hebo hurriedly found him first. Master, there are some people outside the door, they want to see you. The old butler said urgently, without his usual calm demeanor. Who? Lin Fan frowned upon seeing this. Have no idea. The old butler panted and shook his head, but they injured the doorman as soon as they came. It seems that they are not here with good intentions. Is he coming with bad intentions? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes when he heard this, and he already had a rough guess in his mind. Nearly a week had passed, and the other party was indeed about to come to the door.